Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel Fanfiction podcast. Today I got an original Chinese novel for you. The name of the novel is The Fourth Calamity, Starry Sky Frenzy, author Mo Shengren, chapter 212, Departure. 200 kilometers away, Xia Shang couldn't figure it out yet. The information was too superficial, but it wasn't a big problem. As long as it was an action by the Kroni Empire, there was no problem in simply destroying it. As for the secret behind it, we can calculate that later. Helping you is no problem, Xia Shang said slowly, taking a deep breath and casually pressing his hand to suppress their newly emerging joy. But as you know, 8 days have passed since the accident. Can you be sure that everything will still be intact when my men arrive at your camp? Yu Chu and the other two were slightly taken aback, a hint of sadness appearing on their faces, but they quickly became resolute. We have been pleading all the way here. We do not resent them for not helping us. 7 days have passed now, and we do not know if my uncle is still alive, if the camp is still there, or if the Jadestone Mountain has been burned to the ground. But we have tried our best. If we cannot make it in time, it is just our bad luck. We will not blame your men. All right, follow me. Xia Shang stood up and gestured for them to follow him, and they arrived at the temporary residence hall of the Iron Defense Line. This place was originally intended to be a mobilization hall. It's quite large, just enough to fit the people from the Steel Line. So, it has become the new base for the Steel Road mission, and an area where players come to do missions every day. Oh, brother Shang. Xia Shang is as handsome as ever. Responding casually to the greetings from the players along the way, Xia Shang led the three of them to find Captain Lian Ping. Wanderer, you've arrived. Lian Ping greeted him with a smile. Xia Shang nodded, briefly introduced the situation of the three people behind him, and said, let's put aside the situation for now. You enter an expedition mission. It's about 200 miles away. The situation and the level of danger are unknown. The person who takes on the mission must be prepared for a long operation and must not give up halfway. Lian Ping didn't dare to be negligent and quickly wrote down all the key points, but after a final glance, he was stumped and asked, with these details unclear, how can we determine the mission rewards? Upon hearing that they needed payment, Yu Chu and the other two bowed repeatedly and pleaded, we really have no extra resources. If everything is burned down, we will also. Xia Shang shook his head to stop them, but instructed Lian Ping, you don't need to worry about it. I will arrange the rewards. Lian Ping, you just need to know that the reward will be calculated based on the mission's performance. At this point, Xia Shang thought for a moment and then asked Lian Ping to add note. During the mission, you will temporarily have an armored vehicle to assist in combat. After all, the players in the camp have gradually accumulated some wealth, and it's time for the items in their garages to be shown off. You all wait here. Someone should come looking for you soon. Answer their questions truthfully. If you don't know the answer, say you don't know. Don't hide or lie. Otherwise, if they misjudge the combat strength and the rescue fails, I won't let you off easily, Xia Shang said, looking into the eyes of Yu Chu and the other two. Yes, we will answer truthfully. The three of them felt apprehensive under Xia Shang's direct gaze and nodded in agreement. Moreover, the other party not only agreed to help, but also offered no reward, so how could they dare to have any other ideas? A quest with the prefix expedition that had never appeared before appeared on the Iron Road quest dashboard, which piqued the curiosity of many players who came to do some quests. However, they found that it was a long-term quest and the reward was unclear, so they didn't bother with it. A few people, out of curiosity, asked Yu Chu and the other two who were waiting nearby. After hearing that it was a large Kroni force with many members but unknown combat strength, they shook their heads and left. People came and went, one after another, all complaining about the long journey. They asked Lian Ping, and even with the help of these unheard-of armored vehicles, it would still take 2 days to travel more than 200 li. Too far, forget it. Several more people from within the walls left. This was already the umpteenth time she had been politely refused, and Yu Chu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Yu Chu, could this wanderer be playing a trick on us? He promised to help us, but now he's using this method to reject us here. The head guard, Jin Liang, seemed to be getting angrier the more he thought about it. He grabbed Yu Chu's hand and asked her a question, his eyes filled with anger. Guard Jin, don't be so impatient. Didn't you see how those people treated Lord Wanderer when you arrived? Yu Chu said in a low voice, pressing down on Jin Liang's wrist. What attitude? They don't call him elder brother like we do, Yu Chu said in a deep voice. The Wanderers regard the people within the walls as sisters, not subordinates, servants, or slaves. Moreover, even their travel expenses are paid by the Wanderers themselves. I hope you understand the reasoning behind this. Jin Liang glanced at the old hunter sitting silently to one side. What are you looking at me for? Shaku glanced at him. You're used to giving orders as the head guard. Do you dare disrespect the thoughts of those inside the walls? Jin Liang's face flushed red, but he still sat back down with a thud. Just then, another group of people from inside the wall came up to them, laughing and joking. That old Lian Ping won't say anything. We have to ask him ourselves. It's ridiculous. It's just an expedition mission, isn't it? You talk like you've seen the entire expedition mission process before. Maybe the development team is adding new content. Isn't it normal for special missions to have backstory? Old R, when did you start understanding the production team so well? You think you'll understand just because you play a lot of games? You're so ignorant. All right, you're smart. You're a smart old R. Hey bro, what kind of expedition are you guys on? Zhou Jizuan approached Yu Chu and asked. Seeing their frivolous attitude, Yu Chu had no hope. She sighed inwardly and repeated the word she had repeated more than 10 or dozens of times, almost becoming a machine for memorizing lines. Look, the NPC's AI level is not good enough. They are obviously even worse. I found something unrealistic about them. Zhou Jizuan pointed at Yu Chu and exclaimed to Lao Nyo, and the others. Boy, don't point fingers. Jin Liang didn't want to say anything, but seeing the elder's nephew being treated so disrespectfully and called someone Humpai 11, even though he didn't understand the words, the tone was clearly not a good one, so he immediately stood up and swatted away the elder's fingers. 9-5 Wisdom Trout, whose hand was knocked away, was stunned. The players behind him, however, all pointed at him and burst into laughter. Look at you, so disrespectful, pointing fingers and gossiping. Now you know what real is, right? If you get hit, I won't help you. For example, he laughed very loudly. Jin Liang watched as Zhou Jizuan was ridiculed by everyone, and suddenly felt that something was wrong. He realized that he had been too hasty. People along the way said that there were people from the wall helping the survivors, but he had obviously forgotten that people from the wall were supposed to be capricious. Look, they even laugh at their own people. Now that this guy has been neglected by his teammates, won't he take it out on him? You know, the people inside the walls don't even blink when they kill. At this moment, even Yu Chu and Shaik became nervous. However, after a long period of awkward silence, Zhou Jizuan finally managed to stammer out. Well, sorry, I was a bit too talkative. Good heavens, the people inside the wall actually backed down and apologized. Jin Liang, Yu Chu, and the other two did not breathe a sigh of relief at this moment. Instead, they felt a chill run down their spines. No, it was my fault. I didn't control my emotions just now. I'm so sorry. This made Jin Liang feel terrified, and he quickly bowed and admitted his mistake. However, this was just a minor incident, and eventually, Zhou Jizuan and the others learned about the specific situation of these three people. So, a group of Kroni troops are going to set the mountain on fire. This is outrageous. Exactly. Arsonists deserve a lifetime in jail. The question is, who puts them in jail? You. I don't have that kind of time. If I were to carry out justice, I would only choose to shoot him. These people inside the wall were making a lot of noise, but it was unclear what they were arguing about. But there's a problem. If this is just a rescue mission, do you think Brother Xia Shang would specifically create a separate expedition mission category? The clever older asked, stroking his chin. It's hard to say. Maybe a steal mission beyond a certain distance is an expedition type mission. Zhou Zhizuan retorted. Maybe we should go take a look. Look, there are new armored vehicles to ride in. Giving an example felt quite novel. Even Quinn and Chrysanthemum didn't take them out when they went 3,000 kilometers away. There must be something wrong here. But it takes a bit long. Kujiro Chizuru hesitated. Look at Quinn and Chrysanthemum's quests. Don't they take even longer? That's why they're top-tier players in the game, and you're not. After being criticized by his teammates, Zhou Zhizuan finally lost his temper. Damn it, I'll take it. You guys better prepare to be punished together. Without realizing it, Yu Chu found that the mission to save her hometown had been taken over by a group of seemingly unreliable guys. Before she could even react, the group was already sitting in a dark green, round-headed armored vehicle and had sped out of the base. Jade Mountain area, here we come. The four people inside the wall laughed loudly, as if they were going out for a camping trip. Chapter 213 contains some personal grudges. Buzz 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 buzz. The armored vehicle's large tires rolled over the grass, kicking up a cloud of dust and stones, and breaking grass stems were also blown up by the wind. Too slow, too slow. The passenger in the passenger seat, a 95-inch Zhizuan, banged on the car window and scolded. This is already full speed ahead. Ezio praised me, gripping the integrated throttle and steering wheel with both hands, and glared fiercely at the 95 Zhizuan. Looking at the dashboard, the car is now going nearly 60 kilometers per hour. If we calculate it that way, it will only take 4 hours to reach our destination. However, there are often undulating terrains along the way that armored vehicles cannot cross in one go, so they always have to find a way through twists and turns, and the total journey will probably be longer than expected. Luckily, there was a guide in the backseat. Otherwise, they would definitely have gotten lost if they had been driving on their own. It doesn't feel as fast as the hoverboard. For example, he rolled down the car window, which was almost as thick as a fingernail, and propped his chin up to look outside. Did you just walk for 7 days to get here? The clever old R, having nothing better to do, leaned back in his seat and turned to call out, only to find that the two NPCs had their heads tucked into their arms, while the guide's expression remained unchanged. What's going on with them? Older gestured to Yu Chu and the other two to ask what was happening. I don't know, this has been happening ever since we got in the car. Maybe it's because we're not used to traveling by car, the guide, Shaku, said worriedly. TSK, N. I didn't expect you guys to get carsick. Zhou Zhizuan looked at the rearview mirror in surprise. It's only a minority who don't get carsick, she countered with an example. On the Night Spirit planes, the only survivors who have access to vehicles are armed units. Ordinary survivors probably haven't even touched a car in their lives, so it's normal for them to be unaccustomed to the noise of a vehicle. That makes sense. These damn details. Has this guide ever ridden in a car before? Zhou Zhizuan was referring to Shaku, because only he seemed normal. Upon hearing this, Shaku shook his head repeatedly. I've lived in the Jade Camp since birth, and I only hunt in the mountains to survive. Vehicles like this can't get into the area where we live, so as this young man said, we've almost never touched a car. That means the old hunter is in good health, Old Nyo said while steering the car. The common explanation for motion sickness is that there's a problem with how the eyes and cochlea work together, causing the brain to think you've been poisoned. Maybe the old hunter often eats foods that help him resist poison. Shaku slightly widened his eyes and realized that these people were not as unreliable as they seemed. Hey, hee, stop chatting. Look over there. Just then, Juji Li Zi, who had been looking at the scenery outside, suddenly pointed outside and exclaimed, What's wrong? Why are you making such a fuss? You're acting like someone from inside the wall, aren't you? Zhou Zhizuan said quietly, but when they all focused their attention on the direction the chestnut was pointing, they were all shocked and their eyes widened. On a sunny slope in the distance, a dark wreckage lay silently embedded in a crater. Even from hundreds of meters away, it was clear that it was something that had crashed and carved a long furrow into the hillside. Did a spaceship crash there? It should be right. Anyway, it doesn't look like it drove over by itself. Look, there are fragments at the foot of the mountain. It looks like it broke apart in the air. But whose ship is it? Aren't the Kroni's ships fly green? Could it be the Kupsas? What are you guessing for, Old Nyo? Go take a look. Why don't you ask our employer? They can have opinions too. Zhou Zhizuan glanced at the three Shaku who had rushed over upon hearing the news. They had all perked up when they heard about the spaceship crash, clearly out of curiosity. We have no objection. The three shook their heads repeatedly when they saw the look in Zhou Zhizuan's eyes. That's settled then, let's go. Damn it, if you keep rushing me, I'll drive it myself. Old Nyo cursed, turning the steering wheel and heading towards the crash site. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, before the old ox had even come to a complete stop, the three players eagerly jumped out of the vehicle. This spaceship doesn't seem that big. Compared to Lyle's, it's like a mini Kroni. Arriving at the nearest wreckage, located at the foot of the mountain, we can see large, cylindrical fragments, revealing the outer shell of the thruster section. The clever old picked up a bent piece of metal from beside his feet. It was cold to the touch, and he had no idea how long it had been in the crash. It feels like the style of the Kroni Empire. For example, he moved closer to the inside of the tubular fragment and touched the inner wall. The material felt like an alloy plate. Let's go up there and take a look. Without stopping, the group headed straight for the actual accident site halfway up the mountain. The wreckage of the disintegrated spaceship was embedded in the ground, with broken cables hanging halfway from some of the cracks, occasionally flashing with electrical sparks. It crashed so hard, its head is completely buried in the soil. The clever older looked at the mess, his gaze lingering on the largest piece of wreckage. He could still make out that the broken opening was from the cabin part, and there was still a section below it buried in the soil. Tisk, it can't even break through the soil. Think about Brother Xia Shang's spaceship. It smashed through the entire mountain. That's a truly practical spaceship. Zhou Zhizuan shook his head. Of course, a player guide character's mount is definitely a high-end item, even though it still crashed. Not necessarily. Look at its internal facilities. They're almost intact. Maybe one day there will be a task to repair it, and then Brother Shang will soar to great heights. Will you take us with you? Juji Li asked expectantly. Maybe not. What are you talking about? Come and look, there are weapon remnants on the ground. The clever older suddenly called out from the pit. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly jumped over, squatted down, and pulled half of a gun handle out of the ground. My dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. Even more exciting content awaits. It looks familiar, to be honest, said Li Jezi, looking at the blood-red gun handle and the broken pieces on it. How could it not look familiar? It's the handle of the cannibalistic she-devil's gun. Ezio exclaimed after taking a closer look. The Ogre Queen is a weapon that's not even commonly found in the Giant Fang Legion. Even though some high-level players, yes, those three, captured a small number of Ogre Queen launchers in previous encounters, almost no player currently owns one. Because all the captured items were used as specimens for analyzing the blueprints, and there was still no news about the blueprints. Doesn't that confirm it's the wreckage of a Kroni spaceship? Who cares whose it is? Let's see if there's any good stuff left behind. Maybe we can find some of the valuable items they were transporting. That's true. Two players went to the bottom of the pit to sweep it again, while two other players climbed onto the machine head stuck in the soil and carefully peered inside through the broken opening. This is Kroni's transport ship. Yu Chu and his two companions were not as fast as the players, and it was only now that they approached the accident site. The moment they saw the nose of the ship, they recognized it. Could it be one of those spaceships docked near our camp? Yuchu's face showed both surprise and delight. What's surprising is that Kroni's transport ship crashed, but what's good is that Kroni's spaceship was destroyed. I'm not sure, but they are definitely the same model. They were black-cased back then. Perhaps we can ask the people inside the wall for some details. They're very quick, Shaku said, looking at the two people inside the wall rummaging through the steel fragments not far away. Just then, a terrified scream suddenly rang in everyone's ears. Looking around, they saw that the scream was coming from the broken nose compartment. Holy crap! A person shouted as he climbed out of the crack, but for some reason lost his footing and fell from a height of more than 10 meters, crashing to the ground with a thud, his protective shield buzzing. Old Nyo, what are you yelling about? You scared me. Old R and Li Jili, still holding a sharp-edged alloy plate, shouted at Old Nyo, who was lying on the ground. But before the old ox could speak, a ferocious arm shot out from the crack he had just crawled out of, grabbed the sheet metal, and pulled his body out of the crack. It was a soldier of the Giant Tooth Legion, but it was not normal. It was on all fours with its joints bent and of varying lengths. Moreover, it's more accurate to say he was lying on his back with his chest facing upwards, rather than on all fours. A huge ball of flesh and blood bulged from his abdomen and chest, with a row of tentacles resembling snail eyes extending from its surface. The surface was covered with interwoven fascia and fused with shattered iron armor, displaying an eerie pink and white color. The surface was uneven and connected to thick, proliferating arteries, within which bright red liquid gushed. If it weren't for the head hanging below between its two forelimbs, you really wouldn't be able to tell that it was originally a human. Swoosh! The strange thing lay at the highest point, as if glancing at the people around it, and then split open a gaping maw covered with sharp, horny spikes where it had been on the neck or collarbone, letting out a howling sound like the wind. Holy crap! What the hell is that? Oldar was startled and instantly produced a rifle, firing repeatedly at it. Bang bang bang! Sparks and blood splattered from the monster's body, instantly enraging it. It pounced down, its seemingly unnatural limbs easily withstanding the damage from the fall of more than 10 meters. Swoosh! The monster let out a shriek, pushed off with its hind legs, and leaped 3 or 4 meters in one step. In just a few steps, it rushed in front of Oldar and opened its big mouth to bite him. Oldar seemed to smell the foul stench emanating from its chest and instinctively rolled to the side to avoid the attack. For example, Li retreated repeatedly, conjuring a crocodile god sword in his hand and firing several shots at the monster's arched head. But for some reason, perhaps because the chest is the thickest part of the giant fang soldier's armor, the high-density flesh that was distorted inside makes the defense even stronger. Even crocodile god, who could break through the giant fang soldier's armor, seemingly beat them to a pulp, did not actually cause much damage. Flesh and blood mutation. This is a fucking mutated virus. Old Nyo's voice rang out at the right time. Judging from the way he was holding his head, he probably hit the ground head first. Nonsense. How could I not recognize it? Older rolled over in the iron filings and, together with Jujili Z, fired at the fleshy monster. The two combined their firepower and temporarily suppressed the monster. Are you an idiot? I was just reminding you to use fire, the old ox retorted. Damn, I really forgot. Oldar was a little embarrassed and didn't have the confidence to argue back. But the question is, who is on fire? This question is posed as an example. What about the incendiary bombs? No sooner had the words left his mouth than a black iron ball suddenly smashed into the monster's head. The moment Oldar and Li Jelly saw that thing, their pupils constricted, and without thinking, they kicked off the ground and flew backward. The next instant, the molten iron engulfed the monster, and roars and hissing sounds of high-temperature corrosion rang out at the same time. In a moment, it was burned into a pile of molten iron and charcoal. Damn it. Type 95. They didn't even warn us before throwing the grenade. Such precise grenade-throwing techniques could only have come from the hands of Jujiro. Older cursed at the figure that had appeared out of nowhere in the crack. However, Jowu Jizuan did not retaliate as usual. It seemed that the lightning strike had exhausted his strength. A slight gust of wind blew by, and he was pulled away from his footing and crashed to the ground with a thud. Old Nyo didn't leave, and was quite surprised to see Jowu Jizuan fall. Holy crap. Did you come back to life, or are you still alive? 9-5 lay face down on the ground, motionless. Old Nyo recalled the scene of his escape. Jowu was pounced on by 3 mysterious black shadows, while he was bumped by something in the dim light and luckily rolled over and crawled out. Thinking of this, Lao Nyo knew something was wrong and quickly stepped forward to turn Ju Wujizuan over. He was immediately startled by the wounds on Ju Wu's body and his hand trembled. All that could be seen was a large hole torn in the abdomen of the 9-5 Jizuan, with a mass of flesh with pink tentacles squeezed inside. Centered on it, the 9-5 skin and combat suit twisted and cracked like a vortex, with blood vessels and fascia climbing up like plant roots. Huh. Jowu wanted to say something, but something in his chest kept acting up, even pressing against his throat. What do you want to say? Damn it. If you can't speak, then type it. Have you even tried? Old Nyo cursed angrily when he saw him struggling to speak, his face turning red, and out of the corner of his eye, he saw tiny tentacles spreading along the fascia on his body. 9-5 wise trout. Oh dear, I completely forgot. Boss Nyo, wasn't my lightning strike just now awesome? Ezio praised me as awesome. What the hell are you talking about? At such a crucial moment, you're still hiding behind skin. What kind of state are you in right now? Old R and Li Ji had already run over. Seeing the words that popped up in the team chat box, they were furious. If they hadn't reacted quickly, they would have been drenched in molten iron. No, scalded to the core. A 9-5 wise trout. Status. I think I've been infected and mutated. Hey, old cow, can you evolve a weapon like you did before, old cow? Old Nyo was both amused and exasperated. How should I know? My situation was a special case, completely different from yours. He's been infected with the Black Zone virus. You all stay away from him. Just then, they heard terrified cries from behind them. Black Zone virus, mutant virus, plague virus. No matter what it's called, it's all the same virus. The 3 players turned around and saw Yuchu and the other 2 staring intently at the pulsating flesh on Ju Wujizuan's body. Rapid Rush. I've seen the information on the Black Zone. This is a branch of the Rapid Rushers. He will become a Rapid Rusher, and those infected with the virus are incurable. Jin Liang swallowed hard, wanting to tell them to burn the pathogen as soon as possible, but he was also afraid that they would blame him. He even wanted to say that you've already been in close contact with him. However, Lao Nyo and the others ignored them. Is there anything else inside? Lao Nyo asked at rushing 9-5, obviously wanting to know what happened to the black shadow that had knocked him down before. A 9-5 wisdom trout. The incendiary bomb has lasted for seconds. My shield was broken by my own iron water, otherwise I wouldn't have been injured. It's not clear whether it's still there, but since I can climb out, it's probably gone. Well, do you want to revive or die now? Older loaded the gun. 9-5 wise trout just wanted to send a message that of course, the resurrection in place, so that these few NPCs long experience, but was the old cow under the first move. You go back for a trip. The plague virus is very serious in the eyes of a Shang brother. Just now the new stronghold has a resurrection point. You resurrect the number of full. Choose resuscitation can immediately get a new phantom at the resurrection point. Do not have to wait for half a day like before. 9-5 wisdom trout. In the silence, the sternum of the 9-5-inch mongoose began to make a cracking sound as if the bones were bending, and it bulged at a speed visible to the naked eye. 9-5 Jizan. Okay, I'll go back and report, then I'll bring the brothers back to help. The three nodded, and old Nyo even shoved the Molotov cocktail into the mouth of the 9-5 wise trout, making the three NPCs behind him shudder. It felt like there was some personal grudge involved. Even though he had no choice but to do it and couldn't speak, surely it wasn't necessary to stuff it into someone's mouth. That's too ruthless. The three of them felt a chill run down their spines. As the players immediately retreated, with a loud bang, Zhou Jizuan was sent back to the respawn point. Chapter 214. I have no objection. Opening his eyes, Jijiro awoke from the Hall of Resurrection. All around were familiar or unfamiliar players. Some seemed to be waiting for someone, some were communicating with their teammates, and some were even setting up stalls to sell things. Come on, let's make money with money. The player with sharp eyes, or rather, he had been staring at the faceless phantoms that were lifted out by the mechanical arm, watching them being placed on the ground and then transforming into the appearance of people who needed to be resurrected. Just like this ID is not an unknown player. In the eyes of new players, he is a special veteran player. Almost everyone knows that he is a bomb demolition expert, or to put it bluntly, a bomb demolition freak who blows up wherever he goes. However, as a result, Zhou Jizuan has a great need for materials to make hand grenades, and often seeks out NPCs or buys the missing materials in the channel. The person setting up the stall was a player who had traded with Zhou Jizuan. When he saw Zhou Jizuan respawn at the respawn point, he was initially surprised but also delighted and greeted Zhou Jizuan repeatedly. Brother Jizuan, are you buying materials today? I have a batch that I got from an NPC at a low price. Zhou Jizuan was still feeling down, since it was his first time experiencing an explosion starting from the head, but when he heard that there were materials, he immediately went over to join in. What's the price? Asked Jijiro. This time it's a large quantity, with 2 storage boxes, so I can give you 92% of the standard market price, the vendor said with a smile. 92%. Did you buy it from the NPC for 80% or even less? You'll get a warning from Audis if you keep squeezing NPCs like this, Zhou Jizuan said, raising an eyebrow. Haha, as expected of brother Zhou, I was indeed warned. But there is a range of flexibility. The less you buy, the less room you can negotiate the price. It's almost the market price. But if I buy a lot, those NPCs are also eager for money. They give me 85%, which Audis allows. The vendor said with a wry smile. A resale price of 7%. Okay, I'll take it all. Zhou Jizuan was too lazy to haggle. Good, as expected of a veteran player's straightforwardness. The player quickly led Zhou Jizuan to his small warehouse and designated the 2 boxes of items to him. Okay, I've transferred the money to you. I have something urgent to attend to, so I'll leave now. After receiving the materials, Zhou Jizuan immediately submitted them all to apply for the manufacture of incendiary bombs, and then prepared to leave. Thank you. The vendor player saw Zhou off and then ran straight to Lyle's arms shop. Zhou Jizuan didn't forget his own business either, and strode towards the main control room. Only after receiving permission at the door did Audis open the door and let him in. Boss Shang, something terrible has happened. Zhou Jizuan rushed in and shouted, then saw a pile of transparent crystal blocks scattered on Xia Shang's table. Wow, boss, you have so many crystals. Are these for sale? Not for sale, it's for research purposes. Xia Shang put down the crystal in her hand and looked at him. But what important matter have you brought? Oh, it's like this. My team accepted that expedition quest to assist 3 NPCs, but we encountered. Zhou Jizuan briefly explained the situation to Xia Shang, while watching Xia Shang's eyebrows slowly furrow together. Another plague virus. Xia Shang exclaimed in surprise. Have you completely eradicated the source of the virus at the location you encountered? I told them when I came back, but they don't have any fire-related methods, so I don't know if they can clean it up properly. Besides, the spaceship wreckage is in all the nooks and crannies, said Jijiro Chizuru truthfully. Seeing that Xia Shang didn't speak immediately, Zhou Jizuan hurriedly asked nervously, should I tell them to wait where they are and provide backup for the cleanup team? You said you accepted a mission to the Jade Stone camp and encountered them along the way. Xia Shang suddenly had a flash of inspiration, because he remembered that when Yu Chu and the other 2 came to him for help that morning, they said that the Kroni people had parachuted down and were preparing to burn down the forest without saying a word. Destruction was the very purpose of the Kroni force's existence, so at the time, Xia Shang considered it nothing out of the ordinary. But burning it is just a form of fire attack, isn't it? Could it be that the plague was hiding in those mountains and forests? Right. We should be somewhere in the middle of the road to the mission point right now. Zhou Jizuan nodded. Then you should notify them to clear away any obviously movable pathogen blocks, place location pins in place, upload the coordinates to Audis, and then head directly to the mission location, Xia Shang instructed without hesitation. Oh, okay. Oh, you mean the infected is related to that mission? Zhou Jizuan finally realized. This is not what I meant, it's just a guess. I would rather they had nothing to do with each other. Xia Shang sighed, then, as if remembering something, reached into his chest, causing ripples to spread through the air. You just said they didn't bring any fire damage weapons. Xia Shang said, pulling out a red gun that looked like a beetle from his body. Below the muzzle was a curved iron pipe that spewed flames the size of a finger joint. This is a flamethrower that one of your partners brought back from the Himalayas. It's called Ignis, which means fire. It's a special military product of Kroni. It's quite sturdy and was specifically designed to deal with the plague virus. You can send it over to them and let them try it out. Upon receiving the Ignis, the first impression of the 95 Jizuan was its sturdiness, and the feel and center of gravity were quite comfortable. Was it brought back by dust? Then he must have found quite a few good things, Zhou Jizuan guessed. Knowing the mission was important, Zhou Jizuan didn't covet the weapon and directly transferred it to the clever old R, also sending over Xia Shang's request. Wow! On the other side, the clever old R, holding Ignis in his arms, exclaimed with delight, our boss got a weapon drop. After reviewing Zhou Jizuan's notes, Lao R and his group quickly got to work, first placing the coordinate pins in a good spot before going to the flames to clean and disinfect the area. Only after receiving the coordinates could Xia Shang plan his next move. 9-5 Wise Trout, you should go back and catch up with your team. This expedition may change. If you find any problems, no matter how minor, report them to Audis. It will tell you how to proceed. Otis, send another team of wall people to retrieve the spaceship wreckage in this area. The reward is 1 void crystal. Zhou Jizuan wasted no time. He responded and left immediately. Now he was acting alone, and with the speed of the hoverboard, he should be able to catch up with them in no time. Commander, 5 players have volunteered to go to the location for the recovery operation, Audis replied. 5 people, I hope they can finish before dark. Xia Shang sighed. Commander, most of the people in the wall now have hoverboards, so even the planes of Night Spirit at midnight are not that much of a threat to them. I think they have the ability to escape even if they encounter a mighty one. Audis was not worried at all. Night Spirit, the scattered will of the Spirit Fiend, even if it is shattered into countless pieces, can still constantly search for itself and attempt to revive. Tell me, what were the thoughts of the Orcan Empire when they created them? Xia Shang reached out and casually picked up 2 crystals, turning them in his palm like a walnut and asked, well, Commander, Audis doesn't quite remember anything from before, Audis said softly. Ah, sorry, I was just making a casual remark. After all, the Spirit Fiend doesn't have the ability to travel through the void and return to the origin star system. But, Xia Shang's words suddenly stopped. Audis was puzzled, but Xia Shang took out 2 objects that glowed with a faint green light. If a Ju and Qin Chuan were here, they would definitely recognize that these were the objects that would fall after the little Night Spirit was shot. The Night Spirit core is the only thing on their bodies that can still exist intact within the void structure. If we extract the Night Spirit's breath and integrate it into the void crystal, could it be used as a signal transmitter to cross the void and be captured by us? Well, Audis has no objection, Commander. Chapter 215 cut. I heard that the ruins are going to be handed over to other players for recycling. It doesn't matter. There's not much left. We don't even have many good weapons left, let alone the cheapest ones. Are you still not happy about it? No, that's not it. Ezio praised me for controlling the car's speed, occasionally glancing at the rearview mirror to see when the guy would catch up, while also responding to his teammates' doubts. It's just that this is the first time we've encountered aircraft wreckage. Doesn't the Audis count? Nonsense, of course not. I'm talking about things that can be copied. Take Kroni's weapons, for example. A few samples can be submitted and the blueprints can be copied. Do you think the wreckage of an aircraft could be copied? This retrieval mission is obviously for this purpose. The NPCs are more interested in development than we are. Clever old R, with a blade of grass in his mouth, was now sitting in the passenger seat chatting with the driver. But is it possible, someone occupying the two middle seats interjected, that we have Lyle, he's an engineer at Cooper's, building a spaceship shouldn't be difficult for him, right? Right, Older suddenly remembered. We helped him dismantle that spaceship back then, and we still haven't seen him produce any blueprints. I don't know, it feels like he's holding something back. Old Nyo shook his head. Don't hold it in until the last minute and then you'll have a big one, Older joked, biting off a piece of grass stem and spitting it out the car window, then putting the other half back in his mouth and chewing it, before glancing at the rearview mirror. The three NPCs sat in the back seat. Whether it was the outbreak of the plague that made them uneasy, or perhaps it was because Old Nyo had changed his driving style, they no longer showed many symptoms of motion sickness. Instead, they looked anxious and whispered to each other from time to time. Old guide, how much further is it? After thinking for a moment, Older turned to Shaku and asked, at this speed, we should be at the foot of the mountain in another 20 minutes, Shaku replied. Upon hearing this time, the three players breathed a sigh of relief. However, just a few minutes later, Old Nyo suddenly saw that the sky in the distance seemed to be covered with a layer of grey fog. Can you see it? It seems to have a mystical aura, the old ox reminded him. What celestial aura? Older leaned out of the car window and looked ahead, vaguely seeing plumes of smoke rising from the mountaintop in front of him. He couldn't help but retort, that's clearly a fire on the mountain. What? Upon hearing this, Yu-Chu and the other two couldn't sit still any longer. They all craned their necks to look and found that it was indeed in the direction of their own camp. They were immediately filled with anxiety. Old Nyo stopped controlling the speed, and the armored vehicle sped along, soon arriving at the foot of the mountain. It's not easy to do, this smoke is too big. How strong is the burning over there? The armored car stopped in the open space. The three players got out of the car and looked up at the ridge, only to see the thick smoke billowing as if there was a demonic aura, and the tip of their noses was already full of choking charcoal gas. Yu-Chu's face was ugly, looking up at the thick smoke, coupled with the discomfort of dizziness, almost to fall headlong. Fortunately he was supported by Jin Liang. What should I do in this situation now? Older looked at the three people and asked his teammates softly. 9-5 Smart Trout sent news that the other side is likely to spread the epidemic into a virus. Our current expedition mission seems to be an expedition. In fact, it is estimated to have become an investigation of traces of the spread of the virus. Lao Nyo said leisurely. Let's ask them about the original situation here first, such as how to go up the mountain. We might as well go to the Jade Camp to see the situation first. The smart Older finalized his idea. Upon learning that they were going to the Jade Stone Camp first, all three of them wanted to go with them, especially Yu-Chu. Forget it, you guys can come along. If the situation changes over there, we'll have to take care of you instead. Old Nyo spoke quite harshly, but he effectively persuaded them. Having learned the route from Shaku, the three immediately threw out their hoverboards and headed up the mountain via a small path at the foot of the mountain. No sooner had they left than Yu-Chu and the other two, anxious and restless, followed Shaku up the mountain in one direction. Upon reaching the ridge, a wave of heat hit them, forcing the three players to stop immediately. All they could see was that most of the mountain valley in front of them had been completely engulfed in flames. Large plumes of grey-black smoke billowed into the air from the shade of the trees. On the mountain range, which was obscured by the tree canopy, they could vaguely see the pitted and uneven rock formations, as if it had been bombed by something before. There are buildings over there. That should be the camp they were talking about. Lee Jelly pointed to a shady spot to the side, and indeed a watchtower made of trees could be seen, but it had already fallen sideways on the tree canopy below. Fortunately, the fire had not yet spread there. Look this way and go around. They were blocked by fire and had to find another way. With the help of a suspension board, the three slid down a steep cliff with many overlapping layers and soon arrived at the so-called Jade Camp. It was indeed built entirely by the forest, just like a mountain stronghold. However, as soon as the three approached the camp gate, they realized something was wrong. Older found a soft, rotten thing, red and white, mixed together, on the bushes next to the gate entrance, which looked like some kind of organ. No way. Older's eye twitched. The three cautiously peered into the half-open gate and saw that the camp was in a mess. The ground was covered with fleshy fungal carpets, several times larger than a person, covered with tall fleshy fungal filaments. This means the virus has spread to a certain extent. Old Nyo frowned, the scene before him reminding him of the battle he fought against the ancient beings. But we didn't see any trees. Is that good news? Asked Lee Jelly. Not necessarily. Look over there, in the direction the trees fell. Something crashed there, Older said, pointing to the back of the camp. Shall we go take a look? Without hesitation, the two men, each carrying a gun and the other a flamethrower, headed straight inside. They first checked the nearest rooms and found that they were almost completely covered with fungal carpets and membranes, but fortunately there were no mutants. But after looking at several more, the three of them didn't encounter a single mutant. Where are the mutants here? Did they all run away? Older asked in surprise. No, Ezio praised me, pointing to the wall of the house made of tree trunks pieced together, where there was a large area marked by sharp objects. The cuts were clean and dust-free, indicating that they were newly made. There was obviously a battle here, and it was after the infection occurred. These isolated fungal carpets should be transformed from the corpses of the survivors, but there are no mutated corpses. Did they not kill any of them? That would be too useless. Older couldn't bear to look. It's hard to say. Even our crocodile god can't kill the rushers with several shots, so what can they do? He said, giving an example. That's true. Since there are no mutant hiding, let's hurry over and take a look. Older was pointing to the area where the trees had collapsed. The three hurried a few hundred steps and found that the camp was like a long, narrow, serpentine path. After finally reaching the back, they saw that what had crashed into the woods behind was also a black Kroni spaceship. However, unlike the previous one that was halfway through its journey, this spaceship had a huge, deformed tumor hidden inside its shattered cabin, almost completely filling it. Damn it. Are we going to fight the ancient ones again? Old Nyo cursed, already pulling out an incendiary bomb. Wait, something doesn't seem right. Suddenly, Lee Zi grabbed the hand that was holding the ox's harness. What's wrong? That tumor, it doesn't seem to be alive. As he spoke, he approached and smashed the surface of the tumor in the cabin with the butt of his rifle, but nothing happened. When Old R and Old Nyo saw this, they were surprised and came up to check. They found that it was true. The fascia on the surface of the sarcoma was almost dried out. Strange, this shouldn't be the case. Could it have been dead to begin with? Just as Old R was wondering, Old Nyo made a new discovery. What is this? Old Nyo looked at an inconspicuous fold on the side of the tumor, reached out and lifted it up, and found that it was a deep cut, as if a sharp sword 2 palms wide had pierced through it and instantly strangled what was inside. Chapter 216 No one is spared. Someone came here and stabbed it to death. Old Nyo's words caught the attention of the other two, who then noticed the wound. Stab this thing to death. How long would that sword have to be? The clever Older exclaimed in surprise. Could it be that armored vehicles have been here? Someone guessed. That's hard to say, but... Old Nyo thought for a moment, then suddenly knelt down and put his hand through the incision. As he slipped his hand into the crevice, Ezio could clearly feel the tough flesh wrapped around his arm and the slippery texture that wasn't completely dry. Even after his entire arm was submerged up to his shoulder, he still hadn't reached the deepest part of the wound. What are you doing? Trying to have a C-section and pull the ancient being out of there. Older asked upon seeing this. You're dreaming. There's no ancient being in here. It looks like a lump of flesh with lots of tendons inside, but they're deactivated. Don't worry, I'm just checking how long this weapon is. Old Nyo said, then suddenly exclaimed in surprise, startling Old who thought he had actually touched an ancient being. Wait a minute, why does the wound suddenly bend at the very end? What kind of weapon is this? A whip blade. Old Nyo explored the interior, marveling at its layout. What did you find? Dew Jelly squatted down next to him, watching his expression, and asked curiously. I can't feel it, my hand isn't long enough, but I have a feeling. Old Nyo pulled his hand out, shook off the sticky tissue fluid, and looked disgusted. Does this hand feel like it's beyond saving? Get lost, get lost, get lost. Old Nyo pretended to wipe his hand on Chestnut's body, which startled Chestnut so much that he jumped 3 meters away. What I mean is that the cut was not made by a normal weapon. Rather, it is more like some kind of unique blade went in, swam out, flew through a winding path inside, and its shape was constantly changing. You don't mean to say that if someone throws a frisbee, you should kill it? Older patted the tumor, making a thumping sound. Hey, that makes sense, but it might not be a frisbee, maybe it's playing cards. Do you have anything to wipe it with? This stuff sticks to your hands and it's disgusting. Splash splash, suddenly a strange noise came, followed by a series of footsteps approaching. The 3 immediately became alert and looked in the direction of the sound, discovering that it was coming from the shadows of a path behind the spaceship. Be on guard, it's very likely that other infected have been driven over by the fire over there, Older warned in a deep voice. However, a few seconds later, 3 figures darted out from the crowd, and when they saw Old Nyo, and Chestnut, they stared at each other in disbelief. It was none other than Yu Chu, Jin Liang, and Shaku. Why are you here? Older asked, lowering his weapon and sighing when he saw the astonished expressions on the 3 men's faces. His tone revealed a hint of disappointment. You, here. What happened here? Yu Chu's gaze passed over the 3 of them, and she saw that the place where she had grown up was now devastated, with strange fascia and fleshy blankets covered with fleshy tentacles everywhere. Didn't you all know each other before? How come you can't recognize each other now? These are all fungal carpets that grew after people infected with the virus died. Old Nyo said, carrying a flamethrower. Upon hearing this, Yu Chu instantly collapsed to her knees, as if her backbone had been ripped out. Jin Liang couldn't accept the news and rushed into the depths of the camp with red eyes, while Shaku hesitated for a moment before following him in. For example, she wanted to kindly remind them that everyone inside was dead and there was no need to go, but Older stopped her with his hand. Forget it, they might not believe you anyway, let them go, Older said, shaking his head. Indeed, but what do we do now? This camp is useless, and in my opinion, there's no point in saving this forest either. Burning it down can stop the spread of the virus, which is a good thing. Old Nyo got a rag from somewhere, carefully wiped the sticky substance off his hands, and then threw it aside. Let's wait a little longer. Let's wait for 95 and report the situation here to Audis, and see what Brother Shang says. Old RS opinion was agreed upon by the other 2. I was just thinking of checking what's inside this ship. Chestnut, come help me break down the hatch. Old Nyo called out. Oh, or how about we just blow it up? Are you stupid? What if only the pilot died, and the spaceship is still intact? If it explodes, it'll be truly ruined. Oh, that's true. The camp has completely fallen. The gestation tumor, strangled by a mysterious, sharp weapon. Is it over? Upon hearing this news, Xia Shang was taken aback at first, and then asked, Commander, they have only reached the camp. We do not yet know the situation in the forest. We must find out more information, whether it is the spread of the mutants, Kroni's army, or the original owner of that mysterious blade. That area is only 200 kilometers away from us, which is not a safe distance. Audis answered calmly. Sure, have them clean up the local fungal carpet while they're at it, to prevent the spore concentration from increasing and causing it to spread. With Xia Shang's permission, Audis immediately changed the mission content for the 3 local players. Noticing the mission change notification, Older ducked under the wing to check the mission requirements sent by Audis, then turned around and ran to the violently dismantled cabin door, poked his head out and called out to the inside. Are you done playing? We have a mission coming up. Audis wants us to go into the mountains. All that could be heard from the dimly lit cabin were loud banging sounds, and no one knew what the 2 people inside were up to. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. After a while, Lao Nyo and Dew Jelly came out from inside, covered in blood and dirt, their faces extremely pale. Damn it, I told you not to touch that boil. Old Nyo yelled and cursed. I didn't do it on purpose. That section of the cabin wall was already deformed. It was only because the tendon was wrapped around it that it didn't break. If I wanted to make a path, wouldn't I have to cut the tendon? The metal plate bounced up, and the abscess burst. The example gave a somewhat aggrieved answer. Sigh, yes, now I'm covered in this stench. Where am I going to get clean? Is there a water reservoir around here? Old Nyo sighed. More than that, Older pinched his nose and took a few steps back, asking, have you inspected this ship? Is it usable? It should be usable, but some parts are severely deformed, which might damage the equipment. The risk is too great, so it's only worth disassembling and recycling. The author then returned the machete to the void passage. What a pity, but I remember the intelligence the NPCs gave us said that they sent a lot of spaceships to transport troops back then, right? Maybe there are still some intact ones in the forest, Older guessed. But fire, well, at worst I'll just die and go back. Old Nyo said helplessly, but he couldn't stand the stickiness on his body, so he found Yu Chu, who was still deep in thought, and asked if there was a place to store water. Yu Chu's face was pale. She wiped her face with her hand and pointed in a direction for the old ox. Sigh, brother, be strong. This is just how the world is. Seeing Yu Chu's distraught state, Lao Nyo couldn't bear it. He offered a few words of advice and then headed straight for the reservoir, not forgetting to call on Dew Jelly, who was in a similar sorry state. The clever older stepped forward and patted Yu Chu on the shoulder. Brother, although I know it's harsh, I still have to say it. This place must be burned down to prevent the virus from spreading. Why don't you come to our place? It'll be a new place to settle down. People always have to look forward. Your 2 companions are quite capable. You'll eventually have a new life. Yu Chu seemed to have taken some of the advice to heart, and nodded slightly. Just as she was about to say something to Old she heard a scream suddenly erupt from the camp. And it still sounds like the old guide's voice. What's going on now? Old was lost in thought. He hugged his gun and rushed over, only to soon see Shaku and Jin Liang fighting for some unknown reason. Is this your private matter? Older didn't immediately try to mediate, but instead watched from the sidelines and asked. However, Shaku, who was being pinned to the ground and wrestling with Jin Liangli, cried out upon seeing Old Sir, kill him. He's infected. Jin Liang's face turned deathly pale. He punched Shaku in the eye socket, shouting to Old no, sir, this guy is lying to you. Just then, Shaku seized the opportunity, kicking Jin Liang away. He scrambled to his feet, clutching his eyes, and pointed at Jin Liang, yelling, I saw your hand get scratched by the door that was crawling with the virus. If you didn't, would you dare show it to him? Jin Liang's face was contorted with pain, his fists clenched tightly. Then, he gritted his teeth and glared at Shaku. I just wanted to find them, mother and daughter. That door. All right, Older said, stopping the 2 from arguing. I advised you to stay in the armored vehicle. If anyone gets infected with the virus at this point, that's your own problem, isn't it? As Older spoke, seeing Jin Liang's face grow increasingly grim, he finally shook his head and said, however, I won't kill you now, at least not until you're fully infected. Hearing this, Shaku seemed a little anxious, but Older ignored him. But controlling the spread of the virus is our mission, so don't even think about running away. While there's still time, think about what to do. After listening to Lao RS words, Jin Liang stared at Lao RS in different eyes, and when he remembered how they stuffed grenades into their teammates' mouths, he also felt deflated. Thank you. Older nodded and waved for Shaku to leave. I'll go and look after Lord Yutsu. Shaku nodded and left, glancing at Jin Liang before he went. As expected, Jin Liang's hands soon began to show signs of deformity. An unsightly purplish-red color spread from his wrists into his sleeves. Jin Liang did not try to hide it and took off his clothes so that he could see the speed of the mutation on his body and find his house, which was now covered by a solid membrane of flesh. Older knew that those fungal mats would only become a breeding ground for viruses, i.e., fungal mats, if the original host died. Jin Liang had calmed down by this time, and he started to pull out bundles of dried straw from the woodpile under the eaves, carrying them into the house in piles. By the time everything was done, his skin had begun to ulcerate and develop honeycomb-like tendons. Sir, these are the only valuable things my family owns. Please don't find them worthless. Consider them as our family's cremation expenses. Jin Liang dragged over a burlap sack and a waterproof wooden box. Older didn't even look inside, just casually took it, and waited until Jin Liang went back into the house and locked the door before setting the door on fire and leaving. Seeing Older return alone, and with thick smoke rising from the other side, Shaku and Yuchu both realized something. Shaku dared not speak, while Yuchu was even more sorrowful. At this moment, Lao Nyo and his companion cleaned themselves off and returned, soaking wet, and noticed that the atmosphere here was a bit off. What's going on? The fire has reached the camp. Old Nyo asked, glancing at the billowing black smoke not far away. The guard captain was infected and chose to immolate himself, Older said. Upon hearing this, both Old Nyo and Chestnut shook their heads repeatedly. Old Nyo, what did I say before? I told you not to come. My dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. Even more exciting content awaits. That's right, we need to find other mutants now. You guys should hurry back down the mountain while you're still free. For example, Shinzi, being kind-hearted, took out a Gedalai submachine gun for the two of them, persuaded Yuchu for a few words, and then asked Shite to lead him back the way he came. Sigh, these NPCs really don't know they only have one life. They love to mess around like this. Old Nyo complained after they disappeared from sight. That's normal. You could say the AI in this game is somewhat human-like. To be honest, I almost couldn't bring myself to play it, Older said, shaking his head. Now that the campsite was on fire, Old R and his two companions were unwilling to stay there any longer, so they all stepped onto the hoverboards and left the campsite to head deeper into the mountains and forests. It was also thanks to the fact that the camp had been there long enough that many paths had been created and extended in all directions, so they didn't have to clear the way by digging through the grass. Sigh, I wonder where this virus came from. They've been here for so long, why did the Kroni people get the virus? Gu Jelly said, her mind full of complicated thoughts, as she walked along the road. Who knows? Look at the state of that ship. Maybe it was an accidental plane crash during transport that caused this tragedy. That's how it's always portrayed in movies. To be honest, the production team script and storytelling are a bit outdated, Ezio said, scratching his elbow as he praised me. The three of them were exchanging a few words when they bumped into the vicinity of the forest fire, where they could feel the heat waves brushing against their skin even from dozens of meters away. Let's retreat, change direction, Older called out, but Old Nyo stopped him. Are there leeches in this rainforest? Old Nyo scratched himself here and there. Why is it so itchy? Older, aren't you itchy too? What do you mean? I don't feel anything. Older asked in confusion, turning his head to see that Chestnut also seemed to feel something was wrong, scratching his head and cheeks. Then can you take a look? Old Nyo leaned closer to Old R, turned around, and pulled open his collar. I feel a bump on my neck. It's itchy. Could it be a leech stuck there? Old R's gaze fell on his neck, where a purplish-red fleshy ball broke through the old cow's skin and stretched outward, staring at him like an eye. Fascia and tendons were gradually growing around it, showing a tendency to expand outward. Older instantly got goosebumps, and all sorts of possibilities flashed through his mind. He then rushed behind Juji Li Zi, reached out and pulled off his combat uniform, and discovered that there was also a large area of fascial deformity on his back. Holy crap. Chestnut, what happened to you? Are you infected? Old Nyo, who was confused by Old R's behavior, came over and immediately exclaimed when he saw the changes in Juji Li Zi. However, he immediately realized what was happening, glanced at Old R, and touched the fleshy lump on the back of his neck, and understood. It seems we've been infected, but when? If it were just me, I could guess, but his also. Old Nyo asked, puzzled. It should be that abscess you mentioned, Older said in a deep voice. There might still be residual active viruses in that tissue fluid. So, sigh, even the best laid plans can go wrong. I thought we had shields on us and the tumor was dead, so I thought everything was fine. Now what do we do, Li Zi? Go through the fire and then revive. Old Nyo patted Li Zi's hand and pointed to the wall of fire in front of him, teasingly. Just then, Zhou Wu's message appeared in the team channel. A 9-5 wisdom trout. Holy crap, what are you all doing? How come all the NPCs are infected with the virus and dead? Huh, what do you mean? Old R and his two companions were dumbfounded. Only one of them had been infected with the virus. The other two had been perfectly fine when they passed away. Meanwhile, Zhou Wu Jizuan, who had already entered the mountain path in search of them, encountered Shaku and Yuchu along the way, but Yuchu had mutated and was riddled with bullets by a submachine gun into a corpse covered in living flesh tentacles, while Shaku was also seriously injured and dying, with large patches of fleshy lumps on his body, clearly infected and beyond saving. Damn it, this is really bad. Zhou Wu Jizuan typed frantically in the channel, all the NPCs are dead, the quest rewards are definitely going to be deducted. Looking at Zhou Wu Jizuan's message, Lao Nyo recalled that after he was doused with pus, he had approached Yutsu. At the time, seeing the other's appearance, he had even thought of giving him some advice. Ah, it's my fault. Ezio praised me, but I held my head in self-reproach. Chapter 217 spread. What are we doing now, with all this talk about pot and blame? For example, the area of skin mutation on his body is becoming increasingly exaggerated, and it has spread from his back to his chest and abdomen. There's no way to get rid of this condition. There's no cure for infection. I guess only resurrection can remove it. Old Nyo had experienced it firsthand. His mutated body was confiscated by Xia Shang. Huh. Ju Jelly said in a distressed tone, this is such a waste, and who knows what we'll encounter later. Using up a resurrection now is not a guarantee. Ezio praised me as awesome, and I certainly thought so too, but maybe we can still try. Right now, you only have a skin infection, not an internal mutation. Maybe we can try burning off all the skin with fire, Older suddenly said, looking at the gradually discolored skin and fascia on their bodies. Burning it with fire sounds easy, but what happens afterward? With a body covered in rotten skin, wouldn't it be easy for a mutant to get infected just by touching it? Old Nyo retorted. Older shook his head and said, that's not right. Think about when the Burning King was live-streaming the Great Wilderness Starfall. Even atmospheric friction couldn't completely burn him to death. As long as the infected skin layer was destroyed and he was given a treatment injection, he was almost fully recovered. After listening to Old R's words, Old Nyo and Chestnut exchanged a glance and realized that it might be worth a try, as long as they learned about the crystal combination strategy of the Durable King. Alright, let's give it a try. Chestnut, let's switch to crystals, adding vitality and fire resistance. I've always carried that life force with me, but I don't have that flame protection. Older casually took out a crystal and tossed it to Chestnut. I have some here, you can try it first. Should we use steel fiber? No need, adding elasticity to the skin would just be giving the virus a boost, wouldn't it? That's true. After preparing everything, Old Ox and Chestnut took a deep breath and walked into the forest fire together. A wave of heat suddenly swept over them, and the branches of a giant tree, 5 or 6 meters tall, were burned off and crashed down, obscuring the two people's figures. Older maintained his distance from the edge of the flames, waiting for his teammates, but soon 9-5 Wisdom Trout arrived. Old where are they? Zhou Jizuan had no idea what was going on. He saw Older watching the jungle fire, but he didn't see Old Nyo and the others. They went to sterilize it with high temperature, Older said, pointing to the fire. Oh, disinfection. Huh. What? Gigi was stunned and quickly sent messages to the two guys, thankfully receiving replies. For example, he himself was doing very well, and Older even lent him a max-level fire protection weapon. He himself had max-level vitality, so he could easily survive in the fire. Old Nyo was in a slightly awkward position. His vitality and flame protection levels were not high because he used all the entropy points he earned to enhance the crystals of his weapons and his willpower. This meant that he always needed to leave the high-temperature area for a while to wait for his internal organs to cool down and recover. I'll go find them a water source. You wait here, Older said, turning and leaving. Before long, the two men ran back from the fire line. The two men, their bodies glowing with the red heat of burning coals, ran out naked. Old Nyo needed Chestnut to hold his hand because he couldn't withstand the fire and his eyes had been burned. Quick, let's cool it down and peel off the charcoal shells to check it. Older had also returned. He had brought back 2 storage boxes filled with stream water, so each of them could crawl in and rub their hands. The final result was quite good. The infection on the skin was completely cleared, and after receiving the treatment injection, the 2 hairless naked men quickly recovered. So this does seem to be a way to clear the infection. Zhou Jizuan touched the newly grown skin on their bodies and even patted the old ox's bald head. Go away, don't touch my head. Old Nyo was very displeased, but it can only treat mild infections. Those that have penetrated deep into the flesh are still impossible to clean, and we're only doing this because we have crystals to keep us alive. For NPCs in the game, it's still a terrifying death sentence, Older said, shaking his head. Suddenly remembering something, he patted Zhou Jizuan and asked, have you disposed of the bodies of those 2 NPCs? It's been taken care of. My epidemic prevention measures are still quite thorough. Zhou Jizuan nodded. That old guide eventually committed suicide, so I gave each of them a burning grenade as a kind of grand funeral. Well, this oversight was really inexcusable. We should be more careful in the future. Maybe we should issue an announcement to remind all NPCs and players. Old Nyo was still blaming himself. They didn't hesitate for too long. The 4 knew that the mission was the priority, but the fire was spreading much further than when they first arrived. So they decided to split into 2 groups and first clear out the entire forest, whether it was fighting or searching, and then deal with that later. Nearly 2 hours later, the 4 of them had completely traversed the mountainous rainforest and gathered at the foot of the mountain on a rocky bank by a wide river. The situation isn't good. Old and Chestnut spoke first when they met 9-5 Wisdom Trout and Old Ox. The infected creatures are indeed scattered throughout the mountains and forests. There are quite a few swift chargers mutated from the giant tooth soldiers, and there are also infected local animals, but fortunately, not many. 9-5 Jizuan also had something to say. It's the same on my end. Giant fang raptors are wandering around everywhere, but strangely enough, we've also encountered a lot of dismembered raptor fragments. You have them over there too. We're clearly going in 2 different directions. Juja Li asked in surprise. Does that mean someone else is also reducing the number of infected in the forest? My dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. Even more exciting content awaits. Just as the 4 of them were looking at each other in bewilderment, they suddenly heard a sharp shriek. They hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound and saw a mutated creature of unknown origin rushing towards them from upstream of the river. It seems that there must have been mutants that had escaped from the forest long before this. Even if someone intervenes beforehand, there's no way they can manage such a large area of rainforest. After quickly eliminating the mutant, the group sighed as they watched its remains being gradually consumed by the molten iron. 9-5, report to Audi's. Old Nyo was feeling a bit tired and wanted to go home. It's been sent. Now we're just waiting for a reply. Here it is. Audi's is so fast. They said they're informing us to act depending on the situation. Either stay here and try our best to control the situation, or retreat and wait for further updates. What do you think? Let's go back. I'm tired. It's time to go home. Damn it. We still need to find a vehicle. An armored vehicle. The 4 of them eventually returned to their base, but the next headache fell to Xia Shang's main control terminal. Commander, the situation is not optimistic. We probably can't eliminate the mutants that left from the north of the Jade Mountain Range, but we should try to intercept the route heading south. It's all open plains, and the virus spores can easily spread. Audi suggested. Kroni, I really messed with you. Xia Shang sighed, holding his forehead and muttering to himself, then got up and put on his half-cloak. Audis, just do as you said. Assign these groups to the people inside the wall in a mission flow, and also start the armored vehicles in batches. Mobilize the defense forces of the remnants and survivors to seal off the northern area. Also, send someone to notify Kuzhong to put all the safe zones near him on alert. Audis, yes, Commander. But where are you going? I'll be back soon. Chapter 218 Attack from Ancient Memories. Xia Shang continued his journey northwards without stopping, arriving alone near Jade Mountain as darkness fell and night approached. However, it could not conceal the thick smoke still billowing into the sky behind Jade Stone Mountain. Even though Xia Shang was so far away, he could still smell the pungent smell of charcoal. What a pity for this mountain forest. Xia Shang chose an angle to enter the mountainous area and successfully found 4 dismembered mutant corpses, which had melted into a carpet of fungi spreading outwards. These incisions. After burning the fungus off the surface of a bone, Xia Shang picked it up and saw that although the inside was full of fungal hyphae, the cross-section was still smooth and seamless. If it were an ordinary blade used for brute force, such a beautiful cut would not be possible, and if it were, it would not appear on this imperial sphere. And judging from this guy's methods, he clearly doesn't understand the weaknesses of this virus, let alone know that it needs to be killed by high temperatures. However, now that the virus has completely eroded more than one planet, both Koops and Kroni have a basic understanding of the virus's most fundamental weaknesses and would not be so careless. But looking back, it's not a big problem that they rot here. As long as the forest fire sweeps through the entire mountain forest, these fungal carpets will naturally be eliminated. Impossible. Kroni's weapons don't have such sharp blades. If there were Kroni people using such weapons, then Zhou Jizuan and his group would have encountered them. Many thoughts flashed through Xia Shang's mind, and he eventually began to suspect the children who had been scattered by the Kroni star fleet. But that was impossible. They must have had some contact with the virus. Unless... Xia Shang looked at the forest with suspicion, a strange thought popping into his mind. Unless this is someone who has never seen a mutant before, or an individual who has lost their memory and only has fighting instincts left. Does that mean a suit of armor has awakened here? Xia Shang was surprised by his own guess. There might be other more detailed and tricky answers, but to verify it, this one was probably the simplest. Just go to the starting point of the fire and go deep into the center of the flames to look for traces that had not yet been burned. Without further ado, Xia Shang waved his hand, and a pale purple light rippled outwards. A terracotta-colored battle armor descended directly from the void passage and stood before Xia Shang. It was the battle armor glass lady. Transmission of knowledge. Unlike the player's telepathic communication, Xia Shang transformed into a cluster of pale purple energy particles, like a torrent of energy, which instantly disappeared into the glazed armor. It really is. It's been a long time since I felt this kind of power. Xia Shang clenched his fist, and when he opened his palm, a glassy prism rose up in his palm. This was his way of familiarizing himself with the glassing ability of this battle armor. As a hub providing a platform for players, he has accumulated a considerable amount of entropy points collected from players. Whether they are obtained by killing enemies or consumed when reviving on the spot, he gives them a rebate. Upon obtaining the blueprint for this armor, Xia Shang immediately went out overnight to capture some night spirits and removed an auro battery from a temporarily unused shield generator on the spaceship. The armor was thus completed early on, and he even used the entropy points he received as a rebate to raise the armor's frequency to 60%. This number was barely a good fit for him, but more importantly, the 60% synchronization allowed the pilot to use the armor's ultimate skill with minimal power. This can be considered a trump card to some extent. After adjusting to the difference in eye level, Xia Shang equipped his armor with enough crystals to increase its defense before rushing into the flames. The armor's head-mounted light sensor allows him to move through flames without being hindered by the flames. Scanned area. After penetrating 1 kilometer into the fire line, the surrounding fire subsided slightly, and Xia Shang then released his void power, intending to scan the terrain here. His willpower has not yet recovered from its damage. If he were to expand outwards with all his might, he should be able to scan a map of an area with a radius of 10 kilometers. However, that might cause his old ailment to relapse. To be on the safe side, Xia Shang can only choose to use the power of the void within a range of 5 kilometers. Having obtained a map of a small area of the forest, Xia Shang noticed that the intensity of the flames was much lower in a certain direction. This should be the area where the vegetation and trees had been completely burned. The earlier the area was burned, the sooner and faster the flammable shrubs would release heat. So now, as long as he moved towards the cooler area, he could find what he wanted. Xia Shang discerned the direction, tiptoed and ran, quickly covering the 5-kilometer distance before scanning the map again. After scanning about 6 or 7 times, Xia Shang finally arrived at the area that was completely covered by charred wood and embers. As darkness fell and starlight guided him, Xia Shang carefully avoided touching the charred tree trunks that, though standing, were as brittle as biscuits. After traveling another 10 kilometers, they encountered 2 Kroni spaceships that were blackened by smoke but remained undeformed despite the high temperatures. Without a second thought, Xia Shang casually put them into the void channel. Xia Shang stepped on a flat, hard object that was wobbling. He bent down and picked it up, only to find that it was a martial knife, but the outer shell of the blade had been burned away, leaving only the blade. Xia Shang wiped away the charcoal shell on its surface and found that the surface had been rusted red by the high temperature, but some shallow scratches could still be clearly seen on the surface of the blade. He immediately recognized that the tool that made those scratches was the same type of bladed weapon used to dismember the bones. So this is it. Xia Shang looked down at the lump of molten iron slag that resembled a human figure at his feet, casually tossed the knife aside, and began to inspect the rest of the area. They bombed the area. They even used artillery fire to cleanse the ground. All the dead were Kroni's giant fang soldiers. There were no third parties. Upon its first awakening, it was able to withstand an encirclement by such a large number of elite soldiers from Kroni. What kind of armor is this? It excels with sharp blades. Could it also be a holy sword? Xia Shang kicked away half a round skull fragment and discovered that the wounds caused by the sword blade should not be so dense and disordered. Could it be Valkyrie? Her claws can cause cuts like that. However, we can't rule out the possibility that it's some kind of special weapon. A whip blade might be one possibility. Just as Xia Shang was gradually lost in distant memories, a series of barely perceptible gusts of wind appeared in the night sky, drifting slowly towards Xia Shang from all directions like falling leaves. Is there some wind? Xia Shang suddenly sensed something and was about to pay attention to his surroundings when several thin, spider-like beams of light suddenly flashed in the photosensitive sensor. Thud, whoosh, crash. The shield shattered instantly, and the clanging sound of metal clashing against metal rang out from Xia Shang's body, scattering sparks and sending a few shards of glass crashing to the ground. What is that? A broad-bladed cleaver instantly appeared in Xia Shang's hand, which he slammed down on the floating object beside him. They seemed not to have expected the target to be so hard, and one of them was caught off guard when Xia Shang struck it. With a clang, a burst of bright sparks erupted from the blade. With the help of this light, Xia Shang was able to see clearly what these strange wind sounds were. Butterflies. Xia Shang's sensor captured the fleeting images of several brightly colored butterflies, like a curved fishhook, catching the memories associated with them from his mind. Razor disc. It's the illusionary butterfly fairy. Xia Shang took a few steps back in disbelief, raised his sword to block in front of him, his mind filled with confusion. In his memory, the Imperial Guard of the Oro Empire paid a heavy price to be ordered to kill them in the ruins of the research lab. Could it be that it was just in a state of suspended animation, sealed away, and only revived by Kroni now? The winds rose again, giving Xia Shang no time to think. The razor butterflies swarmed once more. Chapter 219 Source. The razor butterflies are graceful and agile. Even if Xia Shang damages one of them, he will have a hard time dealing with their current numbers attacking at the same time. Xia Shang barely managed to deflect the attack of 3 razor butterflies, but one man is no match for 5. The remaining 2 quietly landed behind Xia Shang, their sharp wings instantly slicing towards his waist. At this moment, Xia Shang had no shield, and he wasn't sure if his armor would remain unscathed from the razor butterfly's damage, so he decisively unleashed his skill. Slide storm. Void energy surged from within his body into the crystal-clear glass armor on his body. The next moment, all the armor shattered, turning into countless glass shards that swirled and lingered around his body. Clang, clang. The 2 razor butterflies that had launched the sneak attack were instantly caught in a storm of shards, but they were clearly harder and more agile than glass shards. They were only bounced around by the glass shards a few times before they broke free from Xia Shang's body. Xia Shang immediately retreated to keep his distance from the swarm of razor butterflies, while also keeping a defensive stance against their blades. Where? Xia Shang glanced around at the night, his mind sharp as he tried to pinpoint the other person's location. In past memories, the phantom butterfly fairy possessed a rare ability to transform herself into the size of a butterfly, often used for quick assassination missions. However, upon closer inspection, Xia Shang could not find the other party's presence. I'm not looking for trouble with you, we are all Tianji. Xia Shang called out quickly when he saw that the razor butterfly swarm did not immediately give chase. These words were not spoken to the butterfly, but to another suit of armor hidden in the shadows of the night. Razor butterfly is a companion creature of the illusionary butterfly fairy, serving as both a weapon and a skill. While the appearance of the illusionary butterfly fairy may not always be accompanied by razor butterfly, the area where razor butterfly appears will definitely be near its armor. If the other party is on guard against the outside world because they awakened after thousands of years and were attacked by Kroni, then telling them that you are also a battlesuit and that she is an ally should allow you to avoid this battle, or even have a deeper conversation and try to understand them better. However, just as Xia Shang was pondering how to win over the other party, or at least prevent himself from being captured by the Kroni Empire, the butterflies flew higher and higher until they finally disappeared. Xia Shang was taken aback, thinking that the other party wanted to show up and talk, but after waiting for a while, there was no movement at all, and the whole area was quiet and oppressive. Really left. Arriving in an unfamiliar environment and seeing other armored vehicles like yours, you don't even plan to communicate. Xia Shang tried to put away his weapons and dispel his skills to see if the opponent would launch another sneak attack. However, nothing happened. She simply vanished, and Xia Shang never even sensed her location. The fact that the opponent could even evade his void detection was quite strange in itself. While the illusionary butterfly fairy could indeed transform herself into the size of a butterfly to avoid being targeted, she did not possess the ability to completely conceal herself like Loki. Unless the other party wasn't here in the first place, and there were only these butterflies. But that shouldn't be the case either. Do you think the butterflies just appear out of thin air? Xia Shang couldn't figure it out, and didn't know what the other party's situation was, so he could only remain vigilant and search through the surrounding ruins. This is where Kroni and the fairy butterfly fought. Perhaps some clues can be found in Kroni's battle-damaged relics. A sharp glass blade flashed in his hand, and the deformed, unopenable hatch of the spaceship wreckage in front of him was severed and collapsed, raising a cloud of dust. Although the armor's breathing system had evolved and was no longer restricted, Xia Shang still instinctively waved his hand to brush away the grey smoke in front of him before stepping into the cabin. Almost everything inside the cabin had been touched by the wings of the razor butterfly. On the ground was a simmering, rotten Kroni tooth soldier. His right hand should have been holding his weapon, but it had been blown apart by the high temperature. You didn't bring anything except weapons. Xia Shang looked around and found that apart from the scrapes caused by the self-destruction of the ammunition on the bulkhead, there was nothing special here. There were no clues even inside the driver's cab. Xia Shang was not discouraged and continued to carefully inspect the other cabins. Finally, he discovered something unusual on the wreckage of a spaceship. To this end, Xia Shang specially took out a light that hadn't been used for who knows how long and used it to illuminate the two blood-red skeletons in the cockpit. The cockpit was full of ripe fungal tentacles, now completely dead, so they easily detached from the bones and piled up on the ground in a mess. The wreckage, these bones have been rotten for a long time, and the armor, shredded by tendons, is all yellowish-brown and green. It's not from the giant tooth soldiers of other ships, which means this ship crashed here much earlier. Xia Shang looked at the cockpit, his eyes suddenly narrowed, and he reached over the corpse, using the glass blade to cut open the control panel. He found that the inside of the control panel was also covered with fleshy tendrils like vines, and there were even networks as thin as capillaries that pierced into the exposed surface of the circuit board. It even infected the circuitry. Did it land on its own? Perhaps we should take some back to study it. The strains inside were all cooked by the high temperature. Xia Shang would naturally not give up these special samples, but he still had to be careful and cut off some modules of the infected strains and throw them into the void channel. After leaving the cabin, Xia Shang casually placed a coordinate pin, intending for the players to discover it later, so as to give them some warning when new monsters are released. After doing all this, Xia Shang prepared to leave, and the razor butterflies never appeared again, seemingly no longer caring about him. Forget it. There are still many doubts. It's best not to contact her, or we can let the players explore it later. Xia Shang shook his head inwardly, turned around, and stepped onto the hoverboard to leave, but unexpectedly felt a chill. My dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. Even more exciting content awaits. Tardier till the water droplets struck the dry charcoal, the hard soil, and the fluffy ash, making a very noticeable sound that was extremely clear in the night. It's raining. Xia Shang looked at the sky in surprise, then remembered something and quickly drove the hoverboard back. The rain quickly intensified, pouring down relentlessly, as if a gap had opened in the sky leading directly to the seabed. Even so, the little night spirits still roam the plains, exposed to the wind and rain, for that is how they were born. Wow, this is the first time I've ever seen rain. A female player stood in front of the stronghold gate, looking at the dark rain outside and exclaiming in amazement. You mean the first time you've seen it in this game, right? The male player on his team next to him asked in return. Otherwise, do you want me to specifically mention the first time it rained in the game? The female player was somewhat displeased. That's definitely not the first time in the game. Look at the NPCs, the male player said, glancing at a group of remnants resting and preparing for battle inside the passage. They haven't reacted at all. The survivors slung their weapons over their shoulders and tucked them into their sleeves. Some noticed that the people in the wall at the gate were watching them and even bowed in greeting. What are you trying to say? The female player asked, confused. It's nothing, it's just that it hasn't rained since the closed beta started, at least. I was wondering if this is some new game content coming up. The male player waved back to the survivor, then looked intently at the ripples of water that had splashed onto the steel ramp in front of the door. He reached out and touched it, the coldness of the water and iron seeping into the bones of his hand, making him exclaim how cold it was. Suddenly, a buzzing sound came from the rain curtain. The two players looked outside curiously, but their vision was blocked by thousands of water droplets. However, the next moment, a high-powered mech standing on a thin hoverboard suddenly burst through the rain and came to an abrupt stop between the two. Armor. The two players stared wide-eyed at the armor that had suddenly appeared in front of them, speechless with astonishment. Why haven't you gone to rest yet? The armored vehicle stepped off the hoverboard, turned back to look at them, and emitted a clear and pleasant sound. Hey, you know us. Are you Brother Quinn or Brother Aju? The male player asked in surprise, as he happened to be one of the people who saw Quinn and Akiku off that morning. However, the armor shook its head, and a stream of pale purple particles detached from it, transforming into Xia Shang's figure in front of the armor. No, it's me, kid, Xia Shang said with a smile, casually putting away his armor. Get some rest. There's a lot to do tomorrow. He then quickly left, leaving the two players stunned before they began to discuss something with surprise. So, at dawn in the Kingdom of Yu, a discussion thread appeared on the game's official forum about how the Xia and Shang dynasties possessed armor and were also glass ladies. Chapter 220 Under a heavy rain, there will surely be reckless men. Hey guys, what's going on? Why are you saying Brother Shang also has armor? Did I miss something in the plot? Hi upstairs, I don't know either. I guess we all missed this part of the plot. That's not necessarily true. Maybe someone triggered a small event on their own. After all, in a game that aims for realism, NPCs can't appear in front of everyone at the same time. But it's not surprising that they have armor, right? After all, we have to get our armor blueprints from Brother Shang. Even so, it gives me the feeling that the NPCs actually have combat power, but they just hold back. That's not quite right. I guess it's unlocked one by one according to the progress of our storyline. After all, Brother Shang only has this one set of armor so far, and it's a glass armor that we can all make. Sure enough, Brother Xia Shang isn't strong enough. It must be because I haven't worked hard enough. Damn it, forget about sleeping, time to grind missions. The Liver King is terrifyingly hard to work with, but aren't you afraid of suddenly dying? Sudden death. I'd rather die suddenly in the game. Maybe I'll even travel back in time and play the real StarCraft frenzy. Is it just my imagination? There are only 300 test players, so why does it seem like I'm the only one not playing the game on this forum? Brother, you're not alone. Look at you all making such a fuss. It's normal for NPCs to have items unlocked through the story. Rather, it's because Brother Shang only took them out so late that he was trying to consider the feelings of us newcomers in the wall. He really is. I'm so upset. Whether or not the armor is used is not the point. Rather, it's about whether this rain is related to the Xia and Shang dynasties. You see, I've been in the game for almost a month and haven't seen a single drop of rain. Now it's suddenly pouring rain. I have my doubts too. And look, this is still during the emergence of the mutated virus. It feels like another event or mission is about to begin, doesn't it? Oh, if that's the case, then the forest fires will be extinguished, right? But what if the virus spreads through rivers and floods? Damn it, the world is in danger. Doesn't this game have an entire star system? Let's find another planet. I don't want to fight the ancient ones again. At this moment, Xia Shang, who checks the Baidu Cheba forum every day, slowly scrolls through the webpage, feeling both satisfied and helpless upon seeing this. What's satisfying is that these players haven't been here long, yet they've already started to care about the world's development. It should be easier to motivate them in the future, and we can also issue fewer entropy points when assigning tasks. Of course, we'll need to use other resources to subsidize them, so perhaps we should just give them more star coins in the future. As for the helplessness, it's clear that these players have oversimplified the matter of changing planets. If it were before he was injured, with one person and a complete orbital spacecraft, then it would indeed be possible. But that's impossible, because none of them are conditions I currently possess. Commander, the heavy rain didn't come suddenly. The long drought was a prerequisite, and the forest fire also provided enough hot air to rise. Xia Shang recalled the long list of answers he received from Audis when he first returned. It could only mean that the heavens were against him. They had somehow managed to protect these mutants, allowing them to survive even after being dismembered and killed by the razor butterflies, instead of turning them into ashes in the scorched earth. My head hurts. The next day, after logging in, players discovered that the Iron Defense mission had been expanded to include a timed mission to explore and observe the Jade Mountain range. Limited time mission. Clear out the remaining mutated poisonous plants in Jade Mountain Forest. You will receive 5 to 15 entropy points for each site cleared. Isn't this reward a bit meager? It's several hours' journey to that Jade region, a player questioned. Lian Ping, who was in charge of listing the tasks, had prepared for this and provided a series of accompanying tasks, all of which were located in the Jade Mountain Forest. For example, tasks like collecting local plant specimens, map expansion rewards, and observation area site selection, as well as wildlife observation, sample collection, and sample capture, are all quite simple. They're all very simple, and each task rewards 3 to 400 entropy points. The other resources are also quite good. Alloys, scrap metal, and detonators are all major components of making grenades, aren't they? Let's go. One player exclaimed excitedly. And all of this can be done in Jade Mountain. So, one trip like this can yield around 1,500 to 2,000 entropy points. Why don't you include the entropy of cleaning up the virus strains? The fire was extinguished by the heavy rain, so there must be a lot of virus residue there. Cleaning it up while doing these tasks should have given you at least a few hundred entropy points. That's true. Although it doesn't compare to killing Kroni minions, finding Kroni minions is a bit difficult right now. Why not do this to level up first? So easy. Is this game trying to boost player combat power? I don't understand, but I'll just focus on completing the quests and unlocking the void passage as soon as possible. Great. Finally, we casual players can easily obtain experience packs. Money makes the world go round, and the same goes for players. With 200 to 300 people active in the stronghold, many NPC quests are in high demand and short supply, and most of them are one-time only. The channels for obtaining entropy points are gradually becoming tight, and this series of quests is undoubtedly a big gift of experience to players. But it's still raining heavily outside. Are we supposed to go out in the rain? The players arrived at the base gate and found that it was very gloomy outside, and the rain was still drizzling. Hey guys, we've got raincoats for sale here, and they're only 100 star coins each, the same kind as Xia Shang's. Just as everyone was hesitating about whether to brave the rain, a player spotted a newly opened shop at the corner of the pedestrian walkway, where many grey raincoat-style robes were already laid out. What? The same model as I am in commercial groups. Moreover, it's unmanned vending. Players discovered that they could simply pick up the raincoat and select to purchase it on the user panel, which seems to be a vending area added by Audis. Soon, a large number of players, following the example of the Xia and Shang dynasties, set off in groups wearing raincoats. Sigh, this Jade Mountain mission seems easy. Shall we go? After logging in, Zhou Jizuan and Lao Niu hesitated when they saw the series of missions. In terms of entropy, they don't have much right now, so this is indeed a good source of entropy. However, it's not as simple and fast as bombing Kroni, so Zhou Jizuan is very hesitant. Why not go? All the Kroni patrols around here have been wiped out, and who knows when they'll respawn. The other places with Kroni mobs are also far away, Old Bull said, stroking his chin. But it's still far, and it will take a long time to get there. Zhou Jizuan was reluctant to accept the offer. Take it. Old Niu ignored him and waved his hand to accept them all, saying, why not take it? At worst, we can just turn around and go find Kroni's stronghold after we finish this mission. You're right, might as well do it. Upgrading is the priority. Seeing the players hurrying forward in the rain, Xia Shang felt a little sorry for them. TSK, did I set too much entropy in the price of each task? Maybe I don't need 300, just 150 or 200 would be enough. Xia Shang felt that he had lost more than half of his entropy. However, thinking back, if they were only given half of what they have now, they probably wouldn't be able to get them to go so enthusiastically. With that thought in mind, Xia Shang wasn't so heartbroken about losing the entropy points. I just hope they can find some clues there. This is something I alone cannot do. Cleaning up the virus is indeed a priority, but the most important thing is those razor butterflies. If they discover any clues about the illusionary butterfly fairy, it would be a huge win for them. Chapter 221 NPCs are being farmed in the wild on the edge of Jadestone Forest. In the pouring rain, outside a desolate wilderness, 3 ragged people frantically fled towards the forest for their lives. Behind them was a white and red creature with its head below its body, a swift attacker. But how could an ordinary person run faster than a mutated speedster? It was only because they spotted the opponent early and started running away while they were still some distance away that they managed to buy some time. But as their stamina gradually gave out, the distance closed even faster, and soon the sprinter caught up with the one who was lagging behind. Help! Help! He was already out of breath, but when he heard the monster's chaotic footsteps approaching from behind, his adrenaline surged and he quickened his pace, seemingly trying to overtake the second-place person. This frightened the second-place person, who also frantically started walking. There's only one mutant here. Perhaps if just one of them gets pounced on, it could greatly extend the escape time for the other 2. All 3 of them thought the same thing, but whoever became the sacrifice would have to vote with their feet. Wu Yi, you should give up. We've lost everything, and now, we won't be able to make any money at the Jade Camp. You're all alone. Please have mercy, we still have savings left. The man in second place noticed out of the corner of his eye that his brother behind him had picked up speed, and he took a breath and said something. The young man called Wu Yi remained silent. You don't consider us, but you should consider everyone in the cave. Don't they don't like you? Only we brought you out to earn a living. Can't you do something for our brothers? These words seemed to have truly touched Wu Yi's heart. He was panting heavily, staring wide-eyed at the fleeing figure at the front, and then looked at the brother beside him. Indeed, Wu Yi's own birth camp was occupied and massacred by Kroni, and he unexpectedly survived. When he collapsed from exhaustion on a mountaintop, he was rescued by local survivors and stayed there temporarily. However, with more people to feed, the already strained finances, coupled with the need to be careful around the other patrol members of the Kroni Empire who were already somewhat at odds, turned into discontent towards him upon his arrival. If it weren't for the 2 brothers who went out to gather resources seeing his strength and overruling their objections to bring him out to make a living, things would probably indeed have been. And they really did treat me like a brother. Perhaps it truly is time to repay a debt of gratitude. If it weren't for them, I would probably have been shot dead by the patrolling soldiers of the Kroni Empire while I was exhausted and unconscious. Living a few more months is already a great favor. While hesitating, Wu Yi suddenly changed direction, turned around, and fled alone in another direction. The charging warrior, focused only on the flesh and blood before him, slipped and ran after Wu Yi. With his eyes sparkling and his lungs pumping like bellows, Wu Yi endured the pain in his diaphragm and climbed up the grassy slope using both hands and feet. Then, he kicked off a rock and leaped to grab a horizontal tree branch. Its bark was wet from the rain and quite rough, so Wu Yi didn't need to expend much effort to hang on it lightly. But he knew now was not the time. With his adrenaline finally depleted, Wu Yi twisted his waist and rolled over to hug the tree branch. The charging beast slipped and slid every 3 steps as it climbed up the grassy slope, looked up and roared at Wu Yi, then raised its forelegs and slammed them against a nearby tree trunk, seemingly trying to break the tree. With 1 or 2 blows, the bark was knocked off, and wood chips were scattered all over the ground. The mutant's physical strength was strong enough that it probably wouldn't take long for it to break the tree by brute force. Wu Yi lay panting on the tree trunk. Now that he had stopped moving, his vision was completely blurred and he could not see anything clearly. It took him a while to recover before he looked down at the monster below the tree. Wu Yi had never seen such a monster before, and judging from the remaining Kroni features on its body, it was clearly something related to the Kroni people, not a natural product. That damned Kroni Empire. Not only did they send soldiers and henchmen to slaughter the survivors, but they also released such a terrifying and horrifying thing to poison the land. Wu Yi didn't recognize the thing, so he naturally thought that way. However, as the swift attackers gradually chipped away at the tree trunk, the gaps in the trunk grew larger and larger, making it seem as if the tree was destined to be broken. Wu Yi looked around and realized that he was really unlucky. The area around this tree was bare and it was some distance away from other trees, so there was no way he could jump from the branches to other trees. It seems this is the end for me, but it's all right. I lured this thing away for their sake, and I was prepared to die. It's rather unethical of me to have lived for so long while carrying the burden of those dead camp relatives and friends. Wu Yi suddenly understood. He sat on the tree trunk and quietly watched the monster below slowly spray snowflake-like fragments from the trunk and heartwood. Pain. Suddenly, Wu Yi heard a faint, ethereal sound, which startled him. He quickly looked around, thinking that there might be other wounded people. But at that very moment, a gunshot rang out through the mountains, and Wu Yi saw that the monster under the tree had its swollen head blown off in an instant, and even its upper jaw was shattered and fell to the ground. Then another shot was fired, and the monster stopped moving, with only a few scattered tentacles still curling and struggling on its body. Wu Yi understood. Someone was trying to save him. So he waited on the tree trunk for a minute, and then he saw two streaks of light glide down from the nearby woods and hillside, and soon arrived at the tree. Wu Yi was about to get down when he was stopped by two people dressed in tight-fitting, thin clothes and wearing hooded raincoats. Wait a minute before you come down, you human sniper god. Hurry up and burn this thing clean. Did you bring any incendiary grenades? I brought it, but I also bought a simple flamethrower from the arms store. Using incendiary bombs would be too wasteful. As he spoke, the human sniper god pulled out a flamethrower that looked just like Ignis's and blasted it at the corpse of the sprinter on the ground. The fierce flames ignited all the fat and flesh on the sprinter's body. Did you take a screenshot to record it? Otherwise, it won't count. Holy crap. Wait, slow down the burning. Wu Yi watched as the two on the ground performed a miracle, the objects in their hands suddenly appearing and disappearing, until all traces of the monster were burned to charcoal, before reaching out to beckon him down. Not bad luck, I actually managed to rescue a living NPC. The number one sniper had a metal Vulcan rifle slung over his back. Why are you still carrying that gun? Are there any new players here? What are you showing off for? Sigh. Secondly, this is to constantly highlight the status of us first closed beta testers. What if we run into these newbie players while doing quests on the way? They don't even understand. The top sniper spoke earnestly to his teammate. So you want to show off anytime, huh? Oh, I get it. If I don't carry a sniper rifle around, how will newbies know I'm one of the first closed beta testers? Also, I'm not called second, I'm called Long Live the Second Empire. No way, the Inquisition would arrest me and execute me. The first sniper shook his head repeatedly. I saw a guy named Horus and a guy named Golden Toilet at the base not long ago. I guess the Inquisition will be here soon. Hiss. Do you think it's possible to change this ID? Long live the Second Empire. It seems he's already envisioning himself surrounded by IDs like the Court of Judgments. Chapter 222. There's actually backup. No, Brother Xia Shang said before that we should be careful when choosing a name. Besides, let's not talk about that. The NPCs are already too simplistic. The first sniper god said with a half smile. Wu Yi looked at the two of them and wondered what they were talking about. They were definitely speaking the local dialect, but why couldn't he understand a single word? Hey bro, which warband are you from? Are you here to join our death guard? Second Empire waved at the stunned Wu Yi, then was immediately slapped on the forehead by the first sniper god. Still making jokes. Dude, we're here from another base on a mission. What's your situation? Do you need any help? Long live the Second Reich glanced at the sniper god and thought to himself, this guy's got a really quick mind. He's already thinking about exciting hidden missions. Rescue. Wu Yi's eyes widened immediately. He raised his hand and gestured to the two players, then pointed to the plain below the hillside. The first sniper god and the Second Empire exchanged glances, and then they understood what was going on. So his mute. Upon hearing this, Wu Yi's expression darkened. He reached up and touched his neck, then nodded. Oh, sorry, I apologize for the intrusion. The top sniper quickly waved his hand upon seeing this, then hurriedly changed the subject. You mean you wanted us to go help the other side somewhere else? Wu Yi nodded repeatedly. Then there must be other NPCs that need to be rescued. Why don't we go and take a look? Asked the Second Empire. So, what's our mission? The top sniper asked in return. We'll talk about it when we get back from the mission. Okay. So the two of them lifted Wu Yi up and slid him in the direction he had pointed earlier. On the way, the two tried to communicate with Wu Yi. From the words he wrote on his hand, they learned his name and that he was not born without a voice. The two escorted Wu Yi to the place he pointed out. It wasn't far, but the place was deserted. Nobody here. The top sniper looked around but didn't see a single person. They must have left, right? There's a braking mark here. Long live the Second Empire, pointing to the ground, which was the mark left by the swift chaser when he chased Wu Yi. After checking, the two found nothing else left behind, so they decided to ask Wu Yi whether he wanted to stay or leave. The two observed which direction Wu Yi bowed in, and then decisively declared that they would follow them. This presented a dilemma for the two players. They were still doing a quest, and there was a risk of something going wrong if they brought an NPC along. After all, there could be infected creatures everywhere. However, Wu Yi said it was all right, and if something really happened, it wouldn't be a problem to kill him. What should we do? This old guy seems to be sticking with us, and he doesn't seem to care about his hometown at all. Is this some kind of family-based suppression or exclusion scenario? Long live the Second Empire pulled away the first sniper god and whispered to him. Wouldn't that be even better? The first sniper's eyes lit up. In novels, aren't characters like this usually the protagonists? Maybe we'll have a chance to trigger a storyline where his 3-year agreement has expired and is inviting the Dragon King back. Then we'll have a hidden quest to do. After discussing it for a while, the first sniper coughed twice, looked at Wu Yi, and said, think it over again. Our mission is fraught with danger, and we can't guarantee your safety. If anything happens to you, you'll be responsible for it. Wu Yi nodded. All right then, come with us. The two men helped Wu Yi up and turned back to the Jade Mountain area. On the way, they passed the life-saving tree. Wu Yi glanced at the dent in the tree trunk and the charcoal on the ground. He thought about the sound that had passed by his ears at that time. Maybe it was just his hallucination. However, not long after, the two put Wu Yi down and then came to a large rock, where they muttered something to each other. Wu Yi was curious about what their so-called mission was, so he quietly peeked over and found the two of them having a heated discussion about a small plant that had borne a pearl-like fruit. This seems to be the jungle specialty mentioned in the information, but this thing is too small. The information from Tissanai said that it has. Long live the Second Empire made a circle with his finger to indicate, and then said, it should be about the size of a table tennis ball. It shouldn't be like that, but think about it. What if this is a special sample? If all the samples are normal, then there's no point in collecting samples, right? Said the first sniper god. TSK, what you said does make some sense. Shall we just pull it out? The Second Empire reached out and grabbed the grass stem, about to break it, when suddenly a hand pressed down on his shoulder from behind. Wu Yi, what's wrong? After watching Wu Yi gesture for a long time, the two realized that he meant he could do it. You want to come? The two exchanged glances and then made way for him. Wu Yi bent down and picked up a hard grass stem from the ground. He then poked around in the crack of the stone at the base of the target sample, and the small grass with the pearl was extracted with minimal damage. Oh, right, wouldn't taking it back and planting it serve as a control sample? Long live the Second Empire. Are you good at these things? Do you know how to find samples of wild organisms? We've been searching for a long time and have only found some strains of the infected. The first sniper god also asked. Wu Yi was a little embarrassed, but said that it would be great if he could help them. All right, we'll rely on you to earn our entropy. The two players were overjoyed and began to wander through the mountains and forests with Wu Yi on their backs. Wu Yi could find animal droppings and hair very easily, even in the rain, allowing the two players to move around effortlessly. TSK, so he's not a burden, but a benefactor. NPCs who can be stranded in the wild are indeed not simple. He didn't say this aloud, but sent it to the first sniper god via message. The first sniper nodded, then noticed that Wu Yi was looking at them again, so he went up to ask him. After gesturing with 6 hands and interpreting some words written by Wu Yi discovered that the behavior of the animals in the mountains and forests did not seem to match his experience. To this end, Wu Yi pointed to the piece of feces he had just found, and after crushing it with a stone, he found it was full of undigested grass leaves. Looking at Wu Yi's expression, the two seemed to understand something. The owner of this feces should be a carnivore, but it's actively eating grass to satisfy its hunger. Could it have some health problem? I remember dogs usually seek out herbal remedies when they're unwell, right? You mean it was healthy before, but only recently became like this? So you want to follow up again? Sure. Both players unanimously chose to help, because it looked exactly like the NPC triggered a tracking quest, and this was hidden content. However, not long after, a deafening roar suddenly sounded above the three of them. Looking up, they saw a huge, earth-yellow Kroni transport ship flying over the mountains and forests. The three of them immediately found a shady spot to hide under a tree until it crossed the distant mountain peak. Why are Kroni's guys here? The first sniper god asked, puzzled. Shouldn't it be that the entire army that came before was wiped out, and they're here to check on the aftermath? You can tell by looking at the Jade Stone camp and those crashed spaceships, said the Second Empire. Amazing, this is the first time I've seen the Kroni Empire send follow-up troops. Look, we seized one of their strongholds, and so many days have passed without any problems. Wu Yi was initially filled with resentment as he looked at the spaceship above, but he unexpectedly discovered that he was hearing something. These people actually managed to seize a stronghold from the Kroni Empire. Is this even human? And wait, when they said the Empire hadn't come looking for them, why did they sound a little disappointed? Chapter 223 Kukoro with horns. The massive Kroni transport ship hovered at the edge of the burnt-out clearing, opened the protective panels on both sides, and Kroni soldiers jumped down one after another. Soon, a small group of nearly 40 soldiers assembled on the ground. Everyone land. The commander of the first Kroni unit to fall communicated with the driver on the transport ship. Once the transport ship had climbed back up and headed towards the horizon, the Kroni forces began to disperse into smaller groups to carry out their missions. However, countless eyes were watching the situation from the surrounding hilltops. Players who had heard the commotion rushed over, and the regional chat channel was bustling with activity. So many Kroni soldiers. What kind of unit are they with those colors and paint schemes? The emerald green paint job suggests they're a ground assault force, the kind that fights on the front lines. The NPC intelligence says they're skilled in guerrilla warfare in mountainous areas. Holy crap, that's amazing. Does that mean we can't complete the mission? Are you stupid? You finally got some experience points to grind, and you're expecting to just let the veteran players have them. Exactly. I not only want to do the quests, but I also want to grind the monsters in the wild. But the crowd is too dense now. Why don't we wait until they disperse and then engage in small-scale skirmishes? That makes sense. Let's retreat. Brothers, we don't want to be discovered. If we get surrounded, no one will come to our aid. The players quickly dispersed, searching for mission samples while keeping watch for the direction Kroni had landed. Should we try to get a piece of the pie? There aren't many places to farm entropy these days. The first sniper was getting restless, feeling the metalworking Vulcan on his back starting to heat up, and his index finger really wanted to pull the trigger. No need. Long live the Second Empire. He turned his head and squatted down, watching Wu Yi pick through the rat droppings on the ground. He was amazed to find that Wu Yi could tell how many days ago the water-soaked excrement was. I wonder if the knowledge I impart to NPCs can also be imparted to myself, so that I won't have to spend so much time and effort learning. Long live the Second Empire. His thoughts were interrupted by the first sniper god. Why isn't it necessary? Haven't you always wanted to farm a full set of armor? Without entropy points and without grinding experience, how are we supposed to keep up with streamer Quinn's leveling speed? It's simple, I'll just become a streamer, won't I? Are you serious? I was just making a meme. What do you mean? Why not start streaming? Streaming StarCraft is a way to make money right now. Once there are more players, you won't be able to make a living this way anymore. Then why don't you broadcast it? I'm busy. He has time to play games, but no time to stream, saying it's because. Seeing Wu Yi waving again, the two discussed how to find some quests to gain experience, while leading Wu Yi in the direction he pointed out, which was at the foot of a cliff on a mountain peak. The cliff face has been weathered for an unknown period of time. At first glance, it appears smooth, vertical, and flat, but when you touch it, you can rub off a layer of stone dust. While the NPCs were sent off to do quests, the two of them leisurely enjoyed the scenery. They looked up at the layers of rock formations on the cliff, wondering why it was so vertical. Do you think it might have been cleaved in two by a single sword strike from an ancient powerful being? I think it might have been cut open by an ancient holy sword, but it's unlikely that it was cut open by an ancient powerful being. Is there a difference between the two? Is there a difference between a regent and an emperor? You little brat. But I'm telling you, it's not very fair to hand over our mission entirely to some NPC who just escaped death. Now that we've almost collected all the samples, you're only just realizing how unfair that is. And your ability to change the subject seems a bit rusty. Why didn't you name yourself #1 scoundrel god? When I first watched the official website video, I thought the holy sword's face was too ugly, like a shark, and I thought it was a bit stupid to fight enemies that were throwing bricks with great force, so I decided to play as a sniper. You know that's not what I meant. Long live the second Dry. He was speechless for a moment, unsure what to say to this guy. He had only said something to him. Fortunately, there was another situation with Wu Yi, so the two of them ran back and found Wu Yi standing in front of a mountain fissure. The fissure was vertical and looked like a cave, just big enough for 3 people to walk side by side, but it was in the dark and completely black inside. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with this cave? Long live the Second Empire, he asked curiously. Wu Yi pretended to crawl in on all fours, then pointed to the neat mop marks on the ground. You mean it's the lair of a large beast? Then we don't need to disturb it. Our live specimens only need to be mice or rabbits, said the first sniper god, waving his hand. Upon hearing this, Wu Yi shook his head repeatedly, indicating that they should follow him inside. The two were reluctant to go in, but considering that the person had helped them with the quests all the way, earning them over 1,000 reputation points for free, it wouldn't hurt to let him in for a while, right? Furthermore, portable lights are provided in the void passage, so it's no problem to go in and take a look around. So the two nodded, each protecting Wu Yi from the front and back, and slipped into the crevice. There were no roads inside, only broken stones, dust, and rainwater deposits, forming a rugged path compacted by unknown creatures. The three of them also had to be careful of some sharp rocks. After walking about 10 meters, the person leading the way, who was called Long Live the Second Empire, was stopped. Turning around, he saw that Wu Yi was holding something in his hands. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that it was some hair or something similar. What's this? A sample? The Second Empire asked, puzzled. Are you stupid? These are hairs from different creatures, and judging by their color, they were recently rubbed off. He's trying to tell us that there are many animals hiding here, the first sniper explained. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. You know all this. I watched him pick up trash the whole way, unlike you who just kept walking forward with your head down. That being said, what does it mean that so many animals are hiding here? Wu Yi didn't make any further gestures, only indicating to move forward. After walking another 10 meters or so, the three of them went down the stone steps that had left many grey marks on the ground. Just as the first sniper was about to jump down, he suddenly heard a sound approaching from the darkness. Watch out, there's something there. The first sniper god immediately took out the metalworking Vulcan from behind his back. The second Empire quickly stepped in front of Wu Yi, a martial cleaver already appearing in his hand, its blade radiating a high-temperature color. The lamps only wanted to locate the source of the sound, but it seemed to be some distance away. Even after hundreds of years, the lamps could not reach it. They could only vaguely see a dark, round hole, like an eye staring at them from the darkness. Could we have stumbled into some high-difficulty dungeon? Wild boss. Giant Kukoro. The second Empire was a little nervous. He and the first sniper god could definitely escape, but it was uncertain if they could do so with Wu Yi. However, the next moment, Wu Yi reached out and patted the second Empire on the shoulder, seemingly indicating that they should not be nervous. Just as the two of them looked at Wu Yi with confusion, a figure slowly emerged from the darkness. Kukoro. The second Empire looked on in surprise. That can't be right. You've seen Kukoro with antlers. The number one sniper was also surprised. Should we take him back for further investigation? No one knows who said that, but the antler-covered Kumarajiva suddenly stood up, stomped its forelegs heavily on the ground, and a patch of grass suddenly grew rapidly from the rubble, stopping right in front of the second Empire's toes. It was as if this was just a show of force. Oh no, it seems to understand what we're saying. The second Empire shifted its toes slightly back, afraid that grass might grow on its feet too. Chapter 224 The Deal with the Mountain God. The two sides were locked in a standoff for a time. The Kukoro, with its glossy white antlers and shiny white fur, had fine, long, yellowish-brown markings on its forehead and limbs. Its eyes were calmer than those of an ordinary creature. It simply stood quietly in the center of the grass, watching the three people who had intruded into its path. Sniper God, I don't think it's hostile. Why don't we retreat? Long live the second Empire. He didn't want to lose several lives in this godforsaken place. If he had to die, he would rather exchange himself for a few Kroni soldiers and at least gain some experience. The top sniper was also tempted upon hearing this. Whether he could win or not was another matter. After thinking about it for a moment, he realized that this was a place where the divine beast Kukoro was hidden. It was an NPC they had encountered that led them to search for clues all the way, and it took them a long time to find this place. If they had been a little more impatient along the way, or if they had just been lucky enough to finish their mission and return, they would never have discovered that there was a Kukoro here who could use skills. Besides, even if I can't beat him, can't I just call for reinforcements? I'll go back and yell, Brother Shang, save me. Brother Shang will probably take me as his Pokemon in no time. Indeed, we stumbled upon this place by accident, unaware that it was the cave of a powerful figure. We apologize for any offense we may have caused and will leave immediately. The first sniper god decisively took the metalworker Vulcan into the void portal, clasped his hands in apology to the horned Kubro, and gestured for the second Empire to quickly put away his sword. Oh right, we'll leave right away and we absolutely won't let anyone know what's going on here. Before the second Empire could finish speaking, the first sniper picked up a rock and smashed it on his head. Although it bounced off his shield, it was enough to serve as a warning. Why did you hit me? Hurry up and get up here. The number one sniper god really didn't want to say anything, so he called out and prepared to help pull Wu Yi up. However, they then realized that Wu Yi was staring intently at the antler-covered Kumareno, looking both horrified and conflicted. Does this NPC recognize this big dog? The thought flashed through their minds at the same time. They should leave as soon as possible. However, just as they were about to retreat, they were unaware that the antlered Kumarant had already appeared behind them, standing on a step and looking at them, with grass slowly growing out from under its feet. Senior, boss, what do you mean? Long live the second Empire, he asked anxiously. The first sniper hesitated for a long time before taking out his weapon and continuing to search for a way out. We really have no ill intentions, and we came here to protect this forest. We came here because we found that the creatures here were behaving strangely, so we tried to find them. Kukoro snorted, bent its hind legs, and slowly squatted down in place, showing no sign of making way. Are we really going to have to take action? Just as the two players were about to put up a fight, Wu Yi, who had never made a move before, grabbed their shoulders. Looking at his two benefactors, Wu Yi slowly pointed to the grass deeper below. There, he saw that the once lush grass had been split in the middle by a crack a meter wide. No, it's more accurate to say that it was a path that the other party deliberately created. It wants us to go down. Long live the second Empire. Somewhat incredulous, Wu Yi simply nodded, his expression resolute, and jumped down first. He waved for them to follow, then headed into the darkness. The two glanced at Kubro, who was blocking their path, and had no choice but to follow. After walking a few steps, they discovered that Kubro was indeed following them. Long live the second Rai. Is this surveillance or escort? Have we been arrested? Not daring to speak for fear of being overheard, the two players communicated via voice chat through the communication panel. Top sniper, I don't know, maybe it is, but we'll take it one step at a time. At least the other side didn't take us down first and then bring us back. The cave appears to be naturally formed, yet it also seems to have some traces of human intervention. Even two players who know nothing about this could tell that those traces of human intervention must have been there many years ago, and were not recent. Could this be an ancient site? Long live the second Empire suddenly wondered. You mean the Aurora ruins? I don't know, but the Aurora ruins have been basically excavated by the Kroni Empire. How could they not have discovered such a large crack? The first sniper god shook his head. That's hard to say. The three people and their dog walked on and suddenly realized they had left the area restricted by the grassland. Under the rock wall next to them, there were clumps of shadows of different sizes. The three people swung their flashlights over and saw all kinds of jungle creatures there. There were carnivorous cats, but they only recognized sickle-tailed cats. There were also a lot of Kukoro and those mutated rats with fleshy buds all over their bodies. You can see all the creatures in the food chain here, yet they live together in harmony. Either they all knew there was danger outside, or this special Kubro had suppressed them. The further you go in, the more animals there are, as if all the creatures in the entire forest have been crammed into this mountain cave. Halfway through, the antler-covered Kumaran stopped them from going any further. The darkness was so deep that even the lights couldn't penetrate it. All they could see were the countless reflective eyes of the creatures, big and small, all staring at them curiously. So, boss, what do you mean now is? The antlered Kukoro snorted again, tapped their feet with its front paws, and then walked alone into the depths of the cave. What do you mean? The two players looked at their feet, wondering what the other was trying to say. We understood and sat down on the spot. Oh, so this is where you were waiting for him. Does he want to buy 2 oranges? Long live the second Empire. He stretched out his arms and legs and sat down on the ground. After all, having come this far, they probably knew that this was a safe zone where forest creatures hid. Since it sheltered animals, it was probably not a ferocious beast. What did you say? Then I'll only eat 2, and you can have the rest. The first sniper god, who had been anxious the whole way, was now relieved. Now he just wanted to wait for the plot to unfold, and all that was left was to roast this guy who didn't use his brain to follow the plot. It really makes me angry just thinking about it. How dare you say that to their faces? Wasn't that a clear indication that you would definitely bring people to cause trouble? Any evil god would have turned you into fertilizer by now. The number one sniper god was furious as soon as he sat down. Why would you think that? Sniper god, what do you actually do offline? Are you using all that slang? What do you care about my real life? Isn't that how it's always portrayed in web dramas? Wu Yi couldn't understand what they were rambling about, so he just waited quietly with them. It didn't take long before the antler-covered Kukoro arrived in front of them, carrying 2 shoulder straps. The shoulder straps were the perfect length and width for the Kukoro's body, clearly designed specifically for Kukoro-like creatures. The shoulder straps thudded twice in front of them, and the Kukoro slapped the ground with its front paws. At this moment, the two players simply turned to look at Wu Yi, waiting for him to translate for them. Wu Yi didn't hesitate. After thinking for a moment, he wrote 2 words on the ground. Trade. They stared in surprise at the antler-covered Kukoro, wanting to see what was in the bag, but the antler-covered Kukoro didn't hide anything and let them do as they pleased. Let's see what's available. The two dared not pour it all out at once. After all, it was the big boss's stash, and even if it was all junk, they had to show it the utmost respect. Holy crap. 3 golden void crystals. Unexpectedly, with one move, he pulled out 3 golden grey crystals, which shocked the first batch of players. The two of them have only managed to collect 3 gold crystals together. Who would have thought that a mere dog could casually grab 3? It's infuriating that a human is worse than a dog. However, the two didn't dare to see the effect in person, and started rummaging through the bag again. This time, there were 2 things that looked like potatoes or eggplants, with a faint golden hue, and they felt quite heavy in my hand. What's this? I don't recognize it, but it's definitely something good. Let's leave it for now, there's still a little bit left. I scooped another handful into the bag, and 2 metal cubes, like puzzle pieces, collided with each other in my hand, making a clattering sound. They were also solid creations. I don't know him either. The Second Empire shook its head. That's good stuff too. These two were convinced that this big dog, no, it was a mountain god. Even if he isn't, he's still their god. How could something given by the mountain god be anything less? What would you like to exchange, Lord Mountain God? Anything we can get. No, we'll get it for you right now. The antlered Kukoro glanced at the animals around it, raised its paw to scratch its mouth, smacked its lips, and then looked around again. Now they understood without Wu Yi translating. The antler-covered Kumaran wants something to feed all the animals here. Chapter 225. Are you trying to make fun of me? Lakeside Market. Wen silently put down the iron bucket in her hand and put the herbs she had collected from outside the market into the iron cage in batches. Looking through the gaps in the iron cage net, she could see that there was a group of mice. First Sniper God. Sister, are you still at the market? I need some food. As she fed the herbs, she looked at the communication panel. She wasn't unfamiliar with the other person's name, since they were among the first batch of players to join the game, but they weren't actually that close, because she didn't really like the combat content, even though the developers had done a good job of censoring and optimizing it. Compared to those thrilling battles, she preferred the intricate farming and animal husbandry, the communication between NPCs, and the stories. As for this number 1 sniper, Wen silently remembered that she had met him when she was out on a mission before. He helped her complete the skirmish mission on the way, and as a result of mutual help, they exchanged friend slots, and then they hadn't been in contact much. She hasn't returned to that new base since she left, and besides, none of the players currently have hunger points, so why would the other party come asking for food? Could it be a mission? Wen silently asks, are you doing a mission? First Sniper God. Yes, you don't need to worry. We'll pay for the star coins. So, are you free? If not, I'll find someone else. Wen silently replied, no problem, but how many do you want? I'll go ask around for you. There was no immediate response from the other side, but Wen remained calm and fed the mice before helping to feed the big cat. As the name suggests, the big cat is long and agile. Sitting in the shed in Tisanai, it looks like a cheetah, with a pair of long ears sticking out from behind its triangular head. Of course, this cat also possesses a mutated gene that has been selected over a long period of time. It has very little fur, and its matte skin is a dark blue color like the night sky. Its paws, armpits, and chin are moon white. Its large eyes will become contentedly dazed when its head is stroked. Wen quietly likes this big guy very much. The cat was fed high-quality fish from the fish market, all ordered by Master Tsumina, so she didn't have to pay for it. All she had to do was feed it and pet the cat. You've arrived. Tisona's voice reached her ears. Wen silently turned around and saw that Tisona was holding a crystal plate with what appeared to be some drawings and annotations of flowers and plants. She had recently asked Tisona to show it to her and found that it was full of notes with a lot of content, almost like a set of creature settings for the night spirit planes. When she asked Tisoni this question, Tisoni even smiled wryly and said that this was a detailed explanation of species that had been passed down, but due to the passage of time, many of the species in it had disappeared, and many species in the environment had changed under Kroni's influence. He often revised the contents of the book, which was also his job. Wen silently asked how he would make money if this was a job, when Kuzhong happened to come to visit, leaving with a newly updated biological encyclopedia and paying Tisonai a large sum of money. Oh, right, this is your reward for feeding them for me today. Tisona looked at the big cat with a smile, then remembered something and quietly handed Wen some star coins. I didn't take that task today. Feeding them is something I really like. Tisona waved her hand, telling her not to say anything more. She reached out and scratched the big cat's itch, saying, you help out at the market every day, but that's not your original task, is it? The Wanderer's Show doesn't restrict your movements, but we're afraid of delaying you, and it's also your progress. No matter how much you help, you should receive your due compensation. Footsteps. Wen asked silently, puzzled. The Wanderer doesn't seem to be deliberately telling you these things, but Elder Kuzhong can see that he intends to return to the starry sky. Isn't that why you came? Tisoni asked. It shouldn't be. Brother Shong only said that we are here to get this world back on track, and how to act is up to us. Wen shook her head silently. The right path. Sigh, what right path is there? The legendary Oro Empire flourished for many years, only to collapse overnight in the fragments of time. If that were the right path, the world would have been distorted for countless years, just like these little guys. Even though their life genes have been damaged, they have still found their own stability, haven't they? Tyson sighed. I know that saying, life always finds its own way. Wen silently recalled a line from an old movie. Life always finds its own way. Yes, that's true. Tisona looked at the little girl kindly. I didn't expect you to understand this better than anyone else. Hee hee. Wen chuckled quietly, only then realizing that the first sniper god had already sent a message. Top sniper, I need lots and lots of food, enough to feed all the animals in an entire mountain forest. Hey, are you out of your mind? Wen silently read the words of the first sniper god, stared at him and questioned him directly. She even forgot that Tsumina was next to her and was startled, thinking that she had said something wrong. I'm so sorry, it's not your fault, I just received a message from a friend. Wen quickly apologized to Tsuna. I see. Well, if you have a mission, then go ahead and do it. Tsumanai breathed a sigh of relief. Wen glanced at the outrageous request and sensed that the other person was not serious. Forget it, I feel like he's just making fun of me. Never mind him. Master, would you like me to take it for a walk today? Wen silently rubbed the big cat's head. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Well, why do you feel like your friend is making fun of you? Tsumanai was a little curious about the interactions between these people inside the wall. Or rather, he was very curious about this group of unconventional and vibrant lives. Wen silently and helplessly told Tsuna about the first sniper god's requirements. Provide food for an entire mountain forest of animals. That's impossible. The only thing that can provide food for such a large group is the mountain forest itself. Even Tsumanai exclaimed in surprise. Yeah, that's why I reacted so strongly just now. I wasn't teasing you, I was. However, before Wen could finish silently agreeing, she received 2 transfers of star coins. Received a transfer of star coins from the top sniper. Received a transfer of star coins from the top sniper. The 2 sums of over 300,000 star coins left Wen speechless with astonishment. Is this just for fun? Are they serious? How can we provide food for an entire forest? Are you kidding me? Her first thought was to transfer the money back, but the top sniper was still urging her to help ask around. First sniper god, I know this is a huge request, but Sister Momo, please help me out. Ask around and collect as much as you can. Quantity is the priority, not quality. Top sniper, pick fodder and fruit, for meat, buy fish, and choose cheap, plentiful options. That being said, even if you bought all the fish and meat in the entire market and cut down all the grass around the market, it still wouldn't be enough for you, would it? So when silently asked Sumanai for help. I'm free right now, let's go take a look together. Suppressing her curiosity, Sumanai called out to Momo as they headed towards the fish stall. Chapter 226 The Lucky Guy to Shuna. You're free today? What brings you to my fish stall? Are you craving some fish? Fisherman Hailu was wrapped in a rubber jacket to protect himself from fish blood. His stall was filled with dismembered fish meat and bones, and many useless internal organs were piled up in a tin basket. The fishy smell was overwhelming, and when silently covered her mouth and nose, her face turning red. I just had a little free time, so I came to see, how are you going to process these fish innards? Tisona pointed to the large basket filled with purplish red things and asked Hailu. This is all bait for the fishing team brothers to use to lure fish. There's so much that we'll throw it into the sea. Why would we need to charge them? Hailu laughed. Well, this girl has a few teammates who need a lot of meat. Because of funding issues, they need to get it cheaply in large quantities. Can you supply that much? Sumanai then asked. A large quantity. How much is this quantity? Hailu looked at Wen silently. She knew this girl. She was someone from inside the wall who had come looking for work before, but still couldn't stand the fishy smell. I reckon they'll take as many as they can get, Sumanai said with a wry smile. Then tell me what the need is. For example, is it for raw material processing or for animal husbandry? Yes, they're all fed to the carnivorous creatures of an entire mountain. Each Kokoro eats at least 10 catties of meat a day. How about 6,000 catties to start? Tishinai asked quietly at the end. Momo didn't understand at all and could only nod. An entire mountain. They've started raising an entire mountain in captivity. Hailu looked at Momo in surprise. I don't know either, but someone has this need, and the money has already been transferred, Wen explained quietly. But if people live off the land, has the local food chain been disrupted? Hailu asked rhetorically. They probably haven't stopped, so they still need to buy fodder, Tisuna said with a wry smile. After thinking for a moment, Hailu neither agreed nor refused, but said, I'm sorry, young lady, if it were before, it wouldn't have been a problem to force this amount. After all, there are often people from the surrounding area who come to purchase meat for the entire safe zone, and 6,000 catties a day is not a problem, but it's not possible at this time. What kind of statement is this? The fishing and hunting team's boats are gone, and they are having some difficulty going out to hunt at sea now. If they can still bring back those big fish as usual, a big one can weigh over 1,000 pounds, which will be more than enough to meet your needs. Hailu's tone was somewhat helpless, suggesting that her business had likely been affected recently. The boat is gone. Oh, I remember now. It seems that the last time we lent the boat to that first person in the wall, they encountered something troublesome, and the boat was destroyed. Come to think of it, it was something Sunny had when he was young. That's right. His lover went to sea with that old man and never came back. Every day he went out on that ship, he inevitably had some thoughts in mind. The two of them ended up gossiping about Sony's affairs. Wen originally wanted to remind them of the important matter, but as she listened, she also became interested and listened with great interest. All right, in that case, take whatever you have here for now, and we can discuss the rest later, okay? After receiving a silent nod from Wen, Hailu immediately helped gather the internal organs and some large pieces of fish meat that were cheap and hard to sell. Without weighing them, Hailu estimated the weight at a glance. Those internal organs weigh about 500 jin, so they're not included in the price. I'll charge you a small fee for the fish meat, which weighs about 600 jin. You can give me 7,000 star coins. It's only 7,000 yuan. Wen silently held the 300,000 yuan procurement funds in her hand, transferring the money without batting an eye, since it wasn't her own money being used. This is definitely not enough. Let's go check with the butcher. After some back and forth, she quietly managed to get about 300 jin, 150 catties, from the butcher. The meat weighed more than half a ton in total. It was the first time Wen had ever seen so much meat. Looking at the large swathes of hemoglobin, she felt her mind starting to go numb. Master, let me send it first. Here it comes. Over 1,100 catties of meat, although most of it is fish innards, but at least it can give them a taste of meat, right? The first sniper god received Wenwen's silent reply and immediately accepted the item transfer from her. Clang clang clang. Several dull thuds followed as several storage boxes filled with meat fell from the void and crashed to the ground. In an instant, the overwhelming stench almost made the two players faint. Holy crap, this is too wow. However, the next moment the antler-covered Kamara immediately slapped the ground, and countless blades of grass grew from the ground, lifting the 1,000-pound object off the ground and carrying it deeper into the cave. A deep call rang out, and many large Kokoro cats under the rock wall rose up and quietly made their way into the depths of the cave in groups. Looking at the endless stream of almost inexhaustible carnivorous creatures, even the first sniper god sighed inwardly that it was simply not enough. It'll only fill their teeth a little bit. We need to get Sister Momo to get some more quickly. Wen silently anticipated that the urging would come soon, knowing that even with Sumina's help, the supply would not be enough. She could only open the communication panel and find a certain rich woman's chat box. Wen Momo, Sister Yuan, are you in Hongjing community? Nikolai tearing fish balls. Yeah, just arrived. After Wen quietly explained her needs, Yuan also went to run errands for her. However, the NPCs in Hongjing community had a large flow of people, and meat was always a necessity, so the surplus was actually less than that at the lakefront market. Fortunately, this place is located between grasslands and mountains, so you can hire NPCs to harvest fodder and other materials. Top sniper, not enough. Bring on as many as you can. Buy everything you can. Wen was completely at a loss and had no choice but to ask Yuan for help. Although Yuan didn't know why there was so much food, she kept buying food in this way, which might actually cause a food shortage for the NPCs. So she suggested that she quietly go to Xia Shang or ask Audis. Soon, Audis reported the situation directly to Xia Shang, because such an abnormal situation usually meant that the people inside the wall had encountered a major problem, and informing Xia Shang directly was the top priority. Food. Food for all the animals on the entire mountain. Are you kidding me? Xia Shang raised his eyebrows high. It's important to understand that the reason there's a surplus of food in each outpost is only because of the recent arrival of players. Otherwise, it would have always been a case of supply falling short of demand. Now look what's happened. His saintly heart is overflowing, and he wants to feed all the beasts in the mountains and fields. Damn it, lucky guys. It's a good thing they found this guy. If they had found me first, I would have kicked them offline to reflect on their actions. Xia Shang calmed down and found Wen Momo through the void connection, discovering that she had indeed received 2 large sums of money. What do you mean? Do you really want to disrupt the game's balance? Xia Shang didn't understand. Although the 2 sums of money were under the same name, one of them was transferred by someone else, which meant that it was a collaborative plan between 2 people. Was there a mistake in the player selection process, resulting in the inclusion of 2 impure players? That shouldn't be the case. Audis wouldn't make such a mistake. Forget it. There's no point in thinking about it anymore. I'll go take a look. Xia Shang closed his eyes, his consciousness quickly landing on the first sniper god. The scene became clear. The deep mountain caves were illuminated by lights, and wild creatures lived everywhere. Even natural enemies were temporarily living in harmony. Xia and Shang dynasties. Where did I come from? Is this still the plains of Night Spirit? Xia Shang was startled by the crowded cave. After a moment of stunned silence, a figure suddenly appeared not far away, staring calmly at the first sniper god. That look in his eyes really scared the number 1 sniper. First sniper god. Boss, I've already urged them. We should have news soon. The top sniper thought the other side was dissatisfied, so he quickly explained. But before he could finish a sentence, the first sniper god found that his mouth was no longer under his control, or rather, his entire body was out of his control. A light they had never seen before suddenly shone in Kuroko's eyes, and a low, buzzing growl came from its throat. The Second Empire immediately got up to be on guard. Seeing that the first sniper god was still sitting on the ground, it reached out to pull him up, but was stunned by the next sentence. King Oba, this is exactly the kind of thing you would do. Xia Shang looked down at the few small things on the ground, then controlled the body of the first sniper god to stand up. 2 Oro batteries and 2 Oro molding blocks, treasures you couldn't find anywhere else, and you're trading them for animal feed. Xia Shang shook his head repeatedly as he spoke. Luckily, those 2 idiots didn't contact me right away, otherwise those 2 batteries would have been gone. What a lucky guy. Chapter 227 Meeting with Oba, but I should have thought of that. As Xia Shang spoke, he slowly stepped forward to take a closer look at King Oba's current appearance. Since that fairy is appearing here, as her companion, the Elf King should not be completely obliterated in time. Upon hearing this, Kuroko stomped his foot on the ground, and a clump of green leaves rose up from beside Xia Shang, seemingly trying to control him. Save your energy, Oba. With your remaining will residing within a cubro, how much power do you have left to squander like this? Xia Shang slapped forward with one hand, and a burst of void energy exploded in his palm, the surging energy tearing apart all the surrounding grass and leaves. Upon seeing this, the antlered Kumar showed surprise for the first time in its eyes. Xia Shang casually put his hands behind his back, carefully looked at Oba, and stopped walking closer. For a moment, the cave fell into a deathly silence. Later, long live the Second Empire and Wu Yi were completely baffled as to what had happened. Why did the number 1 sniper suddenly seem like a different person? And what was he saying? It was as if he had suddenly met this Kokoro. And why does his tone of voice sound so much like that person's? Long live the Second Reich. A multitude of possibilities flashed through his mind, and finally, a flash of inspiration struck him. Brother Shang, he asked tentatively. Xia Shang glanced back at him, thinking that he reacted quite quickly. It's me, the number 1 sniper. Can I borrow Phantom for a bit? No problem, right? The number 1 sniper god is now just a background character, and he has no objection to this statement. He guessed something from that void burst move just now. Wow, Brother Shang, what brings you here? Upon hearing this, the Second Empire's joy was palpable. Xia Shang was speechless. If I don't come, people in the market community and outposts will go hungry. What are you two thinking? You've scraped together hundreds of thousands of yuan in savings, and you want to empty everyone's food reserves. Do you know how much this will affect those survivors who are barely scraping by? Xia Shang grew angrier as he spoke, turned around and unleashed a powerful attack on the Second Empire, nearly shattering its shield. And you, the number 1 sniper god, if I weren't still using this Phantom, I would have given you one too. The top sniper smiled bitterly in his mind, finally understanding why his boss had suddenly descended upon him with divine consciousness. And who is this? Xia Shang then looked at the ragged young man next to him. His face was unfamiliar, but his eyes were bright, and he seemed to be a man with a goal. Ah, this is the young man. He found the clues on the ground and led us here. Long live the Second Empire quickly explained to Xia Shang. I see. You can decide how to handle this yourself. I won't interfere. Xia Shang nodded, refocusing his attention on the antlered Cubro. Oba, I don't know how much you remember. Judging from your expression, you don't remember me at all. But that's fine, so I won't let you take advantage of me out of old feelings. Now, you want to trade 2 batteries, 2 molding blocks, and 3 void crystals for food to supply all these animals. Looking at the guy opposite him whose consciousness had suddenly changed, Oba realized that this suddenly appearing powerful consciousness was the guardian of the 2 little ones, rather than one of those beings that existed between reality and illusion. So he slowly lowered his guard and nodded in confirmation after Xia Shang finished presenting the information. Let me be frank then. Even disregarding whether these things are currently worth 300,000 star coins, it's impossible to feed so many mouths at once. I have hundreds of people under my command who need to eat, and the resources growing around here aren't enough for you to squander like this. As a spirit of nature, even if you've forgotten everything else, you can't forget these things, can you? Xia Shang looked at the other person and said seriously. Oba looked down at the quiet creatures around him and let out a breath. I don't mean to go back on my word, nor do I intend to ruin your deal. You are doing this for your people, and I'm doing this for the development of my side. We are currently living in a natural state, and our resources are obtained from nature. It's impossible to feed so many of your people in a short time, so my suggestion is that you also contribute. After hearing Xia Shang's words, the Kumiko with antlers tilted its head, and a symbol seemed to light up on its forehead. Don't understand. Then let me explain. Xia Shang looked at it and realized that it was clearly not fully conscious. There is no doubt that the disaster has occurred on the ground here for some reason. If we let them live outside, it will probably soon turn them into mutants running all over the place. You must have sensed that something was wrong, otherwise you wouldn't have guided everyone down to hide. But you can't outlast those viruses. They've existed since the time of the Oro Empire, and they're even older than the Oro Empire. Survival is their primary goal. So instead of solving the food problem, you should deal with those monstrous things on the ground first. The sooner you solve them, the less likely your children will starve to death. If all you're thinking about is feeding them, even if I don't care about anything else and scrape off a layer of land to trade with you, how long can you afford to support them? Over the years, what will you have left to exchange for? You don't even have armor. Water. Okay, let's not talk about that. So my idea is to deal with the things on the ground first. Originally, the fire could have cleared everything, but after the rain, it might not be a problem for you. But the fire is out, so if you want to clear it now, I'll have to send someone over. Who are they? Just like them, trustworthy guys, maybe a little weaker. But how much force would it take to warm a virus by a fire? Xia Shang was interrupted by the Second Empire that followed. Well, Brother Shang, another new team of Kroni frontline troops has been airdropped today, and they still need to have a certain level of combat capability. The Second Empire added weakly. Why didn't you say so sooner? This is not. Forget about that. We're not without military force, so Oba, do you understand what I mean? Oba tilted his head to the side, still looking completely bewildered. It means that these chips are not enough. Now we will add extra items to the deal. We will help you solve the problems on the ground and provide you with food to keep them from starving during this period, thus solving the fundamental problem. However, it is not enough for us to do this alone. You not only need to increase the chips, but also need to put in some effort. What kind of strength? We'll talk about that later. First, bring out all your belongings for us to see. You're already a big dog. Why are you still reluctant to part with those material possessions? Will leaving them here solve your problems? No, the most important thing is to use things effectively and within your means. Oba, you wouldn't want your people to die from man-made disasters and starvation, would you? Looking at the completely shaken Kumaru, Xia Shang's lips curled up slightly. Upon hearing this, the excited expression on the face of the man behind him, who had been thrilled, froze instantly, and then turned strange. Brother Shang, you can't just say things like that. And why does it seem like Brother Shang wouldn't even spare a dog's belongings? Or am I just imagining things? Chapter 228 The sincerity of an old friend. Xia Shang followed Oba's small, quick steps deeper into the cave. On the surrounding rock walls, which appeared to be naturally cracked, some large, pale golden arc shapes gradually emerged, as if something had been clipped through and partially revealed from the rock walls. Passing by the place where they divided the meat and organs, Oba led Xia Shang to a rock wall. A tubular arc rose up on the rock wall, like an elevator leading to the ground, with gold decorations on both sides. At the bottom of the tube was a door similar to the one Xia Shang remembered. Oro style, is this really a relic from that era? Xia Shang looked up for a few seconds, then looked down and asked. Oba did not respond. Pale green energy emanated from its eyes, and the gate immediately opened. Xia Shang didn't act like a guest and went in first. he found that it wasn't as big as he had expected. It was just a hall that had collapsed most of the way down. The gold trim still reflected a little light in the darkness, as if the spirit of the Oro Empire had never left. It's a good place, if it could be rebuilt. Huh. What do you mean? They were all destroyed by the Imperial Guard's firepower. Xia Shang understood what Oba meant. Almost immobile. Then it seems you did your best for the fairy spirit. Oba glanced at him, as if to say, what else? After crawling through 2 holes smashed open by blunt instruments, Xia Shang found himself in a huge research lab. Moreover, even in the pitch-black space, some instruments were still working. The winding fluorescent pipes on the ground were connected to the central coffin-shaped freezing device. The edges of the wide, transparent viewing windows emitted the same pale green fluorescent light as the pipes, vaguely illuminating the shapes of the objects inside. The first sniper god stared in shock at the dimly lit scene. He couldn't mistake the outline of the cryo chamber. It was the cryo chamber of the battle armor. What stored inside is, thinking of this, the first sniper god was so excited that he almost logged off to post on the official website, but his remaining rationality told him to stay calm and at least take screenshots or record videos as evidence to expose the information. However, after trying it out, he found that both functions were restricted. Could it be hidden content? And the kind of hidden content that can't be made public? The first sniper god pondered for a moment, then abandoned those thoughts, now only wanting to see what else the production team hadn't considered. Xia Shang certainly felt the tremor of the player's consciousness, but he didn't care. He simply walked to the cryo chamber and reached out to touch the viewing window on it. Inside was indeed a suit of armor. Its front was mostly snow white, with winding black horn patterns on the sides and joints, and even many grapefruit yellow lines and patterns. Its limbs were thick at the top and thin at the bottom, resembling deer hooves. Its face is long like a deer's, and its head is covered with antlers that resemble a crown of thorns. Xia Shang looked at it, and it looked exactly the same as he remembered, without any change, except that the fluorescent green tubes behind the frozen armor were not hidden. You used your own energy to sustain this area. Xia Shang squinted for a few seconds, then turned to look at the Kumiko that was sitting motionless in place. Seeing that the other party did not answer, Xia Shang nodded. I was overthinking it. This is something you would do anyway. Too much talk. But was it worth it? For this, you sealed most of your will here, and a few fragments of your will reside in a dog, acting as the mountain god here. What for? To guard the spirit. Oba seemed unconcerned about what Xia Shang was saying, and simply got up and went to a storage box next to him that was entangled in weeds. When it was opened, Xia Shang was also taken aback by what he saw inside. Hey, old deer head, you don't remember me, do you? Xia Shang stepped forward and reached out to touch its head, but the other animal turned its head away. That means you didn't remember completely. Xia Shang wasn't angry. He reached into the storage box and took out a shield. The shield is shaped like a flat, giant stag beetle, and is entirely white with gold markings. This doesn't make sense. It really doesn't make sense. You're willing to take out the Aegis. I wanted to borrow it to study it before, but you wouldn't let me. Xia Shang fastened the shield to his left arm. As pure void energy was slowly injected into it, fluorescent green energy flames began to slowly emerge from the upper edge of the shield. Or is it really true? Gah! I'm so sorry, I didn't mean what I said. After the initial surprise, Xia Shang removed the shield, and the fire on the shield immediately went out. Xia Shang looked at the shield with mixed feelings. In terms of bargaining chips, this shield alone was enough, but the other party did not hide anything. There was also a matching one-handed hammer in the storage box. The hammer has a slender handle and a head composed of 6 thick blades. To put it bluntly, it was once a weapon used by the military of a certain religion in the world. The Aegis, the Enforcer's war hammer, and those other battery molding blocks and crystals. Did you just take them from your person? Xia Shang reluctantly put the shield back and asked in return. Oba did not answer, but urged him to make a decision. What else is there to say? You've brought out your most treasured possessions, so I'll definitely get this done for you, Xia Shang said, waving his hand. Without taking anything with him, Xia Shang urged the first sniper god to return outside, then left. The first sniper god, lost in thought, remained standing there, and even the Second Empire's long-lived campaign couldn't rouse him. The first thing Xia Shang did upon returning was to find Lyle. Don't say things like go to Lyle for everything. There's no way around it. He's the most capable right now. A compressed feed production line? No, boss, we have people all over the place. What would we need that for? This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. When Lyle heard this news, his first thought was that the young boss must have learned the coop's management method from somewhere. Otherwise, why would someone do such a beastly thing? What are you thinking? I'm compressing feed for livestock, not for humans. Xia Shang glanced at Lyle. Upon hearing this, Lyle thought to himself, it's all over, it's all over. They're not treating people like human beings at all. I've been cheated. Don't overthink it. You know the situation over there with the jade. It's quite complicated. We've also discovered that an old friend of mine is there taking care of the local animals and is now asking for my help. Xia Shang said helplessly. He could tell from the way the man's eyes were wandering that he was thinking about something unrelated, so he had to explain a little. So there's a need for favors. I understand now. This feed compression production line isn't complicated, but how big is the demand? Is there any progress on the supply of raw materials? Lyle replied confidently, understanding the situation. Production. The more the better, and we need to separate the production lines into meat and vegetable lines. As for the raw materials, I'll let that old friend figure it out. He's the best at finding good deals. In that case, I can make the arrangements, but the manpower. You can move it as you please. Don't complain that your reputation pool isn't enough, and I want it to be completed as quickly as possible. Lyle's already packed daily work schedule was crammed with another task. Xia Shang then immediately went to the unit of the steel defense line. My lord, have you come with any orders? Upon seeing Xia Shang, Lian Ping immediately jumped up from his chair and rushed over to greet him. Indeed, I need you to readjust the mission in the Jade Mountain Forest area. Chapter 229. We can't just look at the problem, however. Wanderer, these missions were only added last night. At least 200 people have left today to accept them, and no one has returned to hand them over yet. Lian Ping's meaning is clear. It's not too late to make changes, at least after those inside the Great Firewall have given feedback. Don't worry, I didn't mean for you to cut them down. It's just that the situation in the Jade Mountain Forest is special, and the journey is long. I want you to arrange for them to establish a temporary foothold there, whether it's a safe zone or stronghold. At least there needs to be some control over the area. You mean, that will be a long-term operational area? Lian Ping asked cautiously. I didn't say that. Also, the mission objective can be modified to include a fixed number of Green Pepper's clone soldiers. Xia Shang waved his hand to remind them, then suddenly noticed that the number of guards on the steel defense line had decreased significantly. Where are your men? Xia Shang asked. I arranged for them to patrol and maintain order at other camps because I heard that the surrounding camps are being rebuilt, which is also one of our responsibilities, Lian Ping explained. Oh, speaking of which, you've been staying here for quite a few days now. Are you planning to continue your journey? What region comes after the Plains of Night? Well, to be honest, I haven't thought about it either. To Xia Shang's surprise, Lian Ping looked distressed when he heard the question. What do you mean you haven't thought it through either? Was your mission just to come find me? Xia Shang looked at him strangely. Not entirely. Seeking your help is only one aspect. Aside from distributing and exchanging supplies, our main purpose is to collect statistical data on manpower and resources from various regions, and to identify all those who could potentially become a powerful force in resisting violent rule. At this point, Lian Ping smiled and continued. But so far, in my opinion, the entire plains and even the swampy areas that follow are far less powerful than the people within the walls in your area. Did that old woman give you orders to assist me here? Xia Shang looked at him suspiciously after hearing this. The Wanderer is indeed a prophet. Yes, Ms. Dao has instructed me to provide you with the full support to establish yourself here. The subsequent travel route can be postponed. Xia Shang pondered for a moment, then asked in return, what about those camps that are eagerly awaiting your precious supplies? Does Dao have any compensation measures in place? Judging from Lian Ping's expression, he clearly doesn't have one. Okay, I also have some responsibility. You guys have indeed helped a lot here. You've done your best to organize the tasks for me, but I think the route later on shouldn't be neglected. Or you should treat the subsequent driving route as a branch line and assign it to the people in the wall to complete for you. But the journey is long, and even if they have hoverboards, it will take them a lot of time to travel back and forth. Besides, it's almost all delivery missions, so I'm afraid no one would be willing to do it. Lian Ping shook his head and said that after meeting so many people inside the Great Firewall these days, he had actually summarized some of their characteristics, one of which was that they pursued efficiency. There is even a small, extreme group of people who strive to gain the most in the shortest amount of time. If one task doesn't work, they will look for another on the same line of tasks. In short, they absolutely do not want to make unnecessary trips. It is a fact that this group of people achieved the highest level of task completion. Xia Shang laughed when he heard this. Lian Ping, you still haven't figured it out. If you want them to help you solve the problem, you can't just limit them to this issue itself. So what do you mean? Lian Ping asked. Have you forgotten about the Steel Road? Let them establish outposts in new regions. The missions along this route are just something they can do on the side. They'll come to you later and ask for those missions back. At that time, we will achieve two goals at once. Not only will we liberate the areas controlled by Kroni, but we will also let them see that the steel defense line is indeed resisting the Kroni Empire for everyone, and not just a simple supply of materials. Xia Shang left after speaking, leaving Lian Ping with a sudden realization. He then called two assistants to begin organizing information about the swamp. Yes, to solve a problem, you can't just look at the problem itself. The reason Xia Shang mentioned their travel route was actually to urge the new stronghold to be put on the agenda, but he didn't want to tell the Iron Defense line directly. The Xia Shang dynasty desperately needs manpower. Of the more than 300 players, probably only half are online at all times, and the problems they face are piling up one after another. Ober's Cave can accommodate an entire mountain of animals, and its volume is sufficient to build an underground stronghold for 2 or even 500 people, provided that the virus and the reinforcements from Kroni are dealt with. But simply having more people is useless. They're all newbies who can't even unlock the void passage. That would only increase my pressure, so I need to simultaneously increase the ways to improve their levels. Forget it. Let's take it one step at a time. If we can solve the current problem with Ober, maybe we can also get the blueprint for that armor. As a rare healing armor, it shouldn't be too difficult to popularize it. However, many of these problems are not major issues. They are merely limitations imposed by inconvenient transportation. If the curved wing can be successfully located, expanding the player's activity range, these will all become minor problems. But in terms of materials, should we look for steel defenses? Mr. Rich Lady, here's today's interest. After writing a message and sending it to Fishball, Dust sent over a storage box filled with good stuff he had picked out from yesterday's harvest. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. It's not particularly valuable, but it has everything you need. Nikolai tearing fishballs. Why are there still more today? The ones you gave me last time were enough. I don't even need the crystals. Stop sending them. A burning dust. You can't say that. I still need this crystal for a few more days. Consider this rent. Nikolai tearing fishballs. How about I just consider this a sale to you? These ingredients are enough for me. You really don't need to send any more. Burning dust. Oh, really? Then I'll thank you in advance, rich lady. Nikolai tearing fishballs. Never mind. How's your mission going? I haven't heard the legend of the durable king lately. It's kind of strange. Burning dust. What kind of bullshit legend is this? The quests are getting boring these days, and the reputation gains are decreasing. I just do them as part of my daily routine, and if there are no quests, I just wander around the area. Nikolai tearing fishballs. This sounds a bit boring. Did you complete all the missions? Nobody's competing with you for missions. Or did you overwhelm the AI? Burning dust. What nonsense. I can't possibly compete with AI. I'm being targeted. There are moles in this place, and quite a few of them. I feel like they've teamed up recently and stopped giving me missions. Nikolai tearing fishballs. What explosive news? Tell me more. Is there a mole within the iron defense line? A burning dust. What can I say? I don't even know what the situation is right now, and you'd better not leak this out. We have the iron line of defense in our base. Who knows if the news will get back? If that happens, they'll label me a mole. Upon receiving the message, even the dust wore a wry smile. Chapter 230 Void Demon, Nikolai tearing fishballs. Okay, then be careful over there, lest we meet at the base in a couple of days. After closing the rich woman's communication interface and tidying up the dust, he left the room and went to accept reputation quests as usual. Mr. Dust, your reputation pool has reached the cumulative limit of 22,000. You can submit tribute items to increase your reputation level and title. Upon seeing Chanari, the clerk checked his personal details and then maintained a fake smile. Have you reached the limit again? What kind of offerings are you asking for this time? Dust asked. Your current reputation is at level 1, courage. You need 3 pieces of amorphous alloy and 30,000 star coins to upgrade to level 2 reputation. After thinking for a moment, Dust casually took out a jar containing amorphous alloy and handed it to the other party for 30,000 star coins. Okay, entering information. Thank you. You are now officially a level 2 reputation holder, with the title of Veiler. The reputation pool has a maximum of 44,000. This is a list of items you can claim for free after this upgrade. Dust browsed through the 2 rows of items and found that this time they were all weapons in the style of Kroni. This is a great reward for those NPCs, but it's pretty useless for him. I don't lack weapons. Do you have anything else? Dust pushed the crystal plate back and said, I'm sorry, these are the allocated supplies according to regulations, and they cannot be changed. Dust scratched his head, then reached over to pull the crystal panel and randomly picked one. Before long, a rifle was handed to Chanari. It felt light in his hand, not as comfortable as Crocodile God's. So Dust threw it into the void passage, thinking that it wouldn't be a loss to give it away as a favor later. These are the bounty missions you can accept with your current reputation. Please take a look. The Dust settled on the quest name, and although it was said to have increased reputation level, the types of quests and rewards remained the same as before. What exactly happened? Isn't it? Dust frowned as he looked at the lackluster profit figures, recalling the events of the past few days, and felt that something was very wrong. The ironclad defenses did indeed slow down his reputation gain. At first, he thought there were prerequisites for not being able to accept some quests, but after asking the NPCs who had accepted high-end quests, he found that this was not the case. So Dust thought it was because he was completing the quests too quickly, and that maybe leveling up his reputation would fix it, but now it seems that's not the case. Suddenly sensing something, Dust turned to look at the corridor not far away, where a person wearing a blood-red veiled uniform was sitting in the corner rest area, their gaze shifting erratically. Dust felt strange, but its body had already begun to move. He pushed the crystal panel aside, stood up, and walked straight to the person in the blood-red veil. Under the other person's surprised and uncertain expression, he sat down next to him. Hey bro, how's everything been going lately? The Dust seemed to know him well, greeting him with a smile. What? I don't think I know you. The person in the blood-red veil was a little nervous. He tried to get up by pulling his legs back, but Dust pressed down on his shoulder. Those hands were like cast iron, so strong that he couldn't lift his buttocks even an inch. What do you mean? We're allies of the iron defense line, and you're going to attack me? This man was somewhat naive. Judging solely by the strength of the arm on his shoulder, he believed he had absolutely no chance of winning. No, 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 how could you not recognize me? Dust retorted. What? The man stared at the dust, but the dust ignored the emotion in his eyes. I am the only member of the Celestial tribe in this bunker. Who doesn't know me? You say you don't know me. Dust smiled slightly. During his first few days out, as he wandered through the bunker, almost all the officers on the Iron Line focused their attention on him, with a mixture of curiosity and fear. Those were also the most difficult days for Dust. Even the face of the person in the blood-red veil was familiar to Dust. To say that the other party didn't recognize him was nonsense. Oh, you mean this? Then I do know that you are indeed Chenji. Bloodveil realized what Dust was talking about when she heard the question and hurriedly tried to cover it up. Dust grew impatient, thinking that the game's planners must be starting to play the suspense drama genre, not even giving players mission hints, purely criminal-level mission planning. We must post this on the forum and criticize it severely. That's not what I want to hear. Why don't you take me to see your boss now? Dust said, shaking his head. I don't have a boss, don't talk nonsense. Then I'll chop you up now, and let my boss talk to your boss, how about that? In an instant, the giant blade Galantian appeared in Dust's hand, its sharp blade plunging into the ground with a whoosh, penetrating a full forearm's length. The commotion of brandishing weapons was too great. The alerted guards quickly surrounded the corner. When the guards saw that it was just Dust, their expressions turned grim. Tino, what do you want to do? This is a fellow countryman of the Bloodveil. Can't you talk things out? Who is his current boss? Dust asked in return. The guards exchanged glances, seemingly hesitant. I don't know his boss, but I know who his boss's boss is. Suddenly, a cold, hoarse female voice came from behind. Dust turned his head and saw the tall, black-clad machine gunner walking over. Do you want to see him? I can take you there. The woman in black asked, looking down at the Dust and the Galantian in his hand. Then I'll have to trouble you. Dust loosened the blood-red veil, pulled Galantian from the ground, and carried him on his shoulder. You just intend to go see him like this? Heisho asked, seeing that he showed no intention of sheathing his sword. Yes, is there a problem? Dust asked in return. No problem, but I'll be standing behind you then. After saying that, Heisho gestured for Chenari to follow her. Thank you so much. The direction they were heading in was unfamiliar to Chenari, but if Xia Shang were to look over, he would recognize that it was the opposite direction from Dao's office. The two passed through multiple security checks, and led by the black-veiled woman, the armed security personnel did not dare to stop Chen, who was carrying a giant blade, and actually went directly to a sealed office. This is the office of Deputy Group Leader Cho. He's been waiting for you for a long time. Wait for me. Dust looked up at the tall Kroni machine gunner, but in the end, he simply reached out and pushed the door open to go inside. Bang, bang. The office space is enormous. Though it's called an office, it's more like an armory. It is tens of meters long and wide, and even the ceiling is twice as high as the outside, reaching a height of 6 meters. There were also dull thuds. Dust followed the sound and saw a tall and muscular figure punching a stake. The indoor lights shone on him, revealing his black and red armor. The scarlet patterns on the surface looked like burning flames, and the bloated iron plates looked like lumps of iron, making his swollen face look extremely ferocious. Chenchi, I've been waiting for you for a long time. The towering Kroni man stopped striking the pillar when he heard Dust's footsteps. Only then did Dust notice that the pillar in front of him was made of alloy and had large dents and pits. Buzz. A black particle suddenly exploded in front of the Dust, and a figure nearly 2.5 meters tall emerged from it, blocking all the lights in front of it, like a mountain. And this mountain even raised its fist. Boom. The metal and stone clashed, and with a deafening roar, the Dust figure was sent flying several meters backward, crashing into the wall with a thud before landing firmly on the ground. His reaction was good, and his strength was excellent, but he was still not as good as those tin men, and he was even less worthy of the name Chenji. Joe withdrew his fist and commented on the Dust that was maintaining its horizontal sword parry. Is it because of those 2 words that you're targeting me? Dust waited until the numbness in his hand subsided before lowering Galantian. He immediately noticed that Galantian only had 3 dents on it, which seemed to correspond to the joints of the opponent's fingers. 2 words. Ha ha ha, do you even know what those 2 words represent? Upon hearing this, Joe burst into laughter, as if mocking his complete lack of self-awareness. The celestial sword has existed since ancient times. In the historical records unearthed by countless empires, what do you think it was called? What? Void Demon. Chapter 231, A Secret Letter from Outer Space, Void Demon. This is the first time I've heard the name Dust, and it doesn't sound like a positive title at all. So you're targeting me because of this? Strictly speaking, that's not the case. Joe straightened up, shedding his hostility, and looked calmly at the Dust. Whether it's the Void Demon or whatever else they're called, they are all strong allies in the fight against the Kroni Empire. As the younger brother of the group leader, I should not resort to such despicable means that violate the harmony of the alliance, both morally and logically. Dust. Do you want to hear what you're saying? Then why am I monitoring you? Why am I restricting your movements? That's what you want to ask me, right? Joe beckoned to Chenari, leading him to a large table on the side of the room door. Judging from its style, it's a reception table, but the chair for the host is so big and heavy that it looks more like a throne than a chair. Joe plopped down on it, and a low tremor could be heard, probably from the impact of his padded armor against the chair. Please sit down. We've been waiting for you for days, and the tea is getting cold. Dust didn't understand what he was trying to sell. Looking at the dent on the giant blade in his hand, he had thought he would have to fight him, but now it seemed that it was just a friendly test. You're also from the Kroni Empire. I've never seen a Kroni soldier like you before. Dust sat across the large table and realized he had to sit up straight to avoid looking up at the other person. A unit. I'm different from those mass-produced things because I'm a product of Kroni's in-depth research into the technologies of Chenji and Oro, and it's still in the early stages of modification. Otherwise, I wouldn't have these loopholes. Joe raised his hand and tapped his temple. What vulnerability? What else could it be? It's the loophole of absolute loyalty to the Empress. As he spoke, Joe picked up a teacup from the edge of the table and pushed the tea on the table towards the Dust. Dust reached out and picked up the cup, looking at the clear tea inside, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to it. With such a friendly attitude, I almost forgot why I came here. Dust took a sip to quench his thirst and chuckled teasingly. As long as it's not the Kroni Empire, I can show the friendliness that belongs to the Iron Defense Line. But then again, if that's the case, why are you restricting me? Since I came to the Iron Line, all my missions have been to help you resolve external crises and incidents. In my opinion, even if you're going to use me, you should give me more difficult and dangerous missions to send me to my death. Dust doesn't really understand. That's true, but I'm not targeting you because I want you dead. Rather, it's a personal grudge between us, Joe said in a muffled voice. Personal grudge. Dust stood frozen in his seat, looking at Joe with suspicion, his mind racing through everything that had happened since he arrived at the steel line, trying to figure out if he had offended Joe in any way. But it didn't happen. It seems you really didn't expect this. Well then, I'll be frank, I want you to return the Oro battery to me. Heh, Oro battery. Dust was truly dumbfounded. Weren't those supplies sponsored by the Iron Defense Line? What does that mean? Why do we have to pay them back? Besides, those 2 batteries have already been integrated into the armor, so how could they possibly be taken out and returned to you? Just because of those 2 batteries? Right. Dust was speechless for a moment, then retorted, do you really think my abilities are less than 2 batteries? If you assign me a few high-difficulty missions, or hijack the Kroni Empire supply lines, I can bring you back something far more valuable than these 2, believe it or not. So those 2 batteries really aren't with you? Joe looked at Chenai's expression, clearly realizing something. Yes, I sent it back to our eldest son, Dust sighed. Joe stared blankly at the Dust, then asked hesitantly, was it that Xia Shang? Right. Upon receiving an affirmative answer, Joe looked disappointed and said, I thought I could get the battery back before him. What methods did you use? My men were watching you day and night. Since you call me the Void Demon, you must be using void methods. Haven't you seen them at Brother Shang's place? Dust immediately retorted, but you're clearly neither a Tin Man nor a Wanderer, so how did you come into contact with the power of the Void? That's because, never mind, it's against the rules if I tell you. You can ask Brother Shang yourself later, don't ask me. Dust shook his head repeatedly. The secret of the Wanderer, alright, I understand now. So, does that mean the misunderstanding is cleared up? Dust finally breathed a sigh of relief. Will it stop restricting my mission level from now on? I will remind them. Having received a reply, Dust got up to leave, but when he saw the black iron plate on Cho's body again, he remembered the ability that had suddenly appeared in front of him. Then, as if by some strange twist of fate, Dust suddenly retorted to Cho, how many people have you sent to spy on me? Cho looked at the Dust and replied, the three of them are all people with blood-red veils. They don't actually know that my goal is the battery, so you don't need to make things difficult for them in the future. Are there really only those three? Yes, what's wrong? Cho asked, puzzled by the suspicious look in Chenai's eyes. Now that the battery is in Xia Shang's hands, I know there's no way I can get it back. It can only be considered a gift now, so there's no reason to hide it anymore. Besides, I did have high hopes for your efficiency before this. At this point, Cho's tone carried a hint of wistfulness. If you weren't born into the Chenchi clan, I would have wanted to recruit you as my personal guard. If the opportunity arises, I would even hope that you two could have a chance to cooperate. Let's put aside all that nonsense. Do you even know this guy? With 1,000 thoughts racing through his mind, Dust decided to take a gamble and pulled a corpse out of the void passage. The large piece of the body slammed down on the side of the reception table with a thud. It was the same guy who had sneaked into the dusty room and been killed by him with a single sword strike. Upon seeing the corpse, Cho suddenly stood up, his face immediately turning grim. He was one of my personal guards. I was wondering why he had been missing for days. Did you kill him? What do you mean by that? Cho's tone became defiant, like a tiger that had been provoked, gathering its strength. You're asking me. I'd rather be asking you. You say you didn't send anyone else to monitor me, but did you know he took advantage of the chaos to sneak into my room and even attempted to commit violence? Dust, showing no sign of backing down, stared intently into Cho's eyes. The statement that he intended to commit violence is not entirely accurate, but this guy did indeed harbor a different kind of hostility towards me back then. It wasn't just a personal grudge like Cho's, but rather a hostile state recognized by the rules of the void. Dust could tell that the big guy in front of him was probably also protecting his own, so he couldn't be in the wrong and directly labeled the corpse as attempting to commit murder. Sure enough, Cho was stunned by what he heard. He looked at the corpse on the ground, then at the Dust, his swollen face showing a mixture of confusion and disbelief. That's just your side of the story, and the body is still warm. It's as if you just killed it not long ago. No, the time since you were brought in by the Black Veil has already covered his time of death. When did you kill him? As Cho was speaking, he was surprised to find that the wounds on the corpse still seemed to be slightly warm. This made him even more puzzled. You mean, such a small stone can help you distinguish between friendly and enemy units? Cho held a tiny, golden crystal between his fingers and asked in return, believe it or not. Dust looked at Cho rubbing the crystal between his two fingers with a pained expression, and then decisively took it back. It is indeed extraordinary. The fact that something can withstand my crushing is rare even on the Imperial planet, just in terms of material alone. But you need to give me an example that can convince you. Cho reluctantly turned his gaze away from the crystal and stared intently at the Dust. What examples? Do you expect me to find you a few moles right now? Yes, and I'll be with you. Are you stupid? I've encountered at least 80 or 100 red dots in the bunker these past few days. You think you can just blatantly drag two of them over like that? How many unexpected things can happen? Cho instantly understood what Chenari meant, but he never expected that there would be so many so-called moles. That's a conservative estimate, because I haven't been to other areas around here much, Dust said with a shrug, as if mocking his inability to distinguish between good and evil. But that's still just your side of the story, and I can't completely believe you, Cho replied in a low voice, looking at the corpse on the ground. How about this? You discuss it with your superiors and come up with a better, more secretive plan, and I'll cooperate with your operation, okay? The Dust settled, and Cho didn't stop him. He just stared at the corpse on the ground, lost in thought. Seeing that Chenari left the vice president's office unharmed, the woman in black veil waiting outside couldn't help but feel puzzled. She had clearly heard some noises, indicating that this guy had at least exchanged blows with the vice president. Take me back. The bounty missions for today should be updated. Dust saw that Black Veil was in a daze, so he waved his hand to bring her back to her senses. Back in the lobby, sure enough, all the bounty missions had changed. The original low-level missions had all been replaced with many high-difficulty missions to clear out the Kroni stronghold in the snowy mountains, and there were even some capture operations. Damn it. You guys are really hiding your true intentions instead of being straightforward. I'm just going to grind experience points to my heart's content. After accepting several missions to clear out camps, Dust went to the surface alone. On the other side, Cho, after a moment of contemplation, secretly cleaned up the body and bloodstains before leaving the office. Deputy Group Leader. The guards in the corridor saluted Cho and couldn't help but show their admiration. Yes, you've worked hard. I'm going to the CEO's office. You don't need to come with me. After saying that, Cho walked firmly towards the end of the corridor. The next day, Dust went online to check his equipment. Those strongholds yesterday were indeed quite difficult. If it weren't for his high health and defense, he would have almost been blown to the head by the enemy sniper rifle. I'm not very comfortable using these sniper rifles. I can give them to Audis to earn some reputation. Just as Dust finished tidying up the void passage and was preparing to continue accepting missions, a black-painted steel defense soldier suddenly came to find him. Chani, the deputy group leader, requests your presence. So fast. Dust was surprised. He hadn't expected that they would figure out how to eliminate the mole in less than a day. He had no reason to refuse, so he immediately followed them. This is a secret letter, sent from heaven. The first thing Cho did upon seeing Chenari was to hand him a crystal plate. A secret message from the heavens. Isn't showing it to me like this a leak? Dust said this, but he was absolutely clear about what he wanted to see. Wait, what does this mean? Before he could read more than a few lines, Dust suddenly looked at Hill. It means exactly what it says. Heck applied for a batch of Oro batteries from Ceres to make some kind of sealed container. And based on some clues that came back before, it is likely that Heck is researching a batch of experiments related to the plague virus, and this batch of batteries is probably intended to be used in this experiment. Cho explained simply. So you mean we're going to sabotage this experiment? Dust retorted. Sabotage. This experiment is top-notch in its secrecy. It's probably sealed off somewhere on the ocean floor. We don't have its exact coordinates, nor do we have any landing craft that can actively dive to the bottom of a strait thousands of meters below. How could we possibly sabotage it? Landing craft? Spaceship or submarine? Dust asked, puzzled. Upon hearing this question, Cho Xianyu looked surprised and doubtful. As a Chenji, you don't even know about landing craft. Heh, should I know? Nobody told me. Dust said helplessly. Landing craft are small airships often used for rapid and covert missions. They are usually combined with medium-sized orbital vehicles and possess almost the highest maneuverability in the entire system. They serve as mobile bases for Tenno warriors. If you've ever seen Tenno soldiers, you'll usually see their landing craft when they leave. As Cho spoke, a scene suddenly flashed through Dust's memory. The Holy Sword armor leaping from the mountaintop toward a flying machine. So the triangular aircraft that the Holy Sword was traveling on was this so-called landing craft. Zhou's implication was that the Holy Sword, or rather each Heavenly Sword armor, has an orbital spacecraft as its home in orbit. Awesome, I've inadvertently discovered more about the future game content, Dust murmured in amazement. What? Zhou didn't hear what Chenari said clearly and thought he had some problem. It's nothing. Since we don't have this landing craft right now, what's the point of showing me this information? You don't mean you want me to help you steal batteries, do you? Dust asked jokingly, but only saw Zhou looking at him with a half smile. No, you really plan to do that? Don't you want to? No, even if you don't, the Wanderers won't let this opportunity pass. Do you know how many batteries are on this transport ship? How many? Such precious and rare items. There must be at most 20 or 30, Dust guessed. Wrong, it's 360 Oro batteries, a full 360. Even Zhou couldn't help but smile when this number was mentioned. Dust. That's just awesome. What kind of place is Ceres? Is it where they make batteries? Dust asked, puzzled. Chapter 232 The Coup's Chamber of Commerce will appear, but your information isn't complete either. Dust tossed the crystal plate back to Zhou. It says it's true, but it doesn't say where it's going or when it's going. We don't know how high the security level is on the transport ship either. How are we supposed to steal it? Therefore, this matter must be planned carefully, and Zhou paused, then lowered his head and continued. This matter can only be entrusted to you. Huh. What are you talking about? A ship like this, me? You must be joking. Dust was struck dumb by these words. You've probably misunderstood. To be precise, I want you to discuss this matter with the Wanderer. If he's interested, I'll have people continue to gather more detailed information. In short, our people cannot be involved in this mission at the moment. Upon leaving Zhou's office, Chenari noticed that the number of guards standing outside the door had decreased by several. Oh no, has this disturbed the harmony and stability within the iron defense line? This won't do. If the iron defense line collapses, how will we manage the Himalayas region afterward? Dust silently muttered to himself, and instead of immediately accepting the bounty mission as usual, he returned to his room alone. He really needed to inform Xia Shang about this as soon as possible. 360 Oro batteries were practically free startup capital for the armor, delivered directly to him by the production team. Could this not be a hidden plot, but a blatant main plot? After sending the latest updates to Audis, Dust suddenly felt like he had figured something out. Engineering base, main control room. Xia Shang's eyes were filled with exhaustion, but his hand steadily held a black sphere that glowed with a purplish light. The black sphere slowly rotated, its surface surrounded by a ring of distorted beams of light, resembling a black hole. Stable, stable, correct direction, stable program, good. Xia Shang muttered something unconsciously. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly clasped his hands together, and the black hole was instantly squeezed between his palms, emitting fragmented rainbow beams of light, but the sound quickly died down. Did it work, Commander? Audis' voice rang out softly. Xia Shang did not answer immediately, but slowly spread out his hands, revealing a snow-white round lid lying quietly in his palm. Huh, how did it turn out like this? Oh well. Xia Shang let out a soft hum, thinking that the change in appearance was not a big deal. After carefully sensing the rules set forth, a relieved smile finally appeared on his face. Success, Audis. By placing this crystal within their focused consciousness, we can stabilize their sleep-induced fluctuations within a fixed frequency band, making them detectable by our terminals. It seems the sleep mode will be officially launched soon. Congratulations, Commander. But will it have any negative effects? Yes, there is. Then, can Audis ask what the negative effects are, Commander? Loss of precision. What? It means exactly what it says. When they log into the game in rest mode, their attention will not be as focused and accurate as when they are awake, so much so that they lose sensitivity to fine movements such as shooting, Xia Shang explained. Why is that, Commander? I see people on those online stories playing the game like they're dreaming. Hearing Audis' question, Xia Shang couldn't help but cover his forehead. I told you to read less of that stuff. In other novels, everyone has a system to back them up, but I have to create everything by hand. It's all right, Commander. You have Audis too. I won't talk to you about that. Besides, this thing is only a first-generation product, so it's normal for it to have some bugs. As long as the Void becomes more stable in the future, there will be a chance to fix these bugs. Of course, that depends on the player's efficiency. Xia Shang weighed the white jade lid in his hand, then casually tossed it into the Void passage. He then said to Audis, the rules within this crystal are now completely stable. You can try using the Void terminal to analyze it and get its manufacturing blueprint. Players who need it can then purchase it with their reputation. Should we restrict reputation levels? No need. This is just a symbolic sale, because those who really need this thing are mostly people who don't have time during the day, and they generally can't accumulate too many resources. As Xia Shang spoke, he felt a long-lost drowsiness creeping in, so he lazily yawned. That's all for now. How's the progress at the Jade Forest? With Audis' report, Xia Shang roughly learned what had happened yesterday and today. Lyle was very efficient. Yesterday, he led more than 10 players and survivors and spent the whole day building the feed processing production line. Saying it was built is not accurate, because there is a food processing workshop inside this Kroni engineering base, which manufactures energy bags for use by Kroni's rank-and-file soldiers. Lyle, on the other hand, tampered with the workshop to complete the task in a single day. The Hongjing mine had an oversupply of minerals, and many people went out to help when they heard that there was a need to harvest hay. 3 or 4 truckloads of hay were delivered every day, in trucks the size of big black trucks. So the feed production line had started operating, and whenever a ton of compressed hay was collected, a delivery task would be arranged immediately. This delivery mission involves players with spare teleport attempts delivering items to the 2 top snipers. The reward for the mission is some reputation resources. Meanwhile, canned meat is being processed. Yesterday, the fishing team at the lakefront market received the news and went to the shallow waters early. They successfully delivered a whole truckload of mutated fish and shrimp by manually going into the sea to open the nets and by having several assembly vehicles haul them ashore. I just hope that the cats and dogs in Yushalin don't have seafood allergies, because the only meat protein they can get in large quantities right now is from the inexhaustible ocean seafood. Don't shortchange the Redstone community and the lakeside market. Consider it their wages for hiring them. Xia Shang lay on the circular cushioned sofa for resting, his head resting on his pillow and his eyes slightly closed. After listening to Audis' report, he spoke up to remind him. Commander, Audis will arrange the relevant deployment matters. Is there anything else? Some commanders have sent messages from Quinn's squad, which was assigned to the anti-gravity warp wing mission. Oh, have they arrived already? That's right, they've reached the area indicated by the coordinates, but has Audis replied yet? The black and white chrysanthemum sat in the makeshift cave, a hiding place they had dug out by hand. Not yet, that's strange. Audis used to reply almost instantly. Could it be because something's wrong with the situation? Jin Chuan checked his communication panel with Audis every few tens of seconds, but quite a while had passed and he still hadn't received a reply. How about we go out and explore again? Chrysanthemum asked. All right, let's see what their situation is. Jin Chuan didn't want to wait here in vain, even though he had already gone out 3 times during this period. 2 armored vehicles crawled out of the hole, revealing a lakeside mountain area with a plain and forest on both sides of the lake where the horizon could be seen almost completely. Strange birds and beasts can be seen everywhere, and the chirping of insects can be heard occasionally. In just a short time since the 2 of them came out, they have already scared away a mountain deer not far away. This is an environment completely different from the Night Spirit Plains, like a painting truly from heaven and earth, where the land has not been destroyed by the Night Spirits, and beasts are so common. So, it seems our birthplace is actually hellish. Or perhaps 2 days ago, when Chrysanthemum, who had left the area covered by the Night Spirit Planes, discovered that the outside world was so simple and harmonious, she couldn't help but doubt the rationality of the Night Spirit Planes. It's not quite hellish, but it's definitely not the level of a normal starting village in a game. I suspect it was intentional on the part of the developers. Qin Chuan shared the same view at the time. After leaving the Plains of Night, they would occasionally encounter the Kroni squad, but most of the time they traveled quietly without any danger. If we had been born in such an area, this game would have turned into a wilderness survival game, Chrysanthemum even joked. 2 more days have passed, and Chrysanthemum and Qin Chuan have probably gotten used to life without Yiling. The two even got up in the middle of the night to travel, until this morning when they arrived at the coordinate display area. The mission coordinates were near a huge lake, so big it was frightening. If they hadn't peeked out from the hills beside the lake with binoculars, they would have thought they were at the seaside. Moreover, there are actually 7 or 8 Kroni factory sites scattered around this lake. These factory bases operate day and night, with dozens of huge vans parked around each base. When they first discovered this place, they did not act rashly. Instead, they first skillfully searched for suitable observation locations nearby and spent some time observing the interactions within this Kroni area. They were completely baffled after observing them closely, because in these factories, you can find a lot of guys wearing square helmets. Yes, they wear the same square helmets as Lyle. They are all from the Coup's Chamber of Commerce. Quinn and his companion initially thought these were Kroni prisoners of war captured from outer space and imprisoned here as blood and sweat slaves, but upon closer inspection, they discovered that this was not the case. They seemed to be cooperating. Although this is Kroni's home ground, the Cups are almost equal in power, and you can even see the Cups commanding Kroni soldiers, even though it only happened once. Didn't Lyle say this planet was under control? Why are the Copus people the bosses here? Is he lying to us? Chrysanthemum asked, puzzled. Lyle has no reason to lie to us, or there might be a special circumstance here. Have you forgotten? Our coordinates are in that lake. Maybe that's why they came here. Quinn analyzed. You mean, Kroni needs to take over Coup's technology, and the two sides are now cooperating to find our mission target? Chrysanthemum asked in surprise. I guess so, otherwise this situation can't be explained. So what do we do now? No rush, let's ask Audis and Brother Shang first. Before we get any information, let's stay here and observe the situation from our hiding place. And so, we've waited until now. The two boarded the hoverboard and circled around outside. Occasionally, they could see the Cups and Kroni arguing. It seemed that they didn't completely respect each other, but were just constrained by their cooperative relationship. What does it mean that the employees on both sides can argue? Chrysanthemum asked. That means it's a cooperation order from their boss, Qin Chuan said with a shrug, not paying much attention to such a small detail. Sigh, it's great to be a boss. All the friction is handled by the employees, and I just have to wait for the results, Chrysanthemum sighed. Why didn't you use the Mingxia this time? Qin Chuan's sensor glanced at him. Chrysanthemum. Just then, Qin Chuan's communication interface changed. It seemed that Audis had replied. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Audis. Based on existing relationships, it's speculated that the Cups Merchant Guild has reached some kind of agreement with the Kroni Empire, providing technical support and assisting in the salvage of ancient artifacts. Quinn. So what do we do now? Audis. Please wait a moment. The commander is requesting technical support for you. What? There's also technical support. Qin Chuan explained in surprise, which piqued the curiosity of Juhua as well. After Qin Chuan explained the current situation to her, Juhua was also confused. What kind of technical support? Has this ever existed before? I don't know, it's probably the first time. Didn't you see that Brother Shang has to apply for it himself? Just as Qin Chuan finished speaking, a notification popped up on the user interface in front of him. Note, this communication will consume 10 entropy points to enhance communication strength and operability. Please check if you have sufficient entropy points. It actually consumes entropy. I guess so, considering the distance of over 3,000 kilometers. Although it was the first time Qin Chuan had seen this mode, he readily agreed to use it. The next moment, a 3-dimensional holographic projection of a face appeared in the lower right corner of his sensor's field of vision, and it was someone they knew. Lyle. Long time no see, bro. Your hairline has receded again. Qin Chuan greeted Lyle with delight when he saw his slightly tired expression. What do you mean long time no see? It's only been 3 or 4 days, and you guys are so dedicated, covering 3,000 kilometers in less than 4 days. Lyle didn't seem very happy, answering while peeking around, unable to hide his curiosity. What kind of technology does your boss have that allows me to share your first-person view? Did you have this communication technology before? No, this one is fake. It even used a little entropy, Qin Chuan replied. Entropy number. Entropy number. Lyle exclaimed in surprise, then tilted his head to look around, as if someone was beside him, before looking at Qin Chuan solemnly. Hey kid, don't bring this up with me again. I was just asking. Anyway, it's all stuff I can't figure out. Let's not dwell on it. What's the situation over there? Don't look down at the grasslands. I've been to more grasslands than you've ever seen. Oh. Qin Chuan, belatedly realizing what was happening, quickly climbed the hill, and the inland lake, which reflected the sky like a blue mirror, came into view. 7 factories of varying sizes were built on the edge of the lake, some of which were even more than half built on the lake surface. A factory. This building isn't entirely in Kroni's style, is it? Lyle noticed the clue at a glance. Yes, a significant number of members of the Cooper's Chamber of Commerce are here, and it seems they are cooperating with Kroni. After Qin Chuan finished speaking, he noticed that Lyle seemed to be stunned. Oh right, you used to come here too. Lyle reacted quickly, shaking his head repeatedly. Although I am a member of one of the merchant guilds under Coopers, there is serious internal strife within Coopers, so please don't judge me by the standards of the Empire. Putting that aside for now, what kind of assistance do you need? Assistance? Let me think. For this mission, I need to find the coordinate area first, but the coordinate area is in the lake. Qin Chuan explained simply. Lyle, you didn't go into the water so easily, did you? No, we were worried that they had set something up in the water, so we didn't act rashly. Lyle, they're not entirely stupid. The only thing that can get the Kopus and the replicants to reach a consensus is the excavation of the ruins of the Oro Empire. The replicants aren't smart enough or technically proficient. When it comes to closed ruins, they will definitely come to the Kopus Merchant Guild. So you absolutely cannot go into this lake easily. Only by going through the passage set up by the Merchant Guild can you barely enter safely. In closed ruins. What is a closed-off ruin? Qin Chuan asked curiously. Didn't the boss tell you? Well, most of the technology in the Oro Empire is disguised technology derived from the void. So-called closed ruins are actually real spaces sealed in the void. Lyle explained simply, if you force your way into the void without finding the void coordinates correctly, nobody knows what will happen, but generally there is absolutely no possibility of returning. Of course, this should not work for guys like you who can come back from the dead. So that means we can still go into the water. Qin Chuan joked. Oh, you think it's no big deal if you lose this armor so easily? Then tell me how to enter normally. Qin Chuan still chose to back down. Lyle carefully examined the buildings on the lake shore, immediately marked 3 areas near the lakeside buildings, and displayed them in Qin Chuan's field of vision. You should have some technology to explore holographic maps. You don't need to tell me, just go and explore these 3 places and see if there are any passages extending beneath the lake. Good. Qin Chuan immediately called on Juhua to join him. Chapter 233 The Armor's First Mission. Let's take action. Chrysanthemum followed Qin Chuan excitedly, looking as if she had been injected with chicken blood. There was no way around it. They must have been cooped up for days. We rushed for 3 days straight. Thankfully the two of us didn't need wheels on the hoverboard, otherwise we would have been flying on fire every day. There were only 2 chance encounters along the way, but they were all minor skirmishes, and they were all taken down in just 2 or 3 shots. So now that we're encountering a proper mission, a storyline, shouldn't Chrysanthemum get excited? Don't get excited. Qin Chuan saw Juhu's appearance and repeatedly reached out to press him down, trying to make him put away his fighting spirit. This operation is a reconnaissance mission. First, we need to find the correct entrance. There are 3 suspicious areas, and we only have 2 scanning opportunities in a short period of time, Qin Chuan said to Juhu. Yes, I heard Lyle's voice in the squad's language, but I couldn't see his projection. Chrysanthemum nodded repeatedly, indicating that she already knew the mission details. You know that. Why are you still so agitated? Isn't this all because we're excited to get the flying item? Aju rubbed her hands together, her eyes gleaming with ill intent as she looked toward the lakeside. Besides, Quinn, we also short on entropy points to improve our armor proficiency, so this is a good opportunity. What kind of chance is this? We only have 3 chances. This mission cannot fail. But there are quite a few of them out and about, plus it's an open plain, so it's impossible for us not to be discovered, Chrysanthemum said weakly. We should also avoid prolonged conflict. Finding the target factory is the key. Understood. I'll try not to make a move unless they attack me, Chrysanthemum said. Qin Chuan gave repeated instructions before taking Chrysanthemum and sliding down the mountain. The mountain path was often riddled with potholes of unknown origin, but the two of them did not slow down. The balance system in their armor seemed to have become part of their instincts. In addition, they had adapted to the height and speed of their armor over the past 3 days. So, the two of them rushed towards the foot of the mountain like 2 after images. I didn't want to bother with you two just now, but now I have to remind you, Lyle said again as he rushed down the mountain. Since the Cups Trading Company is here, their firepower is your unexpected bonus. What constitutes an unexpected surprise? That's not the point. In short, compared to Kroni's ballistic weapons, the research and development spirit of the Cups Chamber of Commerce supports them in manufacturing energy weapons. Lasers, plasmas, and ion beams are all common weapons for them. These weapons have an extremely high rate of fire and are quite effective at removing shields. Don't be fooled by the lightness of the bullets and try to take them head on. Lyle quickly explained. No problem. Both responded, and at the same time, the Kroni soldiers patrolling the outer perimeter spotted them, but their speed in alerting the police was not as fast as Qin Chuan and Aju's. With 2 loud thuds, the afterimage of the armor flashed past the Kroni soldier, and 2 fists slammed into his face at the same time. His tactical mask shattered instantly, and he was sent flying, spiraling into the air before crashing to the ground and remaining motionless. The armor's power was already formidable, and now that the two of them were at high speed, if these 2 punches came down together, even that tough-skinned ancient being would probably have to open its mouth wide and cough up its tentacles. Beep, beep, beep. A not so shrill but unusually loud alarm came from the factory's outer wall. Countless Kroni soldiers around them clutched their weapons tightly and looked around before realizing that 2 armored vehicles were rapidly approaching the factory. Damn it! It's Tianqi. You son of a bitch, you bastard! Angry curses erupted everywhere as all the green-painted Kroni soldiers surrounded the armored figures, and bullets rained down, creating a cloud of dust and smoke that shook the ground in front of Qin Chuan and Juhua. They hit me, Quinn, how can I tolerate that? Chrysanthemum immediately roared angrily, holding a machete in one hand to block in front of her, while using the other hand to spray water at the Kroni line without hesitation. All right, you're good to go. I'll leave the scanning here to you. I'll go to the next location and try to finish this quickly. After saying that, Qin Chuan crouched down to avoid the pressure of bullets and rushed alone towards the marked location next to the factory behind him. Chrysanthemum originally thought that there would be some pressure with only 1 person left, but she did not expect that the inferior iron armor on these Kroni soldiers could not even withstand his Genera damage. The Genera gun, enhanced with rifling damage and rate of fire, crackled and popped like firecrackers, its tiny bullets unleashing power beyond its capabilities, blasting the bodies of the Kroni soldiers into one shattered piece after another. Perhaps 1 bullet wouldn't be enough to kill these plains patrolmen instantly, but if 2 or 3 hit, they would inevitably reap their entropy. Experience plus 135. Experience plus 135. Experience plus 135. The entropy of ordinary soldiers here is lower than that of the Plains of Night, which is indeed a low-level map. Chrysanthemum had almost figured out the differences here, and then she began to annihilate these clones who couldn't even count words. It wasn't until Qin Chuan called to urge her that Juhua hurriedly abandoned the remaining soldiers and went to the lakeside to scan the map. It's not here, there's nothing down there. Chrysanthemum glanced at the spherical virtual map in her hand and found that there were no underwater facilities at the bottom of the water, so she reported to Qin Chuan. Snap! A bullet suddenly and accurately hit Chrysanthemum's head. The violent impact shattered the glass shards on her head, with the largest piece even flying into the water. Holy shit! The submachine gun in Chrysanthemum's hand was instantly covered by purple light and replaced by a longbow. My dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. Even more exciting content awaits. The machete in his other hand had somehow transformed into an iron arrow, and he drew the bowstring taut in an instant. Call out, the iron arrow flew through a curve of hundreds of meters in an instant, piercing the scope with a clang and killing the sniper with a headshot. Experience plus 144. After taking out the sniper, Chrysanthemum jumped off the hoverboard, her feet sinking into the icy lake water. She bent down and groped around in the muddy water, trying to find the piece of glass that had been bounced away. But after touching it for a long time, the refraction of the glass slide and the water was almost equal. Chrysanthemum couldn't touch it after touching it for a long time, so she reached out and touched the 3 horns on her head. One of the short pieces did feel a bit rough to the touch. Chrysanthemum, come over here right now. There's an underwater passage over here. Qin Chuan's voice came through the communication panel. Wait a minute, my horns have been broken off. Let me look for them. Chrysanthemum was lying on her stomach, hunching her head over the water's surface, trying to see through her reflection to find the glass shard among the pebbles beneath the water. Qin Chuan, stop looking for it. With all that experience gained and increased frequency to activate skills, it'll naturally heal. Chrysanthemum, oh, you should have said so earlier. And how did you know? My glass armor was also blown off by the blast, and I didn't even notice it. But after upgrading the frequency unlock skill, I can now sense those glass shards. You should try it. This second skill is incredibly useful. Second skill. What second skill? Chrysanthemum quickly infused entropy into the armor to increase the frequency of the same frequency. Since there was already some frequency at the bottom, increasing this small change did not cost much entropy. Soon, a second new skill appeared in the lower right corner of Chrysanthemum's armor sensor's field of vision, where there was originally only 1 skill icon. Glass Storm. It can shatter the glass armor on your body, turning it into a vortex storm that surrounds the designated target, reflecting a certain amount of ranged damage. Damage that cannot be reflected receives a 25% damage reduction. But why does it only last for 10 seconds? That's useless. Chapter 234 is too high-tech. Let's fight another day. 10 seconds isn't enough for you to figure it out. All those low damage guns they have deflected, which is equivalent to being immune to damage. They didn't even lose shields. They just broke through their formation, okay? Qin Chuan said on the other end of the communication. But the shield regenerates faster than the void energy, so it doesn't feel as good as placing a crystal that increases shield capacity. The bronze level value is also pretty good, Chrysanthemum retorted. Have you forgotten what Lyle said? This time, the enemy from Cups possesses powerful shield-breaking weapons. Chrysanthemum, so the production team dug a hole here. Stop wasting time. Hurry up and come over. Coops's men have arrived, and I can't handle them alone. From Qin Chuan's perspective, a new type of enemy had appeared at the factory's main entrance and along the outer corridor of the building, wearing square-headed helmets and airbag-style uniforms similar to Lyle's but in a different color. At first glance, they didn't look like soldiers who could shoot, but more like astronauts. However, the energy guns in their hands are like tuning forks, with two iron rod-like barrels firing dense high-temperature plasma bullets. Moreover, because the method of firing plasma is different from Kroni's live-fire technology, they do not need to rely on the principle of gunpowder explosion. Instead, they use electromagnetic technology to ensure that their guns remain stable at all times. Damn, that rate of fire and accuracy. Qin Chuan lowered his waist and half-squatted on the hoverboard, rapidly circling the projectile. Otherwise, the blue and white bullets that made a hissing sound when they hit the rocks and grass would overwhelm him. No recoil, it hits exactly where you point it. You've seen this Delaware before, haven't you? Didn't you find one in the forest where I crashed? Lyle watched Qin Chuan evade the gunfire with great interest. That gun. But how did you know? We saw it before we met you, and we didn't mention it to you, did we? Qin Chuan asked, puzzled. Of course, someone told me about it, and it was quite strange, because later a complete stranger from inside the wall came to ask me what kind of gun it was. Qin Chuan was speechless for a moment. He figured someone must have watched his recording and asked Lyle out of curiosity, but it didn't matter. If Lyle hadn't mentioned it this time, Qin Chuan would have forgotten that he had picked up that gun. Let's not talk about these pointless things. Instead, tell me about its flaws. This weapon has no recoil at all, has such a fast rate of fire, and high-temperature plasma damage. I don't even have time to raise my gun and fight back. As Qin Chuan spoke, he suddenly felt a chill and instinctively raised the martial knife in his left hand to shield his face. The next instant, a blue and white ball slammed into the blade. The coating on the blade was instantly burned through when it was hit, and the alloy material was ionized into a cloud of rust powder, which easily fell off and scattered, leaving a small pit on it. Qin Chuan was shocked. Holy crap, a corruption attack. What corruption attack? Ionization phenomenon. The DRA is a weapon specifically designed to penetrate armor. It was developed as a standard weapon to counter the armor materials of the Kroni Empire. It's a bit weak against weapon alloys, but it's incredibly effective against Kroni's padded armor. Lyle's voice rang out at just the right moment. I see. Then what is it less effective against? Shield. Wait, didn't you say, don't rush, things are learned in one go, it's about time. Before Lyle could finish speaking, a large number of black lumps suddenly appeared in the factory. It seemed that they didn't care whether they hit Qin Chuan or not, they only wanted to cover the area where Qin Chuan was moving. What is this? A hand grenade to wipe the ground. Even with his battle armor, Qin Chuan dared not be careless and quickly activated the hoverboard to move and avoid the blast radius. But to his surprise, the grenade exploded into a ring of electric arcs after hitting the ground, and the arcs even seemed to work together. The arcs of electricity from the grenade spread out instantly, engulfing Qin Chuan completely. The instant he was struck and covered by the arcs, Qin Chuan felt a gust of wind brush against him, and in that brief moment, he noticed a brief red glow emanating from his body. The shield crumbled instantly. Seemingly noticing the changes in Qin Chuan, countless high-temperature plasma balls immediately converged and attacked. Qin Chuan hurriedly dodged amidst the hail of bullets, but he still couldn't withstand the dense barrage of fire from the other side. With a few wishes, Qin Chuan could feel several tingling and hot spots on his body, followed by several burning areas within his body. With a casual touch, the armor, which was tougher than metal, suddenly developed a neat, round hole. The plasma that had penetrated his body even pierced through his torso, creating a hole on the other side. Damn it, Lyle. You're here to provide technical support, not to use me as an experiment. Qin Chuan shouted immediately, clearly getting angry. I just wanted to prove that what I said wasn't contradictory. The Cups Trading Company has existed since the golden age of the Orokin Empire. How could they not know about the armor? This kind of magnetic bomb is a strategic tool specifically designed to neutralize shields. And since plasma weapons can penetrate the Kroni's filled iron armor, they can naturally penetrate the Tenno armor's metal body as well. Lyle, however, wasn't nervous. It was unclear whether he believed Qin Chuan wouldn't die so easily or thought that Qin Chuan couldn't reach him from this distance. Qin Chuan, his nerves on edge, dodged the plasma downpour while sending a message to Chrysanthemum requesting backup. He barely had time to ask Lyle any questions, but Lyle knew that the combat pressure was high, so he didn't keep Qin Chuan in suspense any longer and quickly explained, but the Della's weakness is also very obvious. Compared to ballistic weapons, plasma has a slower flight speed. Its flight speed is only 100 meters per second. As long as you are far enough away or fast enough, the trajectory is not easy to predict, so it is not easy to be hit. Moreover, the Della has made trade-offs in its battery heat dissipation design, so it cannot fire continuously for a long time. You mean if I run fast enough, plasma can't catch me? Qin Chuan retorted. Correct. But I came to invade, not to escape. As Qin Chuan was speaking, he suddenly saw an arrow fly by in the distance, which actually shattered the helmet of a Cups member standing on the outer corridor. Unfortunately, only the helmet was destroyed, and the Cups member was left lying dizzy and disoriented in the corridor, almost unable to move. Holy crap! Is Lyle's helmet really that hard? The voice of Juhua, who was stunned, came through the communication channel. One could easily imagine his dumbfounded expression. What do you mean my helmet? As a Chamber of Commerce engineer, my helmet is much sturdier and more durable than those of ordinary crew members, and it's also more versatile. The helmet helps us with aiming. Otherwise, why do you think they could predict your movements? The Chamber of Commerce's weapons and equipment are all designed to be used in combination. Lyle, upon hearing Chrysanthemum's remark, couldn't help but loudly correct her. Sigh, same idea. But since shooting the head won't work, shooting the body will do, right? Just as Chrysanthemum was about to draw her bow, she saw several pale blue figures emerge from the factory. Arcs of electricity shot out from their heads, connecting to the surrounding Cups crew members. Damn, it's a shielded osprey. This is too high-tech. What's the point of us fighting? Let's just retreat Quinn and fight again next time. Chrysanthemum immediately lowered his elbow, which was holding the bow. Against a deflecting shield, the faster the projectile travels, the less effective it is. Hearing that a Jew was having second thoughts, Qin Chuan's plan to break into the factory also wavered. Indeed, this was just a test. We're preparing to prevent them from setting up defenses next time, Qin Chuan said, changing his route to dodge bullets and preparing to leave the battlefield. Trying to run away already. Didn't I design explosive arrows for you? Chrysanthemum loves mate. Don't you want to give them a try? At this moment, what encouraged them to continue fighting was actually Lyle, an engineer from Cooper's. Chapter 235 Deciphering Quinn's Difficulties. No, buddy. Chrysanthemum was speechless upon hearing his words. We were all planning to retreat. What's the harm in trying it out? Aren't they on your side? Is this really a good idea? What fellow camp? Lyle shook his head and smiled. It's just temporary shared interests. As expected of the Chamber of Commerce, I'll give it a try. Chrysanthemum pinched her fingers, and a metal arrow appeared in her hand. Unlike ordinary arrows, its arrowhead resembled a miniature version of a small rocket launcher, with a tiny trigger device at the tip, like the nib of a pen. When the bow was drawn and the arrow was knocked, the parish bow seemed to be integrated into Chrysanthemum's arm. Even when fully drawn, it did not tremble in the slightest, because any slight tremor would make Chrysanthemum feel the crosshair shift. The arrow is a bit heavy. Perhaps it needs to be lifted a little. Chrysanthemum sensed the change in her hand, then released the bowstring. Whoosh, boom. A black, high-pressure blast wave erupted in front of the factory gate, instantly blasting away the two Cups crew members who were aiming at Qin Chuan and firing at him. They immediately fell silent. What? Your explosive arrows deal that much damage? Qin Chuan was dumbfounded when he saw that the shockwave from the explosion was almost as powerful as a hand grenade. It looks intimidating, but it's actually harmless. Those 2 crew members were just stunned. I have no experience with this, Chrysanthemum quickly explained. Did you apply any damage-boosting crystals to it? No, I put the rifling on the ogre and the Genera, and I only put 1 rate of fire on the Paris bow. Forget playing Genera, switch to your bow and blast the road open for me. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's instructions, Chrysanthemum immediately transferred the crystal to Paris bow. Upon placing the crystal called rifling, Chrysanthemum immediately sensed its difference and excitedly took out a second arrow, aiming it at the cup's crew several hundred meters away. The crew member spotted the chrysanthemum after receiving the explosion and immediately began firing at it. However, due to the great distance of over 200 meters, the plasma bombs took more than 2 seconds to reach the vicinity of the chrysanthemum. So, when he saw the white dots of light rushing towards him, Chrysanthemum remained calm and composed because he had 2 seconds to adjust his position. So Chrysanthemum moved sideways, letting the plasma swarm fly past her, then released the bowstring and shot an arrow. Boom! The explosion of this arrow was immediately different from that of the first arrow, and the 3 crew members were instantly blown apart, their protective suits torn off and sent flying. Experience plus 180. Experience plus 180. A double kill. Chrysanthemum exclaimed excitedly. Although only 2 numbers were seen fluctuating, it was already beyond Chrysanthemum's expectations. The other crew member who didn't die must have been on the verge of the explosion and only survived because the damage was greatly reduced. Great, great. Qin Chuan was overjoyed at the sight and turned the hoverboard to rush directly towards the factory gate. Juhua didn't just stand by and watch. As he slowly approached, he continued to draw his bow, and slender arrows shot into the crew like grenades. Even those of them who were under the protection of the shielded ospreys were battered by the shockwaves and left dizzy and disoriented. 2 mechs have appeared. Alert level raised. Stop them. Beep beep. The synthesized electronic voices created a disturbance in front of the factory gate, and the crew members, fearless of death, continued to try their best to find cover and attack Qin Chuan even when suppressed by explosive arrows. Intercept them with magnetic pulse grenades. Seeing that many more crew members had pulled out incredible gadgets, Qin Chuan instantly produced a Vulcan sniper rifle and shattered the crew member's nearly collapsed mist shield with a single shot, piercing his chest. Quinn, I'm out of arrows. The communicator picked up Juhua's voice. It turned out that his explosive arrows were not enough. More than 10 of them had been smashed at the doorway. He wanted to use the remaining 10 or so sparingly, at least until the next batch of ammunition was manufactured. It's all right. Just send me your cannibalistic female demon. I'm far enough away from here, Qin Chuan replied. Good. The next moment, the blood-red cannibalistic female demon appeared in Qin Chuan's hand, replacing the slender metalworking Vulcan and pointing it at the center of the gathering area in front of the factory garage gate. Thump! A fist-sized incendiary bomb traced an arc as it struck the ground, instantly unleashing a massive fire tornado that engulfed and burned most of the area's cup's crew, shielded ospreys, and transport vehicles. The extreme heat quickly disintegrated their shields, and the protective shipsuits were instantly burned to fibrous ash by Kroni's violently beautiful cannibalistic flames. In an instant, the osprey exploded into metal wreckage, the transport vehicle melted down to its skeleton, and the crew didn't even have time to cry out before turning into a pile of molten slag. It's a cannibalistic female demon. They have Kroni's weapons. Seal off the gate. Hold the gate. An incendiary bomb terrified the crew members outside the factory. The surviving crew members, however, did not hesitate and immediately ran into the factory to shut it down and seal off the entrance. Trying to escape. Qin Chuan had been suppressed and beaten for so long, and now that he had finally gotten his revenge, he was not going to let them off so easily. So he changed his weapon again, and a curved flintlock pistol appeared in his hand. Evil Eye. Bang! Like a bolt from the blue, a flame flashed from the muzzle of the Evil Eye's gun, and a bullet as thick as a finger instantly pierced through the space and entered the gate passage. But just before the gate closed, Qin Chuan also saw a layer of stacked experience numbers jump up on the gate. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Experience plus 180. Experience plus 180. Experience plus 180. For a moment, he didn't know how many crew members that shot had pierced. Quinn. Just then, Chrysanthemum arrived at his side, and the 2 of them bypassed the scorching area swept by the high-temperature hurricane and came to the sealed alloy iron door. It seems that it was thanked behind closed doors. Chrysanthemum sighed, knocking on the alloy iron door, found that there was almost no knocking sound, only to say that the door was indeed thick enough. Can this door open, Lyle? Qin Chuan looked at the 2-person tall silver white door and asked Lyle. Disarm the alarm to open it, but use the console by the door to operate it, Lyle said. Qin Chuan immediately took 2 steps to the right side of the door frame standing alone with half a person's height touch console, reached out and clicked. There was only an orange-yellow altitude alarm prompt. I'm going to guard the surroundings. Those clone troopers are also approaching. Chrysanthemum immediately turned back to the front of the garage gate in the assembly area, took out the ordinary arrows, and began hunting the clone troopers who intended to get close to here. How do I operate? Qin Chuan looked at the panel of the console. There wasn't a single touch button on it, and it seemed impossible to unlock it. The alarm interface is usually a disguise. There's a hidden control panel beneath the color swatches, which only crew members familiar with the console's logic can operate. Try probing as I say to see what kind of lockdown structure it is. Following Lyle's instructions, Qin Chuan touched the warning color blocks on the panel with both hands, drawing neat patterns and feeling their subtle vibrations, before informing Lyle. I understand now. Did you bring the hacking tool? Heh. You need to use a hacking tool too. What do you know? This is a set of defense codes they temporarily wrote, and the underlying codes of each chamber of commerce are different, precisely to prevent hacking attacks from other chambers. Moreover, the hacking device isn't easy to operate. You need to adjust the vibration color blocks of the 3rd level to the same degree. Qin Chuan did not argue, but directly took out the decoder, drilled a hole in the circuitry from the bottom of the control panel, and then began to decode according to Lyle's instructions. Drop decryption failed. Drop decryption failed. Each failure resulted in a change in the programming arrangement at the bottom of the color blocks, which made it even more difficult for Qin Chuan to crack the code. How come this is showing a level 4 tremor? Damn it, I've completely mixed everything up. Qin Chuan became increasingly angry as he tried to explain. You know, he's always been terrible at decryption, and this kind of decoding is practically killing him. Lyle smiled but said nothing, as he wasn't there and couldn't offer any help in this aspect. Quinn, how much longer? Chrysanthemum was shooting arrows at the door, her fingers were almost smoking, and she looked back at Quinn, who was still fiddling with the tablet in front of the door. Don't worry, it'll be soon, Qin Chuan said with a wry smile. Chapter 236 heading underground, I can't do it anymore. Qin Chuan slapped the control panel hard. Thankfully he held back, otherwise he could have dented it. Then what should we do? Or you could climb up and check the ventilation shafts or other passageways, Lyle suggested, suppressing a laugh. No, I'll call Chrysanthemum. Qin Chuan immediately picked up the sniper rifle and ran to replace Juhua, and briefly explained the operating techniques to Juhua. Although Chrysanthemum had been listening the whole time, she didn't expect that Quinn wouldn't actually break the blockade, so she had no choice but to let Qin Chuan help hold off the outside firepower. Watch out, Quinn, they have rollers, you need to hit the side with those. Okay, hurry up and unlock it, then I won't have to roll around like that, Qin Chuan urged. Chrysanthemum silently ran to the control panel, familiarized herself with the surface vibration amplitude, and quickly selected the correct amplitude path. Beep, lockdown lifted. Quinn, open the door, come quick. Qin Chuan had barely picked up his sniper rifle and hadn't even fired 2 shots when he turned around in shock to look at the gate. No, so fast. Lucky me, holy crap. The gap in the door widened, and just as Chrysanthemum was about to peek inside, he saw a hail of white bullets flying toward him, which startled him so much that he quickly ducked and hid. The indoor space is cramped, so go ahead and bomb. Before Qin Chuan could offer any suggestions, Lyle's voice rang out. Chrysanthemum was speechless upon hearing this. Cops is truly blessed to have crewmates like you, a fortune earned over thousands of years. Despite her complaints, Chrysanthemum honestly retrieved a spare fragmentation grenade from the void passage and casually tossed it into the factory tunnel. With a deafening roar, a shockwave erupted from the passage, accompanied by screams from synthesized electronic voices. You're really something. Qin Chuan had already arrived on the other side of the gate and saw Juhua covering her ears, so he asked in surprise. Huh, Lyle said that. Chrysanthemum was puzzled. My top priority is to find the entrance to the bottom of the lake. There's no point in blowing it up here. We have to break in and blow it up. So you mean, activate the skill? Chrysanthemum immediately understood Qin Chuan's meaning, but he was still very apprehensive. Can that skill block these plasma bullets? They're not ordinary physical ammunition. Even if we can't stop it, we have to try. As soon as Qin Chuan finished speaking, his glass armor shattered into countless tiny fragments that began to swirl around him. The slide storm only lasted for 10 seconds, and Qin Chuan dared not waste it, so he immediately rushed into the blue and white plasma rain. Swish, 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 swish. Countless plasma projectiles surged towards him the instant he appeared, almost coalescing into a thick laser beam. However, just before the plasma bomb was about to hit his head, a piece of glass floated in front of the plasma bomb and, almost without delay, the plasma bomb was instantly reflected back. It wasn't just this one piece. All the shattered glass shards spontaneously surged towards Qin Chuan, deflecting and blocking the hail of bullets coming from the front. The plasma rain relentlessly struck the fragmented shield in front of Qin Chuan, and countless plasma clusters were scattered and sent flying, piercing through the ceiling, walls, and floor, like a giant plasma firework destroying everything. Some plasma bombs even had a small chance of ricocheting back and penetrating some of the cops' crew members who were still firing. Croak. Stop shooting. Stop shooting. They're all bouncing off. Deflection shield. Quickly, use magnetic grenades. The crew members hurriedly tried to grab grenades, but were suddenly hit by a hail of bullets, causing their helmets to spark and their shields to crackle and flash red. In an instant, they all searched for cover. What's going on? The firepower has suddenly become incredibly strong. They only had 2 suits of armor. How did their firepower suddenly increase several times over? Clang, clang, clang. Familiar footsteps sounded from the gate, and a crew member took the opportunity to peek out, only to see him in a state of extreme terror. 3 basic blue terror birds, each topped with a submachine gun, were suppressing the attackers with fire while simultaneously covering the advance of 2 mechs. And what is that armored suit in the back doing? With a wave of her hand, Chrysanthemum sent another basic terror bird flying out of the air. It was instantly activated by Chrysanthemum and began to fight alongside the 3 terror birds in front of it. Upon witnessing this miraculous scene, the crew members shouted and some ran directly into the depths of the passage. They also have Moa. Quickly dispatch the Moa units. These must be war machines from outside the Empire. They must have stolen our Moa transport ship, otherwise how could there be so many Moa units? It's also possible that it was sold to them by another chamber of commerce. It must be the Perrin sequence. Quickly request fire support from other camps. Where are the Mist Ospreys? Quickly send them over to help. Just as the coup's crew was in chaos, an incendiary bomb flew over, and a hurricane of flames instantly swept across the entire area. After the fire subsided, the high temperature caused the alloy plates on the walls and floor to melt, and molten iron dripped directly from the ceiling. Sigh, it still has to be the cannibalistic woman. Quinn, one shot solves all my problems. Chrysanthemum laughed as she hoisted the cannibalistic woman onto her shoulder. Right, my second skill is off cooldown. Now I'll rely on you to lead the charge. Qin Chuan glanced at him. Seeing that Qin Chuan was able to withstand a hail of bullets and even reflect damage after using his second skill, Glass Storm, Juhua no longer had any doubts and patted his chest to say, that's for sure. My dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. Even more exciting content awaits. As the two were talking, they heard the clanging footsteps of Moa birds coming from the depths of the corridor. Soon after, a dozen Moa birds and the figures of the cup's crew appeared in front of them. Good timing. Just as Chrysanthemum was about to activate the cannibalistic demon in her hand again, Lyle stopped her instead. Wait, don't use the cannibalistic woman. There are underground gas pipes at the junction of those corridors. Lyle's exclamation startled Chrysanthemum, who nearly pulled the trigger. Qin Chuan looked closely and indeed found that, as Lyle had said, the pipe extended along the ceiling around the intersection. If the cannibalistic woman were to fire at it, it would probably cause a huge explosion. Didn't you say you could just blow it up anywhere? Chrysanthemum complained as she switched guns. It's my fault. I forgot about the underground minerals in the Imperial planet, but you should be able to handle it. Thank you so much for your trust. Qin Chuan said, reaching out to pick up the cup's gundaler that had been blown over by the blast wave, and then raised it to fire at the flock of Moa birds opposite him. The Moa is made entirely of metal and cannot withstand the penetration of the dragoon plasma bullets. Almost a few hits to the head will cause it to fall to the ground and become unusable. However, the shots fired by Della were less effective against the crew members, who were protected by a layer of mist shields that completely disintegrated and dissipated the plasma clusters. It could be said that Della's shots had no effect other than depleting their shields. Leave it to me. A pair of submachine guns suddenly appeared in Chrysanthemum's hand, and she exchanged fire with the enemy. As the next Moa bird collapsed amid sparks, this batch of reinforcements was completely wiped out. Don't linger in the fight. Find the items first. Qin Chuan reminded him. The two quickly ran deeper into the factory. Along the way, they encountered many oncoming Cup's crew members and some well-painted Kroni soldiers, but they were almost insignificant in front of Qin Chuan and Juhua. Now that they have experience fighting the enemy, almost no one can stop the two mechs in indoor combat environments. Go to hell. Suddenly, a crew member in a dark blue uniform, wielding 2 pickaxes, jumped down from the metal fence overhead and began hacking at Qin Chuan's head. Snap! A sharp light shot out from Chrysanthemum's palm, revealing a rapidly extending glass blade that instantly pinned the attacking crew member to the wall. Before long, the two boarded a huge elevator platform and were taken to the underground area. As the platform descended, the Cup's crew, who had been waiting for a long time after receiving the alarm at the bottom, immediately threw magnetic pulse grenades at them. I increased the synchronization of the armor. Let me try out the new skill. Qin Chuan stepped forward, his hands clenched into fists and crossed. The next moment, a semi-transparent glass shell appeared on his body. The glass shell expanded rapidly as soon as it appeared, and almost instantly detached from his body, becoming a glass wall that expanded outwards. Chapter 237 Void Teleportation Portal Dam. Quinn, watch out for friend injuries. Seeing the glass wall rapidly approaching her, Chrysanthemum bent her knees and pushed off the ground, gracefully vaulting over the enlarged glass wall. The glass wall stopped at a radius of 2 meters, deflecting the magnetic grenades that were being thrown at them back into the crowd, startling the crew members who had thrown the grenades into scattering and retreating. Buzz! The electric arc spread out instantly, directly shattering the maneuver of a Moa that hadn't had time to retreat, causing it to crash to the ground with a thud. The coup's crew reacted quickly, immediately launching a barrage of fire, with countless plasma bombs being fired at the glass barrier that descended with the elevator platform. However, this glass wall was not made of ordinary glass. Even plasma weapons that were focused with high-temperature energy could not crack it or melt or penetrate it with high temperature. They simply crashed helplessly into the barrier and became a bunch of scattered particles. Is this the third skill? Chrysanthemum curiously touched the crystal-clear glass barrier, which seemed to be much stronger than it appeared. What third skill? This is our fourth skill, our ultimate. Wow, Quinn, you've unlocked your ultimate move. What's it called? How many times do you need to reach the same frequency to unlock it? Is this ultimate move only for defense? Chrysanthemum asked curiously. Unlocking the ultimate skill requires 30% of the same frequency. I used all the entropy I had just used to barely reach this number. The fourth skill, wide area glassification, can crystallize enemies that are touched or enter the area when this glass expands. At the same time, it extracts the crystals from them to strengthen itself and can withstand more damage. Qin Chuan explained to Chrysanthemum one by one. Crystallization. It could penetrate before. Chrysanthemum asked in surprise. Yes, if I couldn't, I would have told you to dodge in advance. Besides, crystallization can be corrected by me. I can make you immune to this effect. Also, it's not only for defense. As they spoke, the platform had reached the bottom. Outside, bullets were flying everywhere, but inside the glass walls, they remained as steady as dogs. My void energy is running out. Try using your first skill, glass smash, on the glass to break it. I bet it's about to give out. Chrysanthemum immediately followed Qin Chuan's instructions, shooting a glass blade from her palm that pierced the glass wall. Instantly, the circular wall shattered on the spot, turning into thousands of glass shards that flew outwards at high speed. In just a moment, the scattered glass shards turned all the enemies in front into pincushions, some even riddled with holes. Even the shields couldn't completely stop them. The shield osprey was also pierced and exploded into a pile of parts. Holy crap! It can defend and attack, and it's a large area AoE attack. That's amazing. Chrysanthemum exclaimed in shock, looking at the nearly wiped out crew in front of her. Impressive, right? But there's a price to pay. It consumes too much energy. Releasing this skill consumes a huge amount of energy, and it also consumes energy while expanding continuously. Moreover, to break the glass, you have to release the first skill. If we didn't have the amplifier to increase the speed of energy recovery, I wouldn't have been able to release this wide area glassy transformation. As Qin Chuan was sighing, he suddenly raised his hand and fired several shots to the side, killing a crew member who was not quite dead yet and was trying to launch a sneak attack. But even though I triggered the damage, I didn't get any experience points. Chrysanthemum looked at the corpses on the ground and suddenly realized that she hadn't received any experience points after killing so many minions. Haha, you'd better hurry up and increase your frequency to unlock your ultimate move, otherwise I'll need you to deal damage for me again next time. But my entropy isn't enough. As they talked, the two casually picked up some of Cup's general-purpose firearms, Dela, and found a dozen or so magnetic grenades, which they happily stored in the void passage before heading to the deeper lakebed space. After passing through a large circular gate, Qin Chuan suddenly realized that they had arrived in an even stranger area. This is a huge hall with a wide rectangular platform in the center. 6 staircases extend from both sides, connecting to the walls on either side. Moreover, everything around is decorated with gold paint, from the railings and the edges of the staircases to the circular protruding decorations on the walls. It's as if gold is free. This is too extravagant. Chrysanthemum sighed, her gaze falling on the wall opposite the platform, where a huge circular golden building stood, like a passageway to the next area, but blocked by a wall. Lyle, don't sleep. Qin Chuan called out to Lyle but got no response. He glanced at it but found that the guy had fallen asleep with his head tilted out. Qin Chuan didn't even know when he fell asleep. Ah, what's going on? You guys came back dead. Lyle, who was woken up, was still confused. He looked carefully and realized what happened. We have reached the end now, but there is no exit here. Qin Chuan said, patting the ring embedded in the wall. You return to the entrance to this room where there should be 2 consoles. Qin Chuan Juhua and the two turned back to the door, but did not see the so-called control desk. You fools, right in front of your eyes, those 2 plate-like things are the console. Lyle laughed angrily when he saw that they had been looking for it for a long time. Huh, you mean this? Qin Chuan looked curiously at the oval gold disc with a white body and gold edges. They were placed on the railings on both sides, and the patterns on them were made up of geometric shapes. They looked like 2 decorative items. This is the control panel from the Aurora era. This was the aesthetic of the top echelons back then. Activate it as I say, and both of them need to be activated simultaneously. Qin Chuan was about to call Juhua to unlock the door when he heard the last sentence and froze. Huh, open both at the same time. Don't worry, the void positioning device is very simple. Lal knew what he was thinking, so he suppressed a laugh and comforted him. Okay, it's best to keep it simple. In the end, it wasn't difficult at all. The consoles could be activated simply by manipulating the geometric shapes, and when both consoles were activated at the same time, the golden cubes on their surfaces, which were originally just decorative, began to float and rotate, as if they were operating or calculating something. What does this mean? Is there a problem? Qin Chuan looked around and found that there was no movement and the hidden door on the wall was not open, so he thought that he had opened the wrong door. No, it needs time to start up. Please wait patiently for a few minutes. Before she could finish speaking, Chrysanthemum heard a flurry of footsteps coming from outside the gate behind her. It was a mix of human and bird-like footsteps, all rushing towards her. Clearly, reinforcements had arrived. Quinn, something's weird. Chrysanthemum ran to the door and looked outside, almost getting hit in the face by a plasma bomb. It must be the activation of the void portal that attracted them. You'd better stop them. If the void portal is destroyed during its activation, this entire space may collapse into the void and we'll never be able to get back, Lal kindly reminded him. What do you mean never to come back? At worst, we'll just lose a set of armor. Chrysanthemum said dismissively. The same goes for your quest items. Once you miss this opportunity, you'll never find another one. Holy crap, we have to stop these bastards. Upon hearing this, Chrysanthemum even pulled out the cannibalistic female demon and fired an explosive bomb without thinking. Chapter 238 Emptying the void, a hail of bullets, a constant roar. The plasma ball pierced through the scorching air, heated by the fiery hurricane, attempting to break through the round gate. Suddenly, an arrow flew out from the circular doorway, struck the crowd, and exploded with a bang, sending fragments flying everywhere. Cries and screams filled the air as everyone hid behind their own cover, regardless of whether the objects were valuable cargo boxes. After waiting for more than 10 seconds without any further movement, the coup's crew tried to launch another attack, only to be blasted into the air by an explosive arrow. Chrysanthemum. He was getting bored squatting behind the door. These bastards were neither willing to fight nor willing to retreat. They were just going to waste time with the two of them. Have these crew members never played high-level games before? Chrysanthemum felt like yawning. It really depends on the situation, Lyle explained after yawning, covering his gaping mouth and wiping away the tears welling up in his eyes. The coup's merchant ships have encountered quite a few things in the universe, whether it's Jupiter or Neptune. Every day, they produce tens of thousands of crew members who are assigned to various merchant guilds and placed in any possible positions by the central command. However, considering the hinterland of Kroni, they didn't dare to send those experienced technicians here. For a combination of reasons, this place is full of novices. Is it reasonable to let a novice manage the void portal? Qin Chuan asked rhetorically. That's definitely unreasonable. There should at least be a few technicians leading the team, but they'll most likely be taken out by one of your shells. Lal waved his hand. Besides, novices may be novices, but the theories they learned at the academy are correct, and they're not bad at operating equipment and running a factory. So you're saying everyone from your academy is a top student. What level are you at? Chrysanthemum shot an arrow, just as a new batch of explosive arrows was being produced at the foundry. She replenished her ammunition and, upon hearing Lyle's words, remembered that the arrow in her hand was designed by him, so she asked curiously, Me. I'm only below average, otherwise I wouldn't have been recruited by a small merchant guild ship. Lal chuckled self-deprecatingly. Just then, a strange sound came from behind them. Qin Chuan and Juhua turned around alertly and saw that a halo of light was slowly spreading out from the center of the huge golden ring on the wall. Oh, the lock has been successfully opened. The void space is right on the other side. You can go through it once it's fully open. Once the void gate is stable, it won't be destroyed. You can imagine the power of the void. Lyle laughed upon seeing this. Indeed, we also believe in the power of the void. Amen. As it spoke, the halo grew larger and larger, and when it reached the size of a basketball, it instantly expanded to the front wall, which was exactly within the frame of the golden ring. Qin Chuan and Ju Hua then realized what the ring was for. It turned out to be a door frame. The two stared at the black portal with flowing black and white light dots, which looked like a distorted and changing starry sky within it, appearing quite distorted. Is it stable now? It's stable now, just go in. Do you think I'd lie to you? Lyle waved his hand impatiently. Just like that. Is there anything we can't bring? No, how did you get through this door? You just entered the void portal like this. There aren't many formalities. Will the door close after we go in? And how long do we need to wait to get out? It won't be shut down until you come out. This isn't Cup's technology, but rather the rule of the Aurora Void, which is one of the technical points we haven't yet overcome, so you can rest assured. Before Lyle could get annoyed by her questions, Chrysanthemum fired one last arrow towards the door, then quickly followed Qin Chuan as they ran towards the starry sky that constantly shifted between reality and illusion, flying into it. The light was stretched into indescribable noodles, then rapidly magnified from the center point, and a world suddenly appeared before Qin Chuan and Ju Hua. When they came to their senses, the two had already stepped into a completely different indoor space. The surrounding grey-blue pillars, 7 or 8 meters high, blend into the ceiling. The soft curves and golden borders create a somber and solemn atmosphere. Large slabs of white walls are laid out, and the floor underfoot is soft and comfortable, though the material is unknown. Where is this place? Qin Chuan looked back and saw that the void gate was still there, and he breathed a sigh of relief. I don't know, could this be the void? I thought it would be some strange other world, or a floating island. Chrysanthemum shook her head, curiously looking around at her surroundings. She saw a strange machine on a railing platform not far ahead, shooting a golden laser beam overhead. What is that? Coop's void machine. Wait, where's Lyle? Qin Chuan suddenly realized that Lyle's holographic projection had disappeared. No wonder no one answered his questions for so long. Holy crap, does this mean we can't communicate with the outside world? How are we supposed to complete the quest? Where are we going to find the quest items? As the two hesitated about whether to retreat back to the outer space and discuss it with Lyle, a flat, crackling projection suddenly appeared in the lower right corner of their vision, accompanied by a series of indistinct sounds. Number, stable, add, out. Qin Chuan and Ju Hua were overjoyed, thinking that Lyle had managed to contact them. However, when the communication screen became clear, it was Xia Shang's face that appeared. Brother Shang. I missed you so much, Brother Shang. Are you here to guide us through the next mission? You're still the best, Brother Shang. Lyle is completely unreliable. Xia Shang was speechless at Chrysanthemum's excited expression. It's normal that your communication with Lyle was interrupted. Communication between the void and the outside world shouldn't exist in the first place. Cuckoo's probably cracked some technology from the Aura era, allowing them to communicate with the outside world for a short time, but Lyle doesn't have the equipment to support it. Xia Shang explained the situation before getting to the point. The space you are in now is indeed in the void, but you should be careful. The reason why this place is in the shape of an indoor palace is because the Oro Empire has artificially collapsed this place into the shape of a palace. Its size is uncertain. It may be very large as an entire starship, or it may be very small, perhaps only the size of a single room. So do not look for the so-called exit. The teleportation portal is the exit. Xia Shang spoke very seriously, so the two of them stopped joking around and listened attentively. The void is mostly used to store special devices or equipment. Of course, there are also spaces that serve as prisons. It has a wide range of uses. However, since the balance of the void has been disrupted, the void has been unconsciously absorbing and assimilating some individuals that enter the void, turning them into guards of the void. They are also strengthened by the void, making them several to hundreds of times stronger than those outside. In short, you must be on guard. This place is much more dangerous than the Imperial planet. If you run out of resurrection attempts, I will recall you directly. However, if the mission fails, your armor will be destroyed here. Now I will help you find the void fluctuations that may indicate the quest item. You will need to move around, and I will guide you there when I sense the direction of the fluctuations. Wait, I have a question. Chrysanthemum raised her hand and said, Ask. Why is the fluctuation related to what appears to be a quest item? Qin Chuan slapped Ju Hua on the forehead, cursing him inwardly for bringing up such a sensitive topic. It's not that I can't talk about it. First, my situation is unstable, and second, the Oro Empire's encrypted boxes conceal the items inside. So it's a combination of reasons, and I hope you can understand that. Xia and Shang didn't try to hide anything. It's nothing really. Once we find the encrypted boxes, we'll just teleport them back together. We'll teleport as many as we have. They're bound to contain good stuff. Qin Chuan clenched his fist and said excitedly, It's not just boxes. We've come all this way to the void. Shouldn't we empty it out completely? This Chrysanthemum is more suited to be a bandit. Chapter 239 Void Fallen Soldiers, but it's so quiet here. Is there really such a fallen legion? Chrysanthemum and Qin Chuan each carried a Della plasma gun they had just picked up from the crew of Cups, and walked through the palace fortress of the ancient Oro Empire. They saw that some of the small transepts connecting the two corridors were gilded and magnificent, and there was even a metal flower bed in the middle, with a row of withered branches growing in it. The outsiders have been exploring the void technology for thousands of years. They can even use it to make decorations. They're just amazing. Chrysanthemum broke off a dry branch, rubbed it between her fingers, and it turned into powder that fell down in a flurry. Clearly, time does flow even in the void, which is probably why Brother Shang said this is already the real world. Ju, look over there. Qin Chuan suddenly interrupted Ju Hua's thoughts. Following the direction he pointed, Ju Hua saw several white jars placed under the stair treads. It's a storage jar. Chrysanthemum's eyes widened with excitement, because Xia Shang had told them about storage in the void during this time, so he was able to recognize it at a glance. But just as he was about to run over to check, he unexpectedly saw a figure walking down the stairs step by step. Qin Chuan and Ju Hua immediately fell silent, hiding behind the doorframe and carefully observing the first fallen person they had discovered. He was dressed in a dark blue Copper ship suit, wearing a similar square helmet, and holding a large, dark blue, strange gun with a flared mechanical structure in the barrel, which looked more like an electromagnetic transmitter. Aren't those the crew members of Cups? Chrysanthemum asked in confusion. It's different. Look at his helmet, Qin Chuan whispered a reminder. It was only then that Chrysanthemum noticed that the crew member's helmet was inlaid with a golden halo on the front, and upon closer inspection, one could also see that there seemed to be a faint golden halo undulating around his body. That golden halo is the outward manifestation of the will of the fallen void. At this moment, they are soulless puppets, forever guarding the void, even the areas that have collapsed into real space. Xia Shang's voice appeared at the right time, reminding the two that this thing was an object that could not be communicated with. Although we don't know how much his abilities have been amplified, he's currently alone. Can we quietly take him down? Qin Chuan said, already pulling out the invincible evil eye. In his view, no matter how many times the opponent's power was amplified, it would still be a matter of one shot under the evil eye. If one shot wasn't enough, then 2 shots would do. No, Quinn, the evil eye is making too much noise. Chrysanthemum quickly pressed down on his gun barrel and said, Then what should we do? Use your bow and arrow. Is the damage enough? Qin Chuan made no attempt to hide his doubts as he looked at Ju Hua, clearly questioning the damage of his bow and arrow. We should try it first. If my arrow doesn't work, then you can shoot, Chrysanthemum said. With Qin Chuan's permission, Ju Hua took out his Paris bow. After much deliberation, he still used the most ordinary iron arrow. He currently only has rifling crystals that can amplify damage, so he has no other means to increase the damage of his bow and arrows. Remember not to shoot in the head. That helmet is already very hard, and now it's even harder. Qin Chuan reminded him. Good. Chrysanthemum drew her bowstring taut, aimed at the fallen crew member, and in the next moment, the arrow was released. A dull thud rang out, and the fallen staggered, his body thrown off balance by the powerful arrow. Looking down, he saw an arrowhead piercing his chest. He suddenly raised the blue transmitter in his hand and turned his head to look, but his vision was blocked by two dark shadows that were crashing into him. Swish, snap. Two orange-red blades clashed and slashed down, instantly turning the corrupt crew member into pieces and smashing him to the ground. Experience plus 360. How could I have killed him? Seeing the experience points jump up, Qin Chuan smiled awkwardly, but then noticed that Ju Hua also looked puzzled. I also received an experience reward of 360 entropy points. No doubt about it, that is the energy that the void fell on them. Since you killed him, the energy has nowhere to go, so it was naturally absorbed by you people in the wall. Being in the void, it is even simpler for the void to watch you. Under such circumstances, the entropy will be evenly distributed among you. Xia Shang paused for 2 seconds before explaining simply that it was because it was the first time he had encountered this situation, and he had to sense and understand it before he could grasp the underlying principle. So it was the gaze of Mother Void. I thought it was a bug. The two had just sighed when they saw two crystal-clear objects fall beside the body parts. Crystallization. Qin Chuan picked up the crystal and was about to put it away to observe its internal rules when he returned, but the chrysanthemum immediately sensed it. When he opened his hand, there was a bronze-colored crystal. Look at you, so impatient. Wouldn't it be better to keep 10 of them and open them all at once? Qin Chuan mocked. Actually, I think this thing is pretty good, Chrysanthemum said, scratching his head. A silencer that reduces gun noise by 25%, with only 2 points of pressure. Qin Chuan was stunned after hearing what Ju Hua said. When he came to his senses, he grabbed Ju Hua tightly. What's the maximum? How many can it eliminate at most? I'll give it a try. Chrysanthemum got excited and immediately poured entropy into the crystal in her hand. It leveled up 3 times, going from 25 to 100%. The stress consumption is only 5. Chrysanthemum was as excited as if she had found some treasure. 100%. 100%. Qin Chuan was momentarily excited, then remembered that he also had that crystal, and asked doubtfully, could I also get the same effect? Have a look. Without hesitation, Qin Chuan took out the crystal again. As his consciousness entered it and the rules condensed, Qin Chuan smiled and immediately poured in all his entropy. Maxing out a level 3 crystal didn't require much entropy at all. 3 suppressor, reduces the chance of enemies hearing the gunshot by 100% to stress 5. Holy crap. Awesome. Absolutely awesome. Without a second thought, the two of them immediately installed the silencer into the evil eye. Now we two brothers can walk sideways, right? Chrysanthemum even burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Hurry up and clean up the storage tank first, Qin Chuan said quickly. Xia Shang, who watched all of this silently, never uttered a word. Firstly, there is indeed no need to speak. Now that the evil eye is in their hands, they can remain silent. Even if they can't kill some fallen ones with 1 shot, they can continue to hide and fire 2 or even 3 shots. Secondly, Xia Shang wondered if these guys had really been recognized as sons by the void. We were all adopted, so how come they get whatever they want? I was here first. While Xia Shang was still feeling uneasy, Qin Chuan and Ju Hua had already sneaked into many rooms of the void fortress. Among them, they saw not only void soldiers who had fallen from the crew, but also void soldiers who had fallen from the Kroni. Compared to the crew, the Kroni fallen soldiers were covered in gleaming iron plates, and it was immediately apparent that their armor protection was several times greater. However, they were still easier to deal with than the crew, because Kroni soldiers never wore helmets. Chapter 240 Spinning Leap. Fortunately, these fallen ones were not densely packed. Under the silent, evil gaze, Qin Chuan and Chrysanthemum each gained several thousand entropy points. However, both of them still looked worried and sullen. Why are all these guns useless now? I thought I was going to make a fortune this time. Chrysanthemum picked up a blue gun at her feet. The golden components symbolizing the erosion of the void were deeply embedded in the parts. Now that they had lost the power of the void, they were just like their owner, instantly rendered useless. They were all useless guns. Not a single one was usable. Although saying this might be just to comfort myself, according to the setting, they were already unconsciously modified and distorted by the void the moment they were corrupted. It's normal that they can't be used now. However, the production team probably set it up this way so that we wouldn't get the artifact so easily. Qin Chuan seemed to have gone through a mental struggle, and now his tone sounded very relieved, as if he had reconciled with the production team. This can hardly be considered a divine artifact, and it all uses the power of the void. Why can't we, as people within the wall, use it? Isn't this just retconning the book? At this point, Xia Shang couldn't listen anymore. He coughed twice and said, you can try to bring them out for me to study. Maybe we can figure out the reason for the void distortion, and perhaps we can obtain the method to enhance this weapon. Upon hearing Xia Shang speak, the two immediately jumped up and excitedly collected all the distorted weapons into the void passage. Oh, that's exactly what I've been waiting to hear. Brother Shang really loves us. We don't know the production team at all. Looking at the faces of these two people, Xia Shang felt his head throb even more. Wait, it doesn't seem like a headache. The encrypted treasure chest radar is reacting. Note that these things are secondary. I've detected fluctuations in the encrypted vault. Go there immediately. Faced with Xia Shang's instructions, the two dared not delay and immediately set off to follow Xia Shang's guidance, arriving at a high and narrow corridor at the foot of a wall. It's right here, take a look, Xia Shang said. Qin Chuan looked around and only saw 2 white storage jars. There were no treasure chests or anything like that. Chrysanthemum even opened the jar to take a look and told Qin Chuan that there was nothing inside. No. Xia Shang was puzzled, because he could definitely sense it was right there, even right next to them. By the way, the Oro Empire often adds small rooms in inconspicuous corners to store items for the former guards or to place other miscellaneous items. See if you can find any of those small spaces. Small space. A Jew scratched her head. When it comes to small spaces, you usually think of ventilation ducts or something, but this is a space in the void. Do we really need ventilation ducts? Holy crap, there really are. As she spoke, Chrysanthemum pointed in surprise to the wall above her head, where a small white gold door-like object was embedded near the 7-meter-high ceiling. Holy crap, but this is way too high. How are we supposed to get up there? Qin Chuan took a few steps back before his neck, which had been tilting back, started to feel less sore. Our armor seems to have a built-in suction mobility function. Can we suck it up little by little? Chrysanthemum leaped to a height of 1 meter above the wall, and black ripples instantly appeared on her body, sticking to the wall and suspending the entire armor above it. Chrysanthemum tried to climb the wall like a failed man in a certain movie, but it could barely move, as the suction seemed to be fixed on only 1 point. A few seconds later, the black suction force disappeared, and Chrysanthemum fell down completely, looking up to see Qin Chuan looking down at her. Qin Chuan looked up at the door and wondered if, with the help of Ju Hua, he could throw one of them up from a height of 7 meters. But just as he was about to discuss this idea with Chrysanthemum, he saw Xia Shang pursing his lips, seemingly trying to suppress a laugh. Upon seeing this, Qin Chuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Brother Xia Shang, is there any solution to this situation? He asked Xia Shang with a helpless expression. The mobility of the battle armor is multifaceted, and it seems you haven't fully grasped or discovered it along the way, Xia Shang said, sitting up straight with a serious expression. The black ripples that can attract buildings are actually a slight void force field, a byproduct of your consciousness being projected into the armor. The system inside the armor will convert it into a usable gravitational field. When you consciously utilize this byproduct, it becomes an arm for you to manipulate gravity, sticking to walls to resist gravity. This is just the most common way of using it. At this point, Chrysanthemum clasped her hands together and bowed deeply, saying, please, Brother Xia Shang, teach me the advanced usage. Okay, everything that utilizes or reverses gravity is for the purpose of movement. Whether it's jumping, flying, or gliding, it's all about getting from one coordinate to another in the shortest amount of time. To achieve this result, the Oro Empire went so far as to study the void and acquire void teleportation technology. Among these technologies, the electromagnetic cannon, which alters electric and magnetic fields to generate immense propulsion, is the fastest. However, you cannot utilize either of these technologies because you need to use a more primitive, yet most fundamental, technology. Do you remember what the crystals used to enhance the power of your firearms are called? Chrysanthemum, rifling, what's wrong? What's the connection between the two? Of course, Qin Chuan answered the question about chrysanthemums. The bullet flies further and straighter because the rifling in the barrel makes it spin, breaking through air resistance and reaching a farther target. Indeed, the power of the armor is incomparable to that of ordinary flesh. On this basis, with just a little bit of microgravity, you can reach higher and farther places. This is the maneuvering technique that all the armors had to learn, spinning and leaping. Skills are for decisive battles, but technique is the foundation of the armor's existence. Even after hearing Xia Shang's explanation, Qin Chuan and Zhu Hua still felt uneasy. Because when people say the word spinning and jumping, the only things that come to mind are dizziness, loss of balance, and prostrating oneself. Qin Chuan, wait, is prostrating oneself used like that? Therefore, this technique is quite counterintuitive to humans. But this is a science fiction game. We're not human anymore. It's all about going against the grain. After saying that, Qin Chuan slightly bent his knees and leaned forward. At that moment, a black halo that was invisible to the naked eye appeared on his body. It was the light being refracted by gravity. Only the light sensor of the battle armor could accurately capture this situation. It really worked. Brother Shang never lies to us. Qin Chuan was overjoyed. The next moment, he pushed off with both feet, and his shoulders, waist, and hips rotated in sequence, like a bullet shot into the sky. Whoosh! Click! Qin Chuan slammed his head against the ceiling, shattering the 3 panes of glass on his head. Chapter 241 The Mysterious White Gate. Wow, so many storage boxes. Chrysanthemum opened the door to the room and immediately saw that the hidden room was filled with storage boxes standing upright like pointed coffins, with strange green ring lights on their surfaces. Pressing the green spherical button immediately unlocks the buckles on the surface of the storage box, revealing items that have been stored inside for thousands of years. Why are there only clothes everywhere? Chrysanthemum reached out and picked up a piece of clothing that looked antique. The pattern on the surface was gorgeous, but the colors were quite subdued. The material also felt tough to the touch, so it was obviously not an ordinary garment. This is the uniform of the Imperial Guard. It has some defensive effect, but it's no match for armor, Xia Shang said, shaking his head. Wouldn't that just be a box of junk? Not necessarily. Qin Chuan jumped up as well, touching the glass shard on his head with lingering fear, and then said, these clothes have survived for thousands of years without decaying, so the material must be of good quality. We can take them back to make clothes for the survivors, at least to replace their coarse linen clothes. That's true, but we might not have enough space to store all this stuff, and this box only contains 3 sets of clothes. Chrysanthemum shook the clothes and tossed them back. That's true, but who was it who said they were going to empty this place outright? Oh well, don't worry about the details. Even if we empty it later, it'll be considered breaking our promise. By the way, which one is that encrypted storage box? It should be this one, only its color is different. Qin Chuan arrived in front of a white and grey storage box with gold trim. The sphere on it had a white halo, but when he reached out and pressed it, he couldn't open it. This is it. Let's teleport it back directly, Xia Shang said. I'm not sure if it's what we're looking for. You can search other places and see if you can find it there. Okay. The two responded, sent the encrypted box away, and then opened the other boxes to take a look, finding some odds and ends. What's this? Qin Chuan, with his sharp eyes, noticed a strange object emitting blue light at the bottom of the box in front of him. It was about the size of a billiard ball and looked like a planetary cup. Oh. There really is something good, Quinn. What kind of treasure is this? Chrysanthemum also chimed in. Xia Shang glanced at it, his expression somewhat strange, and slowly introduced. This is the battery of the Oro statue, which you can call the Blue Star. It also comes with an orange battery, which is the energy block used to activate the Oro statue. A battery for a statue. Does that mean all the statues in the Oro Empire can move? Qin Chuan asked, a picture of a giant humanoid sculpture being controlled to move flashing through his mind. This statue is not the kind of sculpture you imagine. The Oro statue is a container sealed with entropy energy obtained by the Oro Empire from the void. The nobles at the time regarded this as the glory of the Oro Empire. Once the statue sealed with entropy energy is activated, it can theoretically continue to operate as an ornament forever, symbolizing the eternal prosperity of the Oro Empire. Xia Shang's words carried a hint of sarcasm. After all, the entire Origin star system was digging up the grave of the Oro Empire, which gave the statue an extra touch of irony. But the players didn't care about any of that. All they heard were 2 words, entropy. Doesn't that mean the Oro statue is a complete experience pack? They asked in shock. That's a fair way to understand it. The entropy in these statues is indeterminate energy, which you can absorb completely. But statues that lose their entropy are completely useless, Xia Shang nodded. Brother Quinn, this is good stuff. Chrysanthemum looked at Qin Chuan with surprise. Indeed, the most important thing in this game isn't the equipment or items, or even the armor. The most important thing is this entropy. Not only do weapons, equipment, and armor use it, but even the level of the crystal void passage requires it. It's the key to improving our combat power. Qin Chuan exclaimed happily. This way, we can even use entropy as a traded item and exchange it with other players. Oh, this way, even players who don't focus on combat will have a way to increase their willpower level, and other classes can also rise up. Chrysanthemum's mind was already filled with images of various classes from online game novels. Tell me, which profession earns the most money? Qin Chuan asked. Science fiction game. It has to be mechanic. Lyle made a lot of money off us. Chrysanthemum replied. TSK. Lyle will make a fortune from tuition fees in the future. Qin Chuan shook his head and clicked his tongue, then carefully put away the blue star. Xia Shang watched their discussion from the other side of the channel without saying a word, thinking to himself that he was really exhausted. After being enlightened by these 2 players, he realized that this was indeed a route that could be explored in depth. But it's still far from certain, and finding a statue isn't easy either, Xia Shang thought to himself, shaking his head. Leaving the hidden room, the 2 suits of armor continued to roam the space. Having learned the spinning leap technique, the 2 moved even faster, launching forward like bullets and instantly flying 7 or 8 meters. If they weren't worried about hitting their heads on the wall, they could probably leap 10 meters in one bound. Soon, the second encrypted box was also found. In this hidden room, Qin Chuan and Zhu Hua also found a box of control modules. I heard there was a box of control modules that even Xia Shang couldn't sit still, but he was too tired to stand up, so he looked as steady as an old dog. Control modules. There's nothing I need for them right now. How about we take them back and sell them to Lyle? Chrysanthemum counted them and found that there were 88 control modules in this box. Are you short of star coins right now? Qin Chuan asked in return. My dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. Even more exciting content awaits. You don't need it, right? Chrysanthemum thought for a moment. We still have about 100,000 left. The money from selling weapons basically covers our expenses. Several of us have plenty of star coins. Why not use them to exchange for reputation? The reputation shop at the next level is full of great weapons. Reminded by Qin Chuan, Zhu Hua slapped her forehead and exclaimed, that's right. Yes, that's it. Quinn, you're truly my lucky star. Xia Shang remained silent, trying hard to suppress his instinct to pout. So Qin Chuan Juhua didn't waste any more time and each kept 8 control modules, which were then used to exchange reputation for Audis. The teleportation during reputation exchange does not consume players' teleportation attempts. This was set up in advance by Xia Shang. However, there are almost no options for control modules on the current reputation exchange list. They had to ask Xia Shang for special help to get rid of all 72 control modules at once. Wow, if we were to exchange reputation points according to the exchange list, I really don't know how long it would take. Thank you so much, Brother Shang. The two were very grateful for Shang's AI algorithm, which was full of human touch. You're welcome. Special circumstances call for special treatment, Xia Shang said with a smile. See, as long as you're steady enough, they'll actually thank you. With so much reputation gained, Qin Chuan and Juhua were even more motivated. They were on fire, searching the entire map for any container that might be a storage box, not even missing a nook or cranny on the ceiling. A strange purple ore. I'll keep it for now. The third encrypted storage box. Time to get rid of it. Along the way, they even encountered a giant green octopus pacing in the distance. Moreover, this octopus also had a golden halo. Holy crap, a fallen ancient one. Qin Chuan and Juhua immediately recognized what the octopus-shaped meat slices were. Considering the ancient being's thick, terrifying skin and poisonous gas, the two of them quietly moved in another direction without thinking. What a joke. They've invested enough in their armor. They can't afford to let it turn into pus, or they'll be devastated. However, this led them to change their direction of exploration, and they found a snow-white door. The reliefs on the surface of the gate were completely different from those in the other passages. The gilded shape of the door frame was more luxurious, and the central lock even displayed a blue projection pattern, which was not found in other areas. What a mysterious white door. Qin Chuan exclaimed. Chapter 242 Fierce Battle in the Void. It seems to be a secret room, Chrysanthemum said. Nonsense, of course I saw it. Qin Chuan stood to the side and adjusted his perspective so that Xia Shang could observe more easily. Should we say you were lucky or unlucky? Xia Shang looked at the illusory pattern, and after a while, he came back to his senses with a complicated expression. What do you mean, Brother Shang? Qin Chuan and Juhua were both puzzled. If I remember correctly, this is indeed a good place, the Aurora Treasury. It seems that the good things hidden here are not limited to the anti-gravity warp wings. Hey, Brother Shang, get to the point. We don't care if it's good or not, we just need to find a way to get it. Is there any way to open it? Chrysanthemum asked impatiently. Xia Shang, that's why I said at the beginning that you weren't very lucky. The Auro Vault requires a special key to open because it contains amplitude crystals that the Auro Empire researched and manufactured specifically for the Chenji warriors. Qin Chuan, amplitude crystal? Could it be a superior version of the void crystal? Xia Shang, that's a good understanding. It is indeed much stronger than the amplification of ordinary crystals, but as a price, you need to overdraw some of your power to get this amplification. Overdrawing some of your capabilities. Xia Shang didn't go into details, but said regretfully, it's not really meaningful to tell you all this now, because we currently have no way to open this door. In order to prevent these amplitude crystals from falling into the outside world, the Auro Empire not only chose to hide them in a void fortress, but also built this treasure vault space with a special void structure. The price for building this special treasure vault is that it can only be opened with a corresponding key made of void energy. Must. Isn't there any other way? Like smashing it open or something? Chrysanthemum became anxious upon hearing this. No, this is a rule established by the Auro Empire in the void. Even if you are the children of the void, you are powerless to change it. Rather, this treasure vault is meant to guard against the heavenly warriors, Xia Shang said, shaking his head. In that case, can we create a corresponding key now? Qin Chuan pondered for a moment and then asked Xia Shang, can we obtain this so-called void energy? Aren't we already in the void? Xia Shang, now? Almost impossible. Void light is a fragment that spills out when a void rift appears. It can only be obtained from corrupted legions near the void rift. This void product, which is independent of the entropy number, is something you can't even find, let alone get it. We can't even find a void rift right now. I thought that being in the void would make finding this thing easy, but now, after hearing what Xia Shang said, it's not just difficult, it's almost like climbing to heaven. Don't even mention it. Someone has already succeeded in ascending to heaven. That guy who played with falling meteorites from space is currently camping in the snow. Qin Chuan and Juhua wore bitter expressions, knowing that even Xia Shang couldn't help them now. This place was like a place that could only be accessed in the later stages of the game. Sigh, I didn't expect that even though the door can't be opened from this side, it's still chasing me, Chrysanthemum sighed. The production team finished get-off work and clocked out to go home in the evening, only to find that the company gate couldn't be opened from this side. Qin Chuan also harbored resentment. If they're not allowed in, why bother displaying it? So that everyone can see how much content and items are still available to grind in the game, right? Who cares? Never mind, it's still rare. Just then, a gunshot rang out from somewhere in the silent fortress space, startling the two of them so much that they jumped 3 meters high and clung to the decorations on the high wall to peer around. They had recently encountered a corrupted ancient being, and even though they hadn't fought it, they knew how terrifyingly strong that giant octopus with its emerald green flesh was. Therefore, Qin Chuan and Juhua were always cautious and dared not easily appear in front of the Fallen Legion. I'm afraid that if a fight breaks out, the Fallen Legion will gather together, and then we don't know what kind of monsters and demons we'll have to face. It doesn't seem like they attacked us. Qin Chuan looked around for a long time but didn't find any fallen ones attacking them. Moreover, now that he listened, the gunshots were actually quite far away. Pat, pat, pat. Before the two of them could go down, a series of heavy footsteps rushed past the white door beneath them and then disappeared into the porch not far away. It was an ancient being with a halo of void above its head. Damn, that was too dangerous. Luckily we've been sneaking here the whole time. After confirming that it was safe, they jumped down. Should we go take a look? Chrysanthemum was curious about the gunshot. What's so interesting about it? It's just that the Cup's crew or Kroni who followed us came in looking for us and then encountered these fallen ones. Qin Chuan wanted to play it safe, as going to the battlefield would inevitably lead to unexpected events. But we can observe the Fallen's normal attack methods, right? We'll definitely be coming to places like this often. Xia Shang also mentioned that the Auro Empire has built many such void spaces. Unable to resist Chrysanthemum's persuasion, the two still sneakily ran towards the direction of the intense gunfire. High-frequency, sharp gunshots rang out continuously, interspersed with bursts of electromagnetic sounds, a constant barrage of booming, screaming, and mechanical activity. Chaos. This battlefield is in complete chaos. The Coups, relying on their shielded ospreys, formed a formation and attacked the Fallen. Plasma beams struck the Fallen, creating holes the size of fingers. But the Fallen ones seemed oblivious. The same origin Fallen crew members of the Coups, wielding enormous blue guns, fired a shot at the Coups lines that rapidly expanded the magnetic barrier, causing the shield to crackle with a loud snap. This is clearly another weapon designed to target shields. Swish, swish, swish. Several emerald green needles shot out, piercing through a row of Cups crew members, and in the next instant they all turned into blood, like blood-filled pockets gushing out and then drying up. Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. The machine gun fire roared faster and faster, and the shields of the Cups crew in front were like ripples on a lake after a downpour. They were quickly overloaded and then riddled with holes. There are even void corruption machine gunners. After several electromagnetic barriers were fired, the Osprey's output efficiency with its mist shield finally couldn't withstand it, and the entire shield shattered and disappeared. A pair of golden cleavers appeared instantly in front of the crew member of Cups, cutting him into 3 pieces in an instant, with blood splattering everywhere. Although the Coup's firepower was not bad either, several fallen ones could be vaguely seen with their bodies riddled with plasma and their halos on their heads shattered, indicating that they had indeed died in battle. However, when faced with the complex and intricate Fallen Legion, Coops, whose shield had been broken, was nothing more than a helpless minion, and was instantly crushed and slaughtered by the Fallen Legion. Awesome. They have crew members to break shields, clones for physical damage, butchers for melee, ancients for area of effect attacks, and all sorts of other miscellaneous characters that completely overturned the Cup's trading company. 2 suits of armor lay furtively in a corner, watching the scene on the battlefield in silence. They were speechless with shock. It seems the Copus Chamber of Commerce isn't doing too well either. Kiku, we need to leave. If we stay any longer, some fallen one might sneak up on us. Qin Chuan prepared to get up and leave. Bang, bang, bang. A loud metallic footstep echoed from the battlefield, and a flat, orange-yellow 6-legged mech crawled out of the corridor, followed by waves of Cup's crew members. Qin Chuan was immediately startled. There are more experts. Chapter 243. The pillow is here. Holy crap. These Cups have even brought out mechs. The 6-legged mech trotted heavily, with 6 mist shields floating behind it, connected by a single arc of electricity. A blue barrier enveloped its body, completely absorbing the bombardment from the Fallen Legion. Even the magnetic barriers that kept slamming into it couldn't break through the magnetic shield contained within its massive size. Brush, several corrupt butchers wielding dual swords instantly appeared in front of the giant machine, frantically slashing off its 6 legs. However, the terrifying shield deflected all their blades, turning their attacks into blows, causing almost no damage. Gurgle, 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 seemingly triggering the hostile program of the tall mecha, the 6-legged machine emitted a warning sound, then raised one of its forelegs and stomped hard at the butcher blocking its way. An unknown amount of force crashed down, and the butcher instinctively raised his knife to block. But the bones in his body cracked and crumbled under the pressure, and he was crushed like a bamboo shoot used to test a hydraulic press. Asterisk bang asterisk. A bright blue magnetic pulse spread out instantly, mixed with scattered metal fragments, blasting away all the Fallen Legions that were blocking the way. Crunch, crunch. The crew of Cups also took advantage of the chaos to unleash their attacks, riddling many of the Fallen Legion with bullets. Hiss, just then, a slender tendon hook lashed out at one of the giant mecha's legs, and the next moment, a lump of emerald green flesh was pulled over. The corrupted, highly poisonous ancient being. It stretched out its entire body, like a starfish pouncing on the giant mecha, its internal glands spraying out green venom steaming with emerald green vapor, which drenched the giant mecha in a spray. Hiss. Then the ancient venomous creature let out a fierce roar on the mech, and the high-frequency sound waves vibrated in sync with the corrosive venom, which quickly spread and permeated in all directions. The shield seemed unable to withstand the venom secreted so closely. The emerald green venom corroded the surface alloy of the giant machine, causing it to hiss and emit blue smoke. Soon after, blue and red sparks began to fly from its joints. Damn it, where's the flamethrower? Get that thing off the links. The crew members all put on their helmets, and since they were using the breathing system inside their ship suits, they were naturally not affected by the poison gas. Soon, several men carrying flamethrowers rushed to the side of the giant machine and opened fire at the ancient creature. Croak. The flamethrower made by Coop scorched the ancient creature with its intense heat. Although the area it covered was not as large as that of Kroni, the extremely high temperature of the precise burning caused the ancient creature to suffer greatly. It let out a sharp shriek and curled up as it slid off the links and fell to the ground. Upon witnessing this scene, Qin Chuan and Ju Hua were not only amazed by Kupu's technical prowess, but also discovered that the ancient one did not seem to be as fearless of pain and death as other types of fallen ones. Although his physique may have been amplified by the void, his weaknesses remained unchanged. That's good news. Gurgle, gurgle. The lynx, now free of its restraints, managed to stabilize its condition temporarily after its upper body alloy armor was corroded and damaged by the high temperature, allowing it to continue carrying the crew forward. Bang, bang. The lynx's giant paws stomped violently, unleashing bursts of electromagnetic pulses that forced the Fallen Legion into a desperate retreat. Looks like the Cup's Chamber of Commerce is going to wipe it out, Chrysanthemum said, shaking her head. It doesn't matter. We've searched almost every room here, big and small. We shouldn't have missed anything. The only problem is that one door won't open. Although Qin Chuan said this, he was still a little disappointed. With the final trampling, the last machine gunner of the Fallen Legion also lost his physical characteristics, and the direct battle between couples and the Fallen Legion finally came to an end. A Cooper's crew member dressed in an orange-red crew uniform stepped forward from behind, first inspecting the extent of the lynx's damage, and then began to communicate with the void beyond. The damage to the lynx is still within a manageable range. This is not our problem. 2 celestials suddenly appeared, as if they had received prior intelligence. They came directly to the void coordinates. We did not investigate the distribution of the fallen soldiers here. The fallen ancients were also unexpected. Yes, the corrupt soldiers have been eliminated for the time being, and we should have enough time to find them. But in any case, the coordinates on the Imperial Sphere have already been discovered by the Celestials. Rather than facing a continuous stream of Celestials in the future, we might as well take this opportunity to take away all the void treasures. This is the Imperial planet. Even if we stabilize it, it will ultimately belong to the Kroni Empire. My idea is to use the names of these 2 Celestial warriors to destroy the stabilizer directly. The Void Rift will devour everything here, which will also give Heck a big surprise. They won't know it was us, because Chenji has killed too many people, and there are quite a few records of the stabilizers they destroyed. Even if they suspect us, they have no evidence. Yes, I left the key to the Void stabilizer with Lynx. It just needs to be activated before the next wave of fallen Marines is deployed. The orange-red engineering crew member ended the communication, and judging from his gesture of instructing the crew, he had clearly received permission from the other side. Damn, what? He wants to destroy this void space. The crew member in the work clothes didn't try to keep quiet, and since the 2 were in their battle armor and focused intently, they could hear everything from a great distance. Chrysanthemum was a little nervous. According to the current understanding of the game, if the void space loses its support, what is the difference between that and being banished to the void? My dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. Even more exciting content awaits. Don't rush. What did he just say? Qin Chuan pondered for a moment and asked in return. He said to destroy the void stabilizer here, to create a void rift, a void rift. Chrysanthemum repeated it before she realized what it meant. Yes, isn't this just like a pillow delivered when you're sleepy? Qin Chuan had even pulled out his evil eye. What are you guys doing here? The engineering crew looked at the crew members who had been dispatched to search for the Oro treasure and were quite satisfied. They then prepared to arrange for the lynx to clean up the poison, but when they turned around, they saw several crew members surrounding something. Boss, this thing doesn't seem to be dead yet. The crew members moved aside, revealing a charred carbon ball in the center. What is this? The engineer strode over. The remains of the fallen ancient beings. The engineer paused, calmly glanced at the lynx on the other side, and then shouted, It's ravaged our lynx like this, and you're not going to kill it yet? It's just a mindless virus. Get rid of it. Cut it up. Smash it. Do whatever you want. Just get rid of it. The engineer turned and left, his righteous demeanor leaving his crew members stunned. However, since their superiors had spoken, they couldn't disobey. Did you bring the saw? He brought a stun gun. Can an ancient being be driven from a wheelchair? Smash it first. This layer of charcoal crystals is almost insulating. Cleaning it will help. Before he could finish speaking, the ordinary crew member's head and helmet disappeared together, leaving a rounded gash on his shoulder, as if it had been bitten off by some transparent hyena. However, all around was still quiet, as if everyone had just won. Chapter 244. The lynx is nothing more than this enemy attack. One of the crew members had just shouted out when his chest was pierced. However, his voice was enough to alert the nearby Cup's crew members. It's a little slow, mine, Chrysanthemum said regretfully. It doesn't matter anymore. The lynx is moving. Let's test the mecha's capabilities. The crew of Coops used the wounds on the two corpses to locate the approximate position of the attackers. They immediately attempted an indiscriminate attack and activated the Osprey mist shield to defend themselves. The Lynx was reactivated and walked heavily toward the direction where the two players were hiding. Send a few moa birds to hold them off, Qin Chuan warned. Good. Chrysanthemum hurriedly threw the terror bird out of the void passage again. 5 or 6 terror birds rushed to the front, with Genera on their heads continuously spitting out tongues of fire, but almost all of them were deflected by the Osprey shield of the Cup side, and were quickly shot into a pile of severed limbs by the plasma of the Cup's crew. He didn't feel sorry for the chrysanthemums. He grabbed 4-round magnetic pulse grenades with both hands, spun around and jumped to a height of 7 or 8 meters. Then, black lines spread from his body, slowing his descent. The frontal attack formation of the Coops is complete. The Lynx is fast, and the shielded Osprey's range is too large. So, these are the positions. Chrysanthemum looked down at Cups' lines, hurling grenades in quick succession, and as a precaution, pulled out 4 more, throwing them even more randomly. It's a pulse grenade. Turn off the Osprey immediately. Some of the Coops crew members saw what had been thrown into the crowd and immediately realized they needed to shut down the Osprey to prevent damage to its internal systems. However, the reaction was still a bit slow. The 8 pulse grenades instantly spread out 8 magnetic arcs, expanded and collided, and then strengthened into a huge demagnetizing field. Thud. Thud thud thud. The Osprey's internal electric field was disrupted by the pulse, causing its circuitry to become disordered and spewing out many sparks, which then exploded one after another in the crowd. The shield receivers on the crew members were also destroyed, and some who got too close to the Osprey were knocked down by metal fragments scattered by the Osprey's explosion. Thud. Chrysanthemum landed beside Qin Chuan, crouching to absorb the force. Turning her head, she saw Qin Chuan standing straight, aiming at the Lynx. Flames and smoke erupted from the muzzle, but the signature gunshot could no longer be heard. However, the effect was undiminished. With a loud bang, one of the Lynx's legs was broken in the middle, and its massive body even staggered backward half a step due to the force of the evil eye's impact. Crackling sounds. The Lynx emitted strange, crackling sounds as it tried to rouse its front leg, which had been bent backwards after being struck. How is this possible? This Lynx's forelimbs are reinforced pulse weapons, far exceeding the quality of ordinary Lynxes. Even if it's not as powerful as a jackal, it shouldn't be destroyed by a single shot from a regular firearm. The engineer behind the Lynx was shocked to see that this strategic weapon had been weakened by half in a single encounter, and a sense of panic and fear rose in his heart. He had never seen any weapon that could produce such power without making a sound, not even some of the heavenly warriors he had encountered before. Could it be the heavenly sword after the void's fall? No, that's impossible. Their abilities are still unknown. Could it be that they obtained an ancient relic from the treasure vault? Yes, it must be a relic. If he could obtain this Oro relic and hand it over to the Chamber of Commerce, he would certainly have enough merit and prestige to apply for joining the Cup's Marine Corps. Thinking of this, the engineer felt a surge of joy and pointed at Qin Chuan and Aju. Concentrate firepower and take them down. Upon receiving the order, the crew members fired a barrage of suppressive fire while advancing rapidly. Some crew members also threw pulse grenades, and the front line quickly became disconnected from the Lynx mechs. However, the next moment, a black and white armored figure appeared in a spiral, using its shield to withstand the hail of bullets for a moment before plunging into the crowd. It's my turn now. Chrysanthemum Loves made excitedly clasped his wrists together, and a crystal clear glass quickly reappeared on his body, blocking the external plasma burst while rapidly expanding under the influence of Chrysanthemum's void energy. The glass wall seemed to be a solid object, yet it wasn't. It withstood plasma shots, but as it expanded, the surrounding crew members were able to pass right through it. Although the area was not large, encompassing only 5 crew members, the moment the glass pierced their bodies, reflective crystals began to form on their skin, and their movements quickly slowed and became stuck, as if their bodies were gradually frozen. When the maximum 4-meter range was completed, the glass barrier solidified and stabilized, and the Cup's crew members standing next to the Chrysanthemums turned into 5 glass statues. They did not die, and Chrysanthemum did not gain any experience. Clearly, this was only a temporary state. However, in this state, they provide additional stable energy to the glass barrier, making them extremely vulnerable. Don't break it yet. This bunker is very useful. Qin Chuan's voice came through the communication channel to prevent the Cup's crew from finding out. Taking advantage of the time it took for Chrysanthemum to release its wide area glassification, Qin Chuan reloaded the evil eye. At that moment, he quickly rushed forward, spun around, and leaped into the air, accurately hitting the Lynx's hind leg. Bang! It wasn't the sound of gunfire, but the roar of bullets hitting alloy armor. One of the Lynx mecha's rear balancing legs was snapped in half and flew off with a bang, almost hitting the engineer, who was so frightened that he rolled around to avoid it. Vitrification only lasts 10 seconds. I don't have enough energy to break it, Chrysanthemum responded. No need to destroy them. Don't rush to kill these crew members. Once we open a void rift, we can use them to delay those corrupted void legions. Qin Chuan tumbled through the air and landed inside the glass barrier, putting away the evil eye and taking out a martial machete in return. Okay. The two leaped over the glass barrier. Qin Chuan casually pointed to the crowd below, and the next moment, 4 pieces of glass armor automatically detached from his shoulders, spinning and flying out along the arc of his arm. The instant they landed in the designated location, they suddenly expanded into a glass mirror array that floated around him on all 4 sides. The array of glass mirrors reflected the light in the area, radiating a captivating brilliance. The crew members around who saw these glass mirrors seemed to be mesmerized, curiously approaching the nearest floating mirror. However, the mirror continued to spin, and they could not avoid following it. Someone happened to be inside the rotating array. Turning his head, he was facing a glass mirror. No one knows what he saw in the mirror, but he screamed in horror and raised his gun to fire continuously at the mirror. As more and more crew members were lured into the mirror array, almost everyone became trapped between the floating mirrors. Qin Chuan and Ju Hua, carrying knives, had already rushed towards the Lynx. Damn you, Skybreaker! You'll pay for this, Lynx! The engineer yelled, picking up a flamethrower from the ground and urging the Lynx to fire. Seeing the large mech in front of him, which had lost 1 front and 1 rear foot, struggling to raise its still intact pulse foot to attack, Qin Chuan had no choice but to slide 2 steps to its other hind foot and raise the marshal's high heat blade to slash heavily on the foot joint. The strike didn't sever the hind leg, but it disrupted the Lynx's carefully calculated balance. With a shudder, sparks flew from the joints of the Lynx's other legs, as if it could no longer support its heavy body. The next moment, it crashed to the ground with a thud. Qin Chuan rolled away to avoid being smashed into a metal plate. Looking back at the disabled mecha, a strange feeling welled up in his heart. Sozo, mechs. Still trying to run. I'll chop off your legs if you run again. Hearing Chrysanthemum's threatening words to the engineer, she held a knife to the engineer's back and brought him to Qin Chuan's side. You've already obtained the Oro treasure. You should just leave. Now you're threatening me. What more do you want? An electronically synthesized questioning voice rang out from the engineer's helmet. Tell me, where did you put the key? Qin Chuan ignored the other party and asked simply, what key? The engineer was stunned. Naturally, it's the key to destroying the void stabilizer. Didn't you say it was on Lynx? Take it out. Chapter 245 The Fall begins. What? Didn't you want to destroy this void space? Seeing the other person's stunned expression, Chrysanthemum used the hilt of her knife to push the engineer in the chest, bringing him back to his senses. We're here to help you. Why are you still hesitating? The engineer turned to look at the 2 high-difficulty armored vehicles behind him, his gaze shifting back and forth between them. No, what exactly do you want? You wouldn't do anything that doesn't benefit you, not even Chenji. Isn't your purpose here the Aurora treasure? Upon hearing the other party's question, the 2 players chuckled. You seem to know more about the heavenly realm than we do. Indeed, this matter is beneficial to us, but we still intend to let you off the hook. So are you sure you want us to answer this question? Qin Chuan countered. I will give my life for the Chamber of Commerce, the engineer shouted. What would happen if we sent your conversation from just now to the Kroni Empire? Chrysanthemum asked with a light laugh, slinging her sword over her shoulder. You all heard that. The engineer took 2 steps back. Of course, otherwise why would we ask you for the key? Let me think about it. You initially tried to shift the blame onto us, so I suppose your boss doesn't want to break with the Kroni Empire right now. If this causes huge losses to the Chamber of Commerce, you'll become the Chamber's culprit. But now there's a better option. We'll help you resolve the void space on this Imperial sphere, which will confirm your claim that it was destroyed by the Heavenly Sword, and we'll also get what we want. It's a win-win situation, so why not? The 2 mechs sandwiched the engineer, manipulating his mind. But what are you plotting? The engineer wavered, but he still wanted to persevere. This is our feud with Hake. Are you sure you want to get involved? Qin Chuan's voice turned cold, sending a chill down the engineer's spine. Without much hesitation, the engineer walked towards the paralyzed links, raised his arm to enter access permissions, and then turned around to see 2 high-level challengers on his left and right side staring at him. Are you really willing to let us leave? Qin Chuan, of course, we also need you to tell those Kroni people outside about this. You want to frame us, right? Then let them come in and stop us. The more the better. As for what reason to use, that's something you need to figure out. Good. The engineer activated the access protocol, and the lynx's abdomen was suddenly lifted up with a bang. After some effort, the lynx finally got the key to the stabilizer. This is a key. Chrysanthemum looked at the golden object in her hand that resembled a building block. One of the blocks had a light spot visible on its side, which was probably used as an interface for connecting data. Yes, this is a replica made from some keys from the Void of Arrow, and the entire Void stabilizer was also made in this way. The engineer, fearing the 2 mechs wouldn't believe him, quickly explained, then asked, "Can we leave now?" Wait a minute, don't rush. How do I use this? A laser beam shot from the top emitter of the Void stabilizer straight to the ceiling, but instead of hitting it, it disappeared into a blurry space. Chrysanthemum took the key, approached the golden device, found the interface the engineer had pointed to at one end, and inserted the key. Then, Chrysanthemum twisted the key head twice, then pressed it hard again. After doing this several times, the stabilizer suddenly vibrated. Oh. Chrysanthemum nimbly jumped to the side where Qin Chuan was. The laser beam gradually brightened and grew larger, and the space it entered began to stir, as if a hot spring was heating up and boiling. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, strange vibrations penetrated the walls and entered the space, sounding like the earth tearing apart or the sea churning, indistinct yet deafening. The laser beam grew thicker and thicker, and the boiling hot spring finally became unmanageable, hissing as cracks began to appear. Boom. Thunder roared indoors, and a golden bolt of lightning flashed from the edge of space, transforming into 5 figures of varying heights that landed on the ground. Then, with a whoosh, the lightning entered their bodies, solidifying into the appearance of 5 void fallen ones, complete with their weapons. Damn, this monster-killing method is way too traditional. Upon seeing this, Chrysanthemum's first reaction was to launch into a scathing critique. However, the 5 fallen ones on the other side didn't bother with any opening remarks. Their weapons, which were wrapped in void light wheels, immediately opened fire on the 2 of them. Something terrible has happened. The engineer, along with about a dozen Coop's crew members, fled from the void portal as if their lives depended on it. Their disheveled appearance made it impossible to tell that they were engineers in command. Stop. Stop everything. In front of the void portal, Kroni's troops were surrounded in layers. When they saw someone rushing out from inside the void portal, they all raised their guns in warning. However, when they realized that it was people from the merchant guild, they were stopped by the tall Kroni commander in front. It's us, you bunch of idiots. Tianchi has turned the place upside down. What are you still doing here? Seeing these lowly clones pointing guns at him, the engineer was instantly filled with rage and rushed towards Commander Kroni without hesitation. All my men are dead inside. If you still want us to help control this place, send people in immediately. They're trying to destroy this void. My dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. Even more exciting content awaits. Upon hearing the engineer's words, the Kroni obviously didn't think too much about it. The crew hadn't shared much technology with the Kroni to learn, so naturally they didn't know how the void stabilizer worked. Moreover, upon learning that this void was about to be destroyed, Commander Kroni didn't have time to think much. He didn't want to become a sinner of the Kroni Empire. How can we stop them? Commander Kroni asked quickly. Go in and kill them. There are only 2 of them. My links took out a lot of their ammunition, but we've also suffered heavy casualties and can't fight anymore. Now it's your turn to stop them. Upon hearing the engineer's words, the commander was delighted and immediately ordered all the soldiers to enter the portal. As for whether they would die facing the heavenly sword, as soldiers of the Empire, they shouldn't even be thinking about such things. Buzz 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 buzz. Upon hearing the sound, the engineer quickly turned around and saw that the portal was expanding rapidly, almost taking up an entire wall. They've started. They're serious. The engineer, no longer having any doubts, quickly gathered the other crew members to prepare to leave the factory. Where are you going? Commander Kroni reached out to stop him. We need to go to another factory to gather mechanical reinforcements. I want revenge for my links. That's the culmination of our Chamber of Commerce's hard work. The engineer shouted anxiously, pushing the other man's arm away. The commander, who felt disrespected, didn't think much of it, because the other party had always treated him the same way. Watching the engineers and crew members walk away, the commander thought for a moment and took out the communicator from his waist. Someone come here. There's a problem with the portal. We need backup. However, before he could even put down the communicator, a golden bolt of lightning roared out from the void portal behind him, striking 6 Kroni soldiers. The next moment, golden light appeared, weapons twisted, and the 6 Kroni soldiers immediately began shooting their comrades around them. The depravity begins. Chapter 246. Good luck. Let's open the box. Commander. Xia Shang watched the images transmitted from the 2 suits of armor. He saw that the battle on Qin Chuan's side was getting more and more intense, but he couldn't hear Audi's voice. The Kroni soldiers and the fallen gunners were locked in fierce combat, while Qin Chuan and Ju Hua dodged and weaved among them. Sometimes they, along with the Kroni soldiers, defeat the fallen spearmen. Sometimes they attack the same targets as the fallen spearmen. Sometimes, the 2 of them were chased and beaten by Kroni and the fallen spearmen together. However, such scenes are rare, because the fallen lancers will soon realize that there are enemies around them, and then shoot the inferior ones who do not have the void halo to kill them with a few shots. Crash! A fluffy bolt of void lightning struck, and the void once again unleashed a batch of corrupted spearmen into this space. Brother Quinn, where is that so-called void sphere? We still haven't seen it. Chrysanthemum, exhausted from fighting, finally had a chance to ask Qin Chuan. I don't know, maybe it depends on probability. As he spoke, the crocodile god in Qin Chuan's hand roared and blasted away the butcher who was wielding a knife in front of him. Just as the butcher's void light wheel shattered, a viscous stream of light seeped out from it. Before it even hit the ground, Qin Chuan immediately reached out and scooped it up. Seemingly sensing the pull of the void's power, the viscous stream of light solidified itself into a constantly changing shape, but always resembling a round crystal, emitting a faint milky white halo. So this is the void light body. Chrysanthemum stared intently at the milky white ball of light in Qin Chuan's hand, noticing that its edges were tinged with a pale blue glow, indicating it wasn't entirely pure white. Yes, you can continue collecting them. Just keep sending them back. If you need 10 of these light bodies, I'll make them for you separately. Xia Shang immediately reminded him. 10. Where are we going to find 10 of them? Snap! An electromagnetic barrier slammed down from behind. The 2 armored vehicles couldn't dodge in time and were blasted away with a bang, as if hit by a heavy truck. The shields on their bodies only flashed for a moment before disappearing. Xia Shang, who was observing from the same angle, noticed that their video signal was flickering and losing frequency. Xia Shang suddenly remembered something and hurriedly shouted to the opposite side. Radiation? It's radiation induction. Don't release your abilities. Sizzle sizzle, huh? Why was the communication cut off? What did Brother Shang just say? Relying on their robust physical attributes, the two armored vehicles, upon impacting the wall, used their hands and feet to push off the surface, spinning like bullets and flying away from the battlefield. The communication is down. Chrysanthemum exclaimed anxiously, and my light sensor seems to be malfunctioning. It's pixelated. Qin Chuan also noticed the situation. Me too. It seems like the signal is being blocked by something. Was there something wrong with that radiation barrier? Oh, there's an anomaly. Radiation sensing has affected our sensors, and communications have been temporarily blocked. What do we do now? Wait for the anomaly to disappear. We can't wait. The void stabilizer has a pressure time limit. The engineer made it very clear. We don't have time to wait, and we don't know how long this state will last. Qin Chuan immediately rejected the idea. Chrysanthemum shouldered the red gun. Then we have no choice but to keep fighting. We need to collect enough void orbs as soon as possible. Qin Chuan, what are you doing? Take the cannibalistic demon back. Chrysanthemum, huh? But it's not fast enough to kill without this. Qin Chuan, are you stupid? If we use this, how are we going to collect the void light within the flames? It might just be absorbed back into the void on its own. What should we do? All the other weapons are too slow. Should we upgrade our reputation shop? Yes, but conquering howitzer manufacturing will take time, and we don't know if we'll be short of special materials. No, I mean we can use some reputation to exchange for some grenades or something with 9-5 wisdom trout. Commander, there is an email for you, sent by a lone player from the Himalayas. At this moment, Xia Shang finally had the leisure to listen to Audiz's report. The Himalayas. It's dust. Xia Shang realized. Yes, Commander. The letter was transferred to the virtual projection screen in front of Xia Shang. After Xia Shang finished reading it, he even wanted to get up from his chair. Fortunately, he was not very strong at the moment, but the letter still gave him quite a shock. A cargo ship from Ceres transporting batteries to Empire. Heck intercepted a viral tumor being researched in an Empire lab. Does he want to destroy Empire? Xia Shang was deeply troubled. But thinking about it this way, could the virus in the Jade Mountain area have been deliberately released by them? But why the Jade Mountain area? Did they know that was the area where armored warriors died? Or was it just an accidental site selection? The fact that the frontline troops in Kroni are now landing there, instead of clearing the mountains as they would have done with the Black Zone, clearly indicates a different purpose, and it is highly likely related to the research on this boil. Fortunately, there are enough missions in the Jade Mountain area. Players can deal with those frontline troops. The only thing to be careful about is the player's round trip. We'll probably need to ask that deer dog to make some room to set up a temporary gathering place. As Cho said, the boil has no specific coordinates. In the vast Kroni base laboratory across the entire Empire, trying to win a lottery is undoubtedly a foolish idea. It would be better to find the spaceship carrying the battery directly. If possible, I could even go directly into that laboratory with the spaceship. That way, I'd get the battery, and I'd also find the location of the boil. However, this plan is based on the premise that the information is true and reliable. Not only must the information about the boil and the battery be true, but the spaceship must also be the same one, and the destination must not be a regional resource transfer station, but rather a direct route to the target. No, there are too many uncontrollable factors. Dust alone cannot handle this matter. The situation inside the steel line is also very complicated. Even if Dust informs Cho of the current situation, it is impossible to control the information perfectly. At this moment, Xia Shang remembered that there were 3 tall, encrypted storage boxes standing in his void passage. Maybe good luck will come. Thinking of this, Xia Shang immediately smashed out an encrypted storage box. Open it. The void energy in his hand condensed into a black sword blade, which pierced into the white encrypted part with a whoosh. The next moment, the encrypted box clicked open, and the shelf inside was lifted up, freezing the sealed contents in a single instant. Xia Shang waved his hand lightly, using void energy to pick up the object, which turned out to be an Oro data module containing data. Its small size, only the thickness of a finger, was examined by Xia Shang when he held it in his palm. Turning it over, he found a lotus flower pattern on it. At this moment, surprise, joy, and doubt all flashed through Xia Shang's mind. Even the fatigue in his head was momentarily ignored. Lotus. How could this be? This is the data research sample from the Heavenly Sword. It was actually hidden in the Imperial planet. Xia Shang was puzzled and looked up at the sky, only to realize that he hadn't seen that celestial body for a long time. Never mind, we'll talk about it later, but I didn't expect it to be such a lucky streak. Let's take advantage of this good luck and see what happens next. Xia Shang took out a new storage box and plunged it into the black blade again. Click, inside, neatly arranged, were 2 metal objects, one golden grey and the other light blue, resembling batteries. Battery. No, this is a battle armor catalyst. Xia Shang picked up the 2 metal lumps in surprise, weighed them in his hands, and realized they were genuine. These are all really good stuff. What's next? Xia Shang immediately opened the 3rd encrypted storage box. There was a strange golden crystal plate inside, with faint golden lines flowing on its surface, and next to it was a metal block that looked like a golden puzzle. This. Ignoring the golden sculpted block, Xia Shang stared blankly at the crystal plate until Audi's reminded him, bringing him back to his senses. Congratulations, Commander. This is a blueprint sample for a Saint-level armor set. Chapter 247. A hidden wall ahead, just a sample. Xia Shang said. Perhaps it will be useful. I remember you mentioned many years ago that the Oro Empire's research into the holy armor continued until its demise, Audi's replied. That's true, but they've never succeeded. Every piece of the holy armor is unique. Xia Shang picked up the golden blueprint sample and tried to focus his attention on it. In an instant, a massive amount of data flooded into Xia Shang's eyes. Countless strange patterns, peculiar characters, designs with sounds, and countless obscure contents coalesced upon it, forming a commander. With a thud, a huge metal cicada slammed into Xia Shang's hand, crashing to the ground along with the golden crystal plate. Thanks to this, Xia Shang was able to wake up from that state of understanding. How long have I been inside? Xia Shang rubbed his throbbing head and leaned on a chair for a while to catch his breath. Commander, 13 seconds remaining. The metal cicada slowly floated up from the ground and flew to Xia Shang's side. How are you feeling? Should we take you back to the ship's rest area? Let me sleep for a while. If anything happens, you have full authority to handle it. After Xia Shang finished speaking, his consciousness vanished into the void, and his body lay still on the recliner, like a puppet with its strings cut. Audis blinked his ring-shaped eyes and slowly began to circle around Xia Shang going. Dust has checked his personal inbox for the 8th time, but still hasn't received a reply from Brother A Shang. What's going on? Are the NPCs taking a break? It's not the right time now. After closing his personal inbox, Dust looked around at the snow-capped mountain ridges and then continued to follow the coordinate pins he had left behind to trace the past. Upon reaching the cliff, Dust peered down and saw nothing but scattered snow on the steep cliff. However, Dust still noticed some signs of being rummaged through. On the protruding rock closest to his feet, there was a messy plum blossom footprint. It's still here. Dust breathed a sigh of relief, reached out and pulled out a white diamond-shaped device with the 2 pointed ends curving inwards like a hoop. Although Momo said that just putting this around its neck would be enough, does it really work? Is this collar some kind of brainwashing device? Dust tried to put the band on its head, but it obviously had no effect. Give it a try. They found a patch of still clear footprints nearby, indicating that the animals had gone out hunting early in the morning. So, the dust-driven hoverboard slowly followed the footprints. After gliding for several kilometers, the dust settled in a low-lying area halfway up the mountain. There, we discovered a narrow path covered with grass. The temperature wasn't too low. In fact, it was a little warmer than outside for some reason. Hearing the rustling sound, the dust control hoverboard quietly drifted over and found a snow-white thing feasting behind a haystack. Looking at it from a different angle, it turned out to be a mutated snow hare, even as big as a small dog, which had already been mostly eaten by the white Cooper. Suddenly, the snow-white Cooper abruptly turned his head, his pair of azure vertical pupils staring at the dust. A chilling feeling instantly enveloped the dust, a sensation he had never experienced before. What, you think I'm prey? Dust asked with a light laugh, jumping off the hoverboard. This movement immediately made Cooper stand up on guard. Its massive body was a size larger than when Dust first saw it. It was already half-crouched on the ground like a tiger, arching its hindquarters in a hunting posture. Very good. Dust examined the snow-white Cooper. Its body and fur were excellent. It had a square forehead, a hooked snout, a keratinous hook on the tip of its nose, and a small tuft of black hair on the tips of its ears. Dust grew increasingly pleased with his handsome appearance, so he took a step forward, opened his arms, and assumed a response posture. He didn't want to hurt this good dog. If he could take it down without injury, he would definitely look good on the forum. Thinking this, Dust felt the chill on his back getting heavier and heavier. Finally, at a certain moment, Kuroko couldn't hold back any longer. He slammed his thick front paws on the ground and pounced over from the air with his hundreds of pounds of body. Dust stared unblinkingly at the other's furry belly, thinking, if only I could slide tackle. With a thud, the giant Cubro suddenly pinned Dust down, its enormous claws almost as big as Dust's face, pressing down on Dust's shoulders from both sides, and its blood red maw immediately snapped at Dust's face. Dust turned its head to avoid the steel teeth, raised its leg and kicked Kokoro in the chest. If it used its full strength, it could easily kick away hundreds of pounds of its body. However, Dust intended to finish the fight quickly. It simply pulled back its strength and kicked Cubro off the ground, allowing its paws to loosen from its shoulders. Dust then used this opening to hunch its shoulders, squeezed upwards through the gap between Cubro's paws, and suddenly grabbed the big dog's neck with both hands, while its legs clamped tightly around its waist. Call. Kokoro felt its chest and abdomen being pressed tightly together, and the hand around its neck was so tight that it was suffocating. It couldn't help but cough out a breath, and then frantically shook its body, trying to shake off this piece of dogskin plaster. But the Dust wasn't so easy to shake off. He just kept burying his head in Cubro's chest. If it weren't for the bulging veins on his tightly wrapped arms, people might have thought he was a fury fanatic snorting at a dog. It doesn't actually smell bad. It just has a smell that's uniquely that of wild animals. Cubro shook harder and harder, jumping, rolling, and using all sorts of methods, but still couldn't shake off the Dust. Instead, it exhausted itself to the point of seeing stars, and symptoms of oxygen deprivation gradually appeared. Just as Dust felt the Cubro struggles weakening, he felt a surge of joy. Buzz, an email appeared on Dust's user interface. Oh, finally, a reply. His attention shifted to the inbox, and upon opening it, he saw that it was indeed a message reply from Audi's. Dust muttered to himself as he read it. Batteries are currently a very scarce and precious resource. If possible, you can participate in this mission and even acquire batteries at any cost. During the mission, Audi's will provide you with the necessary technical support and assistance, regardless of the cost. Does that mean I'm willing to die and go back to my starting point just to get the battery? The boils are a matter of ecological security for the Empire. Assisting the Iron Defenses in obtaining the corresponding laboratory coordinates will be a prerequisite. If this prerequisite is successfully completed, a series of tasks will be automatically activated. However, if the prerequisite fails, it may trigger unforeseen events such as boil metastasis, causing the mission to be interrupted. Oh, so you still can't die, otherwise this series of missions will be interrupted. But it feels a bit difficult for me to carry out this series of missions alone. Even the commander of the Ironclad Defense Group, oh no, the deputy commander, is so concerned about this battery. Kroni must be guarding it tightly. Who knows how many terrifying beings are on the ship transporting the battery. I need to get some equipment, or maybe make more healing injections. Even if I can't beat them, I can hold them off. At worst, I can wear them down. As he was thinking, Dust unconsciously loosened his grip a little, which gave Kuroko, who was about to faint, the opportunity to suddenly jump up from the ground and throw Dust off. Holy crap. Cubro's will to live in the face of death unleashed a power beyond its own, actually hurling Dust against the edge of the cliff. If Dust hadn't been quick enough to grab the edge of the cracked rock, it would probably have been flying through the air. Although we might not necessarily be smashed to death, it would be a waste of time to catch up after such a long journey. Big white dog, you won't listen to reason, so you'll have to suffer the consequences. Dust was a little angry. With a strong push, he threw himself up and stared at the big dog, who was coughing violently and shaking its head to relieve the tightness in its throat. When it met Dust's eyes again, the previously cold, bloodshot blue pupils lost their coldness and instead showed a clear hint of fear. It unconsciously shrank back a few steps, and its ears drooped slightly. Scared? If you're scared, then put on this silver collar. I'm not some kind of demon. Dust chuckled, took out the diamond-shaped collar, and shook it. It's unclear what nerve the Cubro was touched on, but when it saw the collar, it suddenly plunged headfirst into the grassy path, its massive, tiger-like body disappearing into it in an instant, leaving only the rustling of the grass. Ah! Dust was shocked and rushed over to check. He discovered that behind the grass where Cubro had disappeared, in the shadows of the rock wall, there was a cave filled with bushes. Reaching out to feel it, Dust's eyes widened slightly. Warm air is actually blowing out of here. This place is almost 2,000 meters above sea level, right? How can warm air blow out of the mountain crevices in such an icy and snowy environment? Could there be a hidden map? After hesitating for a moment, the Dust decided to crawl inside in its cat form. Chapter 248 Dogs, Ruins, and Armor. The cave was pitch black. Dust drifted through a ring of grass around the entrance and revealed that the inside was full of moss. The narrow passage led deep into the darkness, where no light shone and the Dust seemed to have no idea where it would end up. But the Dust continued to creep forward, for he could see Cooper's claw marks on the ground by the last sliver of light. Since Kuroko would use this place as an escape route, there's no reason it could be dangerous, so let's just keep going. The tunnel was somewhat rugged. After turning left and right twice, the dust obscured everything, so I had no choice but to take out a flashlight, put it in my mouth, and continue crawling inside. The air gradually became damp, and the dust could feel the warm wind blowing in its face. Moreover, the echoes in the cave were not only the sound of one's own clothes scraping against the ground, but also strange whooshing sounds. What the hell is that noise? How come that dog is crawling so fast? Dust spit out the light, rubbed his aching cheeks, then grabbed the light with one hand and continued to follow the tracks on the ground as he crawled deeper. After climbing for an unknown amount of time, the dust reached the innermost part and surprisingly discovered a downward-facing opening. Shining a light through the probe, the dust revealed what appeared to be a small cavern in the mountain, with the entrance more than 10 meters below the bottom. And that dog isn't here either. Did it jump down? Or did it crawl through another dog hole? After confirming again, the dust realized that this was indeed the only way, so it plunged down into the path. Bang! The dust hit the ground hard, rolled twice, and then got up. Damn, my back. Unfortunately, due to space constraints, the dust could only enter the hole with its upper body inside. It couldn't go down with its feet. Fortunately, he was physically strong and recovered after catching his breath. He then immediately got up and began to observe his surroundings. Only then did the dust realize that something was wrong. The ground beneath our feet was quite flat, and after taking a few steps to the side, there was actually a ring of steps. The surrounding walls have a rounded, inward curving shape, covered with mottled lines. This was obviously a hidden room, but what puzzled Dust was that the room was quite spacious and clearly meant to be a place to store something, yet it was completely empty, and even the walls had been scratched. A cluster of plum blossom-shaped footprints suddenly came into view. Dust noticed that the footprints on the ground were of different sizes, some new and some old. The smaller ones were covered with a layer of dust, while the larger ones were covered with a bit of grey water, clearly indicating that they had just been left. Following the footprints, the dust descended the steps and passed through a small door 2 meters high, where the whooshing sound heard earlier became even more pronounced. Underfoot is a narrow path built against the wall, about a meter wide. Beyond it lies a bottomless valley, and above you hang stalactites. What the hell is this place? Is it some kind of ruin? The Aurora ruins. The dust clung to the wall, following the footprints, and the wind blew among the stalactites, producing a chilling sound, but not a whooshing one. Ahead lay more steps leading downwards. Dust was now somewhat regretting following the dog in, but he was also genuinely curious about where this place was. Judging from the footprints, the big dog didn't hesitate at all and followed the path directly, indicating that this was a way out. So the dust stopped thinking too much and obediently followed the instincts of the beast. The whooshing sound grew louder and louder. At the bottom of the steps, a straight pillar rises from the cliff face beside you, surrounded by a golden ring. Looking down from the last step, there's a rounded arched ceiling below, not what appears to be a foothold. But there's no other way to go, and the dog's footprints ended there, indicating it had gone down as well. He leaped down from the 13-meter height, stomped his numb ankles, and, holding onto a pillar, reached the edge to look out. The light from the spotlights faintly illuminated a silhouette in the distance, a huge humanoid shadow with one arm raised. When Dust first saw the outline, it was quite startling. Fortunately, Dust quickly realized that the dark figure was not moving and seemed to be just a stone statue, but it was enormous, probably tens of meters tall. A stone statue. It's a pity I can't see what kind of stone statue it is. But is there any concept in this game world that requires the creation of stone statues? Religion? A deity? Could this be a temple? An idea flashed through Dust's mind. Stepping on the roof-like building beneath his feet, he looked at the wall that he had jumped down from, which connected to the top of the gable, and realized that it was indeed a wall pillar with some curves. The roof beneath my feet was cracked, and rubble was scattered around me. I looked ahead for the footprints of a large dog and soon came to a collapse area. Or rather, the dust was on the rooftop, just some of the remaining outer edges of the roof. The building beneath his feet had almost completely collapsed. The ruins and rubble piled up below, creating a messy, desolate atmosphere. But fortunately, there was no light, no rain, and no grass growing here. But now Dust is in a dilemma. How is he supposed to get down? The dust lingered on the edge for a while, then shone the light on the broken wall at the edge and finally found some claw marks, intermittent, from the broken wall to the stone pillar, and then to the relief on the wall, all the way down to the bottom. Dust. Damn it, this isn't just any ordinary dog. This is a dog that can climb walls, a dog that can assassinate. However, this is not a big problem for us Dust. Judging by its appearance, it's only about 50 or 60 meters high. With Dust's agility, it shouldn't be a problem. The dust mote reached the edge, carefully examined the planned route, found a path with few obstacles, then held the lamp in its arms and leaped. My dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. Even more exciting content awaits. Whoosh tilde 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 thud. As the smoke and dust dispersed, the Tyndall effect illuminated the dust-shrouded smoke and dust, casting distorted shadows. Cough. Dust coughed up a little blood, quickly gave himself an injection in the neck, and, ignoring how much dust there was, took a couple of breaths before getting up from the ground. Damn it. I almost broke my back. Why did they build such a tall temple? Are they that rich? Dust cursed twice and was about to explore the temple when he suddenly noticed that the snoring sound he had become accustomed to had suddenly stopped. Dust quickly turned off the lights and crouched down under a rubble slab. Before long, a series of footsteps came from outside the temple, and 4 or 5 thin beams of light also swayed around, clearly indicating that someone had come in with a lamp. Dust never expected that the ruins he discovered had already been discovered by someone else, and that there were even people patrolling and guarding the place. Peeking out through the gap, the figures were clearly visible in the darkness, illuminated by their own lights. Sure enough, the soldiers of the Kroni Empire had their eye sensors emitting a pair of dim yellow lights on their snow-white masks, making them look like 5 ghosts wandering in the darkness. What puzzled Dust even more was their paint job. It was a new paint scheme that Dust had never seen before. It was neither the green and white of the frontline troops, nor the khaki of the Marines, nor the red and white of the giant tooth soldiers. But this paint job wasn't unfamiliar to Dust, and it left a very deep impression on Dust, because the owner of the paint job had recently left a fist mark on his beloved giant blade. Black and red paint scheme. What new chapter is this? Is the Kroni Empire's structure really that complicated? While I was still wondering what was going on, I heard some conversation. Was there really a sound? You must have misheard. Yeah, there's nothing here. Impossible. I really heard someone talking, and I also heard something fall. Ha ha ha, do you know how high it is up there? Even a rock falling from there would be shattered, let alone a person. But we must keep a close watch on this place. If anything goes wrong, Her Majesty the Queen will not let us off the hook. That's true. Take a look around, but don't touch anything, understand? If you damage the ruins, we'll all be in deep trouble. Got it. Dust listened silently to their words, while controlling its breathing to slow down. Although I don't know which warband it is, they mentioned an empress, perhaps the empress of the Kroni Empire. I just don't know if she's Heck's wife or his superior. No, there was a scene where Heck attended a meeting, which shows that there are people of equal rank to him in the Kroni Empire. The spouse of such a person could not be called an empress. Is that the leader of the empire? Damn it, what a good dog. Where did it lead me? Is this still the Imperial planet? The Imperial leader's direct combat legion is here to guard the ruins in the Himalayas. That black and red color scheme is obviously not simple. Just think about Cho and you'll know. After the brainstorming session, all we could do was wait until they left. This is a critical moment. Not to mention the Oro battery. Even the Dust series of missions related to the boils are something Dust doesn't want to give up on. He can't die in a place like this. Just as I was thinking this, the patrolling black and red squad started talking about the plot again. But even so, can we really protect this ruin? We recently captured a group of herb-gathering villagers. Why don't we kill them? Our mission is simply to keep an eye on these ruins. That's what the captain said too. They're just getting close to the survivors here. According to regulations, they're to be handled by the Snowfield troops here. Even if they have to kill them, that's their job. Since we're going to kill them all anyway, it's the same if we do it ourselves. Stop talking nonsense. I think you're being a bit disloyal. Bullshit. My loyalty to the Empire is unquestionable. For the Empress. If you really want to take action, you might as well pray that one of them accidentally wanders in here. Are you kidding me? We've surrounded this cave area completely. Who could get in? Just then, a beam of light swept across the ruins in front of the Dust. Splash. Who goes there? A huge shadow suddenly pounced out from the ruins, knocking over 3 black and red soldiers. Kuroko. Damn it. That Kuroko is back. Kill it and take it home for a barbecue. The white Kukoro bit the arm of a soldier who was about to raise his gun to fire. The sharp teeth and iron teeth collided, sparking a mouthful of sparks, but it could not bite off the soldier's arm. Ooh, Kukoro growled and shook his head, swinging the black and red soldier around like a broken sack. The sound of bones breaking cracked and popped as the soldier was slammed to the ground repeatedly. Damn it. Bang. Gunshots rang out, echoing above the dark ruins. Gah! Kukoro cried out in pain as the black and red soldier in its mouth was flung away, landing in the shadows like a rag doll. Kukoro then ran quickly, hiding in the shadows outside the spotlight and rapidly approaching the soldier who had fired the shot. Get out of here. Bang, bang, wow. Gunshots rang out one after another, the sounds of flesh and blood tearing apart echoing each other. Dust, amidst the ruins, looked at the large dog whose snow-white fur was stained with red blood, and for some reason, a surge of anger rose within him. Damn it, this is the dog I've got my eye on. The next moment, Dust used all 4 limbs to burst out from the gap, and Galentian's greatsword appeared on his shoulder. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Who goes there? The black and red soldier, who was about to subdue the vicious dog, heard unfamiliar footsteps coming from behind him. Without even looking back, he fired a shot. The shield on Dust instantly turned red, but he didn't even blink. Even if the shot broke the shield, it couldn't stop him. He leaped forward and slashed the black and red soldier's shoulder with his raised giant blade. Clang! Sparks are flying everywhere. Dust's eyes widened, never expecting that his Galantian couldn't even cut through the opponent's iron armor. The heavenly sword. You are the heavenly sword. Not only the black and red soldiers, but even the big dog's pupils shrank in surprise. The great sword vanished, and a thick gun barrel was shoved into the soldier's mouth. The light from the spotlight illuminated the curved handle gun, and 2 words instantly flashed into his mind. Evil eye? Bang! The gunshot was like thunder, and a head exploded into a cloud of blood mist with a crack. Anyone dares to come in here with a death wish. Die. A grenade landed near Chen Ai's feet. Chen Ai kicked it away, sending the grenade flying back and blasting 2 black and red soldiers to the ground. It's unclear what material their armor is made of, but a grenade that exploded right in their face didn't even break through their defenses. It seems they were just stunned by the shockwave. At this moment, the soldier who was struggling with the big dog was finally bitten on the face. His mask shattered, and a series of cracking sounds rang out as blood splattered from between its teeth. Dust settled slowly as gunpowder was poured into the barrel, tamped down with an iron bar, and then a bullet was thrown in through the muzzle. He then stepped forward and fired at one of the soldiers. Experience plus 450. Experience plus 450. Dust raised an eyebrow, realizing that the level here was not low, and quickly bent down to put the other party's gun into the void passage. Gar. On the other side, the big white dog once again bit off the head of another soldier, and the ruins fell silent again for the time being. Dust turned to look at the big white dog, only to see that its body was covered in blood, and a piece of flesh on its chest had been blown off, leaving it a bloody mess. Woof. The big white dog glanced at the Dust and bared its teeth. I helped you and you're yelling at me. Why didn't I see you being so fearless before? Dust reached out to take out the treatment injection. However, the big dog's ears suddenly twitched, and it turned its head to look into the depths of darkness, in the direction where these black and red soldiers had appeared, as if there was some movement there. Before the Dust could make a move, the big dog, ignoring its bleeding wounds, ran straight toward the ruins. Dust realized that the gunfire from the recent battle had probably attracted reinforcements from the guards outside, so without hesitation, it immediately chased after the big white dog toward the ruins. The ruins were filled with piles of rubble from the collapse, making it difficult for Dust to catch up with the big dog in such a chaotic and unfamiliar place. Several times, Dust almost lost sight of the white-haired dog around the bends and turns, but every time, his gaze would find that guy. Curses echoed from outside the ruins, and the sparse footsteps gradually increased in number. Dust was already wondering if he should return to the plains of night. But the next moment, he saw the big white dog covered in blood stop running, walk to a corner, sit down slowly, and look back at him. In front of the big dog, a figure sat vaguely in the shadows of the corner. Dust was startled and raised the flashlight to shine it. A strange device with its mouth wide open. There wasn't enough room for a person to lie down, but it was perfectly fine for a small dog to sleep in. A white-armored figure with a broken horn on its head and covered in lime was kneeling in front of the wall, as if it were repenting or resting. Chapter 249 Armor and Holy Sword. What do you mean? What's the point of bringing me here? Unperturbed by the dust, he slowly walked forward. The armored figure had been kneeling there for an unknown amount of time, but its back was straight, and the dark shoulder muscles were visible on its muscular shoulders. Its rounded chest and abdomen resembled a squid head, and a dark, jagged spine protruded from its back. The armor's face had no facial features, a slightly pointed back of the head, and a protrusion on the forehead that looked like a broken horn. The more Dust looked at the armor, the more familiar it seemed, so it tentatively reached out its hand towards the armor while keeping an eye on the large dog beside it. But even after he reached out and wiped the dust off the armored face, the big dog didn't say anything, instead looking at him with a hint of anticipation. Dust looked at the horizontal slit on the armor's face that resembled a grin, which reminded him of his memories of this armor. Isn't this the same warframe that the famous streamer Quinn used when he entered the tutorial? The Holy Sword. As the dust settled, a bow and arrow was strapped to the armor, and a slender, one-handed sword was slung across the back of the waist, giving the impression of being fully armed. He vaguely understood what the big dog meant, but how did you know? Dust turned to look at the big dog, only to see that its spirits were beginning to wane, and its huge head was starting to sway. Only then did Dust notice that the pool of blood beneath it had already gathered, and it quickly used the syringe in its hand to give the big dog a shot in the neck. I don't know if the needle is in the right spot or not. It's up to fate. Despite saying this, Dust still took out some berries that he had picked casually at the foot of the Himalayas, crushed them, and stuffed them into the big dog's mouth. Stroking the dog's head, Dust gently laid it down on the ground to rest, then walked back to his armor. Although it was unclear how the large dog knew, Dust knew it hoped that it could awaken the armor. Looking at the freezer or something similar next to it, it was probably meant for this dog, but for some reason it was activated and the big dog was released. However, things have changed outside, and even the former owner has passed away nearby. Hurry, find them. The bloodstains are heading this way. The noisy footsteps grew closer, and the Dust no longer hesitated. In the dim light, a point of light seemed to appear between his brows. Transmission of knowledge unlocked. A burst of light particles emanated from his body, transforming into a beam of light that shot into the kneeling battle armor. At the same time, 3 Kroni soldiers rushed in and saw Dust lying helplessly on the ground. The Kroni soldiers exchanged glances, unsure of what the intruder was up to. They could only aim at the intruder while cautiously approaching the body and kicking it. There was no movement. Dead. Committed suicide. Damn those filthy remnants. Who knows what they did to kill all 5 of us brothers? It must have been that dog that did it, but it looks like the dog is dead too. He's still breathing. The Kroni soldier kicked the large dog, leaving a pool of blood. It doesn't matter. Let's take it back and roast it. It's been a long time since we've had meat. But if we bring it back like this, we might not even get a single bite. There's hardly any meat. Hey, I have an idea. Why don't we send everyone else away, finish our meal, and then go out? That's one way, but isn't that a bit disloyal? What loyalty? I am Tianchi. Why should I be loyal? Tianchi. At this moment, the 3 Kroni soldiers realized that, without them noticing, a figure in celestial armor, covered in stone dust, had appeared among them, carrying a longbow on his back and a sword at his waist. Heavenly sword. A Kroni soldier cried out in alarm, but the next moment a cold light flashed, and the sword that was originally at the waist of his armor was drawn and instantly pierced into his mouth, spurting red blood through the iron skin at the back of his head. Damn you, you bastard. The other 2 raised their guns to fire, but Dust drew his sword and slashed at one of their wrists, instantly tearing through the soft armor and spraying blood. Bang! The bullet grazed the dusty cheek and pierced the wall behind him. The Kroni soldier was surprised that his opponent could dodge the gunfire in such a dim environment. Just as he was about to fire another shot, he noticed some movement behind him. Turning my head, I saw a gaping maw snapping at me, and in the next instant, all I heard was a snapping sound in the darkness. The gun slammed to the ground, and with a swift stroke, the Dust settled the life of the enemy before him. Dust pulled the long sword from the corpse and glanced at it with considerable pleasure. Although this sword is described as a one-handed sword, the hilt is long enough to be held with both hands. The guard is a flower with a 3:2 split. The blade is 2 fingers wide with a slight curve, and the tip is angular and upturned. The sword felt weightless in my hand, and I didn't know what material it was made of, but it was able to easily break through the defenses of the Kroni black and red soldiers. Although it was soft armor, this sword had never been coated with void crystal, which shows that it was of extraordinary origin. He slowly sheathed his sword, and the big dog walked slowly to his side, affectionately rubbing against his wrist before lowering its head and waiting for something. Dust understood what it meant, but still checked the wounds on its body. Even the most serious wound on its chest had healed, only the fur had not grown back yet. It was like it had been fully recovered. After making sure it was all right, it adjusted the size of the collar and put it on the back of its neck. The collar was activated, and a blue dot lit up on the diamond-shaped square before going out. Dust patted the big dog's head with a sigh, but soon heard a series of footsteps again. My dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. Even more exciting content awaits. Oh, right, my phantom. Dust caught a glimpse of its former self and remembered that the void crystal set it relied on for survival was still on it. In addition, given its near 100% frequency synchronization, there was no reason for it to give it up. I don't know if it can be taken into the void passage, because I remember that life forms can't be taken in. At most, only things like night spirits can be taken in. I once took one in. To his delight, there was no obstruction, and the phantom was instantly swallowed by the void passage, which greatly pleased him. I removed the crystal from the phantom and checked the resonance of the armor. 7%. That does leave some entropy. The dust will increase its frequency slightly, and with the additional pressure it bears due to its level 7 willpower, it barely manages to equip itself with vitality, shock absorbers, and steel fibers. Oh right, and there's a shield. Ah, does the armor come with a built-in shield module? That's good, saves me the trouble of switching between them later. The Paris bow on his back was a standard model, not a weaker version like the one Malawian Quachar. Perhaps Chrysanthemum would like it, but he himself didn't like bows and arrows, so he simply put it away and replaced it with his favorite crocodile god. Pat, pat, pat. The Kroni soldiers searched the darkness when they suddenly heard steady footsteps, and all the searchlights converged on the ruins. The holy sword armor slowly walked into the light, looking around at the bright searchlights, and Dust held up crocodile god and chuckled. That's it. How can I possibly lose? In an instant, gunfire erupted. Chapter 250 Combat Instinct. Distinguished swords. Kill him. How could there be Tenno warriors here? Don't let him get away. Catch him. Should I kill him or capture him? I'm so confused. The gunfire focused on the running Dust, and the crackling gunshots shattered the bricks and stones on either side of him, sending up clouds of dust. Dust rippled with magnetic energy as it flew across the body, and the crocodile god in its hand roared towards the spotlight, bombarding the black and red lancers with a barrage of bullets that sent iron filings and sparks flying. 2 shots were enough to knock a black and red lancer to the ground. Such a tough sheet of metal. Dust saw the headlamp fall to the ground and roll around, realizing that even crocodile god couldn't break through their defenses so easily. Snap! The shield flashed red as it entered overload mode, and a barrage of bullets pounded into the dusty armor. Even with the damage reduction provided by the steel fibers and shock absorbers, the bullets still left dense marks on the snow-white, leather-like texture of his chest. The vibrations shook the stone dust off his body bit by bit, along with the tinkling and shattering bullet heads. Ignoring any wounds on his body, Dust slid aside to avoid the gun barrel in front of him, raised crocodile god and fired a shot at the other person's face. The shotgun blast smashed the other person's face to pieces, and he lay lifeless, clutching his face. It's definitely better to slide and get close when shooting with a shotgun. Snap! A bullet nearly spun Dust's face. Touching his numb cheek, Dust rolled away to close the distance with another soldier. With a whoosh, he drew his long sword and slashed at the back of the soldier's knee. The soldier, in pain, trembled on one leg and was immediately pressed against the face by Dust's gun. Damn it, blow him up. Idiot. You'll destroy the ruins. Before his teammates could yell at him, a grenade was thrown at his feet. Boom. The shockwave spread instantly, creating craters in the ground and even causing a section of the millennia-old cliff to collapse. Die, you son of a bitch, you bastard. A black and red musketeer rushed to the smoke and waved his hand to disperse the smoke, only to see a crater from the explosion. Where is Tianchi? Everyone looked around when suddenly a figure fell from the sky and pierced the spearman's skull with a sword. The black aura around him dissipated, and Dust surprised him as he drew his crimson-stained long sword. The grenade's throwing time was delayed. Based on his experience, he would have kicked it back, but at that moment, his body's instincts acted faster than his brain. In an instant, he leaped into the air, jumping 4 or 5 meters high, and a force pulled him down slowly. Dust didn't remember Quinn using this skill during his livestream, but based on his own body's reflexes, Dust was even more convinced that it was the Warframe's instinct. Dust didn't know why the armor's original driver had abandoned it, but it hadn't died. Rather, it had been dormant in time until it was guided here by the large dog that had awakened from its frozen state. He inherited the armor, but the armor itself also has memories, namely the combat instincts left over from the previous pilot synchronization. Moreover, it seems that the sword is the most suitable weapon for this armor. Just holding it in one's hand gives the Dust a kind of power. Suddenly, he raised his hand and flicked it. Sparks flew from the sword, and a bullet was deflected into the gravel. He flipped over and sprinted, bullets relentlessly pursuing his footsteps. 2 headlamps rushed in front of him, desperately trying to intercept him. Dust, like an acrobat, flipped and spiraled out, passing through the gap between them and landing behind them. He turned around and swung his long sword, cutting deep, bone-revealing wounds into every joint of their bodies. Ah! Suddenly, a pair of machetes burst in from the side. As if the Dust had eyes in the back of its head, the back of the machete directly blocked the opponent's double blades, tilted the blade to parry, and then thrust the tip of the sword into the opponent's eye socket. At the same time, he snatched the machete from the opponent's powerless hand and threw it at the face of the soldier on the other side. With a snap, the entire knife sank into the soldier's mask, and the dim yellow eyes flickered before finally going out. Dust felt the surge of energy emanating from his body and his armor. His spine, lumbar vertebrae, and all the muscles in his body ached unbearably, as if a hammer had been slammed into his knee, suppressing his knee-jerk reflex. Only by performing these actions can this soreness be relieved. And because of this, Dust didn't even notice that his synchronization with the armor was increasing at a strange rate. But at that moment, the black and red gunners with their spotlights seemed to have unknowingly completed their encirclement of the Dust. With a snap, several portable bunkers sprang up from the ground with a hiss. For the Empress. 2 flat, long spears fired a pair of high-speed rotating saw blades, which flew rapidly into the Dust. Dust tripped 2 spearmen behind him whose joints had been slashed, and with 2 sharp cracks from the saw blade, the spearmen were instantly torn apart, and the blade continued to shoot at Dust. With a sizzling sound, a spark flew from the waist of the armor. Dust barely avoided the saw blade, but was grazed and left with a white mark. What kind of advanced weapon is this? Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. In addition, the black and red gunmen roared with their guns, not only firing bursts of bullets, but also some scorching hot fragments. The Dust tried to use the armor on the corpse to defend itself, but the high-temperature debris shot through the body still pierced its skin. Tianji, your death is nigh. Drag him back to report. Thump. A familiar gunshot rang in Dust's ears. Turning his head, he saw a fist-sized, black and red sphere hurtling towards him. Incendiary bomb. Cannibalistic female demon. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. How could I not have noticed this weapon was there? Without a second thought, Dust added all the entropy he had just obtained to his armor, and flame protection was immediately equipped. Boom. Crimson flames erupted instantly, and a fire hurricane tens of meters high roared and swirled, illuminating most of the ruins. The stone pillars and bricks on the ground were burned red hot and even turned porcelain and grey. This is clearly an evolved form that is far more terrifying than the ordinary cannibalistic female demon. The spearmen were dumbfounded by the fiery hurricane and turned to look at the person wielding the black and red cannibalistic woman. Dragging along only disrupts the rhythm of the battle. But, sir, what about the queen? I will personally apologize to the Empress. Killing Tianji is more important than anything else. As the young commander was speaking, he heard a crackling sound amidst the howling flames. At first, everyone thought it was the sound of bricks and stones cracking from the heat, but then the figure reached the edge of the flames and tore open a crack in the hurricane fire. A suit of armor, engulfed in flames and with its head and cheeks gleaming like lava, broke free from it. Unlike the original bionic phantom, even though the armor was covered in flames, its surface was charred, and its face was burning hot, it did not affect Dust's vision. Sir, he's not dead. Shut the hell up. I saw it, you. Just as he was about to fire again, a long sword suddenly flew through the air and pierced his chest with a soft thud. All you do is play with fire all day. Don't you know that playing with fire will cause you to wet the bed? The sound of dust accompanied by bursts of fire effects was heard as his fist and palm clashed in front of him, the power of the void condensing within them. The next moment, a fiery red, blazing light sword was drawn from his palm. Distinguished swords. Open fire. Kill him now. A sense of crisis arose in the hearts of all the black and red gunners, and some couldn't help but shout out. But Dust raised his flaming sword high, and a bright light suddenly shot out. In the minds of all the Kroni soldiers whose eyes were focused on him, a sun shone, almost depriving them of all their senses. Swish swish, he swiftly swung his flaming lightsaber, and streaks of golden red sword energy shot out from the tip, slicing open high-temperature gashes in each of the spearmen. However, Dust noticed that although the metal plates on their bodies were glowing red-hot, they cooled down very quickly. It seems the damage isn't as high as it was before with Quinn. Is it because of his full frequency matching trial card? Or are these monsters just too defensive? And why are my illustrious swords fire attribute? They seem to have some resistance to high temperatures. Never mind those for now. Kill them all before our energy runs out. With this thought, Dust rose up, spun around, and leaped out, his body ablaze with flames and the sword in his hand. He created a fiery drill in the air, instantly shredding some soldiers into pieces as he flew past them. In no time, all the black and red soldiers were completely consumed by the dust, flames, and swords. This ancient sight has finally fallen silent. Chapter 251 rescued an acquaintance Sizzle. The magnificent sword was returned to his palm, and Dust deactivated its skill before the power of the void was exhausted. Upon discovering that the flames on his body had not yet been extinguished, Dust quickly patted them off. He then took out a healing syringe, intending to inject it into his neck, but remembered that he was currently in his battle armor. Unsure if the needle could pierce through, just to be safe, Genera picked a charred and cracked spot on his body and stuck it in. The effects of the medicine were quite noticeable, and the armor's surface was quickly restored to its original condition. After wiping off the layer of carbonized debris adhering to the body's surface, the armor returned to about 80% of its original appearance. It's called armor, but it still feels a bit like a living thing. Dust faced the light shining on Kroni's corpse and carefully examined his own body. His skin felt very tough to the touch, like a layer of active metal, and he could feel its changes in hardness and softness when he tensed it. Maybe it's a living mutant human. The muscles look so lifelike. But the previous phantom was like that too, exactly like a real person. Amazing. Dust was surprised by himself, then turned his head and saw the big white dog walk out of the shadows and paw at the commander he had stabbed with his sword. What's wrong? Dust stepped forward, casually sheathed his sword, and patted the big dog's head. Hartilda, the big dog, dug around under the corpse a few times and unearthed the crystal. Upon seeing this, Genera was overjoyed and quickly picked up the crystal. Oh, you've got some skills, kid. Good dog, good dog. Go look around some more. I'll collect the spoils. Hartilda, the big dog, darted out, while Dust picked up the black and red cannibalistic sword from the ground. This cannibalistic weapon looks no different from the ones players have, but its damage truly amazed Dust. The scorching heat is somewhat different from the normal version, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what was different. If you gently rotate this weapon, you can see that the red spots on its surface seem to float. If it's not coloring, what is it? Dust looked closely at the patterns on it with a puzzled expression and found that these red spots seemed to have some kind of magic. Some seemed to pulsate as if they were breathing, some slowly disappeared and then reappeared next to them, and some, like oil droplets, devoured the small red dots around them and then collapsed into countless living red dots. Just like a cell. As he looked at it, Dust felt nauseous and quickly put it into the void passage. Looking around, he realized that all the weapons they had were actually like this. Was their black and red paintwork also like this? Dust crouched in front of the commander's corpse, looked at it for 2 seconds, and was disappointed. It was just ordinary paint, because the surface was scorched and peeling from its own fire sword. Forget it. They are Queen Kroni's personal guard after all. As for these weapons, we might as well give them to Brother Shang to unlock weapon types. Dust had considered keeping this invincible cannibalistic demon weapon, but after thinking about it, he felt that it would be more beneficial to hand it over to Brother Xia Shang for further research. Moreover, Brother A Shang has never treated those who handed over their weapons unfairly. Whether it's reputation or other resources, there's always compensation in exchange. If Audis can research the weapon, it's like exchanging one weapon for a blueprint that can be used countless times. It's for the benefit of the younger generation. Dust smiled and bent down to pick up the red and black weapons one by one. Some of them looked like Jedala rifles, and some looked like Karak rifles, but they were all common standard weapons. Bang! Dust fired a shot at the ground with a Karak, then took out his own Karak to compare. The recoil is a bit stronger, which should correspond to a higher damage, but not by much. Dust shook his head, searching for a long time on the black and red Karak gun, but couldn't find its name. This suggests that it might just be an experimental modified model, not the complete version. Dust shook his head, furred all the spoils, and then called the big dog back. The big dog was carrying 2 crystals, which, together with the one it had at the beginning, now made up 3 void crystals. The crystal drop rate is much higher than that of other unit types. However, on the other hand, without this armor, Dust knew he wouldn't be able to defeat these black and red soldiers. Without the ability to penetrate their armor, killing them would be too difficult. Let's go. Do you know which way out? Dust asked the big dog. Huh? The big dog looked up in response, wagging its short tail as it led the way toward the black gate through which the black and red soldiers had poured in. As for the ruins behind him, Dust knew there was nothing left there. Stepping out the gate, you'll find yourself in a man-made tunnel, widened into a corridor. The ground is covered with worn-out gravel, and the dim yellow light strips overhead provide adequate illumination. These clones are really good at digging up old posts. How come? Are they born that way? With doubts in his mind, Dust followed the big dog out along the corridor, keeping his hand on his sword hilt in case there were any more Kroni soldiers waiting to follow. Passing by a huge iron box, Dust curiously went to take a look, only to find that he couldn't pull open the iron door, so he chopped it down with his sword. Bastion shield. Upon seeing the device inside, Dust's eyes widened in surprise, only to realize it wasn't a fortress shield. It's much smaller than the fortress shield of the steel line. It should just be a base shield, or something they made to resemble the fortress shield. Dust guessed. However, it is indeed not very large, and Dust was somewhat tempted, especially since it is currently closed. My dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. Even more exciting content awaits. I'm getting angry. The thought vanished in an instant. Just as the Dust continued to follow the big dog outwards and saw the light of the exit, it stopped. This time, the big dog slowed down, its upturned nose sniffing around in the air. Then it walked to a circular Kroni sensor door on the corridor wall, scratched it with its paw, and looked at the Dust. The sensor door did not open when the large dog appeared, leading Dust to speculate that it was a detector testing humanoids. Brother, what do you mean? Huh? Seeing that it showed no sign of leaving, the Dust moved to the side of the automatic door and eavesdropped. There were people talking inside, but their voices were very faint. I'll go. Let's not commit any more unnecessary killings. Despite saying that, Dust slowly drew his sword. Ooh. The big dog gave him a rather human-like glance, then shook its head, leaving Dust unsure of its meaning. Never mind, let's go in and take a look. This dog is so good at finding treasures. If there are any more treasures inside, I'd rather bear the consequences of any killings alone. As I stepped forward, a green light illuminated the top of the sensor door, and with a click, the round iron door opened, revealing the interior room with its lights on. The room was completely silent, as if the whispers they had just overheard were an illusion. Dust, carrying a sword, walked through the gate, only to find a large, temporarily partitioned prison area inside. The room was divided into more than 10 cells, each containing 4 to 8 prisoners. They were dressed in rags and huddled together, shivering with fear. It was hard to say whether they were trying to keep warm, as the temperature was far from comfortable for their clothes. As he walked a few steps further in, a short girl with large scars covering her face in the innermost cell reminded him of someone. Only then did Dust remember that when he was hiding in the ruins, the soldiers who came to patrol had said that they had captured another group of survivors. Could it be this group of people? Are you local survivors who were captured and brought here? Dust looked at the other survivors and asked. Hearing this strangely shaped and deformed man speak like this, the remaining prisoners in the cell looked at him in surprise, because in the past, when the Kroni soldiers who had never been seen before came in, it meant that they would be beaten, scolded, and ridiculed. Such an inquiry has never been made before. Who are you? You're not one of Clonny's people. The voice sounded strangely familiar. Dust turned around and looked at the prison behind him. The speaker was the girl with the scarred face. Marie. Dust asked tentatively. Mary's eyes widened suddenly, and she quickly lowered her head and covered her face. You keep talking about Channy, but now that the real Channy is right in front of you, you don't recognize him? I'm just Dust. Dust laughed and cleaved the steel pipe of the alloy cage in two with a single stroke. Dust. Mary peered through her fingers at the holy sword armor that was backlit. Chapter 252. The teleportation portal collapses. Dust. Chenchi, you're the Chenchi who came to our base? But you didn't look like this back then. The two survivors stepped forward and shielded Mary behind them, while Mary secretly observed the Dust. Well, it's a long story. If I didn't look like this, I probably wouldn't have been able to get here and meet you. These Kroni soldiers aren't like those cheap knockoffs you find outside. Dust didn't intend to explain to them that he had changed bodies. He simply brushed the topic aside. Are they with you? Dust gestured with his thumb to the people in the other rooms around him. No, but they were probably captured in this area just like us. Upon hearing this, the other survivors who were still observing the situation also chimed in. Yes, we are all survivors too. We've been captured and brought here for many days now. People in the safe zone probably think we're all dead out there. Please let us out too. Upon hearing this, Dust tapped his shoulder with the back of his long sword and then asked, won't you freeze to death if you go out like this? Dust's words jolted them awake, and they realized that their equipment had been dismantled and confiscated by the despicable Kroni. If they left like this, they would probably freeze to death in the snow before they got very far. They must have put it away. I overheard the Kroni talking. The Kroni who patrol here often commented that our equipment is tattered, so I guess it's somewhere not far away, maybe in this base. Mary tore a piece of cloth from her clothes to cover her face and said to the Dust. Upon reflection, the Dust seemed quite plausible, so it clapped its hands. Hartilda, the big white dog, came trotting over with its tongue lolling out, and that's when people realized there was such a huge, massive kukoro. Smell it and see if you can find it. Dust asked. Kuroko lowered its head, twitched its nose, and slowly moved closer to Mary. Mary took 2 steps back uneasy. Dust thought she was afraid of dogs, so she reassured her. It's okay, it only bites Kroni. After saying this, Dust suddenly remembered that it seemed he had almost been bitten by it at the beginning. No, it was because I wanted to catch it, and the big dog was acting in self-defense. Dust thought, oh, I'm not afraid. Mary stopped in her tracks, lest the Dust notice her stinky and wretched appearance. Wow, Tilda, the big white dog, let out a strange pant, flicked its nose and hissed, then ran outside. I'll go check it out. You guys wait for me here. Dust followed without hesitation, and the man and dog left the cell and arrived at the tunnel entrance. Outside the cave was a cleared snowfield, the ground leveled and compacted by special means, with 2 very familiar military camp domes erected on it. There were also many traces of the Kroni people's life around it, and a red crystal generator was humming around a circle of stone blocks. Ignoring all that, the big white dog darted into one of the domes, kicking up dust. The dome was quite large, and besides some military equipment and sleeping bags, there were only 2 electronic devices and a pile of backpacks and other miscellaneous items. These miscellaneous items were clearly the equipment of the survivors, but most of them were in a mess. The backpacks were torn and cut open, and there was nothing that looked like food, so they may have all been eaten. Many of the clothes were torn and piled up next to the sleeping bags, and the medicines were lying on the ground and trampled. Good dog, good dog. Dust ruffled the dog's head again, then began to inspect the clutter. No, I don't know if the detection equipment is good or bad, but these clothes are basically unwearable. Forcing them on would just leave drafts everywhere and hinder movement. If they need temporary heating, that generator is pretty good. Let's move it in for them. Oh, whose pot is this? Let's put some snow in and boil some water to warm them up. After fiddling with the Dust for a while, he managed to unplug the wiring from the generator. He had seen some of these things in previous camps, so he recognized them and wouldn't break them. They've ruined all your clothes. None of them are wearable. Use this to keep warm for now. Dust threw the generator in the middle of the room, then chopped open the door for them. Whose pot should this be? Dust came in carrying a pot of snow. My. A sallow-faced, emaciated old man replied, please use it. I don't want your pot. Just put it on the generator to heat it up for a while so you can warm yourself up before drinking. You can boil it if you want. I'll go get some. Upon hearing that Chenli was going to handle these trivial matters for them, the group of people were filled with trepidation and quickly said that they could do these things themselves. Dust didn't stand on ceremony. After handing the task over to them, he went outside the cave and casually opened the world chat channel. A burning Dust. Any good bros who can get some warm clothes. I rescued a group of captured refugees in this snowy mountain. Buttermaster. Wow. It's Dustmaster. Everyone come out and worship his teeth. What are you doing? Wow. Still the #1 lone wolf boss. Does the boss have any weapons? There are so many minions spawning in the Jade Mountain area, and the weapons don't seem powerful enough. When silently, warm clothes. I can ask the elders for you. This game has seasonal changes, and the NPCs here should all have winter clothes at home. Nikolai tearing fishballs. This game is great in every way, except it completely lacks basic necessities like food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. But that's understandable, considering it's a post-apocalyptic setting. A giant cucumber. Why aren't there any crafting players making clothes? My dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. Even more exciting content awaits. Qinyuan Myodao's second son lost to True Lord. Yeah, this initial tight-fitting combat suit is very practical, but to be honest, it's a bit ugly. Or maybe we could recruit some tailor NPCs or something. Guangji, save me. Hey, what you said makes a lot of sense. I'll go find Ari Ling to discuss this matter right away, but is there anyone who can share the hiring fee? Cloney Killer. Dust, what good stuff does the Iron Line Reputation Shop have? Can you buy and sell supplies there? Cops Killer, what are you talking about? Would a big shot like him even bother with buying and selling? I'm missing some neurons for my armor. Could I buy them from you? Please. A burning Dust. You bunch of kids, I don't have enough weapons for you to share. I can ask around for resources though. I'll get back to you later. After turning off the world chat, Chen Ari opened Wenwen's chat interface alone. Burning Dust. Sister Wenwen, any news? A short while later, Wenwen sent a message saying very okay. The Dry Bell warehouse does indeed have some winter clothes, which were originally intended to be sold cheaply to some newly arrived remnants and survivors in the surrounding area during winter. If the people inside the walls need them, the Elder said they can take them and use them. Burning Dust. Elder, you're so kind. Could you please ask the Elder if there's anything he needs? I can't just take it for free. Before long, nearly 30 sets of winter clothes were transferred to the Dust's void passage. Dust got up and returned indoors to distribute all the clothes. These winter clothes might be enough for the night spirit planes, but here, the survivors need to stuff some scraps of cloth under the lining and then tighten the cuffs and trouser legs. They didn't complain about it. Some of the new clothes were quite nice. They were just curious where this Chenchi warrior found these clothes. After waiting for another 10 minutes or so, everyone was ready and found their belongings in the pile of debris. Some people looked worried, probably because the Kroni had damaged something important. It seems there's no backup. Even the local snow troops haven't come. This is definitely a secret area. Thinking of this, Dust suddenly turned around and looked at the man-made cave. Dust, what are you thinking about? Mary found the mask and put it on. She was discussing with her teammates whether they could return within 2 days when she saw the armored figure standing at the cave entrance, seemingly lost in thought. So she quietly walked up to the Dust and suddenly asked, "Hey, Mary, I was thinking, could this be our new base?" Dust snapped out of his reverie and looked at Mary beside him. Perhaps because the armor was taller than his original Phantom, he noticed that Mary was shorter. Want to make this a base? That's too dangerous. The soldiers stationed here are all strange black soldiers, seemingly guarding something. If we occupy it for too long, we might be attacked. Mary looked at the Dust for a while before slowly offering her advice. Upon hearing this, Dust pondered for a moment and realized it was indeed true. If it were turned into a stronghold for new players to manage, they wouldn't have any armor to fight back when the black and red soldiers came knocking on their door. They might be overthrown on the same day and then go to the forums to complain about the lack of a gaming experience. You're right, it's not exactly a good place. Dust gave a wry smile. Mary, however, became curious and pressed further. You want your own camp? Isn't the environment inside the steel line good? Thinking that Mary was asking for his opinion on the iron line, Dust quickly waved his hand. It's not bad. The iron line is actually quite good. I want a camp for other reasons. After waiting a while, Mary realized that Dust wasn't going to continue explaining his reasons, so she nodded somewhat disappointedly and said, "All right, we should go then, otherwise some Kroni might come back." "Oh, okay, I also need to go back to the steel line." While the Dust settled leisurely, leading the survivors back home, things weren't so peaceful on the other side. Queen G. How long have we been fighting? I don't know, maybe an hour or two. Chrysanthemum was shot in the forehead and staggered, but he didn't even bother to find out who fired the shot, because all he can hear now is gunfire, and he's been hearing it for so long that his mind is almost numb. That void rift lasted for a really long time. Chrysanthemum exclaimed. That engineer didn't say how long the void rift would last, did he? He only said that the final result would be the exile of the void space. A glass blade pierced through Qin Chuan's palm, accurately striking the light wheel of a fallen crew member and knocking it to the ground. Damn, he's a high-ranking corrupt soldier. Seeing this, Qin Chuan cursed inwardly and quickly called Ju Hua to help him fix it. It hasn't come out yet. Upon examining the cracked halo, Qin Chuan still could not find the void light body. They are now just missing a light body. Sizzle, a crack appeared nearby, and golden lightning brought another squad of corrupted soldiers, including a giant golden green octopus. Holy crap, a fallen ancient one. Quinn, get out of here. Chrysanthemum and Qin Chuan quickly slipped, spun around, and leaped away, fleeing rapidly into the distance. Gar, the ancient being with a halo of void above his head roared and charged toward the void portal with the main force, because the Kroni soldiers were still pouring in from there. Watching the fallen legion and the Kroni soldiers fight fiercely, Chrysanthemum and Qin Chuan couldn't help but feel a little emotional. The number of corrupt soldiers is endless, but the Kroni legion will eventually come to an end. Are you sure it's not the other way around? I'm not sure. They're all too good at farming. Did all the Kroni from the factories outside flood in? Or were the Kroni soldiers teleported here like the fallen soldiers, from places we can't see? I don't know. It's like a void crystal. If you don't observe the specific situation, no one knows what it really looks like. Anything is possible. Actually, this is good too. Lots of experience points. I've accumulated over 7,000. Quinn, what about you? Me too, almost 8,000. At least I've made a fortune. Should we use it now? Chrysanthemum asked, somewhat worried about the current situation. Have you decided which one to give it to? The armor or the willpower? Qin Chuan asked, also somewhat tempted. No, but focusing on willpower is definitely worthwhile, Chrysanthemum said. Come on, we spent over 10,000 on the last level, and now we don't even know how much it will cost. It's like throwing money into the ocean. Qin Chuan shook his head. I want to train my battle armor. Our battle armor isn't fully developed yet. If we can max out our frequency, our skills will become stronger. But we don't have that much energy to expend, and it's too risky to give it to the armor. The two hid in a corner, observing the battlefield while discussing how to develop their accounts. Suddenly, a white halo appeared on the battlefield. Qin Chuan's sharp eyes instantly spotted the void light emanating from the broken halo. Holy crap, it finally exploded. Charge, charge, charge. What exploded? We're going to explode with them. Before Chrysanthemum could even understand, her body had already followed Qin Chuan as he slid and flew out of cover. A massive electromagnetic barrier slammed towards them, and the two mechs split up to dodge it. Chrysanthemum, who had leaped into the air, drew her bow and fired explosive arrows at the fallen crew members. Boom! The fireworks scattered the Kroni units around the crew, and Qin Chuan found the perfect angle to fly like a bullet to the edge of the void light object and scoop it up with one hand. We've succeeded. Qin Chuan was overjoyed. Gah! With a fierce roar, the emerald green poison gas instantly spread out, penetrating everything around it like rays. Qin Chuan sensed something was wrong and jumped back, but he was still exposed to the poison gas. Instantly, he felt dizzy and crashed into the riddled flower bed. His body emitted an eerie green light, and even his glass armor glowed green. Grass. Chrysanthemum was shocked and instantly pulled out a flamethrower from Mao, spraying flames into the air in front of her. The thread-like poison gas dissipated the moment it was burned by the flames, thus Chrysanthemum escaped unharmed. A black light appeared on her body, and she glided to Qin Chuan's side. What's going on, Quinn? Chrysanthemum asked nervously. Treat the injections first, Qin Chuan said, enduring the dizziness. Take me towards the door. Oh. Chrysanthemum stuck a needle into Qin Chuan's neck, and without caring whether it would work or not, quickly carried Qin Chuan on her back and ran into the depths of the void. The healing needles and life force within Qin Chuan's body countered the poisonous gas that was destroying flesh and blood, while Qin Chuan transferred his void light body to Audi's. Audi's, items accepted, void light body X10, crafting, low health dragon key, time remaining, 59 seconds, the dragon key with residual blood, it only takes a minute. Qin Chuan exclaimed in surprise, not even noticing that he had misread the word. Almost as soon as they arrived at the snow-white gate, the key was ready. A semicircular, asymmetrical golden key appeared in Qin Chuan's hand. Before he could examine it closely, a terrifying sense of weakness suddenly arose within him. Originally, this feeling of weakness wouldn't have been a big deal for him, but now that the ancient poison lingered in his body, this feeling of weakness was suppressing almost 3/4 of his life force. This allowed the poison gas, which was originally strong in restorative power, to instantly gain the upper hand, poisoning all the biological tissues in Qin Chuan's body within seconds, and blood seeped out from the gaps in his armor. Damn, this is a trap. Holding his last breath, Qin Chuan loosened his grip and tossed the key toward the door. The moment the key slipped from his hand, his life force suddenly returned, causing Qin Chuan to break out in a cold sweat. He had almost unknowingly given up his life. The key fell onto the illusory light in front of the door, perfectly aligning with the holographic projection. Then, with a click, it automatically sank into the groove and rotated half a turn. Click, click, click. The snow-white gate opened, revealing a 3-meter-tall armored sculpture standing on a pedestal. It stood on one leg, with one hand outstretched and the other raised above its head, holding a slender stick, as if ready to fight. In front of it, a ball of golden particle energy was swirling around itself. Go get it quickly, Qin Chuan urged, lying on the ground. Chrysanthemum glanced at Qin Chuan, then walked alone into the pure white room, facing the sculpture, and stood before the golden particles. How do I take this? Just reach out and grab it. Just as Chrysanthemum hesitated, the golden energy seemed to come alive, transforming into a beam of light that struck Chrysanthemum's palm before disappearing into it. At the same time, 4 golden void crystals spiraling around each other appeared in the void passage of the chrysanthemum. Boom! Before the chrysanthemum could react, the entire void space trembled. Without anyone needing to explain, Qin Chuan and Juhua both had the same thought in their minds. The void portal was about to collapse. Without bothering to check the void treasure, Chrysanthemum quickly darted out of the room, grabbed Qin Chuan, and ran outside. Give me a shot. Quickly. Qin Chuan urged, worried that his condition would affect their escape. Without further ado, Chrysanthemum inserted needles into Qin Chuan's body 1 or 2 times. With the third needle, Qin Chuan finally regained the ability to move on his own. Hurry, hurry, hurry. The two sped outwards like bullets, instantly flying across the battlefield where the Fallen Legion and the Kroni soldiers were fighting. What just flew by? The Kroni soldier asked, puzzled. I didn't see it. Boom. Golden lightning suddenly flashed overhead. Swoosh, 2 suits of armor flew out of the portal. The next moment, the deep portal, which resembled a swirling starry sky, suddenly changed as it explored inward. Light and shadow shifted, and a black hole gradually formed. In an instant, the starry sky shrank to a single point, and the door vanished. Chapter 253. The Judge strikes clang. The 2 armored vehicles crashed to the ground, rolled several meters away, and finally managed to get up with difficulty. The portal's gone. Suddenly, a scream rang in his ears, and Qin Chuan realized that he was surrounded by a large number of Kroni soldiers who had gathered there. The crowd was so large that he didn't know how many there were. It must have been those 2 bastards who did this. Kill them, and bring their bodies back with you. Cloni's commander shouted. Quinn, come here. Chrysanthemum called out. Qin Chuan slid to Juhua's side, and Juhua shook her fists, causing a glass wall to immediately expand from her body. The next moment, countless bullets swept in from all directions like a torrential rain, and the glass wall showed signs of cracking before it could even stand for 3 seconds. This is so flimsy. Chrysanthemum exclaimed. This time, no one around us can provide you with defensive strength. The skill itself definitely can't stop so many bullets. Qin Chuan thrust out the glass blade without hesitation, shattering the barrier and turning it into countless glass shards that shot out. Wow! In an instant, countless Kroni soldiers were pierced and severed by the scattered sharp fragments, and cries of agony filled the air, causing the firing line to pause. I feel like map-wide attacks are the real purpose of this skill, Chrysanthemum exclaimed upon seeing this. Stop nagging and let's go. Our mission is complete. Reminded by Qin Chuan, Juhua quickly followed him and flew out of the encirclement. However, when they reached the end of the passage, they found that the elevator platform was not there. It seemed to have been activated and moved to the ground. Moreover, judging from the buzzing sound on the ground, one could imagine that countless Kroni soldiers had gathered above them, waiting to be dispatched in batches, waiting for the elevator. Chrysanthemum looked back and saw a number of Kroni soldiers, covered in blood, rushing toward them with a death-defying spirit. Wait for what? Qin Chuan shook his head, peering into the elevator shaft. This elevator has an incline. Let's just jump up. Jump up. Chrysanthemum was shocked, but Qin Chuan didn't care. A thin black light appeared on his body. He bent down and leaped, flying 10 meters up like a bullet. When he was exhausted, he gently stuck to the wall. Then he pushed off the wall again and flew to the higher opposite wall. After 2 round trips, they had already reached a height of 30 or 40 meters. Chrysanthemum's eyes widened until Qin Chuan's urging voice came through the communicator, at which point she reacted and followed suit, leaping up the wall. Boom! Halfway through the jump, a wave of energy suddenly appeared above his head. Juhua didn't know what was happening. When he looked up, he saw Qin Chuan's figure flying backward. He was so frightened that he quickly reached out and grabbed Qin Chuan's scarf. Ga, song, song. Qin Chuan felt as if the scarf, which had tightened instantly, was about to snap his neck. Oh, what happened up there? Chrysanthemum made Qin Chuan stick to the wall, and he casually asked. I just happened to run into some monsters on the elevator. They targeted me and tried to stop me, so I blew them all up, but I didn't control the angle of the grenade well. As they spoke, a platform covered in severed limbs slowly descended beside them. Chrysanthemum, that's true. Qin Chuan, stop looking, let's get out of here. Before long, 2 suits of armor leaped out of the elevator shaft. Before the Cloni soldiers at the door could react to what was jumping out, they were met with a stack of grenades with the pins pulled. Boom boom boom, carrying the shockwaves of the fireworks, they ran out of the factory gate, only to be stunned by the sight outside. A huge, tan-colored transport ship was hovering in the open space in front of the factory. Giant-toothed soldiers were leaping out of the engine room, and tall machine gunners could also be seen among them. Further in the sky, amidst the still dawn clouds, several dark figures were moving about, all resembling the transport ship. Damn, there are more Giant Fang Legion soldiers here. Chrysanthemum was overwhelmed when she saw that the outside was full of Giant Fang soldiers. Nonsense, we blew up their only void ruin on Earth, how could we not be anxious? Qin Chuan wasn't surprised at all. Stop spacing out, we should retreat. Where to retreat to? Back to the plains of night. I don't know. Let's disengage from the battle first. We still have a lot of post-battle loot to check. But, looking at the Giant Tooth Legion gathered in front of the gate, Chrysanthemum really wanted to ask them what they should do now. Have you recovered your energy? Chrysanthemum asked. No, even if we did, we couldn't handle so many Giant Tooth soldiers. Qin Chuan glanced at him. Okay, so we'll use the cannibalistic she-devil then. Perhaps we can try a 10-second glass slide storm to break through. Suddenly, Qin Chuan heard an unexpected sound. Tianxi. Clang, 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 with heavy mechanical feet stomping on the ground, a tall Kroni unit, a mixture of flesh and mechanical violence, emerged from behind the Giant Tooth soldier. In his hand he held a double-headed spiked club, the sharp ends of which even flickered with electric sparks. Instead of staying put in your orbital spacecraft, you dare to come and sabotage our Imperial facilities. If the Void Fortress falls, my twin-headed serpent will make sure you all perish here. Before Qin Chuan and his companion could reply, a Kroni Marine ran up to him and reported, Your Excellency, the Void Portal has been destroyed. What? The judge was shocked and glared angrily at Qin Chuan and Juhua. He slapped the soldier in front of him away and, wielding his 2-headed snake, leaped towards Qin Chuan and Juhua in an instant. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Flash. The two leaped to the side and heard thunder rumble behind them, and the ground trembled. The giant 2-headed snake crashed to the ground with a thud, and the alloy footboard in front of the factory gate dented instantly, with the bottom even deforming due to high temperature. Holy crap, what kind of strength is that? It's even more powerful than a hand grenade. Chrysanthemum exclaimed in shock. You deserve to die. The judge roared angrily, turned around, and swung his stick at Qin Chuan, who was rolling and crouching on the ground. Qin Chuan looked up at the other's pupils, jumped back slightly, and at the same time, a glass blade pierced out of his hand, aiming straight for the judge's eyeball. The glass blade extends and retracts at an incredibly fast speed. In just a fleeting moment, its cold glint flashes, and the tip is already about to pierce the judge's eye. But the next moment, Qin Chuan felt a tremendous force tremble through his wrist. The glass blade had been smashed in half by the two-headed snake that the judge had been swinging. The other party didn't even blink, as if they were incredibly confident that their attack wouldn't have hit them. Qin Chuan endured the tingling sensation in his wrist, made a gun-holding posture with his arm, and then suddenly an evil eye appeared, aiming at the judge. Upon seeing the evil eye, the judge's face showed a look of shock. You think you're so good at blocking? Block one more for me, let's see. Qin Chuan deliberately removed the crystal from the muffler, then pulled the trigger. Boom. The judge was hit head-on, and the enormous kinetic energy transmitted by the bullet even knocked his massive body back several meters. Hiss, this power is far greater than that of an ordinary evil eye. You guys truly astonish me. As expected, something unexpected was about to happen. Qin Chuan watched as the judge lowered the double-headed spiked club he had been holding between the two men. He saw that the club's striking point had exploded, leaving a dent that emitted a metallic, pungent odor. My electric double-headed snake is made of the metal from the surface of a warship, and its interior is equipped with an electric shock circuit. At least a handful of Chenji have died by this stick, and you guys actually managed to break one of my weapons in a single encounter. I initially thought it was just a minor skirmish involving substandard goods, but it turns out to be too big fish. It seems I can't just crush you like this. On the contrary. As the judge spoke, he turned the two-headed snake forward, a cold smile on his face. I need to bring you back alive to report to Captain Wall and see what has been happening on the Imperial planet lately. Chapter 254. Are you stupid? I can fly. Suddenly, a strange movement came from behind. The judge's pupils moved, and he suddenly reached behind him and grabbed him. Then, his huge body spun around 3 times on the spot before coming to a steady stop. This time it was Chrysanthemum's turn to stare at the boss with wide eyes. The reason was that the explosive grenade he fired in a sneak attack was caught by the opponent with his bare hands. The opponent even used the technique of neutralizing force and reducing the impact between his palm and the explosive grenade by rotating his body to prevent the grenade from exploding. Is this even something a human could fight? Chrysanthemum yelled. The cannibalistic demon, if the evil eye is in your hands, it's no wonder the demon is in your hands too. It doesn't matter, all I want now is to take you down. After the judge finished speaking, he stomped into the iron ground, his heavy body crashing down like a thick wall. With one hand, he swung his stick, creating a lightning-fast afterimage, and smashed it straight at the chrysanthemum. Too fast. Chrysanthemum was terrified. She didn't have time to change weapons and barely managed to block the cannibalistic demon in front of her. Bang! The cannibalistic woman shattered into red sparks the moment she was touched by the electric baton. The baton continued its momentum, striking the woman's anus and sending up ripples of shield energy. The shield then shattered, and the baton finally struck the woman's anus. Chrysanthemum felt as if he had been hit in the chest by a high-speed train or something. The heavy force lifted his feet off the ground, like a cannonball hitting a wall, creating a smoking dent. His glass armor shattered completely. Hey, are you really that easy to beat? The judge looked at his stick with some suspicion, then at the armor embedded in the wall that hadn't moved, and then said doubtfully, I've never seen a heavenly warrior as weak as you. Bang! The judge tilted his head, dodging the bullet aimed at the back of his head. The hot air from the trajectory rose around his ear, but it didn't even interrupt the rhythm of his speech. You said you've killed many heavenly demons. How strong are they? Qin Chuan ignored the state of Chrysanthemum. At least for now, his avatar hadn't turned grey. How strong? I don't know if they count as strong, but they are all incredibly troublesome and much more durable than you. The judge laughed. To be honest, I have to be very careful when dealing with them. Compared to them, you are like newborn babies. That's too general, I don't understand. Qin Chuan shook his head, paused, and put the evil eye into the void passage. Why don't you explain in more detail? Oh, is this a sign that you've given up? Or are you trying to do something to buy time? The judge couldn't help but feel a little suspicious when he saw that Qin Chuan's hands were empty. I just want to hear more stories. You know I love stories, and look, Qin Chuan gestured to the waiting giant tooth legion outside. Even if I stall for time, what can I do? Where can I run to? That's not necessarily true. Surprisingly, this powerful judge was quite cautious. You Chenshi are cruel and cunning. I've been almost killed more than once. I still have a scar on the back of my neck from the near decapitation. That elusive assassin tried to kill me several times. Once, I almost killed him, but he caught me off guard and nearly chopped off my head with his hidden blade. An assassin. A hidden blade, a hidden dagger. Qin Chuan was still in a daze, while the judge continued. He still escaped, and I still didn't die. I believe he will come again, and I'm prepared to fight him to the death. So, until he appears again and there is only one survivor between us, I will always be wary of you heavenly warriors. Click. Thud. Hearing the noise, the judge turned around and saw Chrysanthemum pull herself out of the wall and kneel on the ground panting. He didn't know how she did it, but she seemed to be recovering quickly. It seems there are still some redeeming qualities. It's not fair to dismiss it entirely. The judge sighed, then tossed the incendiary bomb he had been clutching, and laughed. But that's enough. My patience has run out. Who's going to take this incendiary bomb? Eat an incendiary bomb. The one who spoke was still panting Chrysanthemum. Although his armor no longer had humanoid features or nose, it was still a body that needed oxygen to relieve fatigue. His heaving chest was absorbing oxygen that had seeped into his skin, and it was undergoing an energy-consuming reaction with the organoids inside. Just kidding, we're not some kind of fire-resistant king that can withstand being hit by the atmosphere and not be burned to ashes. At least not now. But I bet you've never heard of this saying. Chrysanthemum slowly stood up and spoke in a calm tone. What are you saying? The judge was prepared to say something extremely offensive, because no matter how you looked at it, they were already in a desperate situation. Whether they were stalling for time or getting angry, it was nothing more than a last-ditch effort. Chrysanthemum, that's why villains die from talking too much. Qin Chuan seeing the two suits of armor spouting nonsense simultaneously, the judge didn't get angry but laughed instead. Do you think I'll die right now? No, that's not it. Killing you would still be difficult. You're too powerful. I reckon you could even take an explosive bomb without any problem. But, Chrysanthemum said, slowly extending her palm. In her palm lay a translucent crystal emitting a deep golden light. Do you know what this is? The judge's gaze focused on it, and he froze instantly, exclaiming in surprise, a void treasure. You've got it. At that moment, he suddenly realized, but then became confused. No wonder, no wonder. How could you know the technique to open the void dragon gate? But with your skills and combat experience, you couldn't possibly be more qualified than those cunning old swindlers. Who's behind you? That's not something to say, Chrysanthemum said, pouring all of its entropy into it, causing the golden crystals to shimmer repeatedly. 5 caliber, increases shooting damage by 90%, but reduces accuracy by 30% indirectly. Rifle stress 11. Not knowing what the Chrysanthemum was doing, but seeing the shimmering light of the crystals, the judge instinctively knew it wasn't a good thing, so he immediately swung his electric baton and rushed over. But at that moment, Qin Chuan suddenly moved his arm, and a bone wrist guard appeared in his hand, condensing a laser beam that shot straight toward the judge's back. The judge initially didn't want to get involved, but his body instincts, honed from countless brushes with death, made him dodge to the side more quickly. However, he was still a fraction too late, and the laser swept the stun baton from his hand. The particles stirred, but after only a brief moment of contact, when the judge regained his footing, he found that half of the familiar weight in his hand had disappeared. Looking down, he saw that his stun gun had been cut in half. What is this? The judge was horrified. He knew that if his instincts hadn't been triggered, he would probably have been the one cut in half. TSK, how can someone so strong be so agile? The production team clearly doesn't understand balance. Qin Chuan sighed. His void energy was now completely exhausted, and the last bit he had recovered was also depleted. However, he was merely trying to buy some time for the chrysanthemums. Snap! The evil eye appeared in Chrysanthemum's hand, a shadowy figure possessed him, and he slid several meters forward in one step, the muzzle of his gun pressed directly against the judge's back. So what if the accuracy is reduced? As long as I shoot at face value, the shot will definitely hit. Boom! Like a bolt from the blue, Chrysanthemum was thrown back by the violent recoil, along with her gun. Let's look at the judge again. Half of his shoulder had exploded into a bloody mess, with crimson blood gushing down. Ha, ha, damn Tianji, void, it's void power again. Kill them all. The judge roared, and countless giant-toothed soldiers surged forward like a tsunami. Ha ha ha. However, Qin Chuan actually laughed in the face of this scene, as if he was ready to die. No, he simply waved one hand to his side, and a strange mechanical device appeared out of thin air and landed steadily beside him. The device consisted of a pair of mounted metal boxes that looked like a vertically symmetrical weapon rack. The metal frame connecting the two extended forward in an arc, seemingly to be stabilized on something. Without hesitation, Qin Chuan followed the prompt sent by Audis on the user interface, stepped forward, leaned back against it, and the arc stabilizer was fastened to his waist. Buzzing. The two metal boxes on either side opened backward like a pair of dragonfly wings, and the anti-gravity engine started to operate, gradually lifting Qin Chuan's feet off the ground. The judge was stunned by this scene. Are you stupid? I can fly. Qin Chuan threw a bunch of grenades at the judge and immediately ascended into the sky. Where do you think you're going? Are you going to abandon your companions? The judge roared, his eyes blazing with fury. Before she finished speaking, Chrysanthemum pushed off with both feet, spiraling into the air and tightly clasping Qin Chuan's wrists. Goodbye. Take good care of yourself and we'll come visit again. Chrysanthemum laughed and waved to him, then was carried by Qin Chuan into the high-altitude clouds. Chapter 255. There are two more like you. Quinn, where do we go now? Go back. Chrysanthemum looked down at the 1,000-meter high sky and felt a little excited. The objective of this mission is the anti-gravity warp wing. Now that I have the equipment, it's time to return, Qin Chuan said. It took us 2.5 days to get here on skateboards, and we only fought for less than half a day. Are we going back like this now? Chrysanthemum was still a little reluctant. There was no way around it. The area outside the night spirit planes was just too free. We could wander around however we wanted at night. What are you worried about? This curved wing can already be built. Once you build one, you can fly wherever you want. We might even be able to go to the Himalayas to find dust. Qin Chuan laughed. Looking for dust. Should I send a message to ask? Chrysanthemum was also missing her brother a bit. Then ask around. If the curved wing manufacturing goes smoothly after we get back, we can go to the Snow Mountain map to play in a few days. I heard it's very cold there, but there are no night spirits at night. We can probably play the snow camping simulator. Dust, now in battle armor, continued his journey aboard the hoverboard, followed by a large white dog that huffed and puffed behind him. Looking at the leisurely appearance of the Dust leading the way, Mary seemed to see the shadow of that uninterested young man in the back of that burly armored figure. So it really is the heavenly sword. Mary sighed, panting, as she walked. Mary, hey, Mary. A soft call drew her gaze back from the dusty back. Huh, what's wrong? Mary exclaimed in surprise. You. Her companion glanced at her, then pointed to the others behind them and said, they said they found the way back, and now they're splitting up. Why are you telling me this? Mary looked at the survivors with curiosity, noticing their somewhat timid expressions, and suddenly realized something. Perhaps it's because you're quite familiar with him. They didn't want to leave without saying goodbye, saying they were indebted to Chenji and would come to our place to express their gratitude later. Mary didn't know what to say, so she ran up behind Chenari and told him about it. I see. Do you need me to escort them all the way? Dust wasn't surprised at all, and even asked them if they needed an escort. However, this made the survivors feel extremely uneasy, and they waved their hands repeatedly, not daring to disturb or delay the Dust. All right, then be careful on your way. After that, 3 more groups of people left in different directions, until only the Iron Defense Line squad remained. It looks like it's going to snow. Halfway there, Dust looked at the gloomy sky, where dark grey clouds were already pressing down on the mountain peaks. Yes, we need to find a place to spend the night quickly, Mary said. Before the heavy snow fell, the group found a crevice in the cliff that was sheltered from the wind. Several people hid inside, and Chen even sent the big dog to catch 2 snow rabbits. They lit a fire, roasted 2 rabbits, and Dust even took out a pot from the void passage that he had picked up earlier, belonging to Kroni. I remember I had some good stuff. Fish? I'll make soup with it. And what else? After fiddling around for a while, the Dust produced a rather sumptuous feast. How does it taste? Dust watched these people carefully eating their hot meals and asked curiously, delicious. Aren't you going to eat? Mary asked back. Dust thought for a moment, then shook its head and said, I'm not hungry either. This body has inexhaustible energy and doesn't lack energy. At this point, Dust noticed that Mary was still eating with her face half covered, looking as cautious as a wary plains mouse. Hearing what Dust said, Mary also asked curiously, what about your previous body? Dust paused for a moment, not answering Mary. Mary thought she had said something wrong, but then she saw Dust get up and walk out. What's wrong? His companions asked curiously as they came closer. I don't know, I might have asked a question I shouldn't have. Mary then realized that her question seemed to be asking about Chenji's secret. However, after a short while, the Dust returned to its youthful appearance, with hardly any snowflakes on its body. You're right, I was a bit too reserved. I didn't even eat the food I made myself, which made me feel a little embarrassed. After sitting down and finishing speaking, Chenai ladled himself a cup of thick, white fish soup and took a sip. The scalding temperature instantly sent a surge of heat through his body, though the taste was indeed somewhat. Damn it! Why does it smell fishy but taste fishy? Is there something wrong with this fish? Dust yelled. I think it's fine. Do you think it smells fishy? I think this tastes great. It's strong and refreshing. Having changed their appearance, the survivors of these steel defense lines were noticeably more approachable and relaxed towards the Dust. Watching Chenari's startled reaction and his casual conversation with the others, Mary silently poured the fish soup from her cup into her mouth, along with a piece of fish. The next day, Dust changed back into the appearance of the holy sword armor. After a night of interaction with the people, the survivors were no longer so afraid of his appearance. Dust also suggested making a sled to pull them along so they could travel faster. Unable to resist the stubbornness of the Dust, a wooden sled was quickly carved out by the Dust with his sword. He attached ropes to it, tied it around his waist, and like a sled dog, he pulled 4 or 5 people down the mountain. In this way, the remaining journey took only 1 hour to reach the valley where the steel defense line was located. Halt! Who are you? Upon seeing the terrifying-looking man with 5 ropes tied to his body, the guards at the gate, including the captain, were startled and quickly got up, grabbing their guns to stop the Dust. Those people look like ours. The captain recognized one of the faces, and with the rope and the lead figure, he instantly understood. You little brat. You kidnapped our people and now you're coming to us demanding ransom. Before Dust could even speak, he was immediately stunned by the other person's ability to write a story based on a picture. After much persuasion and explanations from Mary's colleagues, they finally managed to accept that the nearly 2-meter-tall man in white armor was indeed the Dust brother from before. Haha, it's Brother Dust. You've changed your appearance so much, we brothers can't recognize you at all. Haha, hope you won't blame us. It's all right. You were just doing your duty to protect your own safety. How could I blame you? After exchanging pleasantries, Dust left them 2 guns and some ammunition. Then he and Mary and the others took the elevator down to the underground. Black Veil, having somehow gotten wind of the situation, was already waiting for Dust at the elevator entrance. But upon seeing Dust's current state, she couldn't help but take a half step back. Are you serious about taking half a step back? Dust asked jokingly. It really is you. Blazing Dust. Black Veil couldn't believe it, because she had indeed seen this armor before. You seem to have seen me like this before. Dust asked. Ah, yes, and it was a long, long time ago, when I was still serving in the Kroni Empire. I saw him from afar. He looked exactly like you now, except that he wasn't as simple as you. Instead, he had a blood-red appearance and was armed with a great sword. He killed most of the troops I was in at the time. The black-veiled woman's tone suggested she had been given a second chance at life, which gave one a glimpse into the immense psychological trauma that the holy sword armor had inflicted on her young daughter. But that's all in the past. How are you now? Are you going back to your room? The woman in black veil continued to ask. No, I need to see Cho about what he asked me for. Now I have 2 helpers just like me, Dust said happily. 2? You mean 2? Dust found that it could actually see the look of horror in the other person's 2 eyes, which were like spotlights. Perhaps it was because it had become accustomed to the black iron helmet on the other person's head. Besides you, the other 2 Celestials will also join. Does that mean the Wanderers have also agreed to this plan? Joe circled the Dust twice, growing more and more delighted, and also pleased by the news the Dust brought. Yes, Brother Xia Shang even suggested that if we could find the location of the boil directly, the best outcome would be to destroy it. Dust recalled Audi's reply. If it were the old you, I would have thought it was very risky, but now, maybe it's possible. Very well, I will find a way to notify the inside contact. Just wait for my message. Chapter 256 Empowerment. Transmission of knowledge through dreams. The gunfire subsided, and the treetops were already bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. It's getting dark. Several players bandaged their wounds and then began to clean up the messy battlefield. One of the players, holding a gun stained with the blood of clones against the setting sun, suddenly spoke to his teammates. Yeah, our gaming session is over for today. Someone chimed in. Aren't you going back to base today? They referred to their engineering outposts as bases, perhaps a habit they had developed from playing other games. We haven't completed much of our mission. We've collected too few samples, and we haven't cleaned up many infected samples either. Going back to turn in the mission would be too much of a waste of travel time. We might as well stay here tonight, said one of the players leading the team. Living here. Will there be night spirits? I don't know. We'll just dig a hole or find a cave to spend the night in. It's no big deal. Or we could ask if there are any other people nearby who haven't left yet, and if we could go together. Let me ask. The player looked at the regional chat for a while, then his eyes lit up. I've got it. They said there's an NPC area nearby, and that NPC is in a trade relationship with our boss. They're currently allied, and we can spend the night there, but what? But there are also many native wild animals that accept the protection of NPCs, on the condition that we cannot harm them, otherwise Audis will punish us in place of the NPC. Wow, you even get to sleep with wild animals. Isn't that a steal? You have to pay to visit a zoo in real life. That's true, then I'll contact this number 1 sniper. The top sniper had only been back in the cave for a short time when he started receiving a barrage of inquiries, all from player squads or lone wolf players who weren't planning to return to the base. There are quite a few people here, probably 40 or 50. The first sniper was a little worried that Oba would be unhappy. Although he had asked Oba beforehand if he could stay overnight, Oba's attitude was quite friendly, only hinting with his eyes that he should be careful of the wild animals around him. However, when he saw someone asking in the channel, he just casually said something, because he thought that at most a few people didn't want to go back to the base. But I really didn't expect there to be so many. No, I need to go ask Oba again. Oba had already received the first batch of feed and was deep inside the cave having rearranged food for the wild animals. By the time the first sniper arrived, a large herd of rabbits, rats, and deer had surrounded Oba. Most of them had mutated appearances, but there were also vague details of convergent evolution. Many people want to stay here for the night. They are all our companions. We've spent the whole day clearing out those Kroni people on the ground, the first sniper explained to it. Oba had no objections and maintained his original stance, which reassured the first sniper god, who then led the second empire outside to pick up the people. Finally, before it got completely dark, all the teams that had been contacted entered the cave. It's so dark, aren't there any spotlights? One player asked. Yeah, remember to buy one at the outpost next time you come out. Lighting is still a necessity. Another player took out a light from his backpack and shone it into the depths of the cave. The dense dots of light suddenly turned and pointed at them, startling everyone so much that their legs trembled. It's all right, it's just mice and rabbits, everyone's taking refuge here. The second empire quickly reassured them. Upon closer inspection, everyone discovered that the darkness was indeed filled with a group of quirky little animals. Are there no carnivores around? Yes, they're all waiting for food deeper inside. The meaning of first sniper god is waiting for the feed factory at the outpost to send food. The others, however, believed they were all deep inside, waiting for their prey to walk right into their trap. No wonder it's all these little guys here. Then I won't go down and disturb them. I'm just staying here for one night anyway. With that, the group set up camp on the flat ground where the 2 snipers had been initially intercepted by Oba, and put down their luggage. Well, not bad. I'm logging off now, my wife's calling me to eat. You little brat, go sleep in the corner. Most people had been playing all day and were in a hurry to log off, so they huddled together in a corner, lay down on the ground, and passed away. A few players, who were also too idle to log off, used some dry branches and tree trunks they had collected earlier to build a fire and sat together to show off their culinary skills. How's your armor progress? I still can't collect fish entrails, and I've never even seen a night spirit. With company, there was plenty of time for conversation, and everyone talked about their progress in the game. Then you must be a veteran player. We new players don't have much material yet, and the reputation in the reputation pool isn't even enough to see the face of a Warframe blueprint. A newbie laughed. I asked the Dust expert, maybe we can get neurons from there, but I'm not sure. Even if you get neurons, it's still nothing special. Didn't you watch the forums and Quinn's videos? Making the armor also requires an Oro battery, and those batteries aren't even available on the planet. Huh. I haven't seen it, buddy, tell me more. This player had clearly done their homework, providing detailed information about the battery, including its nickname, Series Battery Factory. What the hell? A crucial material for making battle armor is located on an alien planet. The development team must be crazy. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. The players ate their heated rations while cursing the game developers. Upon hearing this, the top sniper suddenly remembered that he had just swapped 2 batteries from Oba's mouth. My dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. Even more exciting content awaits. Huh. So that means I'm one of the first people to be able to build the battle armor. He and the second empire exchanged a glance, both noticing the understanding and excitement in each other's eyes. But didn't Quinn and Chrysanthemum create the armor? Did they share their experience in collecting materials? You can watch Quinn's recordings. They show how they catch fish and ghosts. It doesn't look difficult in the video, but we don't have the equipment they have, and our willpower level isn't high enough. Without teleportation, we can't get into the armor. Yes, willpower level. Sigh, in the end, it's because we're leveling up too slowly. Are there any good places to level up? If I had known, would I have spent the whole day grinding for frontline soldiers in Kroni instead of doing any missions? This is actually the best place to grind experience now. Every half day, a group of Kroni teams will drop down. How much you can grind depends on your own ability. It's not necessarily a matter of each relying on their own abilities. Look at the top players, they've all made their warframes and are pushing through the main storyline. They're not competing with us for experience, are they? That's true, but even if monsters spawn here, the number distributed among each of us is too small. Hey! Suddenly, the top sniper interrupted everyone, holding up one finger and saying, do you think we have a chance to seize that transport ship? Stealing a spaceship? Why steal a spaceship? Won't that mean we won't be able to farm monsters anymore? No, and I just asked Audis, the Second Empire added, to travel to other planets, besides long, accumulated flights, we need to utilize the interstellar navigation junctions created during the Aurora era. Those things use void technology to allow spacecraft to jump to the corresponding junction area. If we can advance this process, we can not only find more places to farm monsters, but we also have a chance to find the series battery factory. The allure of manufacturing battle armor is indeed tempting, but the plan sounds far-fetched. It seems too difficult. We can't even see the cockpit window of that spaceship, so we have no way to get started. Besides, it doesn't land. The Kroni people just jump out on their own. How are we supposed to steal it? One player questioned. Actually, it's not impossible. I remember seeing a quest video about this mountain forest. A group of players found several crashed spaceships at an infected outpost here. The internal structure of the spaceships wasn't complicated. If we could. Although they kept saying it was too difficult, the group still started discussing in the direction that was possible. The next morning, Galio logged into the game early because it was the day to hand over the public grain. No, it was the day when the daily amount of reputation earned by exchanging materials was refreshed. After completing today's task, he will be able to raise his reputation level to level 2. Conquer the grenade. Conquer the grenade. Galio excitedly checked the boxes to submit the materials, and the reputation pool was now full. After consuming all his reputation to increase his reputation level, Galio finally arrived at the second-tier shop page of the Celestial faction. Looking at the option to purchase the Conquest grenade, it was a pity that his reputation was now empty. However, as long as he earned 2,000 reputation, he could own this grenade weapon. Galio, reluctant to leave, was about to look at the other weapons when he saw a strange metallic crystal in the last column. Its semicircular shape resembled a missing gear. What's this? Galio clicked on it and his pupils contracted slightly. Empowerment, dream transmission, ability to travel to the origin galaxy during sleep. Sleep mode is out? Chapter 257, The Dust Family's Little Scheme. What? Sleep mode is out. When did it come out? What? Finally, I can log into the game after I go to sleep at night. Holy crap, we were just kidding, but the production team really goes all out when something comes up. They actually made the legendary sleep mode. Galio's discovery caused a huge stir, sparking a massive controversy on the game's official forum. It's important to know that in-game time is synchronized with players' real-world time. Many players have to work during the day, and even if they manage to eat on the way home, they can log in and explore the planes of night as soon as they get home, meaning they can only play for 5 or 6 hours a day. Compared to those hardcore gamers who don't have to work, their game progress is far behind, and that's assuming the pros don't intentionally grind the map. This is why many people are calling for a mode that allows players to enter the game while asleep. Even casual gamers hope for a similar mode, thinking that they might be able to enjoy the benefits once they win the lottery. But to be honest, so far, almost no game company has been able to use the so-called sleep brainwaves to induce the claim of playing games while sleeping. Even if they exist, it's purely a gimmick. If you actually turn on the so-called sleep mode from these big companies, you'll just find yourself sleeping until the next day without even realizing it. However, can you say it's not a sleep mode? At least it gives you a perfect sleep experience, which is a true sleep mode. So when they said that, everyone had some fun again. Is this also what they call sleep mode? So that everyone can get a good night's sleep while playing games, instead of having games to play while getting a good night's sleep? I think so too. How could there possibly be technology that could distract you while you're sleeping? Do you really think this is some kind of sci-fi wish fulfillment novel? Of course, some people argue that based on the current game's visual effects, character intelligence, environmental changes, and physics effects, they're all top-notch. I wouldn't be surprised if a game development team like this could come up with some advanced technology. The only question is when it will be released. Regardless of the arguments on the forums, there's no definite answer yet, because very few players in the game can afford to purchase this empowerment. Even though it's priced at only 100 reputation points, which is practically free. But with the level 2 reputation requirement, no one except the hardcore veterans can even touch it. Galio was fortunate enough to become the first person to purchase this empowerment. How do I use this? Could it also be a hypnotic sleep mode? Galio was also very uneasy. Although he was very excited at first and even went offline to take a screenshot of it and post it online, after the excitement, he fell into deep thought. Is it worth it for 100 reputation points? Besides, it's still morning, and I've already woken up. I can't even conduct experiments. Galio was somewhat troubled. Hey, what am I hesitating about? If you have any questions, ask Audis. Galio suddenly had a flash of inspiration and asked Audis about the precautions regarding empowerment, dream communication. Audis, as a nascent technology, sleep communication still has many immature aspects. Its main effect is to allow people within the walls to travel to the origin star system through dreams when they are physically and mentally exhausted. Considering the distinctions in sleep states, the sleep quality during the dreaming phase is not high-quality sleep. Therefore, we also reduce the attention focus efficiency of people in the dreaming phase to ensure that they can provide energy for the entire next day after an 8-hour sleep period. Attention focus efficiency is reduced. In sleep mode, actions requiring attention to adjust, such as aiming and shooting, aiming and slashing, and alertness recognition, will deviate significantly. The degree of deviation varies from person to person. Aside from that, it's no different from regular gameplay, and everything is based on real memories. Galio stared wide-eyed at Audis' text, realizing that this was real, a real game played in a dream. Moreover, the development team had even adjusted the attention span in this mode to ensure players' sleep quality. He really made me cry my eyes out. Is it all advantages? What about the disadvantages? Is it hard to aim and miss? Galio recalled his past gaming experiences, and the image of a bombardier lingered in his mind. Do I really need to be accurate when using explosive weapons? Galio smiled. With a single squeeze of his hand, the empowered, crystal gear merged into his palm, and then the outline of the gear lit up between his brows before finally disappearing. That's it. Galio didn't sense any change, but then he found a switch for sleep communication in the user panel. Hey, you know, if I use sleep mode now, sleeping 8 hours during the day and 8 hours at night, can I still use it when I'm not sleepy? After selecting the sleep communication switch, Galio found that it was not disabled. So, with a try-it-and-see attitude, he tentatively turned on the sleep communication mode. Note, you will be experiencing a sleep transfer mode. Upon activation, the game will automatically restart the connection and hypnotize the person behind the wall into a deep sleep. During this process, please ensure the safety of your gaming environment. You can exit this mode at any time, but please do so within the safe zone of the game. Exiting will wake up the person trapped inside the wall outside the game. Built-in hypnosis. Developers, you're invincible. Galio laughed loudly, and all the surrounding light disappeared into the singularity in the center of his vision, returning to the outside of the game. Having already cleared his bladder upon waking, Galio simply drank some water, adjusted to a comfortable sleeping position, and felt his consciousness, enveloped in a swirling purple light, slowly drifting as if immersed in warm seawater, drifting into a pitch-black abyss. My dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. Even more exciting content awaits. Swish. As light emanated from the singularity, as if experiencing the Big Bang of the universe's birth, Galio found himself back in the dormitory corridor area where he had just logged off. Players around have already started talking and interacting, and they seem to be discussing the sleep mode as well. Galio moves his body, opens and closes his fingers, jumps in place, and can even do a backflip. Wow, you're awesome, buddy. Looking at the sleep mode notification on the user interface, Galio was momentarily unsure whether he was actually asleep. Then let's shoot a couple of shots and see. The shooting range is actually a training area that players have left vacant, where novice players can familiarize themselves with their firearms. Galio took out his Brighton and tried to aim at the stationary target 20 meters away. Just then, Galio realized that when he tried to focus his gaze on the sights, his mind would involuntarily go blank, as if he were daydreaming. However, when the cheek is out of the sights and the aiming is done using only peripheral vision, there is no problem. It doesn't affect hip firing, but it does affect focus. I've never had this problem before, so it seems I really was asleep. Galio felt an unprecedented calm, yet beneath it lay immense excitement. Dust was also getting ready to sleep. His sleep schedule had been adjusted to match the time difference of the Himalayas, resulting in an almost 8-hour time difference with reality. Fortunately, he is getting used to eating breakfast in the early morning and going to bed, then waking up at 2 p.m. for lunch. Dao Dao deliberately adjusted the cooking time, but this made Chenari feel a little guilty. He wanted Dao Dao to eat by himself, and he could just reheat the leftovers. That won't do. Dao Dao didn't listen to him, and besides, he didn't have much say in front of Dao Dao. Another piece of good news is that Chenari feels her back is also significantly better. She can now do light stretching. A few days ago, she always needed Dao Dao to help her get up, but now she can support herself to get up. Dao Dao initially thought he was just showing off, but after seeing that he really didn't seem to be pushing himself, she decided to take Chenari to the hospital for a follow-up checkup. What's the point of a follow-up check? It's just that I slept a lot and you fed me a lot, right? Dust declined. Because he and Chrysanthemum had previously suspected whether the Starcy frenzy would affect their physical condition in reality. If his recovery speed was much faster than usual, it would inevitably attract attention. He didn't want to cause trouble for Starcy frenzy. While eating the braised pork knuckle and poached egg noodles made by Dao Dao, Chenari squinted and slurped up the noodles while browsing the forum. Sleep mode is out. How come there wasn't even an announcement? It just came out so quietly. It requires level 2 reputation, and you can buy 100 reputation points, so it's practically free. Seeing this, Chenari laughed and said to Dao Dao across the table, "You don't have to wait for me to eat like this anymore, Dao Dao." What's wrong? Does it taste bad? Dao Dao raised an eyebrow. No, it's delicious. What I mean is that I won't have to stay up all night every day anymore. Now the game has a sleep mode, so I can play while I sleep, and it even guarantees me 8 hours of sleep. I can still edit videos during the day. Dust was quite happy, as he had been updating many screen recording clips during this time, and many of his followers were urging him to update on the battle situation in the Himalayas. He didn't even start a live stream when he found the armor yesterday. Apart from Qin Chuan and Ju Hua, who had contacted him, no one else knew that he also had armor. This is a perfect opportunity to slice out the content from this video. Is it really that amazing? Dao Dao was also a little curious. Sleep mode, a technology that only existed in science fiction novels, had actually been developed by a project team, and it was even a game development team. Try it and you'll see. Starry Tide has never disappointed me. Dust was so happy that he had a great appetite and was chewing on the pork knuckle. Dao Dao propped her chin up with her hand, her gaze fixed on Chenari's face, as if she were thinking about something, until Chenari noticed and met her eyes. What's wrong? Is there oil on my face? Dust asked, puzzled. I've been learning video editing these past few days. Do you need my help? Dao Dao asked. Dust nearly dropped his chopsticks upon hearing this. Wait, why did you even think of learning this? You're just killing time anyway, and wouldn't it be easier for you to manage your accounts this way? Plus, you can increase your output and earn more mouse rice, Dao Dao said. Dust fell silent for a moment, but he couldn't deny Dao Dao's words. There were many changes in the game now, and he needed some time to adjust his own and the armor's drive. Perhaps entrusting some content to his sister was a good choice. He was having a blast playing games, but he left all the hard work to his sister, editing videos that took at least 8 hours each time. He felt a little guilty about it. Then I have to pay you, Chen said, putting down his chopsticks and stopping Dao Dao from saying anything. I know you don't want it, but you're all grown up now. I can agree to let us both try this account, and the profits can be 60% for you and 40% for me. Me, 6. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Of course not. I even wanted to give you 7. Otherwise I always feel like I'm a useless piece of trash who's just kept at home by you and only plays video games. Dust shouted. Oh, so you want to take care of me? Dao Dao teased, squinting her eyes. Dust thought about it seriously. With your temper, you might not be able to get married. If it really doesn't work out, we siblings can try our best. You support me and I'll support you. But don't you share all the account profits with me? Aren't you the one paying my salary to support me? Don't talk about raising or anything like that. It's giving me goosebumps. I'm done eating. I'm going to play games. You can connect to my hard drive using Wi-Fi yourself. The screen recordings are all there. Dust shivered, finished the last bite of noodles, rubbed the goosebumps off his body, and hurriedly ran to start the game to try out the sleep mode. Dao Dao gave the dusty figure a sly look, picked up the bowl on the table, and naturally drank all the noodle soup before washing the dishes. Chapter 258 offering a liver jade mountain area, early morning. The plants were covered with dewdrops of all sizes, and the air was filled with a damp and cool smell. Players who logged in early had already climbed out of the cave by feeling for the light. It's cloudy today, so there's no sunrise to see. I wonder if it will rain. Players stretched out their bodies to quickly adapt to the differences in switching bodies. The difference in physical fitness is too obvious. I think I should exercise occasionally. That's not necessarily true. Have you ever heard of the idea of tricking the brain to change the body? Are you suggesting that exercising in your dreams creates an illusion in your brain? Is that even possible? I don't know, but now that these legendary sleep patterns have appeared, how will we know if we don't try them out? But we still can't afford that dream empowerment. It's a level 2 reputation level, and it takes a lot of materials and many days to upgrade. Take it slow. Besides, didn't we agree to catch a transport plane today? These valuable contributions can also be exchanged for reputation. So there's another way to gain reputation. Damn it. One of our teammates is going on a date today and isn't going online. Now it's just the two of us. What's the point of doing any quests? Damn, is that true? Let's team up then. If we go together, we can follow the plan we discussed last night and look for those spaceship wreckage. Oh, catching a spaceship. Sure. The plan to capture the spaceship spread among the players, and even those who returned to the base yesterday heard about it on the public channel. Someone's trying to seize Kroni's transport ship. What would they want with that thing? Yeah, aren't you worried about not being able to farm mobs anymore? No, they asked Dowdies. Spaceships are consumables in Kroni. There are plenty of them. Moreover, if we get our hands on the transport ships, it will be much easier to airdrop into dungeons in the future. Do you guys think it's possible to get Boss Lyle to analyze a set of blueprints? That way, everyone would have a transport ship to fly on. It should be possible, right? Besides, I heard that these important items can be exchanged for reputation. Holy crap, this is something else. I want to participate too. The clever old R, who was passing by the player gathering hall, resurrection area, heard some snippets of conversation and his eyes lit up. But then he thought that capturing the Kroni spaceship was not an easy task. During the Steel Road mission a while ago, Dust sacrificed itself to fly into the sky with a spaceship and deal with that spaceship. But thinking about it this way, do the Dust side have some experience? Old R immediately tried to contact Dust. Dust has already obtained the Empowerment Dream transmission, and now he has a suit of armor, so the manufacture of the glass armor can be put on hold for the time being. So he directly raised his reputation level and not only bought Empowerment, but also several weapon blueprints. While testing how much this enhancement would affect aiming at the steel defense line firing range, I was dragging my gun in a daze when Old R's message brought me back to reality. If I can't aim accurately, my entire field of vision becomes blurry when I raise the gun, and I can only shoot by feel. This doesn't have a big impact on Dust, as he rarely needs to aim precisely. Fortunately, the message wasn't included in the focus optimization, and the text wasn't blurry. So after reading the message from Old R, Dust couldn't help but scratch the corner of his forehead. They want to seize Kroni's transport ship. That's a good idea, but the transport ship's weaponry isn't simple either. 2 machine guns firing at full power. Even I feel like I'd have a hard time holding out. That being said, it doesn't include the current armored form, which would probably end after a few swings of the magnificent sword. However, getting those new players to board the transport ship is indeed a challenge. Perhaps they need a way to force them to board, since Older said that the transport ships in the Jade Mountain area don't land. The only way to seize the spaceship without the transport ship landing is to board it, right? Thinking of this, Dust remembered how he had gone up into space on that spaceship. A telescopic hook lock. Dust's reply was quickly delivered to old RS mailbox. A grappling hook. A Kroni grappling hook. That seems to be it, but what if we try to force our way onto the plane and don't know how to use it? By the way, aren't there people from the Iron Defense line here? Ask them. Older sent the information about the grappling hook to the public channel, and then went to find Captain Lian Ping. You asked about flying a spaceship. Actually, I've never flown one either, but I can ask someone from the Clone Air Force for you. After learning more about the steel line, Older discovered that someone had already found the grappling hook described by Dust. It's a utility item equipped on female soldiers in Kroni. Occasionally, it will pierce through some careless players and drag them over to get stabbed, but usually, the player will kill them while they are being dragged. As a result, many players seem to have overlooked the additional uses of this grappling hook tool, finding it rather troublesome. When the alerted players returned to the battlefield and found the grappling hooks, it took them quite a bit of effort to remove them from the original corpses. Is this thing really as good as Dustmaster says? I don't know, let's give it a try and see how far it can fly. A piercing spear shot out from the grappling hook launcher on the arm, with a slender and tough rope whistling behind it. It quickly struck a tree trunk more than 20 meters away, the rope snapping straight. And then, contract, before he could finish speaking, the player suddenly transformed into a kite and crashed headfirst into a tree more than 20 meters away. Everyone stared in disbelief. Hey, you know what? It actually seems to work. It's so fast and accurate. Could we use it as part of our 3D maneuver gear? Genius. Why didn't the development team release this sooner? We took it out a long time ago, we just didn't notice. Seeing that the grappling hooks were far away and had great force, the players searched the jungle for their previous battlefields, hoping to find their own grappling hooks. It's not like we necessarily have to find it ourselves, is it? Don't we have Boss Lyle? We can just have him make a grappling hook set that suits us, right? That makes sense. Then who unlocked the void portal and sent something back? Why does it have to be a void passage? We could just hand it over to Audis. Soon enough, before Lyle was even fully awake, he was jolted awake by a notification. Looking at the arm that Audis had sent, which was clearly from a Kroni, Lyle didn't know whether he should vent his morning grumpiness. What does this mean? A severed arm. The people inside the wall want you to use this sample to make a hook and lock tool, Audis' projection explained. Hook and chain. Oh, if they're in the mountains, hook and chain would definitely suit them. I can't believe I didn't think of that market. Is my market sense starting to fail me? Lyle didn't refuse. After washing up and taking care of her hairline, she began to disassemble the hook and chain. Is this torque converter installed like this? Wasn't he planning to pull out that spear? Why use this kind of structure? Was he trying to kill someone? Well, that's all Kroni can think of. I can't stand it. Fucking can't stand it. Who's even using this structure? The energy efficiency is absolutely terrible. Where does the extra energy come from? From the void. Lyle cursed the hook lock design while sketching out his blueprint for modification on the virtual cutting board. In less than half an hour, a complete set of hook and lock blueprints was published. Upon hearing this news, the players in Jade Mountain Forest were still searching through the trash heaps when they were all shocked by Lyle's cop speed. Wait a minute, guys, the blueprint's out now, but how are we supposed to go back and buy it? Suddenly, a player posed a thought-provoking question. After a moment of silence, the players began searching in the public chat or their friend lists for players who could help them purchase items. Having obtained the blueprint, the materials needed for manufacturing are quite simple, and the manufacturing time is only 33 minutes, which greatly surprised the players. Obviously, everyone has a chance to obtain this boarding tool before the first batch of transport ships arrive today. During the half hour of waiting for the process to begin, the players were not idle. Many players at the outpost wanted to join in the fun and stepped onto the hoverboards to rush towards the Jade Mountain. Players who remained in the mountains observed the pattern of transport planes dropping off Kroni's frontline troops yesterday. They learned that Kroni's transport planes did not drop soldiers at a fixed location, but almost always in the burnt-out open areas in the middle. Approaching the transport plane from an open area while facing so many frontline soldiers with heavy firepower is still quite challenging for players. Hey, I have an idea. The players are starting to use their brains again. Engineering base, main control room. Xia Shang suddenly opened his eyelids, his eyes darted around, and then he sat up from the chair. You're back, Commander. Audis' mobile suit seemed to have been hovering around the area the whole time, noticing Xia Shang's awakening immediately. Did you sleep well? Not bad. I haven't slept this comfortably in a long time. Is there any situation so far? Xia Shang asked, getting up and stretching. After dealing with some trivial matters for the day, Audi slowly recounted the events that had occurred after Xia Shang went to sleep. That means the anti-gravity warp wing has been built. Quinn and the others are using the warp wing on their way back. They should arrive around noon today, right? That'll be perfect for them to help Dust with that battery mission. As Xia Shang finished speaking, he touched his stomach, feeling a little hungry. Let's find something to eat first. Getting up and going outside, Xia Shang strolled to the resurrection area, only to find that there weren't many players in the stronghold today. It was probably just casual players relaxing. Where are they? Xia Shang was a little puzzled when he saw a player who had somehow gotten hold of a barbecue grill set up a stall next to the respawn area and was discussing something with some friends. It smelled quite good, probably like roasted rats, which made Xia Shang a little hungry, so he leisurely went over and sat down. Hey, customer. Food god, what would you like to eat, brother? I recommend their extra spicy rabbit meat. Holy crap, brother Shang. A player at the table noticed that someone had taken the empty seat next to him and immediately started recommending it to his friend. But when he looked up, he was surprised to see that it was Xia Shang, an NPC with an outrageously high level of attractiveness. I'm a bit hungry since I just woke up. Let's wait a bit before ordering the super spicy one you mentioned. How about something mild, god of food? Xia Shang said with a smile. Oh, no problem. The food god player was a tall boy with a somewhat thin frame. I don't know where he learned this barbecue technique, but he was quite skilled. By the way, is there anything wrong today? There are a lot of people missing from the base. Did they all go out? Xia Shang asked while waiting for his meat skewers. Situation. Yes. Upon hearing that Xia Shang had come to them to inquire about the situation, the players at this table immediately began to talk at once, revealing all the preparations made by players hundreds of kilometers away. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Xia Shang listened and nodded, a look of surprise on his face. These players are already eyeing Kroni's transport plane. That's fast. They've even developed a grappling hook for it. So everyone's going to join in the fun, trying to get a few transport planes to earn prestige. Xia Shang asked to confirm at the end. Yes, but can something like this really be exchanged for reputation, brother Shang? Xia Shang nodded in agreement, saying, indeed, but I'm afraid we'll need Audis to help you assess their usefulness. Whether it's a vehicle, a rare weapon, or even a void-related item, if you don't need it yourself, or if you want to exchange it for a blueprint that can be mass-produced, you can submit it to Audis. Wow, another way to gain reputation. Then I need to talk to him right away and give them a pep talk. Upon hearing this, Xia Shang had a flash of inspiration and immediately laughed. You don't have to be like this to get all fired up. Let's just treat this as an alarm mission. The next moment, players heading to the mountains, or already waiting for the Kroni to arrive, all received an alert mission notification. Alert mission, long-term capture Kroni's flight vehicle and hand it over to Audis to decipher its flight control data packet in order to find intelligence about Earth's airway hub. Quest rewards, reputation, entropy points, star coins, and blueprints, randomly obtained. The players were all surprised when they saw this alert mission. An alarm mission has been triggered. Or was this a hidden mission all along? I remember this shipping hub is part of the storyline. We need it to travel to other planets. Damn, what incredible luck. It's hard to say. My friend said they were having a barbecue at the base when they ran into Brother Xia Shang, who was out looking for food. Brother Xia Shang asked where everyone at the base had gone, and when he learned that we were all here to capture spaceships, he immediately gave us a mission. What? That means Brother Shang specially unlocked the main storyline for us, and is even willing to give extra mission rewards. Damn, without this mission, we would only have the reward of handing over our spaceships in exchange for entropy points. Now that Brother Shang has started this mission, we have extra mission rewards. He really is amazing. I'm so happy. Where can I find such a great boss? I want to work for him for the rest of my life. I donate my liver to Brother Xia Shang. I'll offer my liver. Chapter 259. Taking it all in one go in the dimly lit cabin. Rows of Kroni soldiers stood side by side, swaying slightly with the turbulence of the aircraft. This mission is to retrieve previously scattered plague samples, the intercom announced for the umpteenth time. And note that this mission will encounter obstacles. Previous mission teams have all gone missing, and it's suspected that evolved plague units may exist in the mountains. Ensure the samples are returned, for the Queen. For the Empress. We are approaching the landing site. All the soldiers gripped their weapons tightly, their faces expressionless as they waited for the cockpit to open. The pilot on the other side observed the images on several monitors in front of him, which showed the views from the front, bottom, rear, and left and right sides of the fuselage, providing an almost unobstructed view. Looking down at the scattered patches of green grass in the burned forest clearing, the driver seemed unaware of what this meant, and simply slowly approached the ground. Start the launch, he said, pressing the button to open the rear door of the control cabin. Light streamed into the cabin through the gaps. The soldier at the front took 2 steps forward, and only after the hatch was fully opened did he walk to the edge and jump down first. But just as he jumped, an arrow flew out of nowhere, grazed his figure, and entered the cabin, where it exploded with a bang. As if it were a signal, the pilot in the cabin immediately saw the grass on the ground being overturned from below, and strangely dressed people crawling out of the pits. Enemy attack. In the chaos, sheet metal collided with the metal frames inside the cabin, and the Kroni soldiers were thrown into disarray by the blast wave. Whoosh, clang. 2 grappling hooks precisely hooked upside down onto the hydraulic rods at the cabin door's engagement point, and the 2 players eagerly leaped to board the plane. To everyone's surprise, 2 machine gun turrets emerged from under the transport plane and unleashed a barrage of fire on the players gathering around it. Ah! The only Kroni soldier who had just jumped down noticed the enemies all around him and raised his gun to fire at them. However, Godard could only create magnetic ripples from the shield on the player's body. The next moment, his head was pierced by a single shot from hundreds of meters away by the first sniper. Shouldn't we go? The Second Empire asked from the side. There's only so much space on a transport plane. Why bother getting involved? Just fire a couple of shots to help out. The top sniper said, aiming his crosshair at the turret beneath the transport plane again. Thud, thud. The 2 gun emplacements exploded, scattering into a large pile of fallen gun barrels and sheet metal amidst the flames. The shields on the 2 players being dragged by the grappling hook were glowing red from the turret's fire, but that didn't dampen their excitement. They finally managed to grab onto the platform and climb onto the cabin door. But what awaited them was a cabin filled with ready-made guns, each waiting for them. Fireworks went off inside the cabin, and the player managed to fire 2 shots before being riddled with bullets and falling to the ground. Don't just stand there, you have to go down there to fight. Someone, seemingly a genius, shouted from inside the cabin, and the Kroni people finally realized what was happening and began to free fall. They're coming down. Take them down. Experience. I need experience. After being bombarded by a hail of bullets, the metal armor on the frontline soldiers of Kroni could not withstand the attack, and they died in agony, their bodies riddled with dents. Seeing that the situation was not good, the pilot did not even have time to close the cabin door and immediately pulled the lever to prepare for takeoff. The players have been lying in ambush for most of the day. How could they let you leave so easily? Moreover, they had already surrounded the transport plane and were firing spiked spears at it. In an instant, more than 20 spikes were stuck in the tail of the transport plane. The transport plane, like a seahorse giving birth, was lifted into the air with a group of people hanging on it. However, the anchor points of these 20-odd people were all at the rear of the cabin. The weight of several tons was not evenly distributed, and it actually slowly pulled the rear of the transport plane down. As the plane tilted further and further into the air, the 4 remaining Kroni soldiers in the cabin also slid down and fell from a height of tens of meters. No way, brothers, if this keeps up, the plane might crash, and then all our efforts will be wasted, one of the players who were hanging there shouted. Then hurry up and get up there. One player immediately grabbed the grappling hook on his arm, the internal wheel spun, and with a whoosh, it pulled him up. As he gripped the edge of the cabin door and prepared to climb in, he discovered that the 2 players who seemed to have been killed had actually revived and were hanging to the side by his grappling hook, waiting for their chance. 2 old men. What, Lao Liu? We were the first to be shot, the 2 players shouted. Seeing that the time was right, they also climbed into the plane using both hands and feet. The pilot was still trying to control the flight, but suddenly heard a clanging sound from the cabin door behind him. Before he could react, 4 or 5 hands grabbed him from behind, dragged him off his seat, and then smashed him on the forehead with several rifle butts, causing him to bleed profusely. Take it all in one go. That felt amazing. Isn't this dizzying? The player exclaimed in surprise. Why aren't you killing them? The pilot flies around everywhere and must know the locations of many of Kroni's strongholds. He's a great intelligence agent. It would definitely be worthwhile to capture him. Then I'll help you. Just as the 2 rifle butts were taking turns smashing the pilot's forehead, the other 2 players climbed into the cockpit. Do you remember how this game works? There are so many dashboards, it's almost like driving a car. Nonsense. This thing can go into space. 1 pole is definitely not enough. Otherwise, why would we say we need to capture the pilot alive? The Kroni who can fly planes are all highly intelligent. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. He seems smarter than me. What was Older saying in the instructions he posted on the forum again? This. Plop. Idiot. That's shifting gears. The next moment, the remaining players who were about to climb onto the cabin were about to breathe a sigh of relief when they didn't notice the plane suddenly accelerating. In an instant, they clung to each other and ended up hanging on the back of the cabin. Ah, don't let go. Claw hook, help me. 2 kilometers away, the top sniper watched through his scope as the transport plane flew off into the distance, yet he remained completely calm. Okay, the transport plane has been captured. We should retreat now, the first sniper god said to the Second Empire. Hey, aren't you worried they'll mess things up? The Second Empire asked in surprise. So what if it's blown up? It's not like there won't be another one. The fact that they managed to get into the cabin is a success, and we should go back and deliver feed to Oba now. They steered the skateboard back to the cave entrance, where they encountered Wu Yi, who had come out for some fresh air. Seeing Wu Yi's actions, the Second Empire roughly understood his meaning. There are too many living creatures inside. Is the oxygen supply really enough? The top sniper stroked his chin and pondered. Indeed, it feels like we should build a ventilation shaft. And if all goes well, after solving the problems in this area, this place might actually be transformed into a new stronghold. How so? Ask Oba first. 20 minutes later, Xia Shang received a report from Audis that a transport plane captured by the players was approaching. They succeeded on the first try. It seems they were really well prepared. Xia Shang was a little surprised, but when he arrived at the gate and saw the transport plane carrying a tangled ball approaching, he wondered if he had lost his mind. What was that transport plane carrying on its rear? We're home. Lower the height a little. As the base gate drew closer, the players hanging from the spaceship let go and fell to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. They then limped to their feet and greeted Xia Shang. Brother Shang. A spaceship, Brother Shang. The transport plane has returned. I have fulfilled my mission. Don't forget my reward, Brother Shang. Xia Shang smiled and raised his hand to signal to them. Forget it, as long as the task is completed, there will be plenty of time to save face later. Soon after, Audis's branch node connected to the transport aircraft's main control board and began hacking into it. Chapter 260 Intelligent Hub. It's clearly just a machine servant. Seeing the messages from players in the strongholds on the channel, the players in the Jade Forest couldn't help but sigh. Those who were far away could only catch a glimpse of the plane from afar. Once the spaceship is captured, regardless of Audis's final outcome, Xia Shang will distribute the mission rewards. However, the players are unaware of how the reward weights are distributed, and the random rewards quickly reach the players who participated in the battle. Even the First Empire, which fired 3 shots from afar, received a random reward, albeit only some materials. Of course, some players were not so lucky. Even though they were right next to the transport plane, they did not do anything to interfere with it. Even if they shot at it and scratched the coating, they probably missed. Therefore, the content of the players' comments in the channel cannot be considered very friendly. However, this does not prevent players from looking for better ambush spots and doing regional quests in the Jade Forest, such as searching for residual strains of the plague virus. As for biological samples, after Xia Shang saw that Oba had concentrated all the animals in the underground security control area, he had already removed the biological samples and replaced them with infection samples. Of course, Xia Shang would not shortchange the players who had already collected them. Just consider it a minor game bug. However, Xia Shang would not admit that this was a bug. As long as he kept quiet about it, players would naturally fill in the gaps in their imaginations. For example, the explanation that this biological sample is part of the Oba storyline was accepted by the vast majority of players and casual gamers on the forum. Moreover, looking at it this way, the fact that Brother Shang is willing to give you useless quest items to settle reputation points makes Xia Shang seem even more like a benevolent ruler. Loving the people like one's own children. Something seems off, doesn't it? Oh well, with such a generous NPC as a godfather, some players would be more than happy to be his dutiful sons. Xia Shang didn't notice that some people on the forum had started taking advantage of him, or rather, too many people were taking advantage of him. Every time he went out of the control room, he would encounter all kinds of people calling him husband or wife, both male and female players. If he didn't have a strong will, it would be really hard for him to pretend he didn't hear them. So, you guys beat this guy up like this. Xia Shang stared speechlessly at the trembling pilot, Kroni, lying on the ground. His face was swollen like a bun, and because the metal sheet completely covered the back of his head and neck, his head now looked more like a mushroom. We didn't do it on purpose. We just wanted to knock him out and bring him back for interrogation to get some information. Who knew he was so resilient? We hit him with the butt of a gun the whole way and he didn't even get dizzy. These players from Xia Shang no longer had the fierceness they had shown when beating up the pilots. They all looked like students standing in front of their professors waiting for their papers to be reviewed. It's true that pilots rarely faint. They've all received professional flight training, and their genes have been modified in this direction. They're essentially specialized Kroni units. Xia Shang could only explain to them briefly. But seeing that they were all after intelligence, Xia Shang figured he couldn't suppress their initiative, so he casually gave them some reputation points to keep them happy. 2 players were about to leave when they were grabbed by the person next to them, who glanced at the pilot on the ground. The player who was being pulled along understood immediately and quickly stood aside to wait for the cutscene. Xia Shang knew what they were up to at a glance, so he decided to go along with their plan and squatted down in front of the pilot. Tell us yourself. We don't want to know much, just everything you remember. Xia Shang looked at the other person's swollen and even uglier chronocron face and felt a wave of nausea. There was no other reason than an instinctive nausea, especially since Xia Shang clearly knew that this pilot was actually a mass-produced product of a meat processing plant using protein templates and culture media, a tool that only knew how to destroy everything for the imprint of thought in the brain, and that all the protein cells and water molecules in the body were produced for this purpose, which made him extremely disgusted. They weren't even considered humans with full thinking abilities because they perfectly met the requirements for entry. Instead, those who were excluded and eliminated due to genetic defects and defected to the iron defense line were more like humans. I won't say anything. The pilot said this without any surprise, and judging from his appearance, if he hadn't been beaten so badly that he couldn't even lift his head, he probably would have wanted to spit at the excessively handsome guy in front of him. All right. Xia Shang was just going through the motions. He reached out his left hand, grabbed the other person on the back of the head, and slowly lifted him up. You may not know something yet, which is also about the rules within the Kroni Empire, Xia Shang said to the players who were observing. What are the rules? One player asked, a sudden inspiration striking him. Xia Shang, the Kroni Empire doesn't actually have many rules. Players. You don't mean to say that's all? Because they are all clones, what they should and shouldn't do was imprinted into their brains with electromagnetic radiation during the embryonic stage, Xia Shang continued, as the palm of the hand restraining the pilot slowly lit up with purple light representing the power of the void. But with technology comes loopholes. You've seen the steel defense line. They are the units where quality flaws occurred during the brainwashing process. Some flawed units may have personality defects, while others may have peculiar quirks, which may even lead to some strange changes. For example, they may become violent and unusually brave in carrying out missions after leaving the factory. When they are promoted to a certain level and gain the power of control, they will be found to be so terrifying that even the Empire itself has difficulty controlling them. Most of the prisoners in the prison on Saturn are these kinds of Kroni prisoners. A small number of Kroni prisoners have their physical abilities enhanced by gene-catalyzing injections during promotions, and they also gain powerful abilities during modification surgeries, to the point that they can no longer control themselves and can only be imprisoned. However, most of those who are not discovered along the way are not so lucky. In order not to waste the past investment in their bodies, the Kroni Empire often removes their brains, destroys their personalities, and turns them into intelligent hubs. As Xia Shang spoke, the power of the void gradually eroded and disintegrated the pilot's steel scalp, followed by flesh and blood, then the periosteum, and finally the skull. Finally, a pink brain was exposed to the air, and revealed to the players. Intelligent hub. Watching human tissue decompose bit by bit before your eyes is like observing a cross-section with a naked eye through perspective. This is a rare scene that you can only see in a hospital, apart from hentai or erage. Everyone was watching with curiosity when they were suddenly stunned by Xia Shang's words. What does intelligent hub mean? It's artificial intelligence, AI, and the Audis is the intelligent hub. How to transform low-level AI into high-level AI. Wait, Brother Shang, you mean, Audis was actually a human before? Xia Shang. Why are you all thinking so much? Some things are far away and some are near. As for Audis, I can't tell you. Xia Shang chose to remain silent on this matter, and with a flick of his hand, a fresh brain was enveloped by the power of the void and detached from the skull. Speaking of which, thanks to you, this spaceship is actually still intact. It just lacks a suitable intelligent central hub. How about it? It's the original configuration. We don't even need to copy the aerial piloting system to it. The air felt somewhat still, and Xia Shang wanted to tell a joke to lighten the mood, but it sounded a bit like a hellish joke. Surprisingly, the players seemed to be quite receptive to it. Isn't this the mech servant from the Tomahawk 40K? I didn't expect to find such convenient mechanical court technology here. Speaking of which, Audis is so well behaved. Can it be trained to be like that in the future? We want to have our own spaceship someday. Could you copy an Audis for us? Xia Shang Geije tilde Xia Shang. Very good. You are all quite qualified sky warriors. He nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 261 Fallen Crystal Set Lyle. Lyle. After finishing the grappling hook blueprint design, Lyle sat at the store entrance to check on the progress of the previously assigned tasks. Finding that there wasn't much progress, and seeing how deserted it was outside, he simply lay back down on the air mattress and went back to sleep. But he hadn't slept for more than a few hours when someone came to his bedside to wake him up again. Lyle barely opened his eyes and glanced at it, only to find it was Xia Shang. What is it now? Lyle yawned, wiped his face, and sat up. Come and see what you've done. Xia Shang waved. Lyle's forehead lit up with a question mark. What did I do? How come it's my doing that's considered a good deed? He quickly recalled everything he had done and been assigned recently, and found nothing wrong. The only thing that hasn't started yet is the subway. Could it be something about the subway? But seeing that Xia Shang hadn't urged him, Lyle, full of confusion, followed Xia Shang outside. You designed a hook and lock device for them? Xia Shang asked. Yes, they got me a sample of Kroni's hook lock early this morning, and I designed one for them on the spot. In the end, Audi's did the encapsulation, Lyle replied. Not bad, but it's unclear how long the grappling hooks will last for them, Xia Shang exclaimed. Lyle, however, didn't take it seriously. Every tool has its time to become obsolete. If one day it becomes unusable, it means that it has brought us to a more advanced time, and it can be considered to have retired with honor. Xia Shang thought for a moment after hearing this and nodded. That does sound like something you would say. So, what exactly is it? Lyle finally couldn't help but ask. Didn't I already say it was a good thing? But now that I think about it, it might not be such a good thing for you. Lyle. Xia Shang then led him outside the stronghold, where a yellow-green transport ship, resembling a large-headed fly, was moored in the open space, surrounded by many curious players. Giant Fang Boko. They brought this. Lyle exclaimed in surprise, pointing at the players. Xia Shang nodded and said, that's right, and it's the hook lock you made. They made the grappling hook so early in the morning just for this, but it's only been a short time. They're using the hastily made grappling hook right away. I don't know about that, Xia Shang shrugged in reply. To be honest, he and Lyle were the same. They had both just woken up early this morning. But before he could finish those few words, Lyle had already run down the slope, squeezed through layers of players, and started to observe the silly thing. When the players saw Lyle's bright hairline, they all greeted him. Even though they didn't get a response from Lyle, they weren't angry. Instead, they all watched Lyle carefully inspecting the spaceship. By the way, what exactly did you mean by not so good? Lyle had already rushed into the cabin, but suddenly jumped out again and shouted at Xia Shang. Xia Shang shrugged, gestured towards the transport plane, then smiled and said, it's this transport plane. See if you can build a few. The second question was raised by the players who were lined up. What's wrong? Don't you want your own spaceship anymore? Xia Shang asked, puzzled. The players turned to look at Lyle, their eyes reflecting an eerie light that made Lyle feel a chill run down his spine. But at that moment, the sound of something flying at high speed seemed to break through the air, whistling as it approached this area. The players were unsure what had happened, but considering that the only faction with air superiority was currently the Kroni, they naturally suspected that the Kroni Empire had attacked. Brothers, be on alert. It's probably Kroni's ship catching up. Just as they were about to draw their guns and go out to engage the enemy, the whistling sound became very clear. The next moment, a suit of armor crashed down from the sky, its limbs on the ground to reduce the recoil, and black light flowed across its surface for a moment. Chrysanthemum shrugged her numb hands and saw a group of players holding weapons staring at her in surprise. Lyle was standing in front of her in a Kroni-style spaceship. Did you guys manage to steal a spaceship? Goodness, when I saw a spaceship right in front of my house from the sky, I thought the Kroni had already attacked, so I was planning to come down and harvest some loot first. As Chrysanthemum spoke, she waved to the sky. A few seconds later, Qin Chuan, with a pair of dragonfly wings clamped around his waist, also flew down. It actively detaches from the curved wings and lands, with the curved wings automatically retracting and closing to land on the ground. It's Quinn. How come Quinn is back so quickly? The players then remembered that they were the two high-level players who had set off to carry out a mission thousands of kilometers away a few days ago, so they all put away their weapons and surrounded them, hoping to get on their good side. Did Quinn gain anything significant from this mission? Were there any weapons he didn't need? Quinn G. The livestream is so cold. Brother Chrysanthemum is so handsome. Do you have any crystals or weapons you could spare? Besides, both players are female armored characters, so it wouldn't be uncomfortable to cling to their thighs. Go away, go away. There are some good things, but they all need to be studied. First, we have to hand them over to Brother Shang. With that, the two of them leaped lightly and flew directly in front of Xia Shang. This spiral leaping technique astonished the other players, as it was the first time they had ever seen it. Wow, what kind of skill is that? Ignoring the newbie players, Qin Chuan and a Jew happily reported the progress of the second half of the mission to Xia Shang. You actually opened that treasure vault. Xia Shang asked in surprise upon hearing this. Yes, after you disconnected, Brother Xia, it took some time to gather enough void light entities, and I obtained 4 golden crystals from the treasure vault. This crystal is extremely powerful. After we left the collapsed void, we encountered a judge from Kroni. He used one of the crystals and the anti-gravity curved wings that Audis gave me to escape. As she spoke, Chrysanthemum took out 4 golden crystals and handed them to Xia Shang. Xia Shang didn't stand on ceremony and reached out to take the golden crystal to examine it. 5 caliber, increases shooting damage by 90%, but reduces accuracy by 30% indirectly. Rifle stress 11, 0 overstretch. Increases warframe ability range by 15%, but reduces ability power by 10% indirectly. Warframe stress 6, 0 corruption strike. Increases melee damage by 25%, but reduces swing speed by 5% indirectly. Melee pressure 4, 0 lack of agility. Increases firing rate by 15%, but reduces damage by 2.5% indirectly. Pistol stress 4, armor, rifle, pistol, melee weapon, a complete set of the Heavenly Warrior's golden crystal. Upgrading the heavy caliber to level 5 almost doubled the shooting damage, and Xia Shang could clearly feel that this was not the limit of the heavy caliber, and it might even be only half. The contents of these crystals were determined before we even observed them. Are they research products of the Oro Empire? Qin Chuan asked, clearly having seen the 4 crystals on the way. That's correct. These are different from the void crystals you randomly obtain. They are crystals specially modified by the Oro Empire. If you need a name, you can call them fallen crystals. Xia Shang nodded in reply. At the cost of overdrawing one attribute, they greatly enhanced another. They originally intended to use this to control the heavenly sword, but found that corrupted things were uncontrollable, so they could only disperse and collect them. By the way, what else did you see in the treasure vault? What did you see? Ask him. I almost died. He was the one who went in to get it. Qin Chuan pointed to the chrysanthemum. Chrysanthemum thought for a moment and immediately said, the sculpture, there is a huge white sculpture inside, and the whole room is golden white and solemn. This ball of golden light floats in front of the sculpture, and it turned into 4 crystals after I collected it. Sculpture? Whose sculpture? Do you remember what it looks like? Xia Shang asked curiously. As Chrysanthemum recounted her memories, Xia Shang's expression slowly froze, as if he were lost in thought. Does Brother Shang know him? Seeing Xia Shang's appearance, Chrysanthemum asked curiously. Know him? Actually, you might not really know him, Xia Shang said with a sigh. I've heard of him, but everyone has heard of him. Everyone has their own secrets, but here's the exception. You can call him Wukong. Wukong. And these 4 crystals. This is a void crystal that comes with a complete set of Chenji standard equipment. It may be the fallen crystal that he used before. Xia Shang played with it for a while, then randomly tossed it back to Juhua. Juhua didn't react in time and almost missed catching it. Brother Xia Shang. Chrysanthemum did not understand the meaning of Xia and Shang. These are your spoils of war, you don't need to give them to me, Xia Shang said with a smile. Is this a mission reward? For some reason, Qin Chuan's armor helmet suddenly displayed an eyes light up effect. Xia Shang waved his hand upon hearing this. What mission reward? Haven't you already received the reward? Has it already been given? Oh right, and yours too. Once Audi's is finished, I'll send it to your void portal. Why are you looking at me? It's the curved wing. Xia Shang asked in bewilderment, only to be tightly embraced by Qin Chuan and Juhua the next moment. How is chapter 262 progressing? Golden toilet. His name shone brightly, and on the side of the tactical weapon rack behind him hung a stained serrated chainsaw sword. He was covered in grass stalks and his trousers and shoes were covered in dry mud. He and his two teammates drove back to the gate of the stronghold and strode toward Lyle's arms store. To do this reconnaissance mission, we haven't even been to the Jade Mountain area, that monster hunting paradise. Horus's face showed an indescribable feeling, like the discomfort of losing 5 small goals. I've been there, and it's just so. At most, there are 3 waves of mobs a day. With over 100 people, you can't find more than 100 Kroni mobs in the mountains, so very few people can actually get any experience. Oldmar shrugged and spread his hands, looking indifferent. Stop talking, saying too much will just sound like sour grapes. The golden toilet was originally expressionless, but after listening to them say a few words, it couldn't hold back anymore. Oh well, it doesn't matter. Maybe we're working on a big project. Since we took on this task, Lyle hasn't assigned any other missions, has he? Stop talking, stop talking. After chatting on and on, the 3 arrived at Lyle's arms shop, but it was quiet, and it seemed that Mr. Lyle was not there. Where's the boss? Was he called away by brother Xia Shang? The 3 looked around but couldn't find the owner. Just as they were wondering what was going on, 2 female players passing by noticed their disheveled appearance and asked, "Are you looking for Boss Lyle?" "Yes, we're here to turn in our mission," Horus replied. "Boss Lyle was called out to build a spaceship this morning. Didn't you guys watch the public channel?" The girl laughed. "Build a spaceship? Didn't they only capture one?" "Yes, Xia Shang gave it to Lyle as a sample to study, saying it was for building our private spaceship." "Is that so? Oh, thank you, thank you." The 3 of them ran towards the gate and, sure enough, found yellow-green flies in a makeshift tin shed. "This ship is so ugly, it looks like one of those things flying around in a cesspool," said the golden toilet. Horus looked up at the ID above the golden toilet, touched his nose, and said nothing. Old Ma, who was eating soil, didn't pay attention to any of that. He went forward to peek into the transport cabin and was then pushed out by a multi-tool. The multi-tool is entirely white. Although it is called a tool, it actually looks like a gun. The handle has a ring design similar to a dagger handle, which allows for more space to install buttons to change the working mode. "Isn't there a sign saying no admission for unauthorized personnel?" Lyle asked, somewhat displeased. "Well, we've finished checking all the survey locations on our mission list. We're back to hand in the mission." Oldmar raised his hands, but his eyes kept glancing inside. Mission. Oh, I remember now. Lyle looked down at the cabin interior panel he had torn up, thought for a moment, then put down the multi-tool. "Let's go. We need the terminal to verify the data. Let's go back to the shop." The 3 followed Lyle back again, and watched as Lyle beckoned with his finger, and the chair automatically floated to his bottom. The 3 were amazed. So this is how technology is used. Isn't technology meant to make life easier? There's nothing wrong with using it this way. Ignoring their whispers, Lyle took the memory module of the exploration tool, connected it to the terminal, and opened the internal data. Lines of coordinate data immediately appeared. After a quick glance, there were probably hundreds of locations. Wow, you've been to all the backup locations too. Lyle was also somewhat surprised. He marked many backup routes on the design map of the underground transportation network in case the target route had special geological conditions that prevented construction. Therefore, when assigning tasks to people in the wall, he would usually give them a list of backup coordinates, but he would also mark it as an optional option. However, most players who accept this mission will overlook these coordinates. Occasionally, the backup coordinates that have been used are probably just scouted along the way. This is the first time Lyle has seen a team that has checked all the coordinates. Yes, this should be a reconnaissance mission about the transportation routes between outposts, right? The road conditions at some of the main coordinates are very poor, and some mountains are full of unstable debris. Bringing back this kind of data is useless, so we went to check all the coordinates. Golden Toilet replied. Upon hearing this, Lyle turned his chair around and sized up the 3 of them. "You guys know geology?" "Haha, I'm just an unemployed civil engineer for 3 years." Oldmar chuckled and bowed to Lyle. Lyle didn't recognize the hand gesture, but he didn't pay it any mind. Instead, he tilted the projection screen outwards at a slight angle and imported all their coordinates into the regional map, turning them into scattered coordinate points on the map. "So what do you think of this data map?" Lyle asked. "Huh, you asking me?" Oldmar pointed at himself, his eyes wide. Lyle raised an eyebrow, as if asking, "What else?" "Well, I've been staying home for a long time, so I'm not really sure about this," Oldmar said awkwardly. "It's fine, I'll just not take your advice if there are any problems." Lyle didn't seem to care. With Lyle backing him up, Oldmar was also tempted to give it a try. Besides, while surveying the data these days, he would occasionally think about how he planned to build this route. "But boss, what kind of facility are you planning to build?" Oldmar noticed that the data points brought back by other teams on the map were distributed over a particularly large area, seemingly covering almost the entire coastline. "You know mines, right? Underground tracks, but those are used to transport people," Lyle explained. "This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content." "Isn't that a subway? This game is even planning to build a subway system. But shouldn't this have been added in a version update? Are you stupid? A real game is all about players managing all the infrastructure and having everything written into the data. What's the point of that? But wasn't this stronghold something we seized? Even if it was stolen, it was all done by hand. Don't you know what it means to do things personally, toilet?" "You're right." Ignoring their strange remarks, Lyle and Oldmar tentatively began to communicate about technical issues. Seeing the 2 of them speaking in incomprehensible languages while simultaneously performing a 4-handed rapid-fire display on the holographic screen, Golden Toilet and Horus wisely stepped aside, choosing not to disturb them. "Toilets, see if you've got any new stock," Horus gestured toward the counter. "Hook and chain. Should we buy the blueprint?" "Should I buy it? Let me check the details first. Holy crap, the maximum distance is 35 meters. If I don't buy it, it's more than 10 stories high. What we outdoor enthusiasts need most is this mobility, so we don't have to run around the mountains every day. So, they use this to steal planes. If we encounter planes outside, can we capture a few too? The mission doesn't restrict captures to the Jade Mountain area, right? That makes sense, I'll buy it. Hey, it seems like a few weapons have been updated too, but they're all just parts updates, which doesn't make sense. Then let's buy a few moa birds and keep them as electronic pets. Using a digital pet to raise a moa, that's too digital. I'd rather have a hairless big cat, like the one biologists have. I feel like petting a big cat would be really nice. Wow, toilet, you're a cat lover. Dogs aren't out of the question. Come to think of it, didn't we rescue a group of guys carrying puppies? Did their puppies hatch? I don't know. I haven't seen them since we parted ways. The forum says that if you want to hatch dog egg, you have to get that biology master. Maybe it's at the lakeside market. The 2 chatted about equipment, then pets, and finally back to equipment. They waited until Old Ma and Boss Lyle finished discussing the project. Lyle looked thoughtful, and perhaps he even got something from Old Ma. "By the way, I was surprised by the completeness of the data regarding your mission rewards. I will offer you 3 times the reward, including reputation points. Old Ma, never mind, I'll contact you again next time." Lal nodded and settled the materials and reputation with the three of them, also giving them a few weapon blueprints as a pleasant surprise. After dismissing the three people inside the wall, Lal touched his hairline, looked at a temporarily confirmed green route on the holographic screen, pondered for a moment, and then packaged and sent it to Audis. Audis, show this to your boss. If it works, get some funding so I can hire some people. But the people inside the wall might not be willing to do this kind of manual labor. As for manpower, could you help me decide whether to find some former civilians or something? Lal sent out a few questions casually, then put them out of his mind and went back to the outer tent to dismantle the green bottle flies. Wow, your mission rewards are so good. Brother Shang doesn't even accept fallen crystals. How many fallen crystals does he have? Dust and Qin Chuan, who had a bountiful harvest of chrysanthemums, were chatting in a group chat. When Dust learned that they had both received anti-gravity curved wings as mission rewards, he couldn't help but show a longing expression. The stats on this fallen crystal are indeed very high, especially for this heavy caliber, but the reduction buff is also very high, with an accuracy reduction of -30. And as you said, the sleep mode blocks aiming perception, so this fallen crystal is essentially a farewell to our strongest weapon, the evil eye, Chrysanthemum explained. Actually, I don't think it's a big problem. The size of the armor can support us in close quarters combat. If we can install heavy caliber weapons on Crocodile God, then I would call it the ultimate achievement, Dust said. Crocodile God. No, buddy, have you forgotten? Shark guns have their own variants, and the branch is shark guns. Heavy caliber can't be used by Crocodile God. Qin Chuan quickly corrected him. I see. So what should we do? Maybe we should find out what weapon the Wukong armor was used on. After all, only the original owner knows their equipment best. Dust said, thinking of the equipment he was wearing. That's true. I'll probably have to ask Brother Shang later. But how's things going on your end? We're going to make our move on you once Chrysanthemum receives his anti-gravity curved wing, Qin Chuan countered. Dust couldn't help but smile wryly. It's only the second day. Their inside man will probably need to find a chance to communicate with the Imperial planet. It might take a few days. Maybe even when you arrive, you'll have to do your daily tasks for a while before you get any news, just like me. Chrysanthemum, doing daily tasks, actually, that's fine too. We have enough materials in our inventory to meet our daily Chenji reputation exchange needs. We won't compete with the newbies for resources here. It's not bad to see how it helps us speed up the Iron Defense Line's progress. We could even sell them back to the newbies at a low price to boost their average combat power. Upon hearing Chrysanthemum's words, Dust suddenly remembered that he seemed to have promised something on the public channel. After a hasty farewell to the two people opposite him, Dust took advantage of the fact that he had nothing else to do and went out to find Black Veil, who was now mainly in charge of coordinating with him. You want to exchange for resources. If you want to exchange resources with reputation, you can go directly to the dispatch department. There's no problem with your permissions, Black Veil explained. No, I need to buy in large quantities. It would be best if I could exchange it for star coins or other materials, Dust explained. After all, his reputation wasn't that high. Large batch. Black Veil asked, puzzled. She only understood after Dust subtly explained. You can teleport large quantities of items, even all the way to the plains of night. Black Veil exclaimed in shock. The Dust did not deny it. I need to consult with my superiors. Please wait a moment. The woman in black quickly left. Chapter 263 Polarization. Dust quickly obtained permission for a large transaction, which was then carried by Black Veil to the resource repository for the transaction quota. Upon arriving at the resource depot of the Steel Defense Line, Dust followed Black Veil around for half a day. Many dispatchers who frequently came and went were retrieving goods according to order revenue. When they saw Black Veil, they would greet her respectfully. I showed Dust the normal level resources. Dust didn't want to make a wasted trip, so I thought I'd give them a little something from each one. It can be seen that the resource pool is the one that the dispatchers enter and exit most frequently. Dust feels that the flow of these resources is too frequent, and the retrieval may affect the order of resource allocation for external applicants. Are there any rare resources, like amorphous alloys or control modules? After considering for a while, Dust decided to start with the resources that players had difficulty obtaining. Yes, how large is your operation? Black Veil couldn't help but ask. It's quite big, and it will continue to grow in the future. The Dust's answer was as good as no answer at all. Upon arriving at the advanced dispatch resource room, in the compartment storing amorphous alloys, Dust was surprised to discover that all the containers stored in this warehouse were actually containers of amorphous alloys. How much can I take at once at most? Dust picked up a tin can, the alloy inside resembling a dough ball, shaking as he moved it. 1/4, the woman in black said. 1/4 of the entire warehouse. Less than Dust expected, or perhaps, on a broader scale, the demand for these rare materials is actually quite high. In what areas will these materials be used most of the time? Dust pressed. You need it, but don't know its specific use. The woman in black looked at him with a puzzled expression. Dust, somewhat embarrassed, replied, we often lack these materials because we don't know where they'll be used. Black Veil was somewhat speechless, but still explained simply. This alloy has extremely high plasticity and can be incorporated into many alloy materials to adjust the material. Moreover, it is inferred that it is very likely a material developed by the Oro Empire. Also from the Oro Empire. Dust asked in surprise. There is evidence to support this. The Kroni Empire has a lot of research evidence, including your suit of armor of the same model. They also obtained it through various means, and there are traces of this alloy inside. Seeing that he seemed to have doubts, the woman in black pointed at him and said. Upon hearing this, Dust immediately recalled the scene in the beginner tutorial video where the Kroni Research Institute was preparing to dismember the armor, and couldn't help but shudder. It seems that those celestial armor suits that weren't activated and escaped were indeed dismembered and studied by the Kroni. Wait, you said my armor needs this material. Dust suddenly remembered something. A flash of inspiration struck him, and he grabbed the hand that the Black Veil was pointing at him with both hands. However, the woman in Black Veil withdrew her hand with lightning speed, making it seem as if she had been struck by lightning. For a moment, the Dust and the Black Veil stared at each other, and the atmosphere became somewhat heavy. Sorry, I got a little excited. Dust quickly apologized, thinking that NPCs also have a strong sense of personal boundaries. What might be the eye's personality setting? I'm sorry, that was my mistake, but you're right. The Holy Sword armor does indeed contain amorphous alloys, both in its internal circuitry and its body structure. Heisha remembered that the group leader had told her to be friendly and kind to Tian Yi, and worried that her instinctive reaction might have made Chen Ari feel alienated, so she quickly explained. Circuit system, you mean system, right? However, Dust's concern was no longer on this point, because he clearly remembered that after Quinn finished the tutorial, the Holy Sword armor was damaged because an NPC cheated on it, and it was now broken into 2 parts and stored in Xia Shang's hands. Now that I have a complete Holy Sword armor, I can let Audis analyze the components and create a system blueprint. That entire warehouse is filled with amorphous alloys. In the eyes of the Dust, they had all turned into glittering golden Holy Sword system components. Okay, I'll take 1/3. The woman in black veil remained silent, then raised her hand to pick up the crystal plate and recorded the Dust's needs. Neurons. I want them. How many can I get? We currently have 20 units in stock. If you need more, that's 1/3, 6 units. Only 6, that's a bit few. Could you give me 10? 10 is still a bit of a stretch. Neurons are also a key material for making tactical masks. At this point, Black Veil suddenly remembered something, then looked at Dust with realization. 10, that's fine. Okay, thank you so much. If you ever need any help in the future, just let me know. Dust laughed loudly. Then came a simple roll call. Control module. You guys even have explosives. Gallium metal, take it. Biological materials, take them. Permafrost crystals. You're not afraid of radiation. Radiation-resistant coating. Oh, I don't understand, but I want this too. After going around in circles, Black Veil discovered that a full third of their inventory had been emptied. The acquisition amount is 3.1 million star coins. You can also use other materials to offset it. We accept all kinds of materials, but the most liquid common materials are the best. Black Veil handed the calculated price list to Dust. 3 million, that's not too expensive. Dust looked at the prices on the crystal plate and noticed that the selling price Black Veil was offering was lower than the market price he remembered in the Night Spirit Plains. Some materials had a 7% discount, and some even had a 15% discount. Thank you, but I need to send this price to my superiors for their approval. Is that all right? The price is indeed good, but Chenari doesn't have that much money. Maybe with Qin Chuan and Zhu Hua, they could raise the money, but Chenari thinks it would be safer to persuade Xia Shang to participate. Okay, the amount will be frozen in your inventory. You can come and confirm with me after you've discussed it. After saying goodbye to the Black Veil, Chenari returned to her room and contacted Qin Chuan and Zhu Hua. Fortunately, they were in Xia Shang's control room, saving them the time of searching for Xia Shang. He relayed the details of the acquired materials to them, including the dust-covered holy sword armor and the 2 armor parts stored by Qin Chuan. If we can really develop the system blueprint for the holy sword, I can send this armor over right now. For some reason, Dust was very excited. However, it's understandable. He probably imagined a scenario where all the players in the entire stronghold were equipped with holy swords. Qin Chuan was also somewhat surprised. He had almost forgotten about the holy sword armor. On the one hand, the acquisition of the holy sword blueprint was nowhere to be found. Although Dust had obtained the armor, Qin Chuan would not take the initiative to mention that he had to contribute the armor to develop the system. On the other hand, the glazed armor was actually quite useful, with control and defense, fast single target skills, and decent area of effect damage. Even though it lacks the mobility of the holy sword slash, it can now compensate with parkour moves such as spinning leaps, gliding in midair, and wall adhesion. Overall, the glass armor is very well balanced and doesn't require Dust to contribute his armor, even if Dust just happened to find it by chance. Thinking of this, Qin Chuan wanted to ask Chen Ari to reconsider, because they would soon be going to search for the infected boils that Kroni had brought to the Imperial planet. But before he could arrive, Xia Shang spoke first. Are you sure? Disassembling your armor will not only reset the frequency of your past battles to 0, but also destroy the system components that served as blueprints. You'll have to spend time building another system component, Xia Shang said earnestly. It might even cause you to miss the mission to intercept the battery transport ship. No problem. In fact, that's precisely why the analysis of the Holy Sword blueprint should begin as early as possible, so that I can build a new warframe to connect with the mission before it starts. Dust said dismissively, but it's not too late for you to start this work after this mission is completed and stabilized. The same frequency is a very valuable asset. You know what I'm talking about. It's not just about your time. Xia Shang advised Chen Ari and the others to consider the work of creating the Holy Sword blueprint later. Moreover, the majority of players don't currently have that much need for warframes. It's alright, Brother Shang. My armor can acquire the same frequency very quickly, even faster than my human phantom, Dust explained. But, wait, what did you say? Xia Shang wanted to say something, but suddenly realized that the other party seemed to be saying something extraordinary. Your armor's frequency of change is increasing very quickly. How quickly? He quickly asked. Twice? Or 3 times? It's about that ratio, Dust explained. Xia Shang frowned and muttered. Could it be polarization? Chapter 264 Completion of the Holy Sword Blueprint. What is polarization? Qin Chuan asked curiously. Xia Shang took out a golden cube and showed it to Qin Chuan and Zhu Hua. Do you recognize this? I know about molding blocks. I've seen them on the forum, Chrysanthemum nodded. The molding block is a creation component of the Oro Empire. In fact, it is a kind of affinity tool developed by the Oro Empire in its early pursuit of void power, Xia Shang explained to the two of them, weighing the molding block in his hand. However, seeing Qin Chuan and Zhu Hua's confused expressions, they probably couldn't understand what he meant, so Xia Shang came up with another explanation. Simply put, items that incorporate molding blocks can create additional connections to the void, using the void's influence to amplify the item's base attributes. As a standalone void node, the celestial node can double the effect of this connection, not only amplifying attributes but also strengthening the synchronization efficiency between you and the item, breaking through the synchronization limit. The control room fell silent. After a moment of thought, Qin Chuan finally understood what was going on. So it's a kind of enhancement component that can improve the overall limit or potential of the armor or weapon. Breaking through the limit of the same frequency means that it can withstand more structural pressure and insert more void crystals to enhance it. In other words, it's enhanced upon enhanced. His tone revealed a sense of surprise. That's right, but this kind of enhancement has a prerequisite. It needs to be activated by the transmitter of knowledge. Otherwise, it will only have the most basic increase in strength. Xia Shang nodded and added. Among the crowd, Dust was even more delighted. He now understood that the armor he had found was actually an enhanced version of the Holy Sword armor. While overjoyed, Dust couldn't help but feel a little worried. Will the system analyzed from my enhanced armor be compatible with the regular models? Xia Shang, if it's a polarized battle armor, the blueprints for its components are the same, so it doesn't affect the manufacturing of the finished product. The polarization only exists in the void, not in the real world. Moreover, if it's a polarized battle armor, you can actually try the method you mentioned. Why is that? And will recreating a normal system cause some parts of this void link to be missing? Dust thought of many things at this moment. You can rest assured about that. It's even simpler than a regular blueprint structure. Xia Shang snapped his fingers. Because the polarized armor components have void connections, I only need to transfer my consciousness in and copy the internal framework. The 3 players were bewildered but utterly shocked. What a humanoid printer. The void is so free. Hey, what are you thinking about? Seeing that the 3 of them didn't speak, Xia Shang seemed to know what they were thinking. Only I can do this. Even Audis can't, so it's not as convenient and free as you think. Still not free. Look, he can even read minds now. Without further ado, Dust immediately switched bodies and transferred the Holy Sword armor to Xia Shang. Without wasting too much time, Xia Shang entered the Holy Sword armor and completed the replication of its internal framework in about 10 minutes. After he left the Holy Sword, he had a circuit diagram of the armor system simulated using the power of the void. It's done, but it will take some time before the blueprint can be copied. Take your armor back. Dust was quite happy that he didn't have to level up his warframes again. Although he was originally willing to sacrifice his warframes level for this blueprint, he was very lucky. Not only did he get the blueprint, but he also suffered no losses. Win-win. Waving the armor back, Xia Shang didn't forget the original purpose of the dust. As for the materials you ordered for us, they are indeed essential materials for the widespread use of armor, but emptying all our resources at once will not help us develop quickly. Moreover, as you know, the base has many plans that require a lot of materials, and strictly speaking, our inventory is actually not enough. Hearing Xia Shang's analysis, Zhu Hua patted her chest and said, this is no problem, we can borrow from Kroni's warehouse. That's one way, but it'll inevitably provoke a strong reaction from the Kroni. Before the armor is widely deployed, we can try to mitigate the situation a bit more. How about this? Xia Shang said after a few seconds of thought. Go and discuss this with the steel defense line. We'd like to acquire the amount in this order in 3 batches as compensation for the extended trading period. How about you two take a trip to the Himalayas? The last sentence was a request for opinions from Qin Chuan and Zhu Hua. No problem, we were planning to go anyway, Qin Chuan nodded. After the discussion was completed, Chen Ari immediately went to Heisha and told her the contents of the discussion. Purchase in 3 batches. Black Veil actually wanted to say that they couldn't be happier with this transaction, because receiving a large amount of rare materials at once would be a test for their current inventory, and it was hard to say whether there would be a shortage of materials. Ms. Dow entrusted her with full responsibility for this transaction, which also means that she will bear the consequences of any inventory issues that may arise after the transaction. Therefore, the news about Dust is good news for her. But when Dust mentioned compensation, Black Veil pretended to hesitate for a few seconds before agreeing to the change in the transaction. Thank you so much. We really want the stuff, but we're short on inventory. No problem, my teammates will be here and can help you with all the dirty work. Dust said, holding the Black Veil in his hands. Black Veil felt quite uncomfortable, especially since she herself was a beneficiary. Seeing how grateful Dust was to her, she felt a moral burden despite her initial self-admonition that no business is without guile. No need to thank me. We are allies, so it's only natural that we should understand and help each other, the woman in black said gently. In that case, we will arrange for the sorting and loading of the goods, and we will notify you once the first batch of goods is sorted. Okay, thank you very much. Dust left the warehouse happily. Once the dust had settled, the woman in black turned around, shook her head, and sighed, naive. I don't know whether to praise it or regret it. Halfway back, Dust saw 5 children dressed in coarse cloth gathered in a corner of the hall. They had large heads and sickly red skin. Their wide eyes looked around, reminding Dust of the mice that came out to forage on the night spirit plains. Dust. A call interrupted Chen's attention, and when he turned around, he saw the guy he hadn't seen in a long time. Naveen, if you don't show up soon, I'll forget your name. Dust reached out to Naveen, then looked back at the children and found that they were talking with several other survivors dressed similarly, who appeared to be their parents or elders. They're probably residents of a nearby camp, but the kids live here with us, for safety reasons, Naveen explained, looking sleepy and tired as he noticed the direction Dust was looking. And what about themselves? Dust asked. Generally, they live in external camps, and we provide them with some basic employment information to help them obtain resource subsidies from us, Naveen said. Dust didn't ask why they weren't allowed to all move in. It simply nodded and then asked where Naveen had been lately. It's that metal lump you put back. Inside are wrecked parts of the Kroni airship. We spent several days sorting them out, separating part of the spaceship's propulsion system and some other scattered items. Naveen said, yawning. Are you also planning to build a spaceship? Dust asked in surprise. Chapter 265 First signs, it's not so much that we're planning to build them, but rather that we've built many already. However, none of them are durable and they're easily detected by Kroni's air defense system. To say we're building spaceships is more like trying to disguise them as their spaceships. Naveen gave a general explanation, and seeing that Dust seemed to be deep in thought, he decided to change the subject. I heard you saved Mary yesterday. Ah, we just happened to run into each other. Dust shook his head and said, that just means she's lucky. Hey, listen to Dust, if it doesn't involve classified items, I'd like you to provide her with some information about your healing potion, Naven suddenly whispered. What? You don't know, when we first met, didn't you heal our team members' injuries with a single injection? That thing seemed to have affected her a bit. She asked me things like, with such a good thing, do we no longer need medical personnel? How am I supposed to answer that kind of question? Judging from your expression, she didn't ask you that either. Dust recalled Mary's appearance and shook his head, saying, she definitely didn't mention it. Before she went out to gather herbs, she told me to be careful. Haha, that guy keeps things to himself. But don't worry about it too much. Young people always doubt their own value when faced with technology. It's an inevitable part of the times. If you want, talk to her about it. If you're busy, just ignore her. She'll handle it herself. That's all. I've been putting off the research group for quite a while. See you next time. Watching Naveen's departing figure, Dust pondered for a few seconds, then raised his hand and sent a message. Within half an hour, the first batch of goods was packed into boxes and awaited inspection by Dust. After inspecting all the storage crates, Dust nodded and waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to count them in detail and that he trusted the credibility of the Iron Defense line. By the way, regarding the items in this trade, we have some different opinions. Is there any word on the medical supplies? Dust took out a healing syringe from its own void portal and handed it to Black Veil. Medical supplies, sure, but how effective will they be? Black Veil asked, looking at the clear, yellowish-green liquid inside. Dust was still in humanoid phantom form at this moment. Even though Xia Shang returned the armor, he did not change it immediately, but remained in humanoid phantom form. Now is also a good time to demonstrate the Black Veil. To ensure the medicine's effectiveness, Dust silently removed Life Force, then slashed his own arm, cutting off the muscle bundle in his forearm. The Black Veil immediately revealed that this injury required stitches and would take time to heal before any after effects could be eliminated. But Dust only pricked his own carotid artery with a needle, and even then, he only injected half the volume. Help me knead it together, Genera said, extending his injured arm so that she could see the healing effect more clearly. Within minutes, Xia was surprised to find that the cross-section of the texture had almost glued together, and she could even make some movements. According to the progress, this level of injury should be fully healed in just half an hour to an hour. Black Veil was quite surprised, even shocked. Therapeutic injections are widely used in the Kroni Empire, but models that are so effective are rare. Pretty much. For minor cuts and superficial injuries, diluted medicine can be effective. Okay, let's add this to the exchange list. Black Veil didn't waste any words. A purple light flashed as storage boxes were piled up on the ground, and the supplies for the steel defense line were also transported there by Audis. The entire process did not consume any of Dust's teleportation attempts, which greatly moved Dust. After checking the goods, Black Veil also took the initiative to express her pleasure in cooperating with Dust. So, do you have a time frame for the next transaction? Black Veil asked. Well, it depends on the situation, but it shouldn't be too long, Genera said apologetically. After all, the actual timing was still to be determined by Xia Shang, and the factors he would consider were probably related to inventory. In other words, the next transaction should begin when the inventory is almost depleted. Many of these materials are related to armor manufacturing, so overall, players are needed to drive this process. Okay, I was just asking. After finishing all that, Genera returned to his room. He was no longer alone in the room. He had gathered some fur scraps in the corner and made a large bed. A large, snow-white dog was sleeping soundly inside, its belly up. Now I don't feel any aversion to seeing the human-shaped Dust anymore, but I'm not as proactive or affectionate towards it. Let me sleep, Dust said, lying down in the doghouse with him. He hugged the big cubro, rubbing its belly and listening to its thumping heartbeat as he closed his eyes to rest. After receiving all the goods at the outpost, Qin Chuan and Ju Hua prepared to take a break. These past few days, they had disrupted their sleep schedules to keep up with the journey. Qin Chuan had been rushing even after his livestream ended, and yesterday, after completing his mission and returning to the outpost, he had flown for a day and a half. Even though they weren't feeling fatigued using their battle armor, their rational minds told them they needed rest. Didn't we release a sleep mode? We've already put Dust in use. Chrysanthemum and Qin Chuan talked on their way back to the conference room. No, I'll get a good night's sleep first, then use sleep mode tonight, and I can go online normally tomorrow. Qin Chuan's idea was simple. The inability to aim while in sleep mode was a huge weakening of his combat power. So what are your plans? Shall we go to the Jade Mountain area tomorrow? Chrysanthemum asked. Speaking of this, Qin Chuan had an idea. He wanted to take a look at the sea area before they left for the Himalayas. My dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. Even more exciting content awaits. According to the instruction manual for the anti-gravity curved wing, it can also work normally underwater. I want to see if there is a Kroni underwater research lab nearby. It would be even better if we could set up an underwater research lab as a new base. Go underwater. Chrysanthemum was somewhat surprised by Qin Chuan's idea, but then she thought that they might have the ability to do so. So the two hit it off and went offline to rest. While the three Warframe users were catching up on sleep, Audiz's broadcast notification appeared in the game's public chat. Audiz, attention all players, Starfall Frenzy will undergo a hotfix update in 2 hours, no need to log out. This update will include changes to the reputation shop items, expanded reputation acquisition methods, and other experience optimizations. Please take note. However, in the game forums, everyone already knew what he was going to update, because those who frequented the live stream of the #1 streamer in Starcy Frenzy had already spread the content of Qin Chuan and Xia Shang's conversation throughout the forum. The so-called Holy Sword Armor Completion Project. Great, great, great. I've been saving up the blueprints for the glass armor for so long and I still haven't collected them all. Now the new armor is here. Dude, you should have said so earlier. I've used all my reputation to upgrade the glass armor, and now I'm stuck with blueprint materials and don't have the resources to get the Holy Sword. But I watched the streamer's live stream, and the glass armor is really powerful. It has defense, melee, and range control, damage, and a large area of effect. It seems to be more powerful than the Holy Sword. And it's a female combat suit. Something seems off upstairs, but thinking back to the tutorial, the Holy Sword doesn't seem that strong. Its defense is also very poor. You have to manually block bullets, while a human with glass armor can deflect all skills. The difference in strength is obvious. That makes sense. Besides, the difficulty in manufacturing glass armor might just mean that it's stronger on the surface, making it stronger than something as free as the Holy Sword. That's for sure. The Holy Sword is just the initial armor, probably a bonus for new players. It won't be that strong. If you really want to level up, you'll need the glass armor. The discussions on the forums have left players somewhat uncertain, with even some new players wondering whether they should save up more resources and go straight for the glass armor. Otherwise, I'm really afraid that I'll spend time and effort creating the Holy Sword, only to find that I still need to create glass armor to keep up with the main force. Thus began the debate about whether the glass armor or the Holy Sword was stronger, which quickly escalated into a heated argument, with some passionate individuals even engaging in heated exchanges and criticisms in the thread, their voices sounding rather sharp. It wasn't until someone discovered that the video account of the wielder of the Holy Sword armor, namely Dust, had been updated, and the link had been directly copied to the forum. The moment the video was opened, flames roared and the view shook. A pair of hands, burning red, tore through the curtain of fire, revealing a group of brand new black and red Kroni soldiers that no one had ever seen before. It was the encounter with the Dust in the mountain temple. Clang! A fiery red sword shot out from his palm, its fiery sword energy tearing through the air and slicing through the darkness of the cave, almost wiping out the black and red Kroni legion with overwhelming force. The video was only 2 minutes long, but it left everyone speechless. Wait, what's going on? Isn't this supposed to be a newbie perk armor? This video is suspicious. It's definitely a trap. I need to get a set of holy swords. I suspect the development team is holding back some content. I want both sets of armor made. 1 suit of armor is enough to grind 4, and you've got 2. You're really grinding. Thanks to this video edit, the discussion on the forum successfully shifted from a battle of comparison and disparagement to the question of how much grinding it takes to make 2 sets of armor. At this moment, the grind level of StarCraft Frenzy is beginning to emerge in the player community. Chapter 266 Catching up with the boss's exhaust gas, Genji, reputation shop, new tier 1 exchange items added, Holy Sword armor, blueprint, 2000 reputation, Holy Sword armor, vision device blueprint, 1500 reputation, Holy Sword armor, blueprint, 1500 reputation, Holy Sword armor, system blueprint, 1500 reputation, healing injection, blueprint X10, 50 reputation. New tier 2 exchange items, anti-gravity curved wing, light dragonfly blueprint, 2000 reputation, light dragonfly outer armor, blueprint, 1500 reputation, light dragonfly wings, blueprint, 1500 reputation, light dragonfly system, blueprint, 1500 reputation, light dragonfly armament, includes, triumphant general, great sword of truth 5000 reputation. When the time came, almost all online players opened the reputation shop to check the list. Wow, as expected of a beginner's armor, the reputation required is almost half that of the glass armor. It's practically free. Upon seeing the price tag on the Holy Sword blueprint, players exclaimed in surprise, and some even started clicking to redeem it. In public channels, Guangji, save me, brothers, has anyone gotten the Holy Sword blueprint? What materials are needed for each part? I want to collect the materials and buy the whole set. Smart old R, don't worry, you can't gather all the materials right now. Automatic typing expert, what do you mean, sir? Wasn't it supposed to be basic armor for beginners? 9-5 wisdom trout, I guess you don't know, but let me remind you, the internal energy source for the battle armor is something called the Oro battery. I just bought the master plan, and that's exactly what I need. You can't find it on the Imperial planet right now. I'm Bloodhand, wow, Song, what's going on? What's the point of releasing this armor then? Isn't it just for show? When it was reported that some materials in the He Dao armor were unavailable, the chat channel nearly exploded. New players who didn't understand the situation questioned the development team and offered their utmost respect. However, some people didn't react much, such as the Second Empire and the First Sniper God. They happened to have batteries, but they didn't say anything. However, someone quickly intervened and stopped everyone from spewing profanities. Chrysanthemum loves maid. Don't worry, everyone. This is actually a problem caused by the main storyline. It's like a test qualification. We need to advance the plot to unlock these resources. Besides, we're already making progress. Chrysanthemum's sleep quality has been a bit poor lately. She took a short nap and then went into sleep mode. Who knew she would stumble upon this situation? So she started explaining. After he endured the cooldown period for speaking and delivered the message about the interception mission of the Oro battery in 3 separate paragraphs, most of the players finally calmed down. After all, they were all people who had waited for the second batch of test qualifications, and they all understood the nature of this game to some extent. Even the test qualifications have to be activated by the players themselves, and unlocking resources by progressing through the story doesn't seem so unacceptable. Oh no, you've become the shape of the Star Ocean Frenzy production team. Seeing the teasing in the channel, Chrysanthemum recalled Xia Shang's words from before, suddenly raised an eyebrow, as if realizing something, and then continued sending messages. Chrysanthemum loves maids. Actually, it's not necessarily impossible to find them elsewhere. Some devices and machinery in the Kroni Empire use Oro batteries for assembly, so with a bit of luck, you might be able to salvage one from Kroni's machinery. Chrysanthemum loves maids, and there are still ancient ruins in the wild that haven't been discovered by Kroni. Like the Holy Sword armor in the Dust video, he found it in a ruin inside a mountain, and there was even a whole set of weapons. That samurai blade is really cool. What? Are there still wild armor pieces to scavenge outside? Holy crap, what incredible luck. Everyone else is struggling to make things out of the woodwork, even with the money and materials, and you just casually picked it up. I can't take it, I really can't take it. Now, not only was the channel filled with groans, but even in the lounge where Chrysanthemum was, people who had just logged in to check the update were vehemently complaining. For example, why is nobody paying attention to the level 2 shop? It's been updated with a whole new set of anti-gravity warp wing equipment. Isn't anyone buying it? If you buy it, you can go straight to the skies and the depths to find bargains in the ruins. Galio won't save the blind man. I saw it, but I can't afford it. My balance is 0, and it might even cost me an Oro battery. First Sniper God, thanks for the invitation. I've already bought the master map. I definitely need the Oro batteries. Second Empire, ha 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 ha. You actually bought it. How many batteries will be enough for you? By sheer luck, I've stumbled upon Starfall Frenzy. So, as a newbie, how do I find the Aurora ruins? Ultraman Mamba, you can try your luck. Now that the expert has spoken, the players naturally stopped rushing to ask about the battery. The expert will definitely complete the task, and urging him would only make things worse. It's better to quickly think about how to gather the other materials before the expert gets the battery. Don't let everyone else have finished building their armor, while the guy who's most in need of batteries ends up lacking this and that. Crying cat emoji. I can't take it anymore. I don't have enough reputation points, and I don't have enough materials to exchange for reputation. I don't have enough of anything. Dancing. You could try selling your dog egg to Audis for reputation. Ultimately, players still focus their attention on the Kroni Empire, since the cost is ultimately borne by the players themselves. As a result, the new players in the Jade Mountain Forest, who were already impatient for Kroni's transport ship, are now like a group of monkeys in the mountains. The Kroni people, who have to endure the enthusiasm of these wild monkeys, are fortunate. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Before it was even dark in the afternoon, 2 more battle-scarred green bottle flies appeared outside Lyle's convertible. Lyle, who had been busy for most of the day, was startled when he heard the sound of the spaceships crashing into the gate one after another. He couldn't help but ask the half-dead but joyful-looking person in the wall above. What happened? You attacked Clonny's berth. What shipyard? I don't know. This is from Jade Forest. By the way, Boss Lyle, what about my reputation? This task isn't my responsibility. You'll have to ask Audis. Are you guys in a rush to gain reputation? Lyle answered halfway before suddenly realizing something. Although these people inside the wall were all doing the missions willingly, he had rarely seen anyone so desperate. But today there are suddenly more. Yeah, boss, the new armor requires reputation to buy. We need to get all the parts ready before battery freedom, and the component blueprints don't require batteries. As he spoke, the player clutched the large gash in his abdomen and walked toward the base's gate, showing no sign of pain whatsoever. On the contrary, he seemed eager to die. Money makes the world go round. This boss here is a genius. He even knows how to enslave people better than the Chamber of Commerce. Lyle exclaimed, wiping his forehead, seemingly lost in thought. Even at midnight, the stronghold was still bustling with people. Some were staying up late, some were jet-lagged, and others were logging in using sleep mode. While reaching level 2 reputation is difficult, it's not a problem for the first 50 veteran players. A significant number of first test players have already gone all in today to max out their reputation and reach level 2. Is this really sleep mode? Am I dreaming? Zhou Jizuan touched his face in shock and even wanted to touch Ju Jelly, but Ju Jelly slapped his hand away. For example, don't touch me, the phantom of the game doesn't have x-ray organs. 9-5 Jizun, you won't let me touch you if you don't have one. For example, because you said last time that if there's no skin, it feels rough to the touch through the fabric, which makes me feel like you're a bit perverted. And strictly speaking, you were dreaming, as explained in the sleep mode section. The two were still chatting happily when a large cucumber fell off the bed. I've been transported here. How did I suddenly get into a game? 9-5 Jizuan pointed at Cucumber's bewildered face and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, you're in sleep mode and don't even know you're in a game. Galio then logged in as well, and he seemed to have fully adapted to the sleep mode. Tonight was the night they planned to team up and farm night spirits. Night spirits are valuable from head to toe, and more importantly, they only appear at midnight. They could also get amplifiers and armor materials at the same time. Although everyone is no longer as helpless as a newbie when they first entered the game, they still have some self-doubt when it comes to dealing with night spirits, such as Lily and Galio. I don't know what you guys are afraid of. The void ray is unlocked. Just spray them and that's it. At worst, we'll spray them one by one. I guarantee we won't run out of mana. The night spirits can't do anything to us. 9-5 Wisdom Trout was very confident. Although he always seemed arrogant, he did indeed inspire his team members' confidence, which enabled them to complete many tasks successfully. However, just as they arrived at the gate of the stronghold together, they unexpectedly encountered a senior player who was being watched by other players. Qin Chuan was already wearing a pair of metal wings. With a faint sound, he slowly floated up. His feet were off the ground and very stable. There was no airflow behind the wings. He was truly levitating, the so-called anti-gravity. The other chrysanthemum's anti-gravity curved wing was not yet completed, so it could only be held by Qin Chuan and suspended beneath him. Quinn, where are you guys headed? Jujalizi asked in a low voice. Qin Chuan turned around and saw them. He waved with one hand free and replied, let's go out to sea and see if we can find a nearby deep-sea research lab. Deep sea. They had just begun their journey through the night spirit plains at midnight, while the real big shot had already chosen to conquer the deep sea. Awesome. Even Jijiro Kudo was speechless and could only give a thumbs up. Bring some seafood when you come back. Quinn, I'm really craving something to eat tonight. A newbie female player covered her mouth and laughed. Hey, it's just some seafood. I'll get you some bigger pieces later. After saying that, Qin Chuan silently began to ascend vertically into the sky. It wasn't until everyone craned their necks and could barely see where they were in the night sky that they caught a glimpse of a dark shadow streaking across the starry sky and flying into the distance. Even at a height sufficient to escape the hatred, the little night ghosts on the plains did not react at all. The big boss is now free to do whatever he wants at night. Some people sighed. Then we need to step up our efforts too. We'll definitely catch up with the big boss. Zhou Jizuan encouraged everyone. I'd be satisfied if I could catch up with the exhaust fumes. A large cucumber laughed. 2 hours later, a huge ball of light appeared on the distant plains, for players were resurrected in the resurrection zone. Flash-type power booster. I'm so mad. 9-5 Jizuan was furious. Chapter 267 The Contradiction of Skill Drip. 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 In the dimly lit room, 3 light strips flickered in and out of the gaps in the walls made of spliced alloy iron plates, with only the beeping sound of some kind of device echoing in the background. In the center of the room, a long, slender cryogenic chamber for combat armor had been opened at some point and was now empty. An encrypted email was still open on a holographic control panel in the corner. How long has it been since we last parted? Sorry, I still don't quite remember the date. I was really too careless last time. I didn't expect him to chase me for so long. By the time I realized it, it was too late to escape. But don't worry, I have many spare armors. Unfortunately, the void coordinates I told you in the last letter were also lost along with the armor. I went back and looked for them for several days but couldn't find them. It seems that part of them were intercepted by Kroni's clones because they also opened a void fortress on the Imperial Sphere. I suspect that's my coordinate. But it doesn't matter. I found something more interesting. They were a very interesting group of people. I don't know how to describe them. They were similar to us, but completely different. They were all different individuals, yet they gave me the feeling of being the same person. Like, well, I can't describe it. Maybe you can come and see for yourself when you come out. Okay, that's enough for now. I plan to observe them for a while longer, and if I have the chance, I'll try to make contact. Don't worry, there won't be any danger this time. Their goals are roughly the same as ours, and if possible, they might even become our friends. The letter then turned into gibberish, becoming a series of unrecognizable characters, some resembling drawn eyes, others like the scribbles of Parkinson's disease. We can't decode anymore, Lieutenant. We can only crack this much information. Under the bright yellow lampshade on the bridge of the Kroni ship, in the information control room, a Kroni man working at the control console carefully reported to his gaunt-faced superior behind him. He stood with his hands behind his back, his legs and one hand completely transformed into machinery, and 3 thick circulating 4 tubes inserted from the back of his neck and connected to his armpits, possibly indicating that he had very little genetic material left in his body. Are you sure there's no decoding error? The lieutenant asked blankly, as if all the muscles in his face had died, and he couldn't make any muscle movements that could express emotion. I'm sure, sir. The following text seems to be based on this type of symbol. There's no precedent for it. If we receive similar text multiple times in the future, we might be able to decipher it. The lieutenant didn't say anything, just nodded. I'll report this information to the captain immediately. You continue monitoring this channel and report back to me as soon as there's any progress. Yes, Lieutenant. The lieutenant nodded, glanced at the other employees, and then, without saying a word, handed a strange object to the intelligence officer. The intelligence agents were overjoyed and secretly accepted bribes from their superiors, something they had done many times before. After the lieutenant left, other departments came to the information control room several times to exchange intelligence, and signals were sent out towards the blue planet shrouded in a light grey mist outside the observation room. One of the radio waves, mixed in with the signal relay station in equatorial orbit, then changed direction and disappeared into the snow-capped mountains behind the Earth in the midnight light. Clang! Holy Sword swung his giant blade with all his might, slashing horizontally at the huge black and red figure in front of him, but his full force attack was blocked by the iron rod that the opponent casually raised at an angle, sparks flying everywhere. Not bad, you've improved a bit, but not by much. Joe chuckled softly, flicking his wrist to deflect the giant blade. He then took a step forward, his knee striking Dust's chest with the speed of a mantis shrimp's punch, almost simultaneously. Boom, the shield was as thin as paper, and the armor was thrown like a cannonball and smashed into the wall, leaving a humanoid crater with horns on its head. Dust made him dizzy and lightheaded. It took him a while to pull himself out of the wall. He knelt on the ground, his chest heaving rapidly. Oxygen seeped into the life support system inside his armor from his skin, quickly relieving him. You didn't even hold back. I almost killed you. It took a while for Dust to recover from the dizziness and blurred vision. Hold back. In a real fight, your amateurish skills would have killed you long ago. A real enemy won't show any mercy. Joe chuckled. Besides, I've already been holding back a lot. This is the level I wanted. What do you mean by show mercy? If we don't know how to use the right words, let's not use them, okay? It should be called showing mercy. Dust stood up, raised his greatsword, and assumed a fighting stance. You really like two-handed weapons? Joe asked suddenly, looking at the Dust and leaning on his steel rod with one hand. Yeah, a greatsword is a man's romance. Dust didn't know why Joe suddenly said that, but answered honestly. But you don't look like you've ever practiced using two-handed weapons. Your mindless slashing and hacking is less effective in your hands than this club of mine. Joe laughed loudly. Isn't this what practice looks like right now? No, I did call you over to train you, but the real reason is to assess your skill level. Adding skills is something I do in my spare time, so I want you to use the weapon you're most comfortable and skilled with for a sparring match with me. The most comfortable and familiar one. The first thing that came to Dust's mind was not the martial cleaver that he used the most during his game time, but that slender one-handed sword. So you didn't call me to get up to kill time, but to prepare for the mission later. Dust finally realized. How bored must I be to ask you to kill time? Joe was even a little speechless. My dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. Even more exciting content awaits. Alright, but do you know how to use a two-handed sword? Dust said as he put away the replica of Galantian. No, but many techniques are common. Footwork, rhythm, breathing, and slashing methods are all traceable. I can even tell that you are using a light and fast rhythm when playing with a two-handed sword. You are originally a one-handed swordsman, right? As soon as he finished speaking, the Dust pulled the matching one-handed sword from its sheath. You're a master, but I don't really know my skill level with one-handed swordsmanship. I hope Brother Cho can give me some pointers, Genera complimented, casually twirling his sword and taking a half step back with his right foot, assuming a ready stance. In Cho's eyes, the state of the Dust changed instantly. It became calm, sharp, ready to move at any moment yet waiting, just like a suspended flying sword. This is simply a master of one-handed swordsmanship. If he's a master of one-handed swordsmanship, why doesn't he understand how to apply his knowledge to other situations? His previous attempts at wielding a greatsword were so awkward, lacking any footwork or technique. Or was he hiding his true abilities? Joe thought a lot in that instant, but he probably couldn't figure out that Genera was acting entirely on instinct. Holding the sword, he seemed to have activated a certain feeling, because as long as he made this gesture, he felt completely safe, and his body was eager to try, as if he had activated a combat state. Sensing the aura emanating from the direction of the Dust, Joe also suppressed his smirk, and his previously empty right hand naturally gripped the steel rod, assuming a defensive stance. Let's try again. Upon receiving the signal, Dust pushed off the ground with one foot and swooped down, slashing down at Joe's face with his sword. Joe immediately braced his staff against the main blade of the sword, but at the same time slightly turned his body to deflect the force of the Dust outwards. If the Dust were merely an impact of force, then this twist would cause the Dust to lose its balance, and the outcome would be decided in just one round. To Joe's surprise, the moment the blade and the steel rod touched, Genera immediately withdrew his force, or more accurately, he used the rebound force from that instant to raise his sword and then slash down again. Joe's weapon veered off course, and the slash left his face wide open. Clang! Dust looked on in surprise as Joe braced his sword blade with his elbow, but before he could say anything, the steel rod swept across with tremendous force, so powerful that it even made the air whistle. Sizzle, sparks fly. With the sword held at shoulder level, the iron rod swung in an arc, brushing the dust off the corner of Joe's head. Then, he immediately retracted his wrist, turned the sword tip, and the cold light suddenly pierced towards Joe's jaw. However, the sharp blade only grazed the skin of Joe's jaw after he turned his head to dodge, and there was no further action. Impressive, Joe praised. No longer clashing with me, the advantages of a one-handed sword are fully demonstrated in your hands. It's hard for me to see the current you as the one I first met. Rather, it's as if you are two different people holding this sword. As soon as he finished speaking, the one-handed sword crashed to the ground with a clang. This was because one end of the steel rod in Joe's hand was already pressed against Chenai's chest. Moreover, it was at the moment of the thrust that Chenai's forward-leaning body collided with the tip of the rod, which was focused on a single point of force. The heavy force caused Chenai to immediately stop breathing and his screen went black. He pinched the dusty head and placed him cross-legged on the ground, then picked up the one-handed sword from the ground. In his enormous hand, the one-handed sword looked like a slender bamboo twig. He didn't recognize the weapon. He had never seen one before. After glancing at it a couple more times, he placed it in front of Chenai. His skills are highly refined, but he lacks practical experience. He specializes in one weapon but doesn't understand how to apply his knowledge to other weapons. It's contradictory, so contradictory. However, it's only a matter of time before he masters all these skills. If he can fully grasp their essence, he won't be a match for my brothers. But that crimson poison, that ancient blood, makes them nearly immortal. Even if we defeat them, what then? If we can't kill them, there's no hope of turning the tide. Joe sighed, looking at the drooping dust with regret yet a glimmer of hope, and lamented. I only hope that you, the immortal Tiani, can find a way to break this deadlock, Xia Shang. Chapter 268 Coincidence. At the same time, the sea at midnight is both noisy and eerily quiet. The waves crashed against each other, and the sea breeze stirred constantly. All Qin Chuan could hear were the real sounds of the Imperial Ball. He hovered comfortably at low altitude. This is a bit scary. Chrysanthemum, shaped like a shrimp, was hunched over by Qin Chuan. He took out a flashlight and turned it on. The white light shone on the waves, reflecting and changing constantly, but it didn't let him know what was below. It's so dark now, we wouldn't even know if a big fish came down below. Chrysanthemum even remembered the last time her fishing boat was destroyed by a giant fish. You're still such a coward even with your armor on, a Jew. Qin Chuan teased. However, Chrysanthemum didn't care and said in a low voice, I have thalassophobia. Please let me go, let's just go into the sea. Qin Chuan didn't tease him. After adjusting the anti-gravity curved wing mode, he said to him, the life support system of the curved wing might not be efficient enough for two people. We shouldn't do strenuous exercise. If there is any danger, just shoot to save energy. Okay. Before they arrived, they had learned about the workings of the curved wing. It was a machine designed to enable the Sky Warriors to fly and fight in space. It not only provides power and firepower, but also has a small-scale gravitational field that provides life-sustaining oxygen to the user. The method of controlling the curved wings is also perfectly matched to the Chenji, directly integrated into their user panel, allowing for free control with just your attention. This life support system can directly draw oxygen from the environment in a normal environment to provide oxygen for Chenji to display. However, in a vacuum-like space, it will switch to consuming oxygen storage blocks. These blocks can also be replaced and replenished. For Chenji, who has a void channel to store things, as long as he does not plan to spend the rest of his life in space, he does not need to worry about lacking backup oxygen. However, the curved wings themselves only provide a life-sustaining gravitational field for one user, and their oxygen supply efficiency is definitely not as good as that of double the consumption, not to mention the oxygen consumption rate of strenuous exercise, which is why Qin Chuan specifically reminded him again. Chrysanthemum wielded 2 plasma guns she had stolen from the Coop's crew. These guns used batteries as magazines and were highly accurate. Although plasma bombs have electric in their name, they are actually extremely high-temperature attacks that can easily penetrate steel plates. If it encounters a stubborn behemoth, Chrysanthemum is prepared to show it what laser cosmetic surgery looks like. Quinn, officially launching the dive. As a reminder, Qin Chuan slowly sank into the sea with the Chrysanthemum. Coo 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 coo. Once the bubbles disappeared, the sea surface returned to its gentle ripples. Why does the seawater still feel warm? Chrysanthemum's voice rang out in the team voice chat. You're asking me. I don't know, maybe it's something like specific heat capacity or heat release. Well, I guess. Now that you mention it, it seems to be true. But I've basically forgotten everything. I formatted it all before I entered university. Chrysanthemum said with some shame. Whatever, it doesn't affect how awesome this game is. Awesome is all that matters. But even though we came here to find the Underwater Research Institute, where are we even going to find it? I didn't know. I thought you had a solution. How about we just wander around for now? Or maybe we can ask Brother Shang. Well, we're already here. Let's look for it ourselves first. Even if we don't find it, we've still managed to catch some seafood, so it's not a complete loss. We can ask next time. After descending for a while, the light source that Chrysanthemum had strapped to her arm to illuminate the gun finally lit up the seabed. The uneven bottom reef was full of huge, menacing, soft-bodied creatures. No one knew what they were. They looked like a mushroom tree covered with tentacles, but as soon as Chrysanthemum turned the searchlight towards it, it immediately retracted all the tentacles on its head into its body, turning into the shape of a reef. Moreover, the seabed is full of such strange things. There is a huge reptile that looks like a starfish that completely occupies a rock. A large group of finger-sized black-scaled fish swim together in the shadows of the reef crevices. Suddenly, the silt rises up and a mollusk with fangs on both sides of its shell sheds its disguise. After a long wait, it gets a mouthful of prey. All kinds of fish, all kinds of sea creatures, a wide variety of predators, and this is a sea anemone. Chrysanthemum exclaimed in astonishment, pointing at the reef. It seems so. I saw something similar in a documentary when I was a kid. It's called a sea anemone, right? But this is way too big. Qin Chuan stared wide-eyed at the strange underwater world, feeling like he had entered a giant genetic breeding vat. But considering that the animals on land have all grown tentacles, it's not surprising that the ocean, the mother of life, has become such a chaotic mess. Wait, turn off the flashlight. Qin Chuan noticed something and quickly called out, then dragged the Chrysanthemum to move it. The lights went out, and a hurricane suddenly swept up the dark seabed. A huge figure swept past, and the resulting current tossed Qin Chuan and Ju Hua into the water, barely managing to stop their figure in the current. What the hell is this? Chrysanthemum tightly gripped the safety rope that wrapped around her chest from under her armpits, afraid that Qin Chuan might lose her in this terrifying seabed. It should be a carnivorous fish. I couldn't see its appearance clearly. Or maybe it's a guinea pig, but if we're unlucky, it might be another tanlo. Luckily, no ship was destroyed by it this time. Qin Chuan felt the 2 round, full breastplates in his palms. Thinking that the person controlling this armor was a man just like him, he instantly felt no desire or ambition. Damn, how could it be that thing? We haven't even reached the deep sea yet. My dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. Even more exciting content awaits. So I don't actually know either, Qin Chuan said with a wry smile. But these were all just their guesses. Chrysanthemum didn't dare to speak either, and could only refrain from making any moves for the time being, just like Qin Chuan, because the nearby water flow was still rapid and the huge predator had not yet left. But Qin Chuan didn't want to wait. He controlled the curved wings to extend, using gravity to slowly pull them away from the turbulent current. After moving for an unknown amount of time, the surroundings returned to silence. Chrysanthemum tried switching the lights on and off briefly to observe the location of the 2 people. Luckily, the underwater scene remained largely unchanged. The seabed teemed with life, seemingly ready to cover the entire ocean floor. Are we safe? Chrysanthemum was a little scared, and at the same time a little angry. She was clearly a high-level combatant who could fight the Kroni outside, but she was being humiliated like a little loser underwater. That's about right. I just moved about 2 kilometers. Turn on the lights. The water flow is normal. There are no large monsters nearby, Qin Chuan reassured him. The 2 wandered around the area randomly, and a Jew saw a pair of long tentacles sticking out from a cave. When they went to take a look, they found a giant lobster the size of Cooper resting inside. Without much discussion, the 2 immediately decided to take it down. Chrysanthemum spotted the gap and instantly thrust out the glass blade in her hand, not giving the lobster a chance to react. It pierced through the gap between its teeth in an instant, almost killing it instantly. We have no experience, which means that marine life is not considered an enemy, just like the ones on land. Chrysanthemum tugged at its tentacles, and together with Qin Chuan, they dragged the giant lobster out of the hole and put it into the void passage. The void sent us here to restore the balance of the universe, not to destroy it. Although they have all mutated into this state due to external forces, they are still within the realm of life, so it's not necessary for me to come and exterminate them all, Qin Chuan said, shaking his head. You mean the Imperial planet's home planet has become like this? What are the creatures on other planets like? Chrysanthemum was curious, because from past dialogues, she had learned that many planets were maps that could be visited, such as Mercury, which was completely devoured by the virus, Venus, and Jupiter, the 2 planets managed by Cups, Ceres and Kroni, and even the so-called Moon. And this is only what is currently known. Players do not yet know how many planets have not been revealed. Let's wait patiently and wait for the production team to make grand promises. But I feel like we'll have to wait a long time. Just look at it, a whole planet, so many creatures to design, even with artificial intelligence to assist in the creation. It's still a huge project, Qin Chuan said, shaking his head. But I remember Brother Shang said before that the most efficient way to go to other planets is through the junction of shipping routes. If we find the junction now and go to other planets, will we get stuck because of the map bug? Chrysanthemum asked. The 2 didn't waste too much time on this topic. They caught a lot of lobsters, big fish, and crabs, as well as shellfish that opened and closed like a pair of wash basins. The plump tongue meat inside made Ju Hua, who lived on the coast, drool, and she also caught about 10 of them. As their catch grew, the 2 almost forgot their purpose in coming here. But just then, a strange mark appeared on the seabed reef where their prey had been caught. Chrysanthemum knocked a large chunk off a rock covered in oyster shells, revealing a patch of iron-like material. Upon closer inspection, Chrysanthemum discovered that it was actually a huge metal pipe that would take 4 people to encircle. Was this just good luck, or did the production team deliberately spawn this model near us? Qin Chuan couldn't help but wonder. Otherwise, why would it be such a coincidence? No way. The development team wouldn't be so bored as to monitor what the players are doing, right? Chrysanthemum said uncertainly. Hundreds of kilometers away, Xia Shang suddenly sat up and sneezed. What's going on? Is someone thinking of me? Xia Shang focused his mind and entered the void to sense things for a moment. When he opened his eyes again, his expression was somewhat strange. Tsk, what a coincidence. More than one person thought of me at the same time. No wonder I sensed it. But is this really just a coincidence? Xia Shang pondered for a long time before finally lying back in his chair. The control panel in front of him was still full of project proposals that needed to be revised. Damn it, Audis, is he deliberately keeping these proposals from me to revise them? I clearly told him to leave them to their own devices. Xia Shang cursed Audis in his heart, but unfortunately Audis was the central nervous system and no longer had the reflex to sneeze. Chapter 269 first. Let's hire a hamster manager for the future hamster. Finally finished the trial. These guys really love to cause trouble. Xia Shang stood up and stretched, finally free from dozens of applications. Commander, Audis has learned of a position called Emperor, whose daily work involves reviewing various applications called memorials, and many people are eager to take the position. Audis' voice was calm with a hint of humor, and Xia Shang knew immediately that he was joking. Stop looking at that stuff over there. You'd be better off boiling some water for me instead of wasting your time on that, Xia Shang said irritably. Ords has already brewed the tea, Commander. Please take a rest, Hilda. He slowly drank half a cup of hot tea, and the warm current circulated in his chest and abdomen, soothing Xia Shang's nerves. Speaking of which, Audis, you should be able to multitask, right? Xia Shang let out a long sigh and suddenly asked Audis. Yes, Commander, but the more threads there are, the longer the response time will be, Audis replied. So, is your current method of using clones considered multithreading? What's the maximum number of Audis Grims that can work simultaneously? Audis is the central hub of Xia Shang's spaceship embedded in the mountain. Its metallic cicada-like appearance makes it more like Xia Shang's work companion. That's the advantage of being a central hub. It can exist in multiple locations simultaneously, no matter how far away, as long as it can receive the signal and the computing power can reach it. That's where the clones can go. But Commander, this is a difficult question to answer. If the heat dissipation allows and the response speed is controlled within 5 milliseconds, about 800 identical Audis can exist at the same time. Audis was still quite proud when he said that. Amazing, amazing. What does the Commander want Audis to do? I saw an application that said they also wanted a companion robot like Audis, so I just asked. However, my previous plan was for them to build their own hubs after they had their own orbital ships in the future, so I rejected it. At this point, Xia Shang changed the subject again. However, there may be places in the future where you will need this function. Audis is happy to serve you, Commander. It's still a long way off, Xia Shang said with a smile, waving his hand. We won't need you to manage the frequency division until the transportation network is in place, and right now we haven't even seen a glimpse of it. Yes, but Commander, do you have suitable candidates for the construction team that Lyle has requested? Audis asked. Xia Shang put down his teacup, picked it up again and drank the last bit of tea, then stood up and shook his head, saying, I'll go out and find something to eat, I'm a little hungry. But Commander, it's already midnight, and almost all the workers who work on food have gone to rest. Aren't there still players? There are quite a few players online in sleep mode right now. I'll go take a look around and see if there are any suitable candidates. Xia Shang casually made up an excuse and went straight to the outside world. A spacious corridor runs along the outer edge of the Resurrection Plaza, directly connecting to Lyle's armory. Many players often socialize here, even at night. In contrast, the relaxation area near the dormitory is not crowded. The main reason is that the dormitory is a bit far away, and those who choose to go there are players who want to log off and rest. This corridor is convenient for waiting for people to meet up and form teams, or for going to various functional areas, so it has gradually become a place where players often stay. When Xia Shang arrived at this place following the relationship nodes between the players and him, he was surprised to smell a fragrant aroma in the air. The rich and fresh aroma had a slightly pungent feel to it, and Xia Shang's mind immediately conjured up images of shellfish or molten shells being scorched in charcoal fires and bubbling with juice. Following the scent, Xia Shang saw a large group of players gathered at the corner where the corridor and the square met, occupying a large area. Even so, they did not block the corridor. When Xia Shang arrived, the players also saw him. Wow, NPCs out for a night stroll. Does Brother Shang also get up to use the restroom at night? Get lost. It's one thing if you have prostatitis, but don't try to fantasize about our Brother Shang. Hey Xia Shang, come have some barbecue. Quinn and the others went beachcombing in the middle of the night and brought back several tons of seafood. Several tons. Xia Shang's eyes widened, and then he saw the huge barbecue grill that the players had built on the ground with sheet metal. It was almost the size of a double bed. On it lay 4 huge, red-hot monstrous shrimp, a panicked crab head with its 8 limbs broken, rows of sliced fish that had been brushed with oil, and large clams that the players were using as hot pot pots to pour in seasonings to remove the fishy smell. There were all kinds of shapes. Half a sea fish was lying on the ground nearby, only 2 meters long with the head still attached. This group of midnight foodies had eaten quite a lot. Brother Shang, you're here. Hey, this fish fillet is for you, Brother Shang. With a few swift strokes of the chrysanthemum-shaped cleaver, 2 fish fillets were chopped off and slammed onto the barbecue grill with 2 loud thuds. Xia Shang was even a little worried that the handmade barbecue grill might not be able to hold up. Brother Shang, do you eat spicy food? Jean Chuan, a skilled barbecue expert, expertly brushed oil on both sides of the fish. Have a little. Xia Shang's Adam's apple bobbed as he nodded. Okay. Xia Shang was momentarily stunned to see them so relaxed, as if they were having a party. By the way, Brother Shang, we found a place on the seabed that looks like the Kroni underwater laboratory, but we didn't dare to go in casually after we looked around. If we made a move, it would blow up, so we just placed a coordinate pointer and came back. Jean Chuan's hands were busy, and his mouth was also busy. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Underwater laboratory. You want to use it as a base. Did you scan the holographic map and come back? Xia Shang took a chair pushed by another player, sat down, and asked casually. As expected of Brother Shang, he's already uploaded it. Xia Shang stretched out his fingers, revealing a hazy purple mist that quickly displayed a complex 3-dimensional map. The space is quite good, about 3/5 the size of our base. This scale should only be for a marine data exploration research institute, and the internal application areas are very complete. The facilities and functions should also be quite comprehensive, and it doesn't look like it has been damaged. But how many submarines do they have? Have you investigated? Xia Shang glanced at it briefly for a while, then quickly offered his evaluation and asked follow-up questions. We didn't investigate thoroughly. The curved wing control tool indicated that there were sonic detectors around, and many mines were also laid in the vicinity. In order not to alert them, we didn't pursue the matter further, Jean Chuan said, shaking his head. If you want to capture Kroni's underwater camp, the most important thing to watch out for is their submarine fleet and Kroni's underwater dragon fleet. It's not difficult to carve out underwater caves, and it's not that difficult to build a set of underwater enclosed structures. However, because the environment is enclosed, and we are a group that needs to go out frequently, since we don't have our own submarines, we should start with what they already have. Xia Shang solemnly explained to them that not every player has a curved wing. Even if everyone can have a curved wing in the future, players still need a vehicle before they can actually manufacture and obtain one. That's right. Luckily, we didn't make a move rashly, or we might have been blown up by me. A Jew said solemnly from the side, who was eavesdropping. He knew very well that if he were facing Kroni's large army, he would have to take out his explosive arrows. If there was space, the female demon would also most likely use them. No other reason than that it's just so incredibly useful. Long live the fried chicken. So it's not easy to get a fully functional deep-sea outpost. The players who were listening and started discussing among themselves. What's so difficult about it? Just sneak in and kill all the clones, and you're done. Your stealth skills are pretty good, but haven't you heard? The Kroni Legion in the ocean is called the Dragon Fleet. Just hearing that makes you sound like someone not to be trifled with. What's the use of having a fierce name if you can't hear the mines laid outside the stronghold? What's wrong with laying mines? Aren't they just defensive structures? Sigh, can't they have a little more perspective? The entire empire belongs to them, so why do they need to set up defensive facilities? They must have been attacked before, and they couldn't even win in a direct confrontation, so they need to build traps. Oh tilde, do you mean you were hit by Tenji or by Kupus? Perhaps it's a combination of both, getting beaten up by both sides, and then obediently setting up mines. The other player's analysis made a lot of sense. Qin Chuan thought that since he also had armor, he should be able to beat up the underwater army without any problem. Then let's go again after Ajuku's curved wing is finished. It would be best if we could take it directly. Even if we can't, we'll try our best to bring back intelligence on their submarine facilities. Qin Chuan nodded and said. Xia Shang wanted to tell him that underwater bases weren't that convenient or easy to use, but seeing that the two of them and the other players were very interested in underwater activities, he didn't try to dissuade them, so as not to disrupt the player's initiative. He just nodded. Oh, it's done. This meat is incredibly tender. Wow, this lobster meat is so firm and chewy. It smells so good, so delicious. Do mussels have the same health benefits as oysters? Who cares if it's there or not, as long as it tastes good? Besides, even if it is, so what? You don't have any. Damn it, your words are so hurtful. The next morning, Xia Shang put on a shawl, pulled up his hood, and mingled into the crowd of players heading to the Jade Mountain area. I'm so proud that players nowadays also love wearing raincoats and hoodies, and surprisingly no one noticed that my boss was also traveling with a group. Upon arriving at the Jade Mountain area, the players dispersed into the woodlands and valleys. In fact, due to the large number of players involved, the virus strain had almost disappeared, and this reputation quest was probably nearing its end. But another reputation quest should be coming up soon, which is why Xia Shang came here, so he went straight to the cave where Oba was. Oh, someone's here so early. At the entrance of the cave, a group of new players who had stayed overnight were making a fire to warm themselves up for breakfast. Although they weren't hungry, the ritual was important, so when they saw a hooded man coming on a hoverboard, they all asked him if he wanted to eat something together. Oh, what are you eating? Xia Shang, his face still covered, didn't remove his disguise, but casually put away his skateboard. Sigh, what good food can you find in this desolate wilderness? It's all fish and meat that was stored in the void passage before. Oh, there are also plenty of mushrooms here. They smell amazing when grilled. Several players pointed to the pot on the fire in the open space and explained. Xia Shang glanced at it and thought it looked pretty good, so he asked, then I won't be polite. We're all brothers, no need to be so polite. But you'll have to wait a bit. These mushrooms are poisonous. They have to be thoroughly cooked before you can eat them. Okay, I have something to do inside too. I'll come out to eat later. After Xia Shang waved and entered the cave, a player who had been silent until now approached the campfire, patted one of his comrades on the shoulder, and gave him a thumbs up, meaning awesome. What's wrong? They asked, puzzled. You don't know who that was just now. Who is it? I didn't turn on ID display. You didn't see his hoverboard, did you? It's just a simple piece of iron, thin and light. There's only one person in the entire game who has that kind of appearance and model. Holy crap, it's brother Xia Shang. Am I supposed to feed brother Xia Shang poisonous mushrooms? Unaware of the situation outside, Xia Shang had already ventured deep into the cave and met Wu Yi. Xia Shang had some recollection of this person. After borrowing the body of the first sniper god last time, he also learned some other things about him. Why didn't you go out to eat? Xia Shang asked him. Wu Yi shook his head, patted his stomach to indicate that he had eaten, and then took the initiative to clean up the feces of his somewhat listless animal friends. Xia Shang glanced at his silently moving back and continued walking deeper into the area, where he soon saw the command with antlers on its head. Hey Oba, long time no see, Xia Shang greeted him familiarly, then added, oh, maybe seeing your face will remind you of me. Xia Shang removed his hood and the cloth covering his mouth and nose, and came close to Kubro, staring at it with wide eyes. In the dim light, Kokoro's pupils were wide open, and it made no move, but it turned its head and one of its horns almost stabbed at him. Fortunately, Xia Shang dodged quickly. You deer-headed bastard. Xia Shang cursed, but he wasn't angry. He then squatted down. Pretending not to know me won't work. You've already pawned all your family heirlooms to me. Laugh. Kokoro exhaled a breath, seemingly in response to some unseen passage. But that's not why I came. Your current body should be able to leave this area, right? Kuroko turned to look at him, her eyes filled with obvious confusion. I plan to expand this place into a new Chenji stronghold, and while I'm at it, I'll see if I can clean up these ruins, because I'm planning to recruit more people. Xia Shang rambled on for a while, and Kuroko listened for quite some time. How about it? I'm planning to hire you as a novice coach to help me systematically teach them their common armor techniques. Don't look at me like that. I won't tell you where I got you from, but I can assure you they're absolutely safe. I won't tell you why we need to rely on them to reclaim our empire, but at least this land will no longer suffer any more devastation from the clones. To Xia Shang's surprise, Kubro nodded the beast head immediately after he finished speaking. Oba agreed. Chapter 270 is coming. Let's switch sides directly. Okay, it's settled then, but you'll have to wait a while before you can start work. I hope you don't mind. Oba looked at Xia Shang with an expression that said he didn't want to talk, and then lay down on the ground pretending to rest. You're getting impatient, but there's nothing else. Go to sleep. Renovating this place will take a while. There's a ton of infrastructure work to do before that. It had been some time since Xia Shang left the cave, but the players outside were still patiently waiting for him to come out. I thought you couldn't wait to leave, Xia Shang said with a smile. How could that be? Seeing Xia Shang remove his disguise, the player realized he couldn't lie to himself anymore, so he honestly handed Xia Shang a plate of grilled mushrooms. But let me make this clear first. I've eaten this stuff before and it's fine, but I'm not sure. Before he could finish speaking, Xia Shang had already started eating. The mushroom flesh was thickly sliced and very firm, with a crisp outer layer that became more and more fragrant the more you chewed it, which made Xia Shang nod repeatedly. You guys seem to really enjoy making barbecue. Xia Shang asked. The player looked at the fire on the ground and chuckled. It's not that I like barbecuing, it's just that I rarely eat it. Besides, it's easier to make it here. All I need is a fire, and I don't need any fancy tableware. And most importantly, I don't like Kroni's food packets. Kroni's food pack is actually quite good, Xia Shang explained after hearing this. It does have little taste, and even smells strange, but it provides a lot of energy and protein. If a wild tribe or survivor found it, they would save it to serve as a feast on important days. Huh. That can't be right, I think they. The player was about to say something when he saw the amplifier on Xia Shang's wrist light up, followed by Aldiz's voice. Commander, the Kroni Empire's airships are rapidly approaching the current engineering base. Aldiz's voice was almost completely flat, just like when he was reporting information to Xia Shang. So, not only the players next to him, but even Xia Shang didn't react for a moment. Xia Shang immediately asked, how much longer? What level? The signal for the docking command has just been received. It should arrive in about 10 minutes, Aldiz replied. The docking command is a visit request from the Kroni Empire. Regardless of the matter's size, it will automatically send a command to the target location to request docking. However, if one party arrives without prior notice or does not automatically respond to the corresponding command, it means that one party has encountered a problem. However, this level of security is only available to devices equipped with a central control unit. Mobile teams below this level do not require a secret order. Therefore, the Cloni forces that came to visit this time must be at least the size of a transport fleet. According to private discussions with Aldiz, small teams would never encounter each other, and large teams would receive secret warnings. Unless they had been scouted, they would not be ambushed. As long as they were not ambushed, they would have room to maneuver. Even if we have a secret order for docking, let's do as we discussed before. Activate the air defense warning and have all units except those inside the wall take emergency evacuation. Xia Shang said as he threw out a hoverboard and jumped up. But Commander, there are only 17 people in the wall currently online in the store. Have them selectively defend the gate, send alerts to offline players, urge those doing quests nearby to return quickly, and deploy the Phantom Warehouse, Rolling Terrorbirds, and Ospreys. Xia Shang spoke while Audis did the work. At the same time, in the offline real world, many players who were still working, studying, or had various reasons for not planning to go online received information notifications from the Starry Sky Frenzy app. What? An alert notification. The Kroni Empire's armed transport plane is currently at our engineering base and will arrive in 9 minutes and 36 seconds. Players, please immediately participate in the base defense battle. This alert is triggered intermittently. Audis will dispatch intelligent phantoms to assist in the operation. However, please note that the loss of a base will result in the freezing of the corresponding test qualification until the base is recaptured. Holy crap, monsters are attacking. Upon seeing the last paragraph, the players panicked. Those doing missions near the base dropped what they were doing and ran back, while those further away floored the accelerator of their assembled vehicles to hurry back. Those even further away had to do everything they could to pray that their brothers could hold out until they could get back to provide support. Of course, there are also those who are completely calm. It's not that they weren't panicking, because panicking wouldn't help. Some of them were still in class or at their workstations, or their login devices weren't with them. They were willing but unable to do anything about it. The only thing we can do is probably take out our phones and keep an eye on the forums, and hope that our brothers in the game can keep their game test qualifications. At the outpost, Lyle is helping to settle the transient civilians and survivors, while also dealing with many players who come to him to resupply ammunition. Boss, you don't seem nervous at all, Horus asked curiously as he watched Lyle calmly greeting the guests. What's the rush? Lyle picked at his ear, flicked the earwax away, and then said, I think they're too late. Such a huge project, and the fact that Foamking has given you so many days to use it already clearly demonstrates the bloated structure within Kroni. Besides, don't we still have you guys? How many people do we have? As Horus spoke, players who had logged in gradually arrived, or passed by and headed outside to meet up. My dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. Even more exciting content awaits. Hey, there aren't many people on the other side either. For a small outpost like this, they're probably just doing routine personnel exchanges and resource preparations. The entire fleet probably has no more than 4 transport ships and a maximum of 100 combat units. That's probably not even enough for your 2 battlesuits. When I encountered the Kroni Empire's invasion on Venus, it was truly overwhelming. Just as Lyle was reminiscing about the fierce battle on the alien battlefield, the players quickly interrupted him. Wait, boss, what did you just say? What are they here for, personnel exchange or what? Interrupted from his reverie, Lyle snapped. Where are you guys hearing me? Resource preparation is about replenishing the losses at this outpost. The air froze for a moment, then the players erupted in chaos. Oh, resources. Oh, the materials. Wow. Experience. Wag. Fight. The 3 chainsaw swords were raised high, and Horus, the golden toilet, and old horse Earth-eater were the first to run outside. Boss, bullets. Quickly, quickly. Those who needed to purchase ammunition became even more anxious. Lyle wasn't surprised by the players' reaction. Instead, he seemed to think, I knew it. In some ways, he believed that the Chani were even more brutal than the Kroni Empire. Sigh, I'm getting senile. Those clones were slaves of the Oro Empire, and Aunt Chenji also slaves. Isn't it normal to have the same feeling? Lyle thought to himself with a self-deprecating smile. Moreover, he couldn't wait for more of these major wars. Only such major wars could bring him, a military strategist, substantial profits. Buzz 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 buzz. The sound of engines vibrating in the sky, the roar of thrusters like continuous thunder, came from afar and grew closer. 5 huge, toothed Boko transport ships slowly approached, until they were positioned in a formation of 3 in front and 2 behind, suppressing the air in midair outside the sloping gate of the mountain wall. The machine guns under the fuselage rotated slowly, ready to provide fire support at any time. Number 144, Engineering Peacekeeping Outpost. Please provide your response. A loud broadcast came from the giant toothed Boko in the middle of the front row, emanating the distinctive, raspy voice of the Kroni. They were conducting final identification checks, even though all the transport ships and their crews were actually prepared for an attack. However, the only response to the questions from the transport ship was a flock of moa birds that scurried away. Countless moa birds emerged in succession, spreading out like worker ants, even seeking external cover, before raising their plasma guns and firing wildly at the bottom of the transport ship. It was the work of the Cooper's Chamber of Commerce. Destroy them all. Everyone prepared to exit the cabin and retake our engineering base. The machine guns beneath the transport ship immediately opened fire, the glowing bullets creating a long whip-like trail in the air, blasting the moa birds to pieces, their fingers flying off in all directions. However, the dragoon on the moa's head, being the most common plasma weapon in the cops, is no exaggeration when it comes to damaging metal. In fact, it can even destroy several machine guns during mutual fire. This instantly reduced the transport ship's firepower by more than half, thus slowing down the rate at which the moa were lost. Open the hatch. Bomb. As the stern hatch of the transport ship slowly opened, a grappling hook shot out from the shadows of the doorway, precisely striking the soldier in the chest and instantly pulling him down into the corner of the hatch. The player was then lifted onto the hatch deck by the retracting grappling hook. A buzzing sound erupted from the chainsaw sword. It roared instantly. The delightful boarding action has begun. Horus laughed, gripping his spinning chainsaw sword and facing the countless gun barrels in front of him. This would be all for today. Next part coming soon, so please like, share and subscribe to get informed as soon as the next part drops.